Chapter 1. The first thing Wen Xiaoqian saw when he opened his eyes was the price label on Senior Disciple Ho's cultivation base. He didn't know that's what it was. He only knew that the air above Ho Renming's chest. The senior disciple was standing 3 beds away, watching him wake with the expression of someone waiting to see if a broken thing would need to be thrown out, held text that hadn't been there before. Notation he could read the way he read characters on a page. Hovering, faintly luminous, organized into the precise columns of an accounting ledger. Cultivation base, acquired. Source, 3 individuals, unnamed. Cost paid, 40 years of lifespan, distributed across all 3. Method, transferred without disclosure. Wen Xiaoqian closed his eyes, opened them again. The notation was still there. You're awake. Ho Renming's voice. The sound of someone delivering information he considered irrelevant. The infirmary says your meridian alignment will recover in 2 weeks. You'll be behind on your monthly assessment. Wen Xiaoqian said nothing. He was trying to understand what he was reading. 40 years of lifespan. 3 people. Without disclosure meant without consent, or at least without the kind of consent that included knowing what was being agreed to. The annotation was specific about that distinction. There was a small secondary character, barely larger than a flourish, that translated roughly as unwilling in the sense of uninformed, not unwilling in the sense of resisting. The difference seemed important. Senior Disciple Ho. His voice came out rougher than expected. His throat was dry and his ribs ached along the left side where the technique's force had hit him like compressed mountain stone. Your demonstration technique. What is it called? Ho Renming blinked, not expecting a question, clearly expecting either silence or apology. Clearstone fist formation, 3rd style. Standard intermediate combat method. What? Where did you learn it? Sect library. The inner disciples restricted section. Ho Renming's tone shifted toward impatience. Why does this matter? Wen Xiaoqian didn't have an answer he could explain. The notation above Ho Renming's chest was still there, perfectly legible, and the longer he looked at it the more certain he was that he was reading something real. Not a hallucination from meridian damage. Something that had been invisible to him before and was now simply visible. It doesn't, he said. Thank you for the information. Ho Renming left. Wen Xiaoqian lay still in the infirmary and looked at the ceiling and tried to understand what had changed in him. The failed cultivation attempt had been his own mistake. He knew that. He had been pushing his meridian base harder than his current stage could support, trying to close a gap that had opened between his advancement and the standard progression rate for outer disciples his age. When Senior Disciple Ho had volunteered to demonstrate the correct force modulation by example, Wen Xiaoqian had agreed because refusing an inner disciple's instruction was a formal discourtesy, and he had not wanted the notation in his record. He had not expected full strength. The Clearstone Sect's infirmary was a long room with 12 beds and a window that let in mid-morning light. He was the only patient. He turned his head and looked at the room's contents. The medicine cabinet on the far wall, the cultivation formation anchored in the floor, the assistant healer's work table, and the notation was there on all of it. The medicine cabinet, standard costs, most readable. Dried root ingredients with clear provenance. A jar of cultivation recovery pills labeled in the system's notation with something that translated, as best he could render it, as cost, practitioner time, voluntary, 3 months of cultivation attention, adequately compensated. A healing salve whose cost read simply as natural material, no practitioner cost. The cultivation formation in the floor, cost, 11 formation masters, 8 weeks of work, 6 paid adequately, 3 paid late, 1 paid with a resource whose value was disputed and never resolved. A small note in the corner of the notation flagged this as an unresolved account. He was reading the room like a ledger. Everything had a price. The prices were all visible. He sat up slowly, ignoring the protest from his ribs, and looked at his own hands. He half expected to see notation there too, a cost label on his own cultivation practice, his own choices. But his hands looked like his hands. Whatever this ability was, it didn't read him back at himself. Not yet, he thought, though he didn't know where the qualifier came from. Outside the window, the inner sect's training grounds were occupied by a group of core disciples running through morning formations. He watched them from the infirmary bed, 3 of them near the outer edge of the grounds, visible to him, their cultivation bases carrying cost notations he could read from across the distance. 40 years of another's lifespan. 12 years, 2 sources. 1 clean, standard cultivation arts, all costs acknowledged. He thought about the meaning of Clearstone fist formation, 3rd style, learned from the restricted inner disciple library, paid for with 40 years drawn from 3 unnamed practitioners who had not been informed of the cost. He thought about the fact that Ho Renming had used that technique on him at full strength as an act of instruction. He lay back on the infirmary bed and listened to his ribs ache and thought very carefully about what he had just learned. Chapter 2. 2 days later, the infirmary cleared him for limited activity. He went to the medicine hall. He told himself he was going to collect his monthly cultivation resources. That was the reason he gave to the assistant healer who asked where he was going. It was a true reason. It was not the full reason. The full reason was that he needed to know if the notation worked at distance or only up close. He needed to know if it required sustained focus or came automatically. He needed to understand what he was seeing before he said anything about it to anyone. The medicine hall was a larger building near the sect's eastern gate, managed by 3 outer disciples under the supervision of Elder Wei, who was responsible for distributing the monthly cultivation resource allotments. The room smelled of dried cultivation herbs, lacquered wood, and something mineral, formation residue from the preservation arrays built into the shelves. The notation was on everything. He stood in the doorway for a moment, adjusting. At first, the volume of it was disorienting. Dozens of labels visible simultaneously, each one legible if he focused, blurring at the edges of his attention when he didn't. He breathed deliberately and found that the notation responded to intention. If he wasn't actively reading a specific object, the labels faded to a gentle ambient presence rather than demanding simultaneous attention. He could choose what to read and what to let recede. That was helpful. That was a rule he could work with. He walked to the distribution counter and collected his allotment. 3 cultivation stones, 1 standard advancement pill, 1 recovery root bundle, and read each one as it was placed in front of him. The cultivation stones, clean. Standard formation process, acknowledged cost, adequately compensated. No flags. The recovery root bundle, clean. Natural material, no practitioner cost. The standard advancement pill, cost, practitioner time, 3 weeks of cultivation attention, voluntary, fairly compensated. He exhaled. His allotment was acceptable. Then Elder Wei, moving through the distribution routine with the efficiency of someone who had done this several thousand times, set a different pill on the counter beside the standard allotment. Smaller, differently colored, a deep amber rather than the standard pale yellow. The notation appeared as soon as it was within focus range. He stopped breathing for a moment. Cost, 14 years of lifespan. Source, 1 practitioner, outer disciple, unnamed. Method, extracted during the 3rd purge of the outer ranks. Chapter 3 of that event's formal record. Consent, not given, not solicited. Inner court commendation, Elder Wei said, not looking up from his distribution log. Core Elder Zhao designated you for merit credit from last quarter's formation accuracy scores. That's the Elder's own private stock, considerably more effective than the standard allotment. When Xiaochen looked at the amber pill, 14 years. An outer disciple's 14 years of projected life, taken during something called the 3rd purge of the outer ranks. He did not know what that event had been. He knew that the practitioner who had lost those 14 years had not been told about it. Thank you, he said. He picked up his standard allotment. He left the amber pill on the counter. Elder Wei looked up. That's the commendation pill. I understand. You're leaving it. Yes. A pause. Elder Wei's own cost notation read clean. The man had been distributing cultivation resources for 30 years with an impeccable record of acknowledged costs and fair compensation. He was genuinely confused. That pill is worth more than your standard quarterly allotment combined. I know. When Xiaochen picked up his bundle and turned toward the door. I'm not able to use it. He was almost to the door when Elder Wei said, behind him, you're not able to use it. The repetition was flat. Not a question. What does that mean, you're not able to use it? When Xiaochen stopped, he considered how to answer. He thought about 14 years and an unnamed outer disciple and Chapter 3 of the 3rd purge, and how Elder Wei had just handed it across the counter with the same expression he used for the standard recovery root bundles. I read costs, he said. That one costs more than I'm willing to pay. He left before Elder Wei could respond. In the street outside the medicine hall, he stood in the mid-morning light and looked at the sect spread out around him, buildings and paths and practitioners moving through their daily work, and the notation was on all of it. The formation stones in the courtyard paving, the banners hanging from the hall eaves, the techniques being practiced 2 buildings away, visible to him across the distance. Most of the costs were clean. Most of the practitioners in the sect were using resources whose price had been properly acknowledged and fairly paid. He had not expected that, and finding it was almost a relief. But the amber pill was not unusual. He could see, looking at the medicine hall's exterior formation arrays, that the preservation system itself contained a flagged account, something not fully resolved, not quite right, small enough that it had probably never mattered to anyone. And across the courtyard, the inner disciples' training formation carried notation that flagged for contested costs in its construction history. He wrote this down when he returned to his quarters. He didn't know what he was going to do with it. He started the documentation anyway. Chapter 3: The sect's assessment came 12 days later, while his ribs were still complaining on cold mornings. He had anticipated it. What he had not anticipated was how the assessment would end. The evaluating elder, a man named Lung Chongqian who managed the outer disciple academic record with meticulous attention to format and little attention to content, reviewed his advancement progress for the quarter and found no significant improvement. Resource consumption below standard rate. Assessment scores adequate but not distinguished. And a new notation flagged in Elder Wei's report. Refusal of an inner court commendation resource without stated medical or doctrinal grounds. Outer Disciple 1. Elder Lung did not look up from his brush. The monthly commendation resource refusal is noted in your record as unexplained. Can you explain it now? He had been thinking about how to answer this for 12 days. I read costs, he said. The pill's cost was not something I could accept. Elder Lung's brush stopped. He looked up for the first time. You read costs? Yes. Meaning what, specifically? He described it as plainly as he could. The notation, the legibility, the specific cost on the amber pill. 14 years. Unnamed Outer Disciple. The third purge. He watched Elder Lung's face as he spoke and read the elder's own cost notation. Clean, like Elder Wei's, and understood that he was looking at a practitioner who genuinely did not know about the pills he had been distributing. When he finished, Elder Lung was quiet for a long moment. That's a significant claim, the elder said. About core Elder Zhao's private stock specifically. Yes. Do you have evidence other than your own perception? Not yet. Another silence. Elder Lung set his brush down carefully. He said, Outer Disciple 1. You have a credible assessment record, and I want to take what you're telling me seriously. But you're describing a cultivated ability that no one in this sect has documented or reported, based on which you refused a formal inner court commendation. He paused. I cannot treat that as grounds for anything. I can treat it as grounds for concern about your mental recovery status following the Meridian incident. He had expected this. I understand. Your resource consumption this quarter is approximately 40% below standard outer disciple rate. That places you at risk of falling behind the minimum advancement threshold. Elder Lung picked up his brush again. I'm reassigning you to the outer courtyard cohort for the next quarter. Lower advancement requirements. More flexibility in resource selection. If your recovery is affecting your judgment about resource quality, the outer courtyard's medical station can provide assessment. He did not say, this is a demotion. The reassignment was a demotion. He also did not say, the reassignment removes him from the inner court commendation list, which means he will not be offered another amber pill. That was not nothing. Thank you, when Xianxia said. He meant it. The outer courtyard was quieter than the inner compound. Fewer disciples, older buildings, a lower pressure environment where practitioners who were not advancing on schedule were managed rather than cultivated. It was not where practitioners went to excel. He arrived on a Tuesday morning with his bundle and found the outer courtyard's small central garden occupied by 3 disciples sitting on stone benches, 2 of whom were watching a 4th figure across the space who was working at a portable pill cultivation station with focused attention. The figure was a young woman, roughly his age, whose technique for pill cultivation read, when he focused on her materials, as cost entirely clean. Every ingredient, every formation stone in her small kit, every component. Acknowledged costs, fair compensation, no contested accounts. He had not seen a pill cultivator with a completely clean materials record anywhere in the sect. He had been here less than an hour. He walked over. She looked up when he was close enough that ignoring him would have been deliberate. Her expression was the neutral, slightly guarded look of someone who had been told things before that later turned out to be wrong. Outer disciple transfer? She asked. When Xiaoqin, Mei Suying. She did not stop what she was doing, which was measuring a precise quantity of dried root into a formation bowl with a small bone spoon. What did you do to get sent here? Refused a commendation pill. Her measuring spoon paused for just a moment. Was it the amber kind? From Elder Zhao's private stock? Yes. The spoon resumed. Why did you refuse it? He told her. The same description he had given Elder Long, but shorter. He had been thinking about how to compress it, and some of the compression had involved deciding what the most important information was. The most important information was 14 years, unnamed outer disciple, unwilling. Mei Suying set her spoon down. She looked at him with an expression he could not read through the notation, because her own cost label was straightforward, but her face was more complicated than a ledger entry. I've been tracking the discrepancies for 2 years, she said. The pills whose output doesn't match their stated ingredients. The formation stones whose effects are stronger than their stated construction cost would support. She paused. I couldn't see where the gap came from. I could only see that the gap was there. The gap comes from hidden costs. How many? He considered the question carefully, because he had been documenting for 12 days, and he had a preliminary number. Most of the sect's highest value resources, not the ordinary materials, but the premium resources, the inner court commendation stock, the advanced cultivation formations, the restricted technique library. I haven't read everything yet, but the pattern is consistent. Mei Suiying was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I believe you. No skepticism, no demands for evidence, no expressions of concern about his mental recovery status. Just, I believe you. He had not realized, until that moment, how much the absence of that response had been weighing on him. Good, he said. I'm going to need help cross-referencing the documentation. Chapter 4. He began mapping the sect's cost network the following week. The method was simple in principle and laborious in practice. Walk through every accessible space in the outer courtyard and the adjacent grounds. Focus on each formation, resource cache, and technique archive within reading range, and write down what the notation showed. Date, location, object type, cost amount, cost source, consent status. He organized the records in a leather-bound documentation book he purchased with his own cultivation stones from a small shop run by an outer disciple whose materials read entirely clean. He had checked before buying. Mei Suiying helped him develop the cross-reference methodology. She brought to it 2 years of her own tracking, organized in a different format, but containing the same observations from a different angle. She had been measuring output against stated input costs, flagging anything where the results were too good to be explained by the listed materials. His cost readings told her where the hidden contribution came from. Her output measurements told him the scale of what was being taken. Together, the documentation grew faster than either of them had managed alone. What the documentation showed, after 2 weeks of careful recording, was not simple malfeasance. It was a layered system. At the bottom layer, resources that were straightforwardly built on hidden practitioner costs. The amber commendation pills, the restricted inner court technique formations, several of the combat technique sets in the library's intersection. These carried cost labels that read as direct extractions, lifespan, cultivation potential, formation aptitude, from practitioners who had not been told. In the middle layer, resources where the cost had been obscured through documentation indirection, not falsified. The original cost records existed, buried in appendices and subclauses that used formal notation almost no outer disciple could read without advanced training. These cost labels read as disclosed in form, concealed in practice. At the upper layer, and this was the part that took him the full 2 weeks to see clearly, resources whose cost labels pointed not to individual extractions, but to systemic ones. The outer courtyard's physical structures, for instance, had been built with formation labor whose cost notation indicated cultivation residue drawn from surrounding practitioners over construction period without individual disclosure, aggregate effect equivalent to several weeks of advancement for each practitioner present. Every outer disciple who had lived in the outer courtyard for more than a month had contributed a small, unacknowledged cost to the courtyard's maintenance formations, including him, presumably, though he couldn't read his own costs directly. The founding technique cost is the largest single item, he told Mei Suiying on the 12th day. They were sitting in the outer courtyard's small study room with his documentation book open between them. The clearstone fist formation, the sect's primary combat method, the one senior disciple Ho demonstrated on me. I read it in the public practice grounds 3 days ago when several inner disciples were running through the forms. The cost label covers 3 columns of notation. Mei Suiying had her own records open beside his. 3 columns meaning what? In terms of scale. 300 practitioners. Over 40 years. Involuntary lifespan transfer, not informed. He said it plainly because the plainness seemed the most honest way to say it. The founding patriarch built the sect's signature technique by quietly drawing from his weakest disciples. Spread across 40 years and 300 practitioners. Each individual amount was small enough that the practitioners likely attributed the cost to normal cultivation variation. Mei Suiying's pen had stopped moving. She was looking at the documentation entry. This is the technique they demonstrate at every founding ceremony, she said. The one they teach to every inner disciple as the sect's core inheritance. Yes, and you can verify this. I read it multiple times to confirm. The notation is consistent across every instance of the technique I've observed. He paused. I can't prove it to anyone who doesn't see the notation. But the cost label is there every time the technique is used. She thought about this for a moment. The output discrepancy data I have on the founding technique matches what you're describing. The technique performs at a level that the stated development history, one patriarch, 30 years of personal cultivation, shouldn't produce. I've been attributing it to historical documentation error. But if the actual cost is what you're reading, then the technique's performance level is accurate. It just cost 300 practitioners' lifespan to achieve, rather than one patriarch's cultivation time. She closed her documentation book. She said, "What do we do with this?" He had been asking himself the same question for 12 days, in the back of his mind, while the documentation grew. He had not found a clean answer. What he had found was a preliminary one. "We keep documenting," he said, "everything we can access, until we understand the full scope. And then we find someone who can do something with the information." He paused. "There's an elder named Bao Chongfeng. Iron Justice Section. I read him last week through the courtyard fence when he was doing his inspection tour. His own cost notation is completely clean. Acknowledged costs, fair compensation, no contested accounts, nothing hidden. He's the only person I've seen at his rank who reads that way. Iron Justice is strict," Mei Suing said carefully. "But they work within the sect's institutional framework. If the institutional framework itself is built on the same cost you're documenting, then we need someone who takes the institution seriously enough to challenge it from the inside." He closed his own documentation book, which is more useful than someone who dismisses the institution entirely, because the institution has the mechanisms that could actually change things. If Bao Chongfeng can be convinced. She looked at him with that same complicated expression from their first meeting. "You're planning to approach an Iron Justice Elder as an outer disciple on reassignment status. Eventually. We're not ready yet." He tucked the documentation book into his robe. "We will be." Chapter 5. He had been wondering, since the notation first appeared, whether he could read his own cultivation base. He knew he couldn't see his hands and find cost labels. He had tried that in the infirmary, and his own body read as a blank when he looked at it directly. But his cultivation base was different from his physical body. It was a structure he had built through months of practice, an organized accumulation of cultivated energy shaped by the techniques and resources he had used. He could look at other practitioners' cultivation bases and see the cost labels on what they had absorbed. It seemed logical that there should be something to read in his own. He tried it on a Thursday evening, sitting cross-legged on the floor of his outer courtyard quarters with the door closed and the small window latched against the autumn air. He turned his attention inward, the way he did when circulating cultivation energy, but directed it toward the ability itself, toward the source of the notation, wherever it lived inside him. The notation appeared, not like reading an external object, more like turning his eyes toward a part of himself he had always been able to see and simply hadn't been looking at. His cultivation base had a cost label. Of course it did. He had built it over months using techniques and resources whose costs he could now track. Most of those costs were clean, which was not surprising given that he had avoided the hidden cost resources instinctively even before he could see what was wrong with them. A kind of intuitive discomfort that he now understood had probably been the early stages of the ability registering costs without being able to fully present them. He read his cultivation base's cost label and found what he expected. Weeks of careful practice, resources he had chosen with care, techniques from the public outer disk archives whose costs were all correctly acknowledged. And then, at the base of the base, at the level where cultivation practice touched whatever was underneath it, the foundational layer that had existed before he began deliberately cultivating, a different notation. He couldn't read it, not because it was opaque or blurry. The notation was perfectly clear. It was written in characters he recognized as part of the same system he had been reading for weeks, same structural logic, same organizational columns. But the specific notation set was unfamiliar. A different dialect of the same language, or a regional variant, or a historical form that predated the version he could read. Each character was legible in isolation but resolved, when he tried to read them as a sentence, into meaning he couldn't parse. He sat with it for a long time. What he could make out, from the characters he could match to familiar forms, the cost had been paid before he was born. The amount was large, much larger than anything he had read on external objects. The quantity notation stretched across 2 full columns, which was more than the founding patriarch's 300 practitioner technique had used. And there was a name field, which in the external notations he read always contained a description of the cost pair. Unnamed, or outer disciple, or 3 individuals. This name field contained a title rather than a descriptor. Previous, Jiamu bearer. He did not know what Jiamu meant. The characters translated, literally, as price reading. But that could be a title, a description, a formal name for the ability itself, or something specific to a cultivation lineage he had never heard of. And the final column, the consent column, which in every external cost label he had read was either a flag for unwilling or uninformed, or a simple acknowledgement that the cost had been given freely. In this notation, the consent column read a single character he could recognize, voluntary. Someone who called themselves a previous Jiamu bearer had paid an enormous cost, voluntarily, before his birth, that now lived in the foundation of his cultivation base. He sat with the unreadable notation for a long time, turning the characters over in his mind, trying different reading approaches. None of them worked. Whatever dialect this was, he couldn't parse the full meaning with his current stage. He wrote down what he could read and what he couldn't. He wrote, previous Jiamu bearer, voluntary. Unknown cost, large scale. Pre-birth. He wrote, cannot read further until able to learn this notation variant, or advance enough that the ability itself translates. He set the question aside. He did not discard it. Questions like this one were not the kind he could afford to lose, but he filed it in the back of the documentation book, in the section he had started calling unresolved accounts, and returned his attention to the present. He had a cost network to finish mapping, an elder to eventually approach, 12 days of documentation that needed cross-reference verification before it would be usable, and a cultivation practice to maintain using only resources whose costs he could verify as clean, in a sect where most of the best resources were anything but, which meant his advancement this quarter would again fall below standard rate, and next quarter would be the same, and the quarter after that. He knew that. He had made his calculation. The cost of advancing quickly on hidden price resources was one he was not willing to pay. The cost of advancing slowly on clean ones was slower progress and lower sect standing, and the permanent suspicion of assessment elders who could not understand why a practitioner would refuse adequate resources. He could live with the second cost. He had read what the first cost required, and it was someone else's lifespan, and that was not a price he would hand off to someone who didn't know they were paying it. He opened his documentation book. He began reviewing the cross-reference entries. Outside the latched window, autumn settled into the outer courtyard like water filling a bowl, slow and complete. He wrote for another hour before stopping for the night. Chapter 6. The outer courtyard's technique archive was smaller than the inner sect's restricted library by an order of magnitude, but it contained one thing the inner library's entire collection, as best he could determine, did not: a technique with a completely clean cost history. He found it by spending 4 days reading every scroll in the archive. The archive was not large: 3 wooden shelves, 62 cultivation method texts, organized loosely by type rather than quality. And most of the methods read the same way the sect's other materials did, costs either hidden, contested, or partially obscured. Not because the outer courtyard archive was deliberately sourcing compromised materials. Just because the cultivation world, apparently, ran largely on costs that practitioners preferred not to examine. The exception was a thin scroll near the bottom of the middle shelf, so unremarkable that it had no binding string. The archive keeper had apparently used the scroll's own interior edge as a clasp, folded over twice and tucked. The title was handwritten rather than printed, Common Breath Restoration Method, attributed to a practitioner named Wei Fenglan, annotated as suitable for low-stage practitioners during recovery. The cost notation on this method was the most complete he had seen on anything outside of Mei Suing's workshop materials. Cost: Wei Fenglan, identified and consenting. Method: 3 months of personal cultivation practice and revision, fully documented. Intent: public distribution without restriction, cost to user 0. Maintenance cost: none. The method draws only on ambient cultivation energy in any environment with standard ether density, self-sustaining. He read it 3 times to confirm. The cost was real, it was acknowledged, and it pointed in every direction back to Wei Fenglan, who had paid it willingly, knowing it would not be recompensed. And the method itself cost the user nothing except time. A cultivator who created a technique specifically so that practitioners who had no resources to spend could still advance, he said to Mei Suing, who had come to the archive that afternoon to cross-reference her output measurements against his documentation. She looked at the scroll. Wei Fenglan. I don't know that name. The annotation says 200 years ago. Small practitioner, no sect affiliation. He paused. The notation suggests the method was designed specifically so that low-stage practitioners without institutional resources could continue developing. The cost is completely front-loaded to the creator and 0 to the user. Mei Suing was quiet for a moment. 200 years old and still in this archive. It works. The notation confirms the mechanics are sound. He began copying the method into his documentation book. I'm going to verify it fully before I start using it. I want to read it against my own cultivation structure at every stage of the verification. Make sure there's nothing obscured at the mechanic level. How long will that take? He considered. 2 weeks, to be thorough. The 2 weeks were thorough. He checked the method against every reading approach he had developed since his ability appeared, looking for hidden costs at the structural level, the mechanic level, the energy flow level. There were none. Wei Fenglan had apparently spent 3 months not just developing a technique, but building it in a way that made hidden costs structurally impossible. A self-auditing method where any addition of external cost would disrupt the method's own operation. In those 2 weeks, the outer disciples around him advanced. He watched them at morning practice, read their cost labels as they used the standard sect resources he couldn't touch, and documented the gap between their advancement rates and his. By the end of the 2-week verification, most of the outer courtyard cohort had moved forward by 2 stages. He had moved forward by a fraction of one. He began using the common breath restoration method on the 15th day. It was slow. Wei Fenglan had built it for survival, not speed. A method that could sustain a practitioner who had nothing else, not a method that could compete with the cultivation resources of a well-funded sect. What it gave him was clean forward motion, measurable in small increments, with no notation flags anywhere in the process. He could live with that. When the next assessment came, his scores had dropped to 3 points above the formal failure threshold. He was summoned. Chapter 7 Elder Lung Chongqian's assessment chamber was a room he had been in twice before, small, well-organized, smelling of the specific cultivation ink that the outer sect used for all formal documentation. 3 examination assistants sat along the east wall with recording brushes. The elder sat behind his formal desk. The assessment technique was a formation that Elder Lung activated by pressing his cultivation seal against the desk's embedded array, a standard practice that Wen Xiaochen had seen performed dozens of times by various assessment practitioners. He read the technique's cost label as the activation began. The notation appeared with the specific clarity that complex techniques carried at close range. He read it once and felt his breath go briefly shallow. Cost: 17 years of lifespan per activation. Source: 1 practitioner, unnamed, identified by sect registration number only. Method: extracted during the formal assessment process, 1 generation prior. Documentation falsified. Original cost records replaced with standard, practitioner time, voluntary, fairly compensated notation by an unnamed records official approximately 3 generations before the present. Consent: not solicited. The elder used this assessment formation every evaluation session. Every time he activated it, he drew 17 years from a practitioner who had not consented to the extraction. A practitioner who was probably dead now, their years spent without knowing where they went. And the elder did not know. The falsified documentation would look correct to anyone who could not read past it to the original cost. Outer Disciple 1. Elder Lung said, reviewing his records. Your advancement rate this quarter is at 31% of standard expectation. This is below the threshold for continued Outer Disciple status. Can you explain the decline? I'm using only resources whose costs I have verified as clean. He heard his own voice come out steady. Most of the sect's available resources carry hidden costs. The verification process takes time. The common breath restoration method is the only outer courtyard technique with a fully clean cost history. Elder Ling's pen paused. The common breath restoration method is a 200-year-old maintenance technique. It's not an advancement method. It's the only advancement method I can use. A silence. The 3 examination assistants along the east wall were writing in their recording books. Outer Disciple 1. The elder set his pen down. His voice was patient, which was worse than impatient. It was the patience of someone managing a known category of problem. This is the second time you have raised concerns about hidden costs in sect resources. The first time, I attributed it to recovery from your meridian injury. At this point, I must ask more directly. Are you experiencing ongoing perceptual disturbance? The medical station can. The evaluation technique you're currently using costs 17 years of another practitioner's lifespan per activation. He said it plainly. The cost was obscured 3 generations ago through documentation falsification. The original cost records were replaced. You don't know because the falsification was thorough, but the original notation is still there, underneath the replacement, and at my current stage I can read both. The silence that followed was different from the previous one. Elder Lung's face did not change expression. The 3 examination assistants along the east wall had all stopped writing. He could see them without quite looking at them. The way you could hear a sound stop in a room and know the silence was listening. That's a very specific claim, the elder said finally. Yes. About a technique that has been in use by this sect's assessment office for approximately 40 years. Yes. Another pause. Elder Lung picked his pen up. He made a notation in the assessment record. He said, I'm going to note in your file that you continue to report unusual perceptual experiences related to cultivation cost structures, and that the outer sect's medical station has been recommended to you on 2 occasions. I'm also going to note that your advancement rate is currently insufficient for standard outer disciple continuation, and that a further evaluation will be required at the next quarter's end if improvement does not occur. He set his pen down again. The session is concluded. When Xiaochen stood and left. In the corridor outside the assessment chamber, he stood for a moment and made himself breathe normally. He had not expected to be believed. He had known, going in, that he would not be believed. He had said it anyway because saying it aloud, on the record, meant the record contained it. And records were useful things that had their own cost labels. And he had read the SEC's record-keeping system well enough to know that some assessments were reviewed by ears other than elder lungs. He began walking back toward the outer courtyard. He was thinking about the 3 examination assistants, whose brushes had all stopped moving at the same moment. That was the kind of response people had when they heard something they already knew presented as new information. He wrote it in his documentation book when he returned to his quarters. 3 assessment assistants. Stopped writing simultaneously. Specific look exchanged. Not surprise, not alarm. Recognition. He added it to the unresolved accounts section. Chapter 8 Teaching Mei Suing. The reading framework took longer than he expected because the framework he had was not organized. It had developed in response to what he encountered, category by category, and existed primarily as a set of intuitions he had been translating into documentation. Making it teachable required him to make it explicit. The starting principle, he said, on the first morning they set aside for this specifically, is that every cultivated object has a cost. Not in the sense of price, in the sense of what was sacrificed to create it, maintain it, or transmit it. The notation I see is the record of that sacrifice. Mei Suing had her own notebook open. She was the kind of practitioner who wrote things down precisely and then reviewed the notes before speaking, which he had come to appreciate. And the sacrifice is always in terms of what, specifically. Lifespan is most common for major items. Cultivation potential for some techniques. A practitioner trading future advancement for immediate effect. Formation aptitude for constructed arrays. Time and attention for simpler things, like standard pills. He paused. The key categories for identifying hidden costs are consent and compensation. Clean costs read as source acknowledged, giving was willing, compensation was adequate. Hidden costs read as source unnamed, or giving was uninformed, or compensation was absent or contested. She wrote this down. How do you distinguish between uninformed and unwilling? The notation uses secondary characters to indicate the nature of the consent failure. Uninformed means the practitioner did not know what they were agreeing to. Unwilling means they knew and refused, but the cost was extracted regardless. The secondary notation for unwilling is rarer. It indicates active coercion. Most hidden costs are uninformed, not coerced, which matters for how to respond to it. Yes. He had been thinking about that distinction carefully. An uninformed cost is more likely to have involved practitioners who were acting in good faith. They thought they were agreeing to something else. An unwilling cost means someone knew they were taking from a practitioner who refused and did it anyway. The latter is a different category of action. Mei Suing nodded, writing. Your documentation so far. Most of the SEC's hidden costs are uninformed. The majority. The founding patriarch's technique notation is the clearest example of what I'd call structural uninformed extraction. Repeated, systematic, distributed across many practitioners over many years in amounts small enough to avoid individual notice. The practitioner who built the system may have begun with an intention that rationalized itself as acceptable. He paused. I don't know that. I can read the cost. I can't read the reasoning that produced it. That seems like an important limitation. It is. He had been thinking about this since he started the documentation. The notation tells me what happened. It doesn't tell me why. For some purposes, like determining whether a resource is usable, the what is sufficient. For other purposes, like determining what should be done about it, the why matters. They worked through several case studies from his documentation, specific cost labels he had read, the cross-reference data she had gathered from her output measurements, the comparison between what the notation said and what the documentation records showed. By the end of the second morning, she had a working vocabulary for the categories and was applying it to her own 2 years of recorded discrepancies, reorganizing them according to the consent and compensation framework. It was not the same as being able to read the notation directly, but it was a framework for understanding what the notation meant when he described it, and for identifying, from her own data, where hidden costs were most likely to appear. The pill batches where output exceeds stated input by more than 15%, she said, on the third morning. Under your framework, those are the ones most likely to have a hidden cost contribution. That's consistent with what I've read. The more efficient a resource appears relative to its stated costs, the more likely the efficiency comes from somewhere that isn't disclosed. She closed her notebook. She said, there's a lecture next week. a visiting grand alchemist, Su Baosher, from the southern region. He's bringing sample pills from his private production line as demonstration materials. She paused. His pills have the highest output to stated cost ratio of any pill cultivator I've tracked in the past 2 years. I've been unable to explain it through standard alchemy. His pills, when Xianxia said. Yes. He had been hearing the name Su Baosher as a general reference point for the top tier of the cultivation world's pill production for as long as he had been a cultivator. The standard line was that Su Baosher's techniques were simply more refined than anyone else's, a generation ahead in methodology, worth the premium cost. I'll attend the lecture, he said. Chapter 9. The lecture was held in the inner courtyard's main assembly hall. Outer disciples were not invited to the formal session but were permitted to observe from the courtyard gallery, a standing room space along the hall's exterior that looked through stone screen walls into the main floor below. Mei Suing accompanied him. They found a position near the gallery's eastern end, which gave them an unobstructed view of the demonstration table. Su Baosher was a large man in his middle years, carrying himself with the specific ease of someone who had been respected for so long that the respect had become invisible to him. Not arrogance exactly, but a settled certainty that the room's attention belonged to him as a matter of course. His cultivation notation read at a level when Xianxia found immediately interesting. The man himself was clean. His personal cultivation costs were acknowledged, adequately compensated, no hidden extractions. The demonstration table held 12 pill samples in labeled containers. He began reading them from the gallery while Su Baosher opened the lecture with a history of advanced pill condensation theory. He could read at this distance without obvious effort now. The ability had been developing with his cultivation practice, slowly but consistently, and the reading range had extended over the past weeks to approximately 40 meters before the notation became imprecise. The first 3 samples, clean, standard condensation costs, practitioner time acknowledged, materials properly sourced. The output-to-cost ratio was high, but not anomalous. This was what genuine methodological refinement looked like. He relaxed slightly. The 4th sample. He stopped. He read it twice. Cost, 7 practitioners. Identified only as residents of the Dust Mountain Settlement, outer region. Years given, 40 each, distributed. Consent, not solicited. Method of extraction, not specified in notation. Total contribution, 280 years of lifespan, converted to condensation energy. He read the remaining 8 samples. 3 of them carried the same notation variant. Different practitioners, different regions, the same pattern. 7 practitioners, 40 years each, per pill. He stood in the gallery and looked at Su Baosher below, who was explaining the elegant methodology behind his condensation approach to an audience of inner disciples and sect elders who were handling the sample containers and murmuring appreciation. Core Elder Zhao was holding the 4th sample, the one that cost 280 years from practitioners in the Dust Mountain Settlement who had not been asked. Mei Suing was close enough that he could speak to her quietly without being heard from the floor below. He described what the notation said. He watched her face as he spoke. She had learned to control her reactions to his cost readings, but this one moved through anyway, briefly, before she contained it. 4 of the 12 samples, she said. Her voice was level. 3 of the remaining 8 also carry the same pattern. Different source locations. She said nothing for a moment. Below them, Su Baosher was accepting appreciative questions from Elder Zhao and 2 other senior sect officials with the gracious patience of someone explaining something obvious to people whose understanding he expected to be limited. He's selling them, she said quietly, to the sect, for formal acquisition. The sect's most expensive acquisition this year, according to the announcement Elder Lung mentioned in my last assessment. Purchased for a record sum. He paused. The record sum is not enough to compensate 280 practitioner years per pill. That payment goes to Su Baosher, not to the people in the Dust Mountain Settlement. She was quiet. Below them, the lecture continued. Su Baosher's notation read clean throughout. His own cultivation, his own advancement, his own practice entirely clean. The pills were different from him. The pills were made through a process that used other people's years without telling them. We can't say anything from here, he said. It was not a question. No. Her voice was steady. Not without, no. Not from this gallery. He turned this over in his mind carefully. He needed evidence. Not his notation reading, which no one could verify. Evidence that matched what he read. Mei Suing's output discrepancy data, if it applied to these specific samples. Historical records of the Dust Mountain Settlement's population health, which would show the drain if it was significant enough. A legal framework for what had been done and who could respond to it. He had none of those things yet. The lecture ended. The samples were acquired formally and moved to Core Elder Zhao's personal storage. When Xiaochen walked back to the outer courtyard and sat down in his quarters and wrote a full description of the 4 samples' notations in precise detail, amount, source region, consent status, mechanism as far as he could read it. He would need this. He would need to be accurate when he could eventually speak. He was still writing when someone knocked on his door. Chapter 10. The man outside his door was not a sect official. He was one of Su Baosher's attendants. When Xiaochen recognized him from the lecture gallery, a practitioner of moderate stage who had been standing behind Su Baosher during the question session. His cost notation was clean in all the straightforward ways and complex in one unusual dimension. A specific obligation marker linking him formally to Su Baosher's organization, binding his loyalty in exchange for cultivation support. Grand Alchemist, Su has time before his formal departure tomorrow, the attendant said. He would like to speak with you. He had not introduced himself. He had not said how Su Baosher knew who he was. Both omissions were information. Where? When Xiaochen asked. The attendant led him to a formal guest room in the inner sect's visitor quarters, a space that read, in its cost notation, entirely clean. Su Baosher was seated at a low table with a cup of tea and the particular settled patience of someone who had requested many private conversations and expected all of them to go his way. Outer Disciple 1. The Grand Alchemist's voice was warm. Genuinely warm. When Xiaochen noted, not performed warmth. The man read as sincere. Please sit. He sat. I was told an outer disciple at the gallery today read the samples quite carefully, Su Baosher said. More carefully than anyone else in the room. He poured a second cup of tea and set it across the table. The tea itself read clean. I'm told this outer disciple has a reputation in the assessment office for unusual claims about hidden costs in cultivation resources. Both of those things are accurate, when Xiaochen said. What did you read in the samples? He thought about whether to answer. He decided that the honest answer was the most useful one. It gave him information about how Su Baosher responded to having his costs read aloud, which he needed. 4 of the 12 samples carried cost notations indicating lifespan extraction from unconsenting practitioners. I can describe the notation in detail if it's useful. Su Baosher was quiet for a moment. Not alarmed. That was the thing that settled in his chest with a specific weight. Not alarmed. Thoughtful. Your ability reads the cost history of cultivated objects, the Grand Alchemist said. It was not a question. Yes. And what you read in those samples was accurate. He hadn't expected that. He paused. Is that an admission? Su Baosher looked at him with something that was not quite amusement and not quite respect, something between the two that he had no good notation for. It's a recognition that the ability you describe is functional and you applied it correctly. I don't see any value in telling you the reading was wrong when you'll simply read again and reach the same conclusion. The logic was coherent. And the cost itself is how the condensation process works at that output level. No apology in the voice. No evasion. The energy required to produce a pill at that stage of refinement exceeds what standard resources can provide. The additional energy comes from available sources in the practitioner population of the surrounding territories. The practitioners experience this as mild cultivation fatigue over a period of years. Most attribute it to natural variation. He paused. It is not pleasant to describe. But the cultivation world's demand for pills at that refinement level is significant, and I am the most capable provider of that refinement level currently operating. You're describing the extraction as a service. I'm describing it as a system. The demand exists. The supply requires cost transfer. The practitioners who experience the cost don't notice it in any meaningful way. He set his teacup down. Outer Disciple 1. You can read costs in a way no one else can. That ability, properly directed, is worth considerably more than your current position in this sect's outer courtyard. He leaned forward slightly. Come work for me as a private appraiser. You verify cost labels on my supply chain, identify any extraction methods that exceed acceptable thresholds, and help me refine the process. In exchange, I provide full cultivation support, resource access, and insulation from the institutional complications you're clearly already experiencing. He looked at the teacup across the table and focused his ability on the offer itself, on Su Baosher's words and intent, as much as he could read intent rather than cost. The offer was genuine. The work would be real. The protection would be real. And the cost label on the offer, as best he could render it, his ability to report what he found to anyone outside Su Baosher's organization. The moment he worked for the supply chain, his documentation served the supply chain. The cost of your offer, when Xiaochen said, is that I stop being able to say what I find. You would say what you find to me. I would adjust the process based on what you find. Without independent accountability. Su Baosher inclined his head slightly. Without independent accountability. He thought about the practitioners in the Dust Mountain settlement who experienced mild cultivation fatigue over a period of years and attributed it to natural variation. He thought about them reading cost notations, if they could, not on their own bodies, but on the pills that were produced from what was taken from them. Pills sold to sect elders for record acquisition sums. Pills that other practitioners considered a mark of quality. No, he said. Su Baosher did not press. He did not threaten, not in this conversation, not directly. He simply nodded and said, I expected that response. I wanted to offer it anyway. He stood. You should be careful, outer disciple one. The ability you have is useful to many people for many reasons. Some of those reasons are not aligned with yours. He left. When Xiaoqun sat at the guest table for a moment, looking at the clean teacup, and understood that the visit had accomplished what Su Baosher intended. He now knew that there was a low-rank outer disciple who could read his cost labels accurately, and he had assessed the outer disciple's response to his offer, and he had made a note. The conversation had been information for both of them, and now Su Baosher would go and use his information, and when Xiaoqun would go and use his. He walked back to the outer courtyard and wrote the full conversation in his documentation book. If this story is speaking to you, the idea that every technique, every pill, every shortcut has a price that someone had to pay, subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss part 2. When Xiaoqun's ability to read what others can't see is going to take him into places the cultivation world has been hiding for centuries. Like if you're staying, it helps more than you'd think. Chapter 11. Su Baosher departed the following morning. He left 3 things behind. The first was the acquired pill samples, now formally in Core Elder Zhao's inventory. The second was a message delivered to the outer sect's administrative office, not addressed to Wen Xiaoqun by name, but through the chain of outer sect monitoring, flagging his file for increased attention. He read the messenger's cost notation as the man passed through the outer courtyard and recognized the organizational marker as the same one on Su Baosher's attendant. The third was a new outer disciple who arrived at the outer courtyard registration desk at mid-morning with transfer papers from a different sect, a practitioner named Tang Weilong, whose cost notation read, when Wen Xiaoqun read it from across the registration courtyard, like something he had never quite seen before. Not a debt marker, not a hidden extraction flag, something more like a ledger entry that had been made in his favor and not yet claimed, a credit notation, as if Tang Weilong was owed something rather than owing it. Wen Xiaoqun had read hundreds of practitioners by now and had never seen that variant of the notation. He didn't know yet what it meant. He recognized the face before he remembered where from. Then he did remember. Tang Weilong had grown several inches since they were 12. He had the build of someone who had been advancing hard, the specific density around the shoulders and chest that came from sustained high-rate cultivation. His registration was processed, and he turned away from the desk and saw Wen Xiaoqun standing across the courtyard and stopped. You look terrible, Tang Weilong said. This was, apparently, the greeting. You found the outer courtyard. Wen Xiaoqun closed the distance between them. You transferred. You transferred first. Tang Weilong's speech pattern had always been compressed, more confident than explanatory, expecting understanding to arrive without needing to be escorted. Heard you had problems in the inner cohort. Heard some things about that. He shrugged. Wanted to find out if they were true. What things? That you're refusing resources. That you're reading costs. Tang Weilong looked at him with the specific directness of someone who had known him well enough and long enough ago that the social performance requirements of the present didn't fully apply. My advancement teacher mentioned a low-rank outer disciple who claimed to see hidden costs in cultivation resources. Didn't name you, but I recognized the description. Your advancement teacher, Elder Yin Jiqing, lifespan cultivation specialist. Tang Weilong said it with the particular flatness of someone who had paid significant resources for instruction and considered the results worth the price. He said the cost reading claim was probably meridian damage from a cultivation incident. I thought it might be you. When Xiaoqun stood with this for a moment, he read Tang Weilong's cost notation again, carefully. The credit marker was still there, still unresolved, still pointing in a direction he couldn't yet trace. And across the surface of Tang Weilong's cultivation base, running through the entire accumulated structure of his advancement, he could now read the specific mechanism of the lifespan cultivation approach. Tang Weilong had advanced through the purchase of cultivation acceleration, a method that drew lifespan contribution from willing donors, converted it to advancement energy, and transferred it to the purchasing cultivator. This was not in itself unusual. Willing donor cultivation existed as a recognized and legal practice. What Wen Xiaoqun was reading was the scale and the disclosure. Your advancement since you began working with Elder Yin Jiqing, he said carefully. How long? 2 years. Tang Weilong's chin lifted slightly, a small tell that remained unchanged since they were 12. the gesture he made when anticipating challenge. You're going to say something about it. I'm going to ask whether you know how much of your projected lifespan you've used. A pause. The method draws from donor contribution, not from mine. The method draws primarily from donor contribution. The remaining fraction draws from your own projected years. He said it as evenly as he could. At the rate I'm reading in your cultivation base, you've spent approximately 15 years of your own projected lifespan in the past 2 years. Tang Weilong looked at him for a long moment. He said, "That's not what Elder Yin told me." "I know." He held Tang Weilong's gaze. "I'm telling you what I read." The silence that followed was the kind that came before a decision, not after one. Tang Weilong would either dismiss this, which he had every right to do and no way to verify against, or he would stay with it long enough to start asking questions. When Xianxia had known him since they were 9 years old, and he knew which way it would go, but he didn't push. "Show me," Tang Weilong said finally. "Show me the documentation." They went to find Mei Suiying. They were still in the outer courtyard study room when the formation shop at the courtyard's edge opened for business. A small shop, one of several that served outer disciples who needed basic formation components for practice. The shop was run by an old practitioner. When Xianxia had read the shop's materials before and found them all clean, which was why he occasionally bought formation stones there rather than from the sect's main supply. As they passed the shop's open door, the old man looked up from his work. He had the cost notation of someone who had been practicing quietly and carefully for a very long time. Everything acknowledged, everything compensated, the clean record of someone who had simply done their work honestly for decades. The old man looked at Wen Xianxia with an expression that was specific and unexpected, not recognition of who he was, exactly, but recognition of what he carried. "What your kind did for us," the old man said. His voice was the thin sound of someone who had been old for a long time. "We don't forget." Then he coughed, sharply, and the next sound was not a cough. When Xianxia was inside the shop before he had made the decision to move. The formation shop was small, 2 meters by 4, shelved floor to ceiling on 3 walls, a single work table in the center where the old practitioner had been sorting components. He had fallen forward against the table when the cough turned into something else. His hands were still pressing flat against the wood, keeping himself upright by force of habit while his cultivation base began the specific, visible collapse pattern that Wen Xianxia recognized as terminal. He caught the old man before he could go sideways and eased him onto the floor with his back against the shelf base. Tang Weilong appeared in the doorway a second later and stopped, reading the situation correctly. "Get Mei Suiying," Wen Xianxia said. Tang Weilong went. The old man's cost notation read clean all the way down, everything about him clean, right through to the current moment. He was dying of something that had been accumulating for years, a gradual cultivation-based degradation that the notation flagged as the long-term result of proximity to contaminated formation resources. He had been handling formation stones with hidden costs for decades without being able to see the slow drain. Not dramatic, not sudden, just the slow accumulation of small costs that no one had ever told him he was paying. "What your kind did for us." The old man's voice was thin, working against the weight of the collapse. His eyes were open and focused, which was more presence than Wen Xianxia expected. "The one before you. 100 years ago. A breath, deliberate. He showed us what we were handling, warned us to change our source. Another breath. My great-grandmother changed sources the next day. Most of us survived. Who was before me?" The old man's right hand moved, not reaching but pressing, turning slightly, the gesture of someone who had been holding something for a long time and had decided the time had come to release it. A sealed document tube rolled from beneath his palm to the floor beside Wen Xianxia's knee. Pale bone formation material, sealed with notation he could see was complex but couldn't immediately read. "He left it with us," the old man said. "Said to give it to the next one." When the next one came, his eyes moved to Wen Xianxia's face. "You came to the shop. Read it straight. Same way he did." A pause. "You're the next one." He picked up the sealed document. The notation on the seal was intricate, formation level encoding, not the simple cost notation he read on cultivated objects. He could see it was layered, multiple seals over each other, each layer requiring a specific stage to access. At his current level, he couldn't read past the outermost layer, which told him, sealed until the appropriate bearer, forward to the reader. "I'll keep it safe," he said. The old man closed his eyes. He breathed twice more. Then he stopped. Wen Xianxia sat on the formation shop floor with the sealed document in his hands and the old man's cultivation base decaying quietly around him, the notation dissipating like writing in sand when the tide comes in. Formation components on the shelves above him, all clean. A life of clean work, with no knowledge of the slow drain from the contaminated stock he'd handled before his great-grandmother changed sources. When Mei Suing arrived, she took in the scene and said, "He's gone?" "Yes." He stood. "I need to tell you what he said." He also needed to tell Tang Weilong, who was standing in the doorway behind Mei Suing with an expression that was doing the specific calculation of someone who had come to verify a claim and found considerably more than the claim. They went to the study room, and he told them both. The sealed document went into his inner robe. Somewhere between telling the story and answering Tang Weilong's first careful questions, he felt the shift, quiet, like a lens grinding to a new focal length. The notation around him became slightly sharper. A new category of cost became readable where before there had been faint blurring. The hidden costs inside complex techniques, the layers beneath formation engineering, the secondary costs that practitioners absorbed through regular interaction with compromised resources rather than direct extraction. He looked at the formation components on the outer courtyard's practice arrays and read costs he hadn't been able to read an hour ago. Penny appraiser. Something in his cultivation base had settled into a new arrangement, organized around the accumulation of what he'd been learning to see. He wrote it down. He told Mei Suing. She wrote it in her notebook with the specific satisfaction of someone who had been tracking a variable and had just found it moved. Tang Weilong said, "What does that change?" "What I can read," Wen Qiuqian said. "Not what I need to do with it." Chapter 12. Tang Weilong did not go back to Elder Yan Jiqing's cultivation sessions. He said this the following morning, when he came to the outer courtyard study room, where Mei Suing had been cross-referencing the output data with the new cost notations Wen Qiuqian had provided. He said it as if it were a decision he had made in private and was now reporting as complete information, not seeking response. "You believe it," Mei Suing said. It was not quite a question. "I believe the formation shop practitioner is dead," Tang Weilong said. "I believe he said what Qiuqian says he said. I believe Qiuqian reads something." He sat down in the study room's third chair with the weight of someone who had not slept well. "Whether the reading is accurate is something I can't verify directly, but the pattern is consistent with things I've noticed in myself and dismissed for 2 years." "What things?" Wen Qiuqian asked. "Fatigue that isn't cultivation fatigue. Calculations that don't add up." Tang Weilong pressed his thumb against the table's edge, another old habit, the self-steadying gesture. "The other practitioners in Yan Jiqing's advanced cohort, the ones who've been with him longest, they look older than they should. I attributed it to cultivation strain. It may be both." "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. "You said 15 years. Over 2 years. Approximately. The notation doesn't give me exact projections, only the accumulated cost in the current cultivation structure." He said it carefully because careful was what the situation deserved. "I can see what was taken. I can't tell you how much total projected lifespan you have. I don't read individual lifespans at this stage. But you see the cost." "I see the cost." Tang Weilong looked at the table. He said, "I want to confront Yan Jiqing. He'll have documentation." "I know." A pause. "I want to see what the documentation says." When Qiuqian thought about this, there was a useful function to the confrontation even if it produced no immediate action. It would tell them whether Yan Jiqing was aware of the hidden lifespan component or whether the concealment happened at a level where even the practitioners implementing the system didn't see it. That distinction mattered for understanding how the system worked. "When you go," he said, "I want to come. Not into the room. I'll read from outside if I can get close enough. But I want to read the documentation he shows you." Tang Weilong looked at him. "You can read documentation from outside a room?" "From approximately 40 meters, with current stage. Less for complex notation." He paused. "It depends on the room." The expression on Tang Weilong's face was the one he had been making since they were 11. The look of someone re-evaluating what kind of person he was dealing with. "Fine," he said. "Tomorrow afternoon. He has an open consultation session." Chapter 13. Elder Yan Jiqing's consultation room was on the inner sect's administrative row, which was close enough to the outer courtyard that Wen Qiuqian could position himself near the east-facing garden wall and read through it to where Tang Weilong sat across from the elder's desk. The garden wall was stone. He had not previously tested whether the notation reading worked through solid material. It did, imprecisely. The notation came through like sound through a partition, most of the meaning intact, but some of the secondary notation characters unclear. He settled in against the wall's shaded side, looking casual, and read. Tang Weilong's side of the conversation was not visible to him, but the elder's documentation was. When Yan Jiqing produced the cultivation method certification papers, Wen Qiuqian read them from 40 meters through 30 centimeters of stone. The papers were real. He could read the cost notation on the documentation itself, genuine certification, authenticated at the correct administrative level, reflecting actual review by the sect's medical board. The review had found the cultivation method to be standard approved practice. The review was real. He spent several minutes reading the documentation from every angle his ability could reach and found what he had suspected in the assessment chamber with Elder Long. The hidden lifespan cost was disclosed. It was disclosed in a subappendix of a technical annex, written in formal administrative notation that required at minimum a silver auditor stage to read clearly. At his current penny appraiser stage, he could see it existed but not read it in full detail. The cost was present in the legal documentation. It was simply written in notation that no outer disciple would reach before the cost had already been paid. He wrote this down while he waited. Tang Weilong emerged from the consultation 40 minutes later. He walked to the wall without looking for Wen Xiuqian, which meant he was good at not looking for things he knew were there. He sat on a stone bench in the garden and waited. Wen Xiuqian came around the wall's corner. He sat on the other end of the bench. He produced certification, Tang Weilong said. Standard medical board approval. Published documentation. Everything legitimate. It is legitimate. He saw the look this produced. The cost disclosure exists in the documentation. It's in a technical annex, written in notation that would require a practitioner at silver auditor stage to fully read. No outer disciple will reach silver auditor before the cultivation method has already consumed their available contribution. A silence. Tang Weilong looked at the garden's cultivation array. Clean. He noted from habit, ordinary maintenance cost. Nothing flagged. So it's not technically hidden, Tang Weilong said. It's hidden by accessibility. The disclosure exists. The disclosure is written in a format that prevents the relevant practitioners from reading it. He turned this over again, the way he had been turning it over since the assessment chamber. There are different categories of concealment. Direct falsification, Elder Lung's assessment technique, where the original cost records were replaced. Documentation indirection, this method, where the disclosure is present but practically inaccessible. And I suspect there are others I haven't encountered yet. Yin Jiqing knew. About the disclosure method? Probably. About the specific cost amounts for each practitioner? Less certain. He paused. He could have structured the system and genuinely not tracked the individual costs from there. The system runs itself. Tang Weilong's jaw was set. He said, he told me the fatigue I've been feeling is standard cultivation adjustment. He told me the other practitioners in his cohort age faster because of the demanding practice schedule. A pause. He believes what he says. I could tell. Yes. He had been thinking about this since yesterday, about how many of the practitioners he had read who carried clean personal cost notations while working within systems that were not clean. The system doesn't require awareness from every participant. It only requires someone at the design level who understood what they were building. Which was who, in this case? I don't know yet. He tucked his documentation book away. I'm going to find out. Tang Weilong looked at him. He said, I'm not going back to Yin Jiqing's sessions. I know. What do I do instead? The Outer Courtyard's archive has the common breath restoration method. It's slow. It costs nothing you haven't consented to pay. He paused. I can show you how to verify that before you use it. Tang Weilong looked at the garden for another moment. He said, you said the thing in my cultivation base, the credit notation. The thing that reads like I'm owed something. I still can't trace it. The notation type is unfamiliar. He had been attempting to read it more precisely at penny appraiser stage and getting the same result. It's not a debt you owe. It reads like a standing account someone has maintained in your name. Someone who? I don't know yet. He stood. I'm working on it. Chapter 14. The sealed document lived inside his inner robe for 4 days before he moved it to Mei Suing's workshop. The decision to move it was not panic. He had no specific information yet that someone was looking for it. It was pattern recognition. He had begun reading the 3 examination assistants from Elder Lung's assessment chamber more carefully over the past week, after noting that their observation of him had become specific rather than ambient. One of them walked the outer courtyard's perimeter each morning, which examination assistants from the assessment office did not normally do. Another had taken up a station at the outer courtyard's resource distribution center, which placed him in a position to observe Wen Xiuqian's daily movements. He had not been told he was being watched. He had not needed to be told. On the 4th day, he put the sealed document in a plain formation component box from the formation shop's remaining inventory, which Mei Suing had agreed to manage until the shop's affairs could be formally settled, and carried the box to her workshop as morning materials. He told her what was in it. She put it under her work table behind 3 other boxes of formation components and did not mention it again. That afternoon, he read the 3 examination assistants' cost notations as thoroughly as he could at penny appraiser stage and found they reported to someone. Not Elder Long, a different reporting chain, above the assessment office, using a specific administrative message formation that had a cost notation flag he recognized as the same organizational structure he had seen on Su Baosher's attendant. A different branch, but the same root system. He wrote this down and added it to the unresolved accounts section. The monitoring assistants filed their report 2 days later. He knew they had filed it because the report triggered a response he could track. A practitioner from the SEC's Administrative Coordination Office arrived at the outer courtyard with a standard audit notification. A formal inspection of living quarters and personal effects, framed as routine inventory compliance. Outer Disciple Wen Xiaochen. The notification read, Routine quarterly quarters inspection per Outer Sect Administrative Standard 14C. Report to Outer Courtyard Administrative Station for key transfer. Inspection will be conducted in your absence. He reported to the administrative station, transferred his quarters key, and walked to Mei Suing's workshop. They sat in the workshop and waited. He read the formation components in front of him and noted that the cost notations on the incoming stock from the sect's main supply had shifted slightly. New source materials, slightly higher hidden cost concentration than the previous batch. Small change. Not nothing. He wrote it down. The inspection took 2 hours. He returned to his quarters afterward and read the rooms carefully. Formation structures that had been present before were still present. Cost notations unchanged. Personal effects undisturbed. Nothing missing. Nothing added, either, which he had been somewhat concerned about. In his documentation book, he wrote, Inspection found nothing, which is the correct result because I moved the item. The decision to move it was therefore correct. He underlined this and moved on. Chapter 15 Senior Disciple Ho Renming came to oversee the inspection's completion personally. Wen Xiaochen saw him arriving as he was returning to his quarters. Ho Renming emerging from the outer courtyard's administrative building with the 2 inspection officers, reviewing something in a formal documentation folder with the expression of someone who had expected to find more. His cultivation notation was unchanged from the last time when Xiaochen had read him. The same 40 years from 3 unnamed servants, the same clearstone fist formation, third style, built on the sect's founding method of unconsented extraction. He had not seen Senior Disciple Ho since the infirmary. Ho Renming looked up when Xiaochen approached his own quarters, and the look they exchanged was informative without requiring either of them to say anything. Ho Renming was not here for routine administrative follow-up. He was here because something in the audit's scope warranted the personal attention of an inner disciple with enough standing to receive sensitive monitoring reports, which told Wen Xiaochen something about the sealed document's value, even though he couldn't read what was inside it yet. Outer Disciple 1, Ho Renming said, formal, as if the infirmary had not happened. Senior Disciple Ho, your quarters have been cleared. He closed the documentation folder. The inspection found no compliance issues. A pause, calibrated. You've been settling in well to the outer courtyard's routine? Well enough. He met Ho Renming's eyes with the same directness he had used in the infirmary when he had asked about the name of the technique. The resources here are suitable. Ho Renming looked at him for a moment. The specific look of someone reading for information from a face they expected to be readable and finding less than anticipated. I understand you've been limiting your resource consumption to certain verified categories. That's accurate. Elder Lung has noted concerns about your advancement rate. He has. A silence that was doing something other than resting. Both of them aware of it, neither breaking it immediately. Then Ho Renming said, the outer courtyard has limited resources compared to the inner sect. If your verification process is creating practical limitations, there are channels for requesting resource substitution. He said it as an offering, but the cost notation on it read as genuine institutional concern overlaid with the practical interest of someone who had been told to keep this particular outer disciple functional and accessible. Thank you, Wen Xiaochen said. I'll keep that in mind. He went into his quarters. He heard Ho Renming say something to the inspection officers, quietly, and then the sound of footsteps departing. He waited until the sound was gone, and then stood in his room and did what he had been doing each evening. Methodically read the cost notation on every item in his quarters, verifying that nothing had been introduced or altered. Everything was the same. He thought about the chain. Monitoring assistants reporting to a structure connected to Sue Bauscher's organizational markers, connected to whatever administrative authority had been tracking Ho Renming's monitoring request, connected to the inspection that had been triggered by the report of a sealed document of unclear origin. The document had not been found, but the attempt to find it had been made, which meant someone knew enough to look. The previous bearer of the Jiamu ability had lived 100 years and worked from a location that the Cultivation Authority's registration archive described as undisclosed. He had left a document with formation shop practitioners who passed it down through family lines. He had structured the handoff so that the document would wait for the next bearer rather than the next convenient person. He was beginning to understand why. He went to find Mei Suing. He needed to tell her to keep the document under her work table indefinitely, not just until the inspection cleared. He also needed to tell Tang Weilong that Elder Yin Jiqing's monitoring structure was more connected than they had assumed, and that whatever access Tang Weilong had built through his cultivation sessions with the Elder would need to be managed carefully from this point forward. There was work to do. The evening light was still good. He picked up his documentation book and went. Chapter 16 Su Baoshi's second visit to the Clearstone sect was announced through the inner sect's private scheduling board, not the public lecture calendar. When Xiaochen read this from the cost notation on the scheduling formation itself, a message system built into the inner sect's administrative formation network, the kind of structure that had its own readable cost history. He could not read the specific content of the message, only that one had been sent, when, and the general organizational signature of who had received it. Su Baoshi's organizational marker again. The sect patriarch's administrative office responding. This was not a lecture. This was a business meeting. He positioned himself at the outer courtyard's north wall on the morning of the visit, in a spot that gave him a clear angle on the inner sect's main entrance path. He brought his documentation book. He brought the specific focused attention he had been developing for reading at distance, a deliberate narrowing of the notations field that let him attend to specific practitioners without the ambient background of everything else in the surrounding area. Su Baoshi arrived with 2 practitioners he had not brought before. They were not attendants. Attendants had the specific notation of professional loyalty, the organizational markers, the contractual cultivation support, the legitimate binding that connected a practitioner to their employer's interests. These 2 read differently. Their current capabilities were built on costs that were not their own, not the same mechanism as the ash basin workers he would later encounter. This was more concentrated, more deliberate. Each practitioner had cultivation bases whose advancement cost notation pointed not to their own lifespan, their own sacrifice, their own resources freely given, but to a specific source that the notation described as unauthorized transfer. Multiple sources, different practitioners, different regions, accumulated over years. They were walking and wearing other practitioners' years as cultivation advancement. He read this 3 times, slowly, making certain of what he was seeing. The practitioners themselves had clean personal cost notations in terms of recent action. They had not directly extracted anything from anyone. They had received the advancement and used it, possibly without knowing exactly where it came from. But the notation on their cultivation bases was specific. This advancement was paid for by practitioners who did not consent to the payment. He wrote full descriptions. Both practitioners. Physical details, cultivation stage, cost notation structure, the organizational connection that linked them to Su Baoshi's supply chain in the same way that the samples he had read at the lecture did. Su Baoshi met with the sect patriarch for 3 hours. When they left, the 2 practitioners' cost notations were unchanged. Whatever had been decided in the meeting, it had not involved them directly. The sect patriarch did not come to the entrance to see them off, which was either courtesy or distance, and both interpretations were useful information. That evening he added the 2 practitioners' documentation to the file and wrote across the top of the entry. Su Baoshi's practice is not limited to pill production. The cost mechanisms are present in human cultivation advancement as well. This is a larger system than I had estimated. He looked at what he had written. He thought about the scale. Then he thought about what Tang Weilong had said the previous evening, about wanting to understand the founding patriarch's technique. The founding patriarch's technique was the sect's core inheritance, demonstrated publicly, understood to be legitimate. If the founding patriarch's technique was built on hidden costs, and Su Baoshi's supply chain operated using hidden costs, and Elder Yin Jiqing's cultivation acceleration method used hidden costs, these were not 3 separate problems. They were 3 expressions of the same thing. He wanted to understand the full shape of it. Chapter 17 Tang Weilong arranged the reading 2 days later. He had spent those 2 days, as best when Xiaochen could determine from their conversations, doing the specific processing that Tang Weilong did when he had decided to accept something uncomfortable, going quiet, being present but not engaging with it directly, and then arriving ready to act. He did not discuss it. He simply appeared at the outer courtyard study room one morning and said, "Public Technique Library. Today, you're going to read the founding patriarch's primary combat method." The Public Technique Library held copies of the sect's open-access cultivation methods, techniques that any disciple, inner or outer, could study. The founding patriarch's primary combat method was in the main collection, displayed under glass in the library's central reading hall. Demonstrations of it were held every year at the founding ceremony. The sect's best inner disciples ran through the forms as a matter of institutional pride. The library was not crowded at mid-morning. A handful of outer disciples working through basic techniques at the reading tables. A librarian arranging a new display near the east wall. Tang Weilong walked in with the easy confidence of someone who had full right to be there and positioned himself near the central case. When Xiaochen stood beside the glass and focused, the founding patriarch's primary combat method was the most famous technique in the sect's public collection. 100-year development, the historical record said, of sustained individual cultivation work. The patriarch had built it through decades of dedicated refinement, and it represented the highest expression of Clearstone sect's founding martial tradition. He read the cost notation. 300 practitioners. Over 40 years. Involuntary lifespan transfer, the notation specified, using the secondary character for uninformed rather than resisting, meaning these practitioners had not known what was being taken. Small amounts per practitioner, spread across the entire body of disciples who had been present in the sect during the founding patriarch's 40-year development period. Small enough that each individual would have experienced it as normal cultivation variation, would have attributed the slight acceleration of their own aging to the demands of discipleship. 300 practitioners accumulated years, taken without disclosure, built into the sect's foundational technique. He described it aloud, quietly, to Tang Weilong beside him. He kept his voice even and specific. Who paid, what they paid, how the payment was structured, what the notation indicated about consent. He said it the way he documented everything, precisely, without editorial, because the facts were sufficient without elaboration. Tang Weilong did not speak for a long moment after he finished. Then he said, "Every inner disciple learns this technique." Yes. Every founding ceremony demonstration. Yes. They're running through it right now, in the inner court morning training. Yes. He could see it from the library's east-facing window. 3 inner disciples in the courtyard beyond, working through the forms. The technique functions by drawing on the accumulated cost built into it. Every time it's used, the pattern is there. Tang Weilong stood very still. He said, "This is the legitimacy of the sect. The sect's signature technique. The founding patriarch's primary legacy." He put his notation book away. The legitimacy of an institution built on a technique whose origins are what I just read. A long silence. Then Tang Weilong turned away from the display case and walked to the library's exit without saying anything else. When Xiaochen followed, outside, in the open air of the library's stone-paved entrance, Tang Weilong stopped and turned around. His face had the particular expression of someone who has understood a thing and is not going to pretend they haven't understood it. He said, "What do we do? Document it fully. Verify every reading." He had been thinking about this since the night he first read the technique in the training grounds. Then find someone with institutional standing who can receive the information and act on it. Someone whose own practice reads clean and who has a legitimate mechanism for challenging what the documentation shows. Bao Changfeng. Yes. He's Iron Justice Section. Tang Weilong thought. Strict institutional actor. Operates within the sect framework. Which is what I need. Someone inside the framework with the authority to use it. He paused. If he acts on it, he risks everything in the same framework he depends on. If he doesn't act, he continues depending on a framework built on what I've documented. Either way, he needs to know. Tang Weilong looked at him. Can we get to him? Not directly. Not from my position. He thought about Mei Suying's standing, her medical practice access, her independent operation record. But someone who has a different kind of institutional access might be able to make the approach less visible. Chapter 18. He spent the full day after the library visit sitting with the information. This was something he had learned to do deliberately. Before deciding what to do with documentation, give it the weight of a full day's attention. Not because the information needed time to become real, but because decisions made immediately after reading something were decisions made without understanding all the implications, and the implications of the founding patriarch's technique were extensive enough that rushing past them would be a waste of the reading. What he understood by the end of the day, the founding patriarch's technique was not an isolated case. It was the clearest example he had found of the underlying pattern. Hidden costs distributed across a large population, small enough per individual to avoid detection, accumulated into something powerful. The same logic as the ash basin's extraction mechanism, which he had not yet read in detail, but which Mei Suying had been tracking through output data. The same logic as Elder Yan Jiqing's cultivation acceleration method. The same logic as Su Baosher's pill production process. The difference with the founding patriarch's technique was scale and institutionalization. This was not a practitioner running a private scheme. This was the founding act of an organization that had been operating for generations. The sect's legitimacy rested on it. Every inner disciple who had learned the technique had built their combat capability on 300 practitioners' unconsented years. The pattern was structural, not personal. He also understood what the information's danger was, now that he had thought about it carefully. It was not just that the founding line would want to suppress it. It was that the information, if released badly, would destabilize something that hundreds of practitioners depended on for their cultivation infrastructure, their institutional standing, their daily livelihood. Destabilizing it without a framework for what came next was not useful, it was just damage. He had read enough bad outcomes and cost notations to understand the difference between information that created accountability and information that simply burned things down. He needed Bao Changfeng specifically because Bao Changfeng operated within the institutional framework and could use it. The Iron Justice section had the mandate to investigate founding line integrity. If anyone had the legitimate mechanism to receive this documentation and act on it through institutional channels rather than destabilizing ones, it was Bao Changfeng. He wrote all of this in his documentation book and looked at what he had written. He had a reading. He had documentation. He had a framework for what needed to happen. He had no direct path to the person who needed to receive it. He went to find Mei Suiying. Chapter 19. Mei Suiying did not take the approach immediately. She spent 2 days reading through his full documentation on the founding patriarch's technique, cross-referencing with her own 2-year record of output discrepancies, and then spent an additional day writing her own summary, formatted as a research hypothesis in alchemical verification style rather than a cost-reading report. Because alchemical verification was a methodology that had formal standing in the sect's administrative record and cost-reading did not. The framing matters, she explained, when he asked about the delay. Bao Changfeng has been suspicious of the founding line's methods for years. You told me you read his notation as someone who had flagged historical anomalies and found no framework for explaining them. That means he already suspects something. My approach needs to give him the verification framework, not present the conclusion. She looked at her summary. If I come in saying here is what we found, he'll evaluate whether to believe it. If I say here is a methodology that produces these results, and we'd like your expertise on whether the results are consistent with anything you've observed, he evaluates whether the methodology is sound. He thought about this. You're asking him to verify it rather than accept it. I'm asking him to apply his own records to our framework and draw his own conclusion. She folded the summary. His conclusion will be the same, but it will be his. She went alone, which was the correct decision. An outer disciple approaching an Iron Justice elder would have been flagged immediately. A practitioner operating an independent medical practice, with a 2-year record of discrepancy documentation and a clean practice record of her own, was a different kind of interlocutor. He waited in the outer courtyard study room and read the cost notation on the formation arrays outside and wrote additional documentation. She returned in the late afternoon. She sat down, set her documentation folder on the table, and said, he read everything. He didn't speak for approximately 8 minutes while reading. What did he say after that? He asked me how precise the output discrepancy measurements were. I explained the methodology. He asked whether the methodology had been independently verified. I told him it had been cross-referenced with a cost-reading practitioner's direct notation, which he would need to assess independently. She paused. He asked if the practitioner would speak with him directly. What did you say? That the practitioner had been flagged for unusual claims in the assessment office and was in an outer disciple position with an audit record, but that those circumstances were themselves relevant data points rather than reasons to dismiss the testimony. She looked at him. He said he understood. He also said, and this I wrote down exactly, that the lifespan record anomalies he had identified in the sect's historical documentation, which he had been unable to explain through standard methodologies, were consistent with the pattern our framework described. He held the information for a moment. He confirmed it. He confirmed the anomalies are consistent with it. She made the distinction precisely. He hasn't concluded yet, but he said he would like to apply our framework to the complete historical records he has access to, which are more extensive than what's available to practitioners below his clearance level. How long will that take? He said, 3 days. He nodded. All right. 3 days was a long time for something the sect's monitoring structure had already been tracking, but 3 days was what it would take, and rushing it would produce something weaker. He spent those 3 days maintaining his documentation and watching the 3 monitoring assistants from the assessment office continue their outer courtyard observations. He noted, their observations had become slightly more urgent. The inspection had found nothing, but the organizational structure it was connected to was still in motion. Chapter 20. Bao Changfeng's message arrived on the evening of the 3rd day, through a sealed message formation that routed through the outer courtyard's medical station rather than the standard sect messaging system. The message was brief. He had applied the framework to the complete historical lifespan records and found irregularities that matched the pattern precisely. He was opening a formal investigation under the sect's Iron Justice mandate. When Shochen's direct testimony would be required as a founding declaration, he should present at the Iron Justice office the following morning. He read the message twice. He wrote in his documentation book, "Investigation opened. Correct institutional response. Also most dangerous thing that has happened yet." He was not wrong about the danger. A formal iron justice investigation into the founding patriarch's technique was the kind of action that the founding line's self-protective infrastructure would treat as an existential threat. Not because the investigation would necessarily succeed. Institutional investigations could be slowed, redirected, ruled inadmissible on procedural grounds that had no relation to the facts. But because an investigation on the formal record created a permanent notation in the sect's administrative history that could not be cleanly erased, and a permanent notation was the one thing the founding line's documentation falsification methods could not handle without additional risk. He also noted, the formal investigation meant Bao Changfeng had made a decision, and the decision committed the Iron Justice Section's reputation to a process based on his testimony. This was not a small thing to have someone do on the basis of a cost-reading ability that the assessment office had flagged as probable meridian damage. He went to his quarters to prepare the formal declaration documentation he would need for the morning. His door was open. He stopped in the corridor. He had closed the door when he left. He was certain. He had developed the habit of noting small details precisely, and the door position when he left and when he returned was part of the sequence he tracked. Inside, at his work table, his documentation book was gone. The secondary documentation, his backup notations, the copies he had been making, also gone. The shelves where he kept his cross-reference materials were cleared. His quarters had been searched, again, by someone more thorough than the official inspection team. This search had not been careful about leaving evidence. They had taken everything they came for and had not bothered to hide the taking. He stood in the doorway and took inventory of what remained. His personal effects, undisturbed. The common breath restoration method scroll, still on the shelf. Either they didn't know its significance or they didn't care about a 200-year-old maintenance technique. Nothing added. Just the documentation, gone. He thought. The originals were all in his head. He could rebuild the documentation. The copies Mei Suiying had in her workshop, the document from the dying formation shop practitioner, the sealed tube. Those were still there, were they? He made himself not run. He walked to the outer courtyard's main path at a measured pace and was approximately halfway to Mei Suiying's workshop when a voice behind him said, "Outer Disciple 1. He turned. One of the monitoring assistants from Elder Lung's assessment chamber, and behind him, a practitioner in administrative red with a formal document folder. "Transfer order," the practitioner said, extending the folder. "Effective immediately. By directive of the Outer Sect Administrative Coordination Office, you are reassigned to the distant Ash Station outpost. Departure is scheduled for tomorrow morning." He took the folder. Read the cost notation on it. Legitimate administrative documentation, real authorization chain, every signature genuine. Not falsified. The mechanism had been used correctly. The distant Ash Station was the Outer Sect's most remote assignment, a mineral monitoring outpost in the Eastern Territories, approximately 3 months' travel from the main sect. A practitioner assigned there could not present testimony at an Iron Justice hearing in the main sect the following morning. He kept his face still. He said, "Understood. I'll prepare to depart tomorrow." The administrative practitioner left. The monitoring assistant lingered for a moment, which was information in itself, before following. When Shouchen stood on the outer courtyard's main path with the transfer order in his hand and thought, very carefully, about what needed to happen in the next several hours. The documentation was gone, but the testimony was not. He could write the founding declaration tonight from memory. He had read the notation too many times to forget it. Bao Changfeng needed the declaration as a founding document, not the physical notes. And Mei Suiying. He walked, still at a measured pace, to her workshop. The door was locked. He knocked twice, their signal, and waited. No answer. He knocked again. He tried the door handle. He looked at the gap at the bottom of the door. No light visible inside. Even though the evening light was not yet gone, and she normally kept a formation lamp burning when she worked late. He stood in the corridor outside her locked workshop and felt something cold move through his chest that was not the autumn air. He turned and went to find Tang Weilong. Chapter 21. Tang Weilong had not found Mei Suiying either. He had checked the outer courtyard's medical station, the secondary archive, 2 locations that were their informal meeting points during the past week of joint work, and the formation shop, still closed, still bearing the notation of an unresolved estate account. She was not in any of them. Her workshop door was locked from the inside, which meant she had latched it herself, which meant she had been there after he'd left that morning. "She was working when I saw her at mid-morning," Tang Weilong said. He was moving quickly, which was his mode when managing concern through action. Not unusual. She doesn't come out much when she's deep in something. The door was latched from inside. He kept his voice level. If she went somewhere voluntarily, the latch should be undone. Tang Weilong stopped walking. He thought. Workshop door, latch from inside. No light visible at the bottom. The document tube, presumably still under her work table. The sealed document from the formation shop practitioner, which the monitoring assistants had been trying to locate since the inspection. He said, "We need Bao Changfeng tonight. He's not accessible tonight. Iron Justice has standard evening hours. I know where he takes his evening cultivation walk." Tang Weilong said it without explanation, which meant he had been doing his own intelligence work. 20 minutes, South Garden. They went to the South Garden. Bao Changfeng was there, alone, as Tang Weilong had said he would be. The Iron Justice Elder was a lean practitioner in his mid-50s whose cost notation read the same way it had every time when Xiaochen had read it. Entirely clean, acknowledged costs, no contested accounts, no hidden extractions. The specific notation of someone who had been practicing with full integrity for a very long time. He looked at the two young practitioners who had appeared at the edge of his evening cultivation path and said, "Outer Disciple 1. And you are?" "Tang Weilong. He's with me." When Xiaochen kept his voice direct. "Elder Bao, Mei Suing appears to have been taken. My documentation was removed from my quarters this evening, and I've been issued a transfer order to the distant ash station effective tomorrow morning. I believe the timing is connected." A pause. The elder's evening cultivation walk had stopped. He looked at Wen Xiaochen with the specific attention of someone assessing how much weight to give urgent information from a source he had only recently begun to evaluate. "She went to my office this afternoon," Bao Changfeng said. "The practitioner who brought me the documentation framework. I asked if you would provide direct testimony tomorrow morning." He paused. "She left the office at the 4th afternoon bell. I have no information about what happened after that. The document she was keeping for me," he said carefully. "A sealed formation document, given to me by a dying practitioner at the outer courtyard's formation shop. It's in her workshop. If she's been taken, her workshop has been searched. If she latched the door from inside before she was taken, the search may not have been complete." Bao Changfeng looked at him for a moment. Then, "Tell me everything you haven't yet told me." He told him. Standing in the South Garden in the cooling evening air, he described the sealed document, the formation shop practitioner, what the old man had said about the previous Jiamu bearer. He described the monitoring assistants, the connection to Su Baosher's organizational marker, the documentation removal tonight, the transfer order. He described all of it in the same plain, specific manner he used for documentation. Facts, notations, observable patterns, no interpretation beyond what the notation showed. When he finished, Bao Changfeng was quiet for a moment. Then, "The transfer order can be suspended pending Iron Justice testimony requirements. That is within my mandate." He looked at Tang Weilong. "You understand what involvement in this looks like from this point forward?" Tang Weilong said, "Yes. Your testimony regarding Elder Yin Jiqing's cultivation advancement methods will also be required, separately from Outer Disciple Wen's testimony." Bao Changfeng turned. "Come with me. I'll have people locate practitioner Mei through the medical station network tonight. If she's been detained within sect grounds, I have the authority to require her location." He went. The transfer order to distant ash station was formally suspended at the 7th evening bell, under the Iron Justice testimony requirement. The document arrived at the outer courtyard administrative station before the monitoring assistants could file their response. Mei Suing was found at midnight, in a sect guest facility on the inner courtyard's western edge, under what the administrative record described as voluntary protective custody requested by the practitioner. The document description was clearly generated by whoever had brought her there rather than by her. She was uninjured. The document tube, which she had moved from its location under her work table the moment she heard the inspection team in the corridor that afternoon, was still with her, tucked inside her medical kit. She said, when they met at the Iron Justice office the following morning to give testimony, "I knew they'd come back. I moved it 2 hours before they got there." She paused. "I also latched the door from inside when I left through the window. The latch was not an accident." He had known it wasn't. The testimony took 2 days. At the end, Bao Changfeng filed a formal transfer request for Wen Xiaochen's current assignment status, and the destination was not the distant ash station. It was the Ash Basin mineral extraction territory, where Bao Changfeng had administrative oversight and where, as he explained with careful precision, an Iron Justice sponsor practitioner would have protected status and the ability to continue documentation work without the outer sect's administrative interference. The Ash Basin. He had not known what that was before Bao Changfeng explained it. By the time he arrived, he would know a great deal about it. The morning of his departure, he stood in the outer courtyard for the last time and read the cost notation on everything in it. the formation arrays, the cultivation practice stations, the doors of the various shops and workrooms, the pathstones, the banners. He read it all and wrote nothing down, because he had read it all before and the documentation existed. He just wanted to know it completely before he left. Everything read the same as it always had. The founding patriarch's technique, across the inner courtyard wall, still carried 300 practitioners' years. He turned and walked to the east gate. Chapter 22. The Ash Basin was 3 weeks' travel from the Clearstone sect's main compound, through territory that shifted from cultivated valleys to mineral-rich hill land to the specific gray-brown landscape of extraction territory, where the soil had been worked for generations and the formation residue from the processing facilities had settled into the ground like paint into old wood, permanent, invisible, unremarkable unless you knew what to read. He read the ground when he arrived. The formation residue in the Ash Basin's soil was not harmless. The basin itself was a wide, shallow depression in the eastern hill land, ringed by the mineral processing facilities that the sect operated as its primary revenue source. 300 practitioners lived here in cycles, outer disciples assigned for terms of 1 to 3 years, doing extraction work that was framed as cultivation training through practical application. The practical application involved long hours in the mineral tunnels, handling formation-rich or that needed human cultivation energy to process, and breathing air that tasted of dust and something metallic that he could identify. After his first hour in the basin, as formation residue interacting with cultivation pathways. The cost notation on the air itself, he had not previously read something as diffuse as environmental contamination, and finding it at the Ash Basin was a stage development he hadn't expected, told him what Mei Suing had been documenting through medical records. The dust released a formation residue that accumulated in the cultivation base over time, accelerating the aging mechanism in small increments per day that added up, over a 1-year assignment, to something measurable. The practitioners here didn't know. They attributed the fatigue to hard physical work and advanced cultivation training. The acceleration was small enough per day to feel like normal variation. A practitioner who spent 2 years here and then returned to the main sect would find, if they measured carefully, that they had aged faster than their calendar years showed. Most didn't measure carefully. He was standing at the basin entrance reading the air when a voice behind him said, "The notation on the dust will make you furious if you spend too long on it." He turned. Mei Suing had apparently been at the Ash Basin for 2 weeks. She looked less surprised to see him than he would have expected, which suggested she had known approximately when to expect him. She was wearing outer courtyard medical station colors and carrying a documentation folder that was, if he knew her working style, organized by date and evidence type. "You came ahead," he said. "I came ahead." She walked past him into the basin compound. Bao Changfeng had already been tracking output anomalies in the basin's mineral processing records. "When he understood what your cost reading could confirm, he sent me to start cross-referencing the medical data before you arrived." She glanced back. 2 weeks of illness patterns, cultivation advancement records compared to assignment length, and practitioner aging data. "The pattern is consistent enough that I had it confirmed before you got here." "Show me." She did. That afternoon, in the basin's small medical station, a converted storage room with 2 examination tables and a shelf of formation-stabilized medicines, she laid out 2 weeks of cross-reference data. Practitioners reported advancement rates against assignment length, age progression indicators from medical checks compared to sect registration dates, illness frequency against proximity to specific mineral veins. He read everything she showed him and cross-referenced it with the cost notation he had been reading since his arrival. The notation confirmed the medical data precisely. The formation residue in the Ash Basin's air was drawing cultivation potential from every practitioner who spent more than 2 weeks in the basin, small per day, cumulative over months, distributed invisibly across 300 people at a time. At his current stage, he felt the adjustment as a deepening of focal precision, like correcting a lens. The coin weigher's capability came into full clarity. He could now read hidden costs in complex techniques and formation structures at a level of detail that went beyond simple identification. He could see the mechanism. The Ash Basin's formation residue was not an accident of mineral processing. It was an engineered extraction system. The processing formations had been calibrated, at some point in their construction history, to draw cultivation potential through the residue rather than simply being an unfortunate byproduct. Someone had designed this. "The processing formations," he said to Mei Suing. "I need to read them in detail. I'll arrange access to the facility manager's cooperation." She looked at him over her documentation folder. "Or the lack of it, which is also useful data." He noted. She had been here 2 weeks and already had a plan for the cooperative versus uncooperative contingency. He had known Mei Suing for 3 months, and continued to be impressed by her. "The facility manager," he said. "What's their notation? I haven't read them yet. I've only been reading the materials." She paused. "That's your part." He went to read the facility manager. Chapter 23. Scholar Luin arrived at the ash basin 7 days after Wenxiuqian. He arrived by the Eastern Road with a traveling scholar's kit, heavy case of documentation materials, light personal luggage, and introduced himself at the basin's administrative gate as a historian conducting research into formation engineering practices in mineral extraction territories, funded by a private academic foundation. His paperwork was real. His stated purpose was real. The additional dimensions of his actual purpose were also real, just unstated. His cost notation read, practitioner time, acknowledged and adequately compensated, the specific marking of someone who had been doing careful independent work for a long time with clean funding. The notation on his documentation materials was equally clean, original sources, properly cited, no contested provenance. When Wenxiuqian read this in the first 30 seconds of their introduction at the basin's eastern compound and thought, this one will be useful. Luin was in his late 40s, lean and dry-voiced, the kind of practitioner whose cultivation advancement was clearly secondary to his research output and who had made peace with that arrangement. He had what Wenxiuqian recognized, from experience with Mei Suiying, as the researcher's specific listening quality, genuine attention to information rather than assessment of whether the information supported an existing conclusion. "I've been tracking records of unusual cultivation world economic practices for 16 years, Luin said, when they sat together that first evening in the basin's outdoor eating area. The night air was cold and mineral tasting, and the formation lights on the processing facility across the basin gave everything a faint blue-gray tint. Cost anomalies. Practitioner output that doesn't match stated resource inputs. Institutional lifespan records that show irregular aging patterns in specific territories or during specific administrative periods. How many instances? Significant instances, documented across multiple sources? 43. Suspected but unconfirmed? Several hundred. He looked at Wenxiuqian steadily. "I was told, by a colleague in the administrative network, that there was a practitioner in the ash basin who could verify cost anomalies directly." "Who told you?" "Someone in Bao Chongfeng's network." He said it plainly. "I don't have permission to give you the name, but the connection is established." He thought about that for a moment. "What do you need from me?" "Verification of specific historical records I've been unable to confirm through standard documentation methods." Luin opened the heavy case and removed a folder. "I have documented anomalies going back 400 years. If your ability works the way I understand it, you may be able to read cost notations on original formation artifacts and technique documentation from that period, which would allow me to cross-reference my historical records against direct cost evidence. If the artifacts still exist. Some do. I know their locations." He paused. "What I've been doing for 16 years is building a map. What I have is incomplete. What you have, if I understand correctly, is the ability to see what the map is pointing at." Wenxiuqian looked at the folder of 400-year records. He thought about 43 documented instances across 16 years of independent research. He thought about the pattern he had been seeing in the Clearstone sect and the Ash Basin and Elder Yin Jiqing's cultivation methods and Su Baosher's pill production. "You said it's coordinated," he said. "Not individual practitioners running independent schemes." "The distribution is wrong for individual schemes," Luin said. His voice had the particular flatness of someone stating a conclusion they had arrived at carefully and were not pleased to have found. "Individual hidden cost practices cluster around specific practitioners and decline after their practice ends. What I'm looking at is a consistent, long-term pattern that persists across generations. The specific practitioners change. The pattern doesn't. A system rather than a set of practitioners." "Yes." He set down the folder. "A system that has been operating for at least 400 years. Possibly longer. My documentation only goes back that far with confidence." He paused. "The question I have not been able to answer is whether the system was consciously designed and maintained, or whether it emerged from individual practices that became coordinated over time through shared incentive." "Does the distinction matter?" "It matters for what you do about it," Luin said. "If it was consciously designed, there are architects. If it emerged, there is a distributed logic that persists without architects. Different problems require different responses." He thought about this. "Can I see the historical records?" Luin handed him the folder. Chapter 24. The Ash Basin Facility Manager was a practitioner named Elder Cho Wenba. 40 years of assignment to this territory, the specific weathered efficiency of someone who had found the work suited him and stayed long enough that the work had become him. His cultivation notation read, clean. Personal costs acknowledged, adequately compensated, no hidden extractions. He read this and held the information carefully, the same way he held every reading that surprised him. Elder Cho had been managing the ash basin's extraction operations for 2 years, succeeding 3 previous managers whose records Wen Xiuqian had been able to partially read through the facility's formation documentation. All 3 previous managers, clean personal notations. The facility's cost structure, the engineered extraction through formation residue, was not something they had built. It was something they had inherited, which connected to Liu Yin's question about coordination versus emergence. He met with Elder Cho in the facility's administrative office, a practical room, undecorated, smelling of mineral dust that had settled into the wood over years of operation. The elder looked at him with the particular attention of someone evaluating the kind of problem a newly arrived Iron Justice-sponsored practitioner represented. "You're here to investigate," Elder Cho said. He had not been told this by any administrative notification, but he had arrived at it as the obvious conclusion. The direct acknowledgement was useful information. "I'm documenting the basin's cost structure," Wen Xiuqian said. "The formation residue from the mineral processing. I need to read the original construction documentation for the processing facilities." Elder Cho looked at him steadily. "The construction documentation is 4 generations old. It's in the historical archive under administrative seal." "I know. I'd like access." A pause. "You'll find it interesting reading," Elder Cho said. He said it with a specific dryness that was not dismissive, more like the tone of someone confirming that a concern they had held for a long time was going to be confirmed by someone with better tools than theirs. "You know what's in it," Wen Xiuqian said. "I know what the facility does at the technical level." The elder picked up a formation document from his desk, something he had apparently been reading before this meeting, and set it aside. "I know that the practitioners who work here show aging patterns inconsistent with their assignment length, and I know the medical station's records show this, and none of it goes into the reports that leave this basin." He looked at Wen Xiuqian. "I also know that the facility design predates me by a significant margin, and that the administrative structure that manages it is above my clearance to challenge." "Who manages it?" "The facility's operational oversight runs through Elder Yan Jiqing's administrative division." He had been half expecting that name. Yan Jiqing's lifespan cultivation acceleration methods, the ash basin's hidden extraction mechanism, the supply chain for Su Baosher's pill production. The same organizational structure kept appearing in different forms, at different scales, connected not through personal involvement in each instance, but through administrative oversight of the system that made each instance possible. "I'd like the historical archive access," he said again, "and the medical station's complete records, with the sections that don't appear in official reports." Elder Cho looked at him for a long moment. He said, "I'll arrange it." A pause. "You understand what happens to an administrative manager who cooperates with documentation of this kind?" "Yes." He held the elder's gaze. "You have been managing this facility for 2 years with clean personal practice in an institutional structure whose operation conflicts with that practice. That is visible in the notation." He paused. "Cooperating with documentation is not the same as having been responsible for what existed before your arrival. That distinction should also be visible to anyone who reads the record." Elder Cho was quiet for a moment. He said, "The archive access will be ready tomorrow morning." He stood. "Thank you." He left the office and noted, in his documentation book, Elder Cho Wenba. Clean personal notation. 2 years at this assignment. Cooperative with documentation access when offered the correct framing. Add to the growing list of practitioners who operate within the system without being the system. The list was becoming the most useful part of the documentation. Chapter 25. Tang Weilong arrived at the ash basin on a Thursday, 11 days after Wen Xiuqian, with the specific energy of someone who had traveled quickly because the alternative was waiting with information he had nowhere to put. He was angry. He said so immediately, in the way that Tang Weilong expressed things, compressed, not edited for reception. 2 weeks of trying to verify independently. Found nothing in standard documentation. Came to find out if I was wrong to accept what you told me. You weren't wrong. Show me. He showed him the basin. Not the administrative records, not Liu Yin's historical documentation, not the medical data Mei Suiying had compiled. He showed him the workers. The ash basin's extraction teams rotated through their shifts in 3 groups, and the midday group was finishing when Tang Weilong arrived. 30 practitioners, dust gray from the morning shift, walking from the mineral processing facility toward the residential building in the basin's eastern quarter. Wen Xiuqian stood at the compound edge and focused his ability on each of them as they passed. He described what he read, quietly, to Tang Weilong beside him. Not summary, specific readings, practitioner by practitioner. This one, 8 months of assignment. Cultivation base showing 16 additional aging mechanism activations beyond what 8 months of normal cultivation practice would produce. This one, 14 months of assignment, cost accumulated across the cultivation base reads as approximately 2.5 years of premature aging progression. This one, 6 months at the basin, cost reads as 14 months. He did this for 20 practitioners before Tang Weilong said, "Stop." He stopped. Tang Weilong stood with his hands at his sides, looking at the workers walking past. He said, "They don't know." No. He had been watching their faces as they walked. Tired faces, the tired of physical work rather than cultivation strain, with the specific blankness of people who believe their own exhaustion was appropriate to their circumstances. They were told the assignment's physical demands were the source of the fatigue. The medical records confirm they've been told this at each check. Who certified that? The Basin Medical Station's previous practitioner, not Mei Suying. She replaced someone who had been filing inaccurate reports. He paused. The previous practitioner's personal cost notation is also clean. The inaccurate reports may have been a documentation practice they inherited without knowing the full picture. Tang Weilong looked at him sharply. "You keep saying that. Clean personal notation. Inherited the system. Not knowing the full picture. Because that's what I read. You're being very careful not to say anyone is responsible." He thought about how to answer this accurately. The system runs without requiring everyone in it to be responsible for the system's operation. The people I have read with unclean personal notations, who personally extracted from others without consent, are Sue Boucher's production chain and the specific practitioners who designed the original facility formations. Everyone else I've read is operating within a structure they didn't build and in most cases don't fully understand. He paused. The responsibility question is more complicated than individual guilt. That doesn't make it easier to answer. Tang Weilong was quiet for a moment. Then, what does it change for these practitioners that they don't know? Nothing about the cost they're paying. He watched the last workers file into the residential building. It changes what we can say to them and how they receive it. And it changes what Bao Changfeng can argue in a formal investigation, whether this is individual malfeasance or systemic design. Luin said 400 years. The historical archive here confirms it. The facility's original formation design is 400 years old, and the cost extraction mechanism was built into it at construction. He closed his documentation book. 400 years of this basin, and others like it. Tang Weilong said, "Where are the others?" That's the next question. He started walking toward Liu Yin's workspace, where the 400-year historical records were laid out on a long table. "Come, there's someone you should meet." Chapter 26. The cost network's full structure took 12 days to map. Not because the individual readings were slow. He had been developing the ability's efficiency since it first appeared, and at Coinwayer stage the processing was fast enough that he could read a complex formation structure in minutes rather than hours. What took time was the connections. Each cost notated pointed somewhere. A source, an extraction mechanism, a destination. The destination pointed to another cost. That cost pointed to a distribution system. The distribution system connected to a commercial market. The market connected back to the sect's central resource supply. He drew it. Not the way he had been drawing individual documentation entries, in columns and rows of notation. He drew it spatially, on a large piece of mapping paper that Luin had brought, with the basin at the center and lines radiating outward to each connection point. When the map was complete enough to read as a whole, it was clear that what he had been looking at as multiple problems was one problem at different scales. Tang Weilong worked through the first week of this alongside him, doing the physical work of cross-referencing that the map required, tracing Liu Yin's historical records against the specific formation documents from the archive, marking where documented patterns corresponded to current observations. He was good at this, better than when Xiuqin had expected, which meant Tang Weilong had been developing his own methodology for some time. What he was not doing, for the first week, was accepting the personal implication. He accepted the basin workers without difficulty. The readings were specific, the medical data was consistent, the historical archive confirmed the facility's design was intentional. These practitioners had been harmed by a system they were not responsible for being in, and the documentation was accurate. But his own cultivation advancement, built on willing donor contribution from Elder Yin Jiqing's program, that remained a separate question he was not ready to connect. When Xiuqin did not push, he had learned, in the months since the ability appeared, that pushing on this kind of recognition produced resistance rather than movement. What Tang Weilong needed was the correct additional information, which would arrive through the map rather than through argument. On the 9th day of mapping, the additional information arrived. He was reading the commercial distribution chain for the resource that the ash basin's extracted cultivation potential was converted into a specific formation stone variety that was sold on the open market as a standard advancement resource. The formation stone's cost notation showed the conversion. The basin workers' accumulated lifespan contribution, refined through the processing facility's formation system, became part of the stone's cultivation potential. The formation stone appeared on Elder Yin Jiqing's approved practitioner resource list. He checked the connection twice. He read the formation stone's specific cost notation signature against the basin's extraction mechanism signature. They matched, same source structure, same conversion method. Tang Weilong had been buying advancement resources from Elder Yin Jiqing's approved list. Some of those resources were sourced from basin-equivalent extraction operations. He set his pen down and looked at the map. The donor contribution, Tang Weilong said from across the table. He had been reading the same section of the map. His voice was flat. The willing donors in Yin Jiqing's program. The resources I was buying. Some percentage sourced from extraction operations. I don't have the specific proportion yet. He kept his voice even. The willing donor contribution is also real. Both things can be true simultaneously. The resource sourcing is mixed. Tang Weilong was quiet for a long time. He looked at the map. He said, I didn't know. I know you didn't know. Another silence. That doesn't change what was used. No. He picked up his pen. It changes what we can say about how you were involved. Tang Weilong nodded, once, and went back to the cross-referencing work. He didn't speak again for the rest of the afternoon. That evening he came to find Wen Xiuqian after the documentation session had finished, and said, I'm staying for the full mapping. Whatever that takes. I know, Wen Xiuqian said. Chapter 27 Luin identified the pattern on the 14th day. He had been cross-referencing the basin's resource distribution chain, which Wen Xiuqian's map had traced from extraction through conversion through commercial sale, against his 400-year historical records, looking for instances where the same chain appeared in other territories or under other administrative structures. He found 23 documented instances. It has a name, Luin said. He said it with the particular flatness of someone who had been hunting something for a long time and found it, and was not pleased with what it was. He looked up from the formation archive he had been reading. Hidden tithe cultivation transfer, Luin said. He spread 3 of his oldest documents across the work table. The materials had the specific weight of preserved historical paper, the kind kept under formation seal to prevent degradation. Documented 300 years ago by a practitioner named Wei Songbai, who traced the same chain you've mapped in the ash basin across 11 different extraction territories operating simultaneously. Wei Songbai presented the documentation to the Regional Cultivation Authority. A pause. The documentation was accepted, reviewed, and then, the authority's record shows a procedural reclassification of the case materials. The original documentation has been inaccessible to standard research queries since the reclassification. Suppressed. Formally reclassified as historical anomaly documentation requiring specialist authorization to access, which no non-authority member can obtain. Luin touched the corner of one of his preserved documents. I have a partial copy. A practitioner who read the original 300 years ago transcribed it before the reclassification. The transcription passed through several hands and arrived in a private archive where it was not connected, by name, to the original case. He looked at the partial transcription. The language was old. Cultivation notation conventions had shifted in 300 years, but the structure was legible and the cost readings Wei Songbai had documented were recognizable. The same mechanism, the same conversion chain, different territories, different resource outputs, the same foundational design. Wei Songbai's documentation, he said. What did it conclude? The conclusion section is missing from the partial copy. Luin sorted through his folder. What I have is the documentation of 11 territories and the chain tracing methodology, not the conclusions. He looked at Wen Xiuqian. But the fact that the documentation was suppressed rather than addressed tells you something about the conclusions. Someone received the documentation and decided suppression was preferable to investigation. 300 years ago, and the system documented has been operating in continuously evolving forms since then. Luin sat back. The ash basin's current operation is 400 years old at the structural level, 300 years into the documented record of being known at the regional authority level and not addressed. He thought about what this meant in terms of Luin's question, coordination versus emergence. If the Regional Cultivation Authority had received documentation 300 years ago and suppressed it rather than acted on it, someone at the authority level had made a decision about this system. That was not emergence. That was a decision with architects. The original documentation Wei Songbai submitted, he said. The regional authority's record shows a formal submission, a numbered case record. The case number is in the public filing system. It just doesn't connect to accessible materials. Luin produced a printed case number from his folder. I've been trying to access the materials through standard channels for 6 years. He wrote the case number down. He would need it. Not immediately, but eventually. For the record, he was building. He looked at the map again, now with the historical context added to it. 11 territories 300 years ago. The ash basin, the other facilities Luin had been tracking. A system that had been documented, suppressed, and continued operating. Who had the authority to suppress the case 300 years ago, he asked. Luin said, "That's the question I've been trying to answer for 16 years." Chapter 28. Elder Yin Jiqing's representative arrived at the ash basin on the 17th day. He was a young practitioner with the specific cultivation notation of someone who had advanced quickly through exactly the methods when Xianxia had been documenting. Willing donor advancement mixed with basin-sourced resources, clean at the personal intention level, but built on a structure he didn't fully see. His cost notation read, "Genuinely sincere." He had been sent to the basin, apparently, because someone in Yin Jiqing's administrative structure believed that sincerity would land better than threat. They were right that sincerity was more useful. They were wrong about why. Elder Yin Jiqing is aware that a practitioner with unusual cost-reading capabilities is currently engaged in documentation work at the ash basin, the representative said. He had asked to meet privately, which when Xianxia had agreed to, a private reading with no witness pressure. He would like to express that such a capability, properly positioned within an established institutional framework, would have significantly greater impact than independent documentation work of uncertain formal standing. I see. He is offering a position within his resource validation division. The representative's voice was the careful warmth of someone delivering a message they genuinely believed was beneficial. The position would involve exactly the kind of cost verification work you are currently doing, but with the institutional access and resources to verify at a scale that independent work cannot achieve. Your findings would be reviewed by practitioners with the standing to implement changes within the system rather than simply document what the system does. He read the representative's cost notation as the offer was being delivered. The sincerity was real. This practitioner believed he was relaying a genuine opportunity. He believed Elder Yin Jiqing's intention was to bring a useful capability inside the administrative structure rather than to neutralize it. The cost label on the offer itself was clear, the same as Su Baosher's, his ability to report outside the structure he worked within. The cost of this offer, when Xianxia said, is the same as the previous offer I received. I'd be working within the system I'm documenting, which means my documentation serves the system I'm documenting. The representative blinked. That's not the framing I'd use for it. I know. He watched the representative's face. You believe you're offering me protection and institutional access. You believe Elder Yin Jiqing would use the verification work to improve the system. He paused. What verification findings do you think would be acceptable? What would Elder Yin Jiqing implement changes in response to? A silence. The representative was thinking about this honestly, which was visible in the specific quality of his quiet, the pause of someone genuinely working through the question rather than managing a response. He said, documentation of practices that exceed the system's approved parameters. And the system's approved parameters include the resource sourcing mechanism that draws from extraction territories without practitioner consent. A longer pause. The approved parameters are the regulatory framework, which was set by the same administrative structure Elder Yin Jiqing operates within. He said it without sharpness. I'm not dismissing your sincerity. I'm explaining what the offer requires from me, and that requirement is not one I can accept. He looked at the representative. Tell Elder Yin Jiqing that I have read his personal cost notation and found it clean. His personal practice does not carry what I've documented in the system he manages. I want him to know that I know that. The representative left with that message. He watched him go and thought about the clean personal notation and the managed system and the difference between them, which Luin had formulated as coordination versus emergence, and which he was beginning to formulate as something else. The specific phenomenon where a practitioner of genuine integrity builds or inherits a system whose operation conflicts with that integrity, and manages the conflict by not looking at it directly. He wrote this in his documentation book. He had no name for it yet, but it was a category, and a category needed a notation. Chapter 29. The inspection party from the Jade Mountain sect arrived on a formal 3-day schedule, which the basin's administrative record announced 6 days in advance with the specific courtesy of parties whose relationship required visible procedural respect. Patriarch Zhao of the Jade Mountain sect was evaluating the ash basin for a potential acquisition partnership, a business arrangement that would bring the basin's mineral output into Jade Mountain's distribution network in exchange for Jade Mountain's cultivation support resources flowing back to the Clearstone sect's development programs. Standard intersect commerce. The acquisition partnership had been under discussion for 2 years. The inspection party was 6 practitioners, Patriarch Zhao in the center, 2 administrative practitioners to either side, 2 security-level cultivators behind, and a 6th in front who was clearly neither administrative nor security. The 6th was a young woman about his age, with a traveling scholar's bearing. Not the official formality of the administrative practitioners on either side of the patriarch, but the specific attention of someone doing their own assessment rather than the assessment they were assigned. She carried a documentation folder. She was reading the basin's formation structures as she walked in. He read her from across the compound when the inspection party appeared at the main gate. Her cultivation base read, recent advancement, approximately 4 months ago, cost notation pointing to a source that was not her own cultivation effort. Not willing donation, not exchange. The notation flagged it specifically as transferred without the recipient's awareness. She had received a cost contribution to her advancement from somewhere and had not been told. He stood at the compound's east building entrance and watched her read the basin's formation structures with the focused attention of someone who had been noticing discrepancies in cultivation resources for a long time without being able to see exactly what they were. She was doing what Mei Suying had been doing for 2 years, tracking the gap between stated cost and actual effect, building a picture from the outside of something he could see from the inside. He noted, she was the one worth speaking to in the inspection party. He spent the first day watching from an appropriate distance while the inspection proceeded through its formal schedule, facility tour, output documentation review, administrative meeting with Elder Cho. He read the Patriarch Zhao's personal cost notation as the Patriarch passed within range, clean, sophisticated, careful, the notation of someone who had been managing large institutional resources with genuine attention to acknowledged cost for decades. The Patriarch was clean. His daughter's advancement had a hidden cost she didn't know about. On the second day, he arranged to be in the same part of the basin where she was working. She had separated from the inspection party's main body to do her own documentation, which told him that the separation was permitted or at least tolerated, which told him something about the dynamic between Patriarch Zhao and his daughter. She saw him approaching and did not pretend she hadn't. "You're the Iron Justice-sponsored practitioner," she said. "Wen Xiuqin, Zhao Meihua." She looked at him with the same evaluating attention she had been giving the formation structures. "You've been reading the basin's cost structure since you arrived." "Yes." "What did you find?" He described it, in the same compressed precision he used for all documentation. The formation residue extraction mechanism, the cost accumulation in workers' cultivation bases, the conversion chain to commercial resources, the connection to Yan Jiqing's administrative oversight, the historical record going back 400 years. He watched her face as he spoke, the specific quality of someone who had been suspicious of exactly this and is receiving the confirmation they needed. When he finished, she said, "The output to stated cost ratio in the basin's mineral products has been anomalous for the entire period I've been reviewing it. I've been unable to explain the anomaly through standard analysis." She paused. "Your explanation accounts for it." "Yes." She looked at her documentation folder. "My father is evaluating this partnership." She said it carefully. "If the basin's resources are sourced the way you're describing, then the acquisition would bring resources sourced from this mechanism into Jade Mountain's distribution network." He said it directly. "That's what I read." She was quiet for a moment. "You can read individual practitioners' cost notation as well, not just objects and formations." "Yes." She looked at him. She said, with the specific directness of someone who had decided they wanted true information rather than comfortable information, "Read mine." He had been expecting this and had been deciding, since yesterday, whether to wait for her to ask or to bring it up himself. She had asked. That made the decision simpler. "Your most recent advancement," he said, "approximately 4 months ago. The cost notation shows a contribution from a source that isn't your own cultivation effort. You didn't know about it." He watched her receive this. The first response was defensive, a specific stiffening of posture, the intake of breath before a challenge. Then the calculation behind the eyes. He had described the advancement she had made 4 months ago accurately, and accurately was not a comfortable word here. Then the quietness, the quality of someone sitting with uncomfortable information and deciding not to dismiss it. She said, "How much?" "The notation doesn't give me exact amounts. The contribution is significant, large enough that it would show in your advancement timeline compared to your stated resource expenditure." A longer silence. "My father's sect. Would the same mechanism apply? I don't have access to Jade Mountain's formation structures." He paused. "But if Yan Jiqing's administrative oversight connects to both basin-equivalent extraction operations and to practitioner advancement programs operating within Jade Mountain's territory, then it's possible." She looked at the compound around them, the formation arrays, the mineral processing facility, the workers on their shift. She said, I want to see the documentation. It's in the research workspace. Scholar Luin has the historical records organized by territory. She closed her documentation folder. She said, give me 1 hour to file my daily inspection report with the party's administrative record. Then I'll come. He said, we'll be there. Chapter 30, she came after 1 hour, as she said. She came alone, which meant she had decided this meeting was something to manage separately from the official inspection. She sat across from Liuin's historical record table and spent 3 hours reading through the documentation, the map when Xianxia had built, the formation archive materials, Liuin's 400-year historical records, Mei Suing's medical data. She asked specific questions when she had them, the kind of questions that revealed she had been building her own map before arriving. The distribution chain for the basin's output, the connection to intersect resource markets, the administrative overlap with other basin-equivalent territories Luin had identified. Luin watched her read with the specific satisfaction of someone whose life's work was finally being reviewed by someone capable of using it. When she finished, she sat for a moment with her hands flat on the table. She said, this is why the output anomaly couldn't be explained by standard analysis. Yes, the surplus output comes from the extraction mechanism. The commercial price reflects only the stated costs. She traced a line on the map. The resource appears cheaper than it should be because its actual production cost is being distributed across the basin workers without compensation. That's accurate. She looked up. My advancement 4 months ago. The cost source. Where does it connect to in this map? He showed her, not pointing with accusation, showing her the connection the same way he would show any documentation finding, as information that needed to be understood rather than a verdict that needed to be accepted or rejected. The advancement cost source notation matched the conversion chain. The resource she had used 4 months ago had sourced, in part, from a basin-equivalent extraction operation. She looked at the map for a long time. She said, I didn't know. I know you didn't know. That doesn't. The practitioners who were paying for it didn't know either. No. She sat with this for a moment. Then she said, what did you decide? When you found that my advancement had been paid for this way, you must have decided whether to tell me or not. It was a better question than most people thought to ask. I decided to tell you when you asked. If you hadn't asked, I would have told you before you left the basin. Why? He thought about how to answer this correctly. Because you are making decisions about the acquisition partnership, about what you report to your father, that are informed by your own assessment of the basin's legitimacy. Your assessment is more accurate with this information than without it. And because you've been building your own picture of this through your output anomaly work, which means you were looking for this information before I had it to give you. He paused. You deserve to know what you'd been looking for. She looked at the map again. The acquisition partnership. The recommendation you make to your father. Yes. She was quiet. I was going to recommend a conditional approval, pending clarification of the output anomaly. This changes what the clarification needs to contain. It changes what an honest clarification would look like. She nodded. I need to think about how to bring this to my father. She said it in the direct way she had said everything, not asking for his input, stating a fact about her next action. He is sophisticated. He will understand what he's looking at if I present it correctly. What does correctly mean for him? She considered this. He needs to see the framework before he sees the conclusion. He needs to understand how the cost reading works, what the evidence structure looks like, and why the output anomaly matches the mechanism you've documented. Then the conclusion is his own. She picked up her documentation folder. It's the same approach your colleague used with Bao Changfeng. He looked at her. How do you know about Bao Changfeng? My father was informed that an Iron Justice-sponsored practitioner was conducting documentation work at the basin. He told me before the inspection. I assumed the connection. She stood. I'll need the documentation summary, the one formatted for institutional review rather than original source notation. He had been preparing one for the past week, in anticipation of the need to present findings in formats that practitioners who couldn't read the notation could evaluate. He handed her the folder. She took it without ceremony and said, the inspection report I file tomorrow will note that the output anomaly requires further clarification before the partnership proceeds. My recommendation will be delay. She looked at him. That buys time for the documentation to develop further. It does not solve what you found. I know. He met her eyes. It's what's available right now. She said, sometimes that has to be enough. Then she left. He stood in Liuin's workspace and thought about what sometimes that has to be enough meant as a philosophy from someone who had just found out her cultivation advancement was partially paid for by practitioners who didn't know they were paying. She had not collapsed. She had asked the right questions and made the next available decision. He wrote in his documentation book, xianxia, reads clean, her own map of this problem, built independently from the output anomaly side. Useful. He underlined the last word and went back to the documentation. Chapter 31. He read the basin workers' contracts on the 21st day. Not because he hadn't thought of it before, he had thought of it in the first week, when he was mapping the extraction mechanism and thinking about what legal framework governed the workers' presence here. He had delayed because reading formation-sealed legal documentation was at the edge of his coin-weigher capability, and he had wanted to be certain he was reading accurately rather than partially. On the 21st day, he was certain enough. The contracts were standard outer disciple assignment documents, the same family of administrative formation-sealed paperwork used throughout the sect for any posting. He read the base layer, which described the assignment's physical demands, extraction work, mineral processing assistance, cultivation adjacent training through practical application. All of this was clearly disclosed, clearly written, straightforward. The formation seal layer was different. Every formation-sealed legal document had a secondary layer, annotation encoded in the seal formation itself, readable only to practitioners above a certain stage who could access the seal's full notation rather than just the visible surface text. This was standard practice. The secondary layer typically contained things like liability limits, dispute resolution clauses, administrative amendment records. The Ash Basin contract's secondary layer contained a cost disclosure. He read it 3 times, at maximum precision, to be certain. The cost disclosure stated, in formal administrative notation, that work at the Ash Basin's extraction facilities involved exposure to formation residue that accumulated in the cultivation base over the assignment period, with observable effects on the practitioner's aging mechanism, quantifiable as a cost of approximately 2 to 4 years of advancement per year of assignment. The notation was precise. The language was accurate. The disclosure was complete. It was written in gold arbiter stage legal formation notation. He sat with this for a full morning before discussing it with anyone. Gold arbiter stage was the 6th rank in his cultivation system, a level that required years of dedicated cultivation practice and substantial resource investment to reach. He was currently at coinweigher, the 3rd rank. Reaching gold arbiter would take a practitioner operating at the outer disciple level, the level of practitioner who was assigned to the Ash Basin, decades of standard advancement, if ever. The cultivation resources available to an outer disciple made gold arbiter essentially unreachable through ordinary progression. The disclosure existed. The disclosure was technically accessible. The disclosure was written in notation that the only practitioners who could read it were also the only practitioners who would never be assigned to an extraction territory. He wrote this down very carefully, in very precise language, because the precision of the language mattered. The contract was not falsified. The disclosure was not missing. The disclosure was present, accurate, and effectively inaccessible to every practitioner it was meant to disclose to. He wrote the heading on this section of the documentation, Legal Architecture of Cost Concealment. The mechanism did not require falsification. The mechanism required knowing how to use the system's own notation correctly. This was different from the founding patriarch's technique falsification, which had involved actual document replacement. This was more elegant and more durable. It used the legal system's existing structures to create an appearance of disclosure that functioned as concealment. A practitioner who tried to challenge the contracts would find the cost is disclosed. The disclosure is in the official documentation. The contract is technically valid. He spent the afternoon thinking about the practitioner 300 years ago who had looked at the hidden tithe documentation and decided to suppress it rather than address it. The person who had made that decision had understood the system well enough to know that technical validity was more useful than obvious suppression. The suppression of Wei Songbai's documentation had been necessary only because Wei Songbai's documentation pointed at something the system could not defend. After 300 years of operating with legal architecture like the Ash Basin contracts, the system had become harder to challenge. It had learned how to be technically valid. He brought the documentation to Mei Suiying, Luyin, Tang Wei along, and when she came the following morning, Zhao Meihua. He explained what he had found. Mei Suiying said, the medical records should show the cost accumulation rate. If the contract specifies 2 to 4 years per assignment year, we can cross-reference with the actual accumulation I've measured and determine how accurate the disclosure is. The cross-reference showed the actual accumulation was 6 to 12 years per assignment year. The contract disclosed 2 to 4. So the disclosure was not only technically inaccessible, it was also inaccurate. He added a line to the documentation, Legal Architecture of Cost Concealment, with falsified accuracy. Chapter 32 Bao Chongfeng's message arrived through the standard sect messaging system on the 26th day. He read the cost notation on the message formation the moment it arrived, a habit he had developed for all incoming messages since the monitoring assistants had begun their observation. The cost notation on this message formation told him, transmitted from the Clearstone SEC's administrative messaging hub, processed through the outer courier formation network, delivered within standard parameters. He opened it. The message was from Bao Changfeng. The content was a brief status update on the investigation. Progress was slower than anticipated. Procedural review was underway. He was asking Wen Xiuqian to maintain his current documentation work, but hold the formal submission of findings until the review was complete. He expected the review to conclude in approximately 2 months. He was asking for patience. He read the message's cost notation again. The message formation itself had been transmitted through the standard administrative hub. The cost notation on the formation's content layer read, production cost, practitioner time, standard scribe. The formation seal was the Clearstone SEC's administrative seal. Everything looked correct. He thought about this for a long time. He went to Mei Suying's medical supply documentation and found something she had mentioned in passing 2 weeks earlier. The medical station's correspondence was routed through a different channel. The medical board's inter-station communication formation, which connected the basin's medical station directly to the SEC's medical board offices without going through the administrative messaging hub. It was a different channel. It had different cost notation. If someone were going to intercept a message from Bao Changfeng, they would need to know which channel to intercept. The standard administrative hub was the obvious one. He sent Mei Suying a request through the medical correspondence channel, a note to the medical board, technically about regional health data, which contained within its standard phrasing a specific request to relay, through appropriate channels, a verification query to Elder Bao Changfeng's office regarding whether a message requesting patience in the investigation submission had been sent to Wen Xiuqian in the past 2 weeks. The verification query asked Bao Changfeng to confirm or deny through the same medical channel, using a specific phrase he had told Mei Suying, which she passed along in a follow-up supply request. He waited 4 days. The response came through the medical channel, relayed through 3 intermediate stations in the routine format of medical data exchange. Bao Changfeng had sent no such message. He had been sending no messages to the ash basin through any channel. He had, in fact, been attempting to send a message through the standard administrative hub for 3 days and received no confirmation that it had been transmitted. He read the forged message again. The cost notation on a forged document was different from the cost notation on a genuine one. He had not known this until now. He had not previously encountered a forged document to compare. But the cost notation on the message he had received carried a flag he had seen before, practitioner time, standard scribe, but with a secondary character that translated as produced in service of another practitioner's instruction rather than at the originating practitioner's own initiative. A small difference. The scribe had written this message at someone else's direction. He wrote, message from Bao Changfeng, forged. Secondary notation indicates scribe acting under direction. Does not indicate who directed. The fact that the message asks for patience in submitting findings that would be damaging to the administrative structure overseeing this basin is consistent with the message being a managed response to the investigation rather than a genuine one. He added this to the documentation and moved forward. Chapter 33 The full ash basin documentation summary took 6 days to complete, formatted for institutional review rather than original notation analysis. He worked with Mei Suying on the medical data sections, with Luyin on the historical cross-reference sections, and with Zhao Meihua, who had remained at the basin past the official inspection period, on the administrative and contractual analysis sections. When it was done, it was 40 pages of documented evidence, organized in the same way he would organize any cost notation analysis. What was paid, who paid it, whether the payment was acknowledged and consented to, and what mechanism was used to obscure the payment. He sent it through the medical correspondence channel, not directly to Bao Changfeng. The query about the forged message had used the chain in one direction, and he did not want to exhaust the channel's usefulness by sending everything through it at once. He sent it to the medical board's records office, formally, as a regional health impact assessment, which the medical board was required to review within 30 days and which would enter the board's formal record regardless of what anyone in the administrative structure above it preferred. The medical board record could not be suppressed without a formal authority override, which required the regional cultivation authority's direct involvement. Using the regional cultivation authority to suppress a medical board record would create its own record of suppression. He had been thinking about layered documentation strategies since the forged message arrived. The founding patriarch's documentation had been removed from his quarters directly. Liu Yin's original source materials for the historical tithe documentation had been suppressed through the authority's reclassification mechanism. The investigation Bao Changfeng had opened had been managed through procedural delay. All of these were things that could be done to documentation that existed in single channels. Documentation distributed across multiple channels with independent formal standing was harder to suppress without visible effort. He had one channel now, the medical board record. He began identifying others. The Ash Basin workers' contracts had been filed with the SEC's Administrative Record Office, a public record-adjacent filing that any practitioner with legal standing could access. He could file a formal annotation to the contract record, which would enter the public record and require a response within a specified period. Zhao Meihua's inspection requisition, the operational record she had requested under her father's audit rights, would enter the Jade Mountain SEC's internal record, which was outside the Clearstone SEC's administrative reach. He wrote out the multi-channel strategy and brought it to the group. Luing said, when he had read through it, "You're not trying to prove this through a single investigation. You're creating a record distributed across enough institutional channels that suppressing all of them simultaneously would require a coordinated response visible at the regional authority level." Yes, that will work, eventually. Luing looked at the strategy document. It will take longer than a single investigation. I know. He thought about the forged message asking for patience. Someone is managing the timeline of a single investigation. Multiple channels with independent record-keeping requirements are harder to manage simultaneously. Mei Suying said, "What do we do in the meantime? The workers here are still accumulating cost." He had no clean answer for that. "We document it. We continue the medical record. We file the contract annotation. We make the record as complete as possible." He paused. "The basin's operation is 400 years old. It won't stop this month. Making the record accurate and distributed is the first step toward eventual stopping." It was the honest answer. It was not a satisfying one. "The 3 workers who try to break their contracts," Mei Suying said. "What happens to them?" He thought about this. If someone attempts to break a contract that has a suppression formation in its seal, the formation activates. I can read the formation structure. I can tell them what will happen before they try. He paused. "That's what's available right now." Mei Suying nodded. "Tell them." Chapter 34 Bao Changfeng's actual message arrived through the medical channel 7 days later, longer than any communication he had sent before. The investigation status was not good. The historical record anomalies Bao Changfeng had been cross-referencing against the founding patriarch's technique documentation had been reclassified, not falsified, not destroyed, but moved to a restricted access tier that required the SEC patriarch's direct authorization to access. The reclassification had happened through a routine administrative procedure 3 days after Bao Changfeng had first accessed the materials, which meant someone had identified the access and triggered the response. The witnesses he had been building toward testimony had been reassigned. 3 practitioners who had indicated willingness to provide information about the founding patriarch's techniques development period had received new assignment orders within 2 weeks of each other, to different remote postings, standard administrative transfers, all individually explainable. Together, a pattern. The investigation itself had been placed under a procedural review, a standard mechanism that the Iron Justice section used to ensure investigations were properly grounded before advancing to formal finding stage. The review had been requested by the SEC Patriarch's administrative office. It was technically within the administrative procedures for the Iron Justice section to conduct a procedural review. The review could be extended, under procedure, for up to 6 months. Bao Changfeng wrote, "I am not being confronted. I am being managed." The distinction matters because confrontation would be visible and documentable. Management is procedurally correct at each individual step and collectively deliberate. He wrote further, "I believe I was not the correct institutional actor for this stage. The management tactics being used against me are calibrated to my specific institutional position, using the procedures of the Iron Justice section against its own investigation. An institutional actor in a different position, with a different kind of standing, might be less subject to the same management approaches." He wrote, "I am sorry that I cannot continue this from here. The case I was building has been identified. I want you to know that what you found is real and the documentation is accurate. That does not stop being true because the institutional process has been blocked." He said, "Find a different path." When Xiaochen read the message twice and sat with it for an afternoon. Then he wrote in his documentation book, "Bao Changfeng's investigation is blocked. He is right that the management tactics are calibrated to his institutional position. An actor without that specific position, a practitioner who operates outside the Iron Justice section's administrative structure, would be subject to different tactics. Harder to manage procedurally if not operating within the system's own procedures." He had been thinking, since the forged message, about what it meant to document something that the system was managing rather than addressing. The documentation was real. The system's management was also real. Both could be true simultaneously, and the question was which one persisted longer. He thought about 400 years of the hidden tithe pattern. He thought about Wei Songbai's documentation 300 years ago, which had been accurate and suppressed, and had not stopped being accurate. He added one more line to the documentation: the record exists. Find additional channels. Chapter 35. Zhao Meihua's requisition of the ash basin's operational records was a formal exercise of the Jade Mountain sect's acquisition audit rights, and Elder Yin Jiqing could not obstruct it without triggering an immediate diplomatic incident between two sects whose relationship was in active negotiation. She filed the requisition from the basin's administrative office, in the formal language of acquisition due diligence, on the 32nd day of his presence at the basin. She had spent the previous week, he understood from their daily working sessions, preparing the specific framing, what records to request, in what order, under what stated justification, so that the requisition was defensible on procedural grounds from every angle and explicitly within the acquisition audit rights Jade Mountain had been granted at the negotiation start. Elder Cho received the requisition with the expression of a practitioner who had been waiting for something and was relieved that it had arrived in a form he could cooperate with. 3 months of full operational records. Practitioner assignment rosters, advancement tracking, medical station reports, formation maintenance records, output documentation, supply chain sourcing records, cost basis documentation for the commercial resources produced. The records showed what they always showed: the output anomaly. Resources produced at a cost-to-output ratio that didn't balance on the stated inputs. Medical station reports showing advancement and aging patterns inconsistent with the stated work demands. Formation maintenance records noting the specific kind of residue accumulation that Wen Qiuqian had read in the formation structures. The records didn't explicitly describe the extraction mechanism. The extraction mechanism was in the formation design, not in the operational records. But the records produced the pattern that his cost reading explained, and Mei Suying's medical analysis confirmed, and Liu Yin's historical documentation contextualized. The pattern was in the data, and the data was in the requisition. Zhao Meihua sent the records to her father with a cover summary that he had reviewed before she sent it. She had organized the summary the same way Mei Suying had organized the initial approach to Bao Changfeng, presenting the anomaly as a problem requiring clarification rather than the extraction mechanism as a conclusion requiring judgment. Give him the framework. Let him reach the conclusion, she said, when she showed him the summary. My father has been in institutional cultivation commerce for 40 years. He knows what an anomalous cost-to-output ratio means when it appears consistently in operational records. I don't need to tell him what he's looking at. She sent it. His response came within 4 days, fast, for a patriarch managing a large institutional schedule. He was extending his consideration period for the acquisition partnership. He was requesting a full cost basis audit from the Clearstone Sect's administrative office as a condition of further negotiation. The cost basis audit was his right under the acquisition terms. Elder Yin Jiqing could not decline the audit without terminating the negotiation. He could not agree to the audit without the audit finding the same pattern the operational records showed. He was in a position that the acquisition process had created for him, using mechanisms that were entirely within the acquisition's own procedural framework. When Qiuqian read this and wrote in his documentation book, first constraint from an external institutional direction, Zhao Meihua's approach produced a result that Bao Changfeng's approach could not because Bao Changfeng was wrong, but because different institutional positions have different leverage. The acquisition audit is outside the management system that neutralized the Iron Justice investigation. He added, Zhao Meihua is better at this than I am. Pay attention to how she frames things. Then he went to find Liu Yin, because there was another section of the historical record he needed to cross-reference, and the work did not stop because one channel had succeeded. Chapter 36. Patriarch Zhao's meeting with the Clearstone Sect senior leadership was convened at neutral territory. The regional cultivation authorities' guest facilities, which were technically outside both sects' administrative jurisdiction and therefore appropriate for a discussion that was framed, on the formal record, as acquisition clarification rather than audit challenge. Zhao Meihua told him about the meeting afterward. She had been present for the preparation but not the meeting itself. Her father had asked her to remain available for follow-up documentation rather than participate directly, which she described without commentary, but which he noted meant Patriarch Zhao had wanted her visible proximity without her direct exposure. The meeting's structure, as she described it. Patriarch Zhao had asked 6 specific questions about the ash basin's cost structure, each framed in the language of acquisition due diligence rather than accusation. Cost basis for the mineral output. Source of the formation energy used in processing. Worker compensation relative to observed output. Medical Board Review History for the Assignment Territory. Original Construction Documentation for the Processing Facilities. Contract Disclosure Review Timeline. The Clearstone Sec senior leadership had answered all 6 questions. The answers were, as she put it with the dryness he had come to recognize as her particular voice when stating difficult conclusions, technically accurate and collectively misleading. The cost basis was stated as material and labor costs, accurately. The formation energy source was stated as the mineral processing formation's own output loop, accurately. Worker compensation was stated at the contracted rate, accurately. The medical board review history was provided for the period covered by current records, accurately. The construction documentation showed the original formation design, accurately. The contract disclosure review timeline showed the contract's formation seal layer had been reviewed by the appropriate certification body, accurately. None of these answers mentioned the cost extraction mechanism. None of them were false. All of them together produced a picture that would satisfy a review that did not have the cost reading to see what the picture was assembled from. My father understood, she said. He has been in institutional commerce long enough to know when an answer is accurate and insufficient. He knows the difference between complete transparency and technical compliance. She paused. He cannot prove the insufficiency. He can act on what he understands. What did he decide? He told the senior leadership that he would continue to evaluate the partnership and would return when the cost basis audit he had requested was complete. She said it without inflection. He used the word return, not proceed. The senior leadership will understand the distinction. The audit will be prepared by people who know what it needs to not say. She looked at her documentation folder. He is delaying the decision indefinitely through the acquisition process's own procedures. The cost to the Clearstone sect of the delay is uncertainty about a significant revenue partnership. That cost may eventually produce a different response than the management approach the cost reading investigation received. He thought about this. Because it affects their revenue position rather than their investigative exposure. Yes. She looked at him with the particular expressiveness she used when she wanted to make clear she had thought about something carefully. Bao Changfeng's investigation threatened institutional legitimacy. The acquisition delay threatens commercial position. Different parts of the same structure have different sensitivities. A pause. My father has also, informally, shared his concerns about the cost structure with 2 allied patriarchs who have their own business relationships with the basin's output. Word will spread in the acquisition network. He wrote this down. He wrote, Zhao Meihua's approach produces commercial pressure where institutional pressure failed. Different lever, same point. He underlined it. Chapter 37. Tang Weilong came to find him at the end of the 38th day. Not during their working hours. Those had been productive and professional, the 2 of them doing the cross-referencing and pattern identification that the documentation required. After the working hours, in the basin's small common area where practitioners ate their evening meal, when most of the others had returned to quarters and the formation lamps were the warm amber of late evening. He sat down across from Wen Xiuqian without preamble and said, I've spent 3 days with what I know about my cultivation advancement. I know. He had given Tang Weilong the 3 days without mention. I can't undo what was used. He said it flatly, not looking for contradiction, stating a fact he had established through whatever processing he had done in 3 days. The advancement happened. The cost was paid by whoever paid it. Me refusing to advance further doesn't return anything to them. No. He met Tang Weilong's eyes. It doesn't. So what do I do? Not dramatic. A genuine practical question from someone who had decided what he understood about the situation and needed to know what came next. He thought about the honest answer. He thought about what he told Bao Changfeng about the ash basin workers not being able to get their years back. What he had written about documentation being the first step rather than the complete step. What Zhao Meihua had said about sometimes that has to be enough. You stop advancing through the same method, he said. Not because it returns anything, because continuing to advance through it is a continuing choice rather than a historical one. What already happened is historical. What you do from this point forward is not. Tang Weilong looked at him. And the documentation. You know the system in detail from the inside of it. You know how Yan Jiqing's programs are presented to practitioners, what language is used, what the administrative structures look like. That information is useful for identifying similar operations and for understanding how practitioners who go into them understand what they're agreeing to. So I contribute to the documentation. Yes. A silence. Tang Weilong said, Is that enough? He held the question. The honest answer was that he didn't know. The honest answer was that enough was a metric he couldn't calculate because he didn't know what the outcome would eventually be, or when, or what contribution would turn out to have mattered. Enough was a final verdict, and they were not at the end. I don't know, he said. Tang Weilong nodded. He stayed at the table for another moment, and then he said, "The common breath restoration method. You said you can show me how to verify it." "Yes. Show me tomorrow." He looked at Tang Weilong. The compressed directness, the decision made privately and now stated as complete, and thought about the credit notation he had read in Tang Weilong's cultivation base the first day they'd met. Still there, still unresolved, still pointing in a direction he couldn't trace. Something owed to Tang Weilong that hadn't been claimed yet. "Tomorrow," he said. "Yes." Chapter 38. Su Baosher arrived at the ash basin on the 41st day, alone. Not with an inspection authorization, not with an administrative cover, with a standard practitioner travel document, as a private individual with business interests in the region, which gave him no official access to the basin's operations, but which he apparently didn't need, because Elder Cho could not turn away a grand alchemist without creating a complication, and Su Baosher knew it. He read Su Baosher the moment the alchemist appeared at the basin's entrance gate. The cost notation was unchanged from every previous reading. Personal practice entirely clean, the specific integrity of someone who had been building his craft on his own capability rather than taking from others. The pill production mechanism was still there in the organizational notation, the connection to the supply chain, the cost structure of the pills, but those were institutional, not personal. Su Baosher was, at the personal level, an honest man operating a dishonest system. They met in the basin's administrative guest room. Elder Cho had offered it, which when Xiaochen noted as Elder Cho managing the situation by giving both parties a defined space rather than a corridor confrontation. "You've been documenting this basin for 6 weeks, Su Baosher said. He settled into the chair with the easy gravity of a large man in a familiar kind of meeting. "And the acquisition audit. And the medical board record. And I understand there's historical documentation now, through a scholar I've been hearing about." "Yes. You've built a documentation structure that is distributed across multiple institutional channels." He said it as an assessment rather than a complaint. "When I heard about the patriarchal audit, I wanted to understand the exposure level before it reached a stage that required more active response." A pause. "The exposure level is significant." "It is." He watched Su Baosher's face. "What does more active response mean?" "I would like it not to mean anything specific." The alchemist's voice was the genuine warmth of someone who was actually uncomfortable with what he was about to imply. "I am not a practitioner who takes physical action against other practitioners. I have never been that. My interests are commercial and my leverage is commercial." He met with Xiaochen's eyes. "But I am connected to practitioners who manage exposure risks in different ways than I would choose. And those practitioners are aware of what you're building here." He read the cost notation on the statement. The threat was genuine. Su Baosher was relaying an accurate assessment of the situation, not an exaggerated one. The alchemist was also genuinely uncomfortable with the implication, which was itself useful information. "You're warning me," he said. "I'm telling you that the exposure level has reached a point where the management response from the administrative structure is likely to shift from procedural to direct." Su Baosher set his hands on the table. "And I am telling you that because I can see your ability in your eyes when you look at things. You've been reading me every time we've met. You know my costs are clean." He paused. "I am not the practitioner I should be. I have built my practice on a mechanism I chose not to examine. But I am also not a practitioner who wants a low-rank outer disciple to be directly threatened because his ability makes the examination possible." He held this for a moment. "The cost of your warning," he said, "is that you've told practitioners connected to the management structure that you came here and gave it." Su Baosher was quiet. "Yes, that's accurate." "Why?" A long pause. "Because I read costs too. Not the way you do. But I have been reading costs in a different way for 30 years. Market costs, practical costs. The cost of what happens when you build a practice on a foundation you can't look at directly." He looked at his hands. "The cost of a practitioner with your ability being directly threatened is something I can read clearly. It is too high." A pause. "What you've built is too distributed to suppress now without that cost becoming visible." He said, "You came to tell me the management response will escalate, but also that escalating it is too costly. I came to give you time." Su Baosher stood. "Whether you use it correctly is your problem." He straightened his traveling robe. "The offer of employment remains open, if you decide the documentation path produces insufficient results. I know you will not accept it, but it remains." He left. When Xiaochen sat in the guest room and wrote down everything Su Baosher had said, verbatim, and noted, personal cost notation clean. Threat genuine. Discomfort with threat genuine. This is the second time a practitioner operating within the system has warned me rather than acted against me. The cost they calculate for action against me appears to be higher than the cost of letting the documentation continue. He thought about what that meant for the documentation's current value. He went to find Mei Suiying. Chapter 39. He had been feeling it building for 3 days. The way the previous stage developments had felt, like a lens approaching a new focal length, the notation around him at the edge of sharpening into something he couldn't yet read clearly. On the 44th day, the Silver Auditor stage arrived. Not during training, not in any dramatic circumstance. He was sitting at the documentation table in Liuyin's workspace, reviewing the formation archive materials from the basin's construction period, and the new capability came in the way of a shift in the documentation in front of him. Characters that had been slightly blurred at the edges of his reading range resolved into perfect clarity. He could now read lifespan costs and complex cultivation resources, not just identifying that a lifespan cost existed, the way he had been doing since Penny Appraiser stage. Full resolution. Who? How much? What mechanism? What the specific arrangement of the lifespan cost within the resources structure looked like. He turned this on the ash basin's extraction mechanism. He had been reading this mechanism for 6 weeks. He had built the map, the documentation, the historical cross-reference. He had described the extraction to everyone in his working group and to institutional practitioners who had received the documentation. He said it knowing what Mei Suiying was going to say, because he had been thinking it himself for the 6 weeks since he arrived. The telling had a specific cost. He had read it before. He had been preparing for it since the Silver Auditor capability arrived, and he understood the full scale for the first time. I know, she said. How do we tell them in a way that doesn't collapse the basin's operation before there's somewhere for the practitioners to go? He did not have a complete answer. We tell the ones who are in the longest first, the ones whose remaining cost is highest. We tell them the truth, and we give them the documentation, and we tell them what their contractual options are. Their options are limited. Yes. He held her gaze. Tell them anyway. Chapter 40. The telling began that evening, with the 3 practitioners whose cost accumulation was highest, 26 months, 21 months, 18 months of assignment. Mei Suiying arranged the meeting through the medical station's routine consultation format, which provided a private room and a plausible cover for a long conversation. He read each practitioner's cost notation at the beginning of the session and described what he saw. He used the framework he had developed: cost type, source, amount, consent status. He was precise about the scale. He was precise about what the contract disclosed, in what format, and what stage was required to read it. He was precise about what the workers' legal options were. 2 of the 3 workers did not believe him. He had been prepared for this. He had prepared for it since the infirmary, when Elder Lung had told him the ability sounded like meridian damage. Not having evidence that practitioners who couldn't read the notation could verify meant that a practitioner who had built their entire understanding of their situation on a different set of facts would need to do substantial work to accept what he described. The first worker listened, said he had heard this kind of thing from practitioners who were trying to destabilize labor assignments before, and left. The second worker was more uncertain. She asked several specific questions about the medical data that Mei Suiying answered, and in the end said she needed to think. She did not leave immediately. She left, eventually, with a copy of the documentation summary. The third worker, the practitioner with 23 years of remaining projected lifespan at age 45, sat with the information for a long time. She had the medical records Mei Suiying had been keeping. She had her own body's evidence. The way she woke in the mornings with a specific kind of fatigue that was not the fatigue of work. The way her cultivation base felt like it was moving slower than her effort should produce. She said, I want to break my contract. He said, there's an enforcement formation in the contract seal layer. If you attempt to formally break it, the formation activates and suppresses your cultivation base until the contract's term expires. You knew about this. I read it last month. I've been documenting it. You didn't tell me before now. He held her gaze. I didn't know the full cost until 3 days ago. I'm telling you now. She looked at the documentation. She looked at her hands. She said, I'm going to break it anyway. He said, you understand what will happen. You said cultivation suppression, not harm. Suppression for the remaining time of your contract. 18 months. During which I accumulate no further drain? He thought about this. He hadn't read that aspect of the enforcement formation's cost structure, whether the suppression prevented further extraction. He focused on it now. The enforcement formation, when active, locked the cultivation base against external interaction. The extraction mechanism worked through the cultivation base's active engagement with the formation residue. If the cultivation base was suppressed and locked. I need to read the formation more precisely, he said. He sat down in the medical station chair and focused. The Silver Auditor's precision was available. He applied it to the enforcement formations mechanism. The formation suppressed cultivation base interaction with external formation structures. The extraction mechanism required that interaction. If the suppression is active, he said slowly, The extraction mechanism cannot operate. You would accumulate no further drain during the suppression period. She looked at him. He tried to read the enforcement formation's cost label, the price of the suppression, who paid it, what it cost the formation's operators to activate it. He focused on the cost label. There was no cost label. He looked again. He reached for the notation the same way he reached for every cost notation, the specific quality of attention that resolved labels into readable text. The enforcement formation's cost label was simply not there. Not opaque, not blurred. Absent. The way a word is absent from a page, not the way a word is hidden under other words. He had never encountered this before. Wait, he said. He focused harder. He tried the multiple reading approaches he had developed since penny appraiser stage. Different angles, different levels of attention. Nothing. Where the cost notation should be, there was nothing at all. Mei Suing was watching him. What's wrong? The cost label on the enforcement formation, he said. It's gone. You can't read it? There's nothing to read. He kept trying. The same focus, the same approaches. Every cultivated object has a cost label. Even if I can't read it at my current stage, I can see that a label exists. This formation has no cost label visible at all. He sat back. He thought about the contract's legal architecture, the disclosure in notation that required gold arbiter stage. He thought about the 300 years of the hidden tithe pattern. He thought about Wei Songbai's documentation being suppressed through the regional authorities' reclassification mechanism. The cost label had not always been absent. It had been made absent. He said, "This is something different. This is deliberate." Someone removed the cost label from this formation. The three workers looked at each other. The one who had decided to break her contract was still looking at her hands. He said, "Break it. If the suppression stops the drain, 18 months without accumulation is better than 18 months at 12 years per year." She pressed her contract document against the enforcement formation's activation point. The suppression activated. Her cultivation base went quiet, visible in her notation as a sudden stillness. The extraction mechanism reached for her cultivation base and found nothing to reach into. She looked at him. "It worked," he said. "The drain has stopped." She nodded once. She said, "Now what?" He looked at the enforcement formation's empty space where the cost label should have been. He looked at the specific shape of the absence. Not random, not gradual fading at the edges of his reading range. Clean absence. Deliberate. He said, "Now I need to find out who can remove a cost label." Chapter 41. The erased cost label was something he had not anticipated. He spent 3 days attempting to read it from every angle his silver auditor capability allowed. Different focal approaches, different levels of attention, different methodologies for accessing the notation beneath the accessible surface. Each attempt produced the same result. Clean absence. Not obscured notation, but the specific absence of notation where notation should be. He brought the observation to Mei Suing and Luyin as a technical problem rather than an operational one. What he needed first was to understand the mechanism, because the mechanism would tell him what kind of practitioner could produce this effect and what kind of documentation it would leave. Mei Suing's analysis from the alchemical side. Every formation she had ever studied had a cost structure visible in the material composition. The ash basin enforcement formation's material composition was present and readable. The cost notation should derive from the material composition in a way she could cross-reference. But the cross-reference produced a structural gap. The notation that should appear based on the formation's material structure simply did not appear. The material cost existed in the physical world. The notation had been removed from the readable record. Liuyin's analysis from the historical side. He had, in 16 years of records, 2 documented references to practitioners who could interfere with cost notation. Both references were fragmentary. One described a practitioner, approximately 300 years ago, who had been hired to prepare formations for specific administrative uses. The reference described this practitioner as someone who dressed formations in borrowed notations, which Luyin interpreted as notation manipulation rather than genuine cost change. The second was a later reference, approximately 150 years ago, to a clearing practitioner whose services were described as making formations clean for review. Neither reference was specific about mechanism. He wrote these into the unresolved accounts section and focused on what was available. The 3 workers who had triggered the enforcement formation were in suppressed base status, cultivation advancement locked, unable to advance, extraction mechanism also unable to function. The suppression was not physically harmful. They ate, moved, slept, functioned normally. They simply could not cultivate during the suppression period. He told the other basin workers what had happened, not in a public address, which would have produced the administration's response immediately, but in the small conversations of daily life in a contained territory, the same way information always moved through a closed environment. The truth of the suppression, what it did and didn't do, what the 3 workers' experience was showing. The result, over the following week, was not what he had expected. 7 more workers chose suppression. They chose it knowing what it meant. 18 months, or 12 months, or however long remained on their contracts. Unable to advance, unable to cultivate, but also unable to be drained. 7 practitioners who had been accumulating 12 years of lifespan cost per assignment year chose to stop the accumulation, even at the cost of advancement entirely, rather than continue. He documented all of it. He added the suppression choice data to the documentation as a separate section. Practitioners who chose contractual suppression in response to cost information, with dates and assignment lengths remaining. He thought, this is what happens when practitioners can see the cost, even without his ability, even with just a description, carefully documented and verifiable through the medical record. 7 of 30 workers chose differently when they had the information. 7 was not enough to change the system. 7 was not nothing. Chapter 42 Zhao Meihua had been at the ash basin for 6 weeks past the official inspection schedule. Her continued presence was formally justified by the acquisition audit process. Patriarch Zhao's cost basis audit request had generated a document flow that legitimately required her presence to manage. No one had pressed the point, because pressing it would create a record of having pressed it. He had noticed, in the months since they started working together daily, that her cultivation practice had a specific quality. She never used resources he would have to flag. Not because she could read the notation, she had made clear she couldn't, but because she had developed, over years of noticing output anomalies through her alchemical assessment work, an intuition for which resources felt clean and which did not. She bought only from practitioners she had verified through their output records. She avoided the premium market resources that produced anomalous results. She cultivated slowly, by choice, rather than quickly on resources whose sourcing she couldn't confirm. He had been meaning to say this and had been not saying it because it felt like the kind of observation that could misread as something other than what he meant. She had asked him, several weeks ago, what his method cost him. He had not answered directly. He had been thinking about the answer since. Your cultivation practice, he said. On a Tuesday evening when they were reviewing the worker suppression data and the basin's formation archive had been reorganized by Lewin to separate the construction period documents from the operational records. You source it the same way I do. Not through reading, through outcome tracking. She looked up from the document she was organizing. Yes. You've been doing it longer than I've been reading. Longer than I've known about your ability, yes. She set the document down. I noticed the first output anomaly at 14 in my father's sect resource supply. I didn't have a framework for it. I just stopped using the resource. She paused. It was impractical. Every premium cultivation resource I looked at carefully had some version of the anomaly. I advanced very slowly. Like me. Not exactly like you. I couldn't verify the source. I could only identify that something was wrong with the output. She looked at him steadily. The difference is you can say exactly what the cost is and who paid it. I can only say the balance sheet doesn't work. Both are useful. Yes. She picked the document back up. Your output tracking is downstream of your notation reading. My output tracking is the only tool I have. They point at the same things from different directions. A pause. The considering pause she made before saying something she had been working up to. I've been thinking about whether a practitioner who could not read the notation but understood the output tracking methodology could be trained to identify hidden costs at the practical level. Mei Suing has been doing that for 2 years. Mei Suing has your cost readings to cross-reference against. I'm thinking about whether the output tracking alone, systematized, could function as a documentation tool without the reading. She looked at the basin's operational records. If it could, the methodology could be taught. And if it could be taught, it's not dependent on one practitioner with an unusual ability. He understood what she was building toward. A methodology that could be taught would be much harder to suppress than a single practitioner's testimony. Yes. She looked at him with the expression he had come to read as her version of certainty, not performed confidence, but the particular stillness of someone who has arrived at a conclusion through sufficient evidence. I want to develop it. Start with the medical data and the formation output analysis, he said. Mei Suing's methodology for the medical side is already documented. Your output tracking is the other side. I'll provide cost readings as cross-reference for verification during development. That will be slow. Slow is appropriate. You're building something that has to hold up without me. He turned back to the worker suppression data. Take the time it takes. Chapter 43. The regional cultivation tournament announcement arrived at the ash basin in the standard administrative notification format on the 52nd day. A formal circular to all registered practitioners within the tournament's catchment region, which included the basin as an active outer sect posting. He read the circular and noted the specific provisions. All practitioners registered with a participating sect, at Jade Assessor stage or below, were eligible to enter. The tournament would be held in the regional city, 2 weeks travel from the basin. The entry period was 30 days. He also noted, entry in the tournament created an administrative record of official participation in a sanctioned regional event, which by the Iron Justice Section's own protocols suspended any pending transfer orders during the tournament's active period. Bao Changfeng had explained this mechanism to him in the South Garden the night of the suspended Distant Ash Station order. It was not the only reason to enter, but it was a reason. He spent 2 days thinking about whether to enter, which was longer than he usually took for decisions he had already made. The actual decision was straightforward. The tournament's access provisions were useful. The regional city would put him in proximity to institutional practitioners he couldn't reach from the basin, and the documentation work at the basin was at a stage where it could continue for a month without his daily presence. What he was thinking about, for 2 days, was the combat. The tournament required combat. He had no combat techniques he could use. Every technique in the Clearstone sect's library, every technique he had read in any sect's library, carried cost notations he could not accept. Hidden costs, extracted lifespan, practitioner sacrifice that had not been consented to. He had been at the penny appraiser stage when he first understood that most cultivation techniques had this problem. At Silver Auditor stage, he could read the costs in considerably more detail, which had not made more techniques acceptable. He could use the common breath restoration method. He could use basic unstructured cultivation energy. He could use whatever he could build or develop himself from resources with clean costs. In a tournament where most participants would be at Silver Auditor or Jade Assessor stage, this was a significant constraint. He thought about what his ability could do in a combat context that had nothing to do with conventional techniques. He had been reading practitioners and their cost notations since the ability appeared. He had been reading techniques during their use, which meant reading techniques during combat demonstrations. He could read a technique's full cost structure, including its operational mechanism, while the technique was in motion. The information he could read during an active combat exchange was, he thought about this carefully, information the opponent didn't know they were providing. He registered for the tournament. Mei Suiying heard about it and said, "You don't have combat techniques." "I have information," he said. She looked at him with the specific patience of someone deciding not to argue with a conclusion that was probably going to produce an instructive failure. "Try not to get injured in a way that damages the documentation work," she said. He thought that was fair. Chapter 44. The tournament's first round was held in an open formation arena in the regional city's Cultivation Administrative District, a standard competition space with observation galleries that could hold several hundred practitioners, formation boundaries that contained combat force, and a judging panel of 3 senior practitioners from regional institutions. He had entered at coin weigher stage, which the registration process noted as unusually low for tournament participation. Most entrants were at Silver Auditor or Jade Assessor stage. He had not misrepresented his stage. He had entered at his actual cultivation level, which was not coin weigher. He was currently Silver Auditor. The registration had been filed before the Silver Auditor breakthrough, using his coin weigher stage certification, which was technically accurate at the time of filing. He had decided not to correct this. His first-round opponent was a practitioner from a sect he hadn't encountered before, the Ironbark sect, whose methods, when he read the opponent's cost notation as they faced each other across the formation arena, reflected a tradition of high-intensity personal cultivation expenditure. The opponent's cultivation advancement was paid primarily from their own lifespan, which the notation flagged as deliberate and acknowledged. The Ironbark sect apparently cultivated through willingness to accelerate their own aging in exchange for capability, an explicit trade that all parties understood. His opponent's primary technique was a battle formation. He could see it activating before the match formally began, the specific quality of preloaded cultivation energy gathering at the opponent's formation anchors, preparing to deploy. He read the battle formation's cost structure. Cost: user's own lifespan, 2 years per activation. Acknowledged in the technique's original development documentation. The technique's creator had built the cost into the design deliberately, a principle of proportional exchange, where the technique's power was calibrated to require the user's own investment rather than anyone else's. The notation flagged this as entirely clean. He thought, "I can fight this." The match began with the formation's first activation, a compressed column of cultivation energy that drove into the arena space with the force of something trained over years at significant personal cost. He moved laterally, reading the formation's cost structure as it deployed, understanding the mechanism precisely. The 2-year cost loaded into each activation cycle, the power output calibrated against it, the specific vulnerability in the post-activation recovery period where the next charge was loading. He could not match the technique's output with basic cultivation energy. He was not trying to. He was mapping the intervals. Chapter 45. The second activation came 14 seconds after the first. He was not in position to receive it. He had moved during the recovery interval, following the gap that the cost structure showed him. The third activation came 11 seconds later from a different direction, which was the opponent adjusting for his movement pattern. The fourth came 9 seconds after, faster, the intervals tightening as the opponent pressed pressure. 4 activations in 3 minutes. He had been counting. He had been reading the cost label each time. 2 years per activation, clean and consistent. 4 activations. 8 years of the opponent's projected lifespan, expended in 3 minutes of combat to maintain pressure on a practitioner who had not deployed a single formal technique. He stopped moving during the post-4th activation recovery interval. He said, "The cost reads, 4 activations. Your battle formation costs 2 years of your own lifespan per use. You have spent 8 years in 3 minutes." He said it at competition volume. The judges could hear him. The gallery could hear him. The opponent's 5th activation cycle was loading. He could read it in the cost structure. The opponent knew what the technique cost. The technique's cost was the entire point. Deliberate, acknowledged, the Ironbark tradition's explicit principle. There was nothing he had revealed that the opponent didn't know. But saying it aloud, in the middle of a combat exchange, at competition volume, with the gallery watching, making the invisible expenditure visible and audible in public, was different from knowing it privately. The 5th activation hesitated. Not a complete stop. A half-second pause in the loading cycle where the opponent's attention divided between the technique's deployment and the announced total. 8 years in 3 minutes, with the number now hanging in the formation arena's air. He was already moving. Basic cultivation energy, unstructured, the kind of strike that worked not through technique power but through timing. The opponent's divided attention was the opening. The half-second pause in the formation loading was the window. He drove a single concentrated pulse of clean cultivation energy into the gap between the formation's 5th activation charge and the post-4th stabilization. The strike landed on the opponent's left shoulder, not hard enough to injure, not hard enough to do anything except count as a decisive hit in the formation arena's boundary system. The formation lit one light at his side. The judges reviewed. The gallery was quiet. The opponent looked across the arena at him with a specific expression of someone processing an event they had not anticipated. The ruling came. A successful hit during the opponent's activation interval constituted a match decision. The boundary system's record was clear. He had won. He stood in the formation arena and thought, with the dispassion he tried to bring to everything he read. The victory was not technique versus technique. It was the gap between a practitioner who knew their own cost and a practitioner who made that cost publicly visible. They were different things. The opponent knew. The announcement was not information to the opponent. It was information to the gallery and to everyone watching. A practitioner who could announce cost structures during combat created a different kind of pressure than conventional technique did. He filed this observation and went to find the bracket for the second round. In the gallery, several practitioners he didn't recognize were writing in documentation books they had brought to the match. He read their notation as he walked past the gallery's lower edge. 2 of them had the organizational marker of administrative officials. One had the notation of an independent practitioner connected to no sect or administrative body. He noted this, too. Chapter 46. The tournament judges convened a session. He was notified of it through the tournament's administrative channel. A formal request for his presence at a judging panel review, initiated after 3 sect representatives had filed formal objections to the first-round conduct. He presented himself at the judging hall and answered questions for approximately 40 minutes. The 3 objecting representatives argued, in different formulations, the same position. Announcing cost information about an opponent's technique during active combat constituted an interference with the opponent's psychological state through means unrelated to the combat itself. The correct analogy was practitioners who used mental disruption techniques, which were subject to specific restrictions. He answered that cost information about a technique structure was factual information about the technique, not the practitioner. Announcing that a formation cost 2 years of lifespan per activation was equivalent to observing that the formation deployed at a particular force level. It described the technique, not the opponent. The judges asked, could the information be verified? He said, by practitioners with appropriate stage capability, yes. The judges asked, was the information true? He said, the cost label I read is accurate. I can describe in detail how the reading works and what notation system it produces, which would allow practitioners with appropriate stage capability to verify. The judges deliberated. He stood in the hallway outside the judging hall for an hour and read the cost notations on the building's formation arrays, which were clean, standard, nothing notable. The ruling came, announcing cost structures derived from genuine reading capability was not prohibited under the tournament rules, because cost information was true information and the tournament's rules against interference prohibited deception, not truth. The ruling would stand as precedent for the remainder of the tournament. He went back to the tournament's participant registration and prepared for the second round. In the observer's gallery, he could see Su Baosher. The Grand Alchemist had attended the tournament as a spectator, a reasonable thing for a practitioner of his commercial standing, which connected him to many of the sects whose disciples were competing. He was not watching Wen Xiaochen, specifically. He was watching the administrative gallery where the sect representatives sat. He was watching the ruling's impact on the people it would affect beyond this tournament. The ruling meant that in any formal cultivation context with a judging authority, a practitioner with cost reading capability could announce cost structures at competition volume, and it would be on the record. The specific mechanism by which cost labels on techniques had remained invisible for 400 years, the invisibility of the hidden tithe, the invisibility of the enforcement formation's erased label. That mechanism assumed cost labels were private information. They were not, anymore. Chapter 47. His second-round opponent used the Clearstone sect's founding patriarch's primary combat method. He recognized it immediately. He had read this technique 50 times, in practice grounds observation, and in the historical archive, and in the Clearstone sect's public library. The cost notation was the same every time. 300 practitioners, 40 years, involuntary lifespan transfer. The technique functioned by drawing on that accumulated cost as its cultivation substrate. Every activation pulled fractionally on what had been harvested a century ago. He stood at the match start position and felt the technique activate across from him and read the full cost structure in 3 seconds. 300 practitioners, 40 years. He had been reading this technique since he was in the sect's outer courtyard. He knew it precisely. Lewin had been working, for the weeks since the basin documentation had been in progress, on researching the identities of the practitioners who had been in the Clearstone sect during the founding patriarch's 40-year development period. Not all 300, that was beyond available records. But 47 names, recovered from historical sect registration documents, that Lewin had been able to cross-reference with the founding patriarch's active practice period and the specific lifespan drain pattern the technique's cost notation described. He had those names. He said, at competition volume. The cost reads, the Clearstone sect founding patriarch's primary combat method. Construction cost. The lifespan of approximately 300 practitioners over 40 years, distributed without disclosure or consent. Among the documented contributing practitioners, surnames identified by historical research include. He read the 47 surnames Lewin had recovered. He said them clearly, in the order Lewin had organized them chronologically by the estimated period of their contribution. It took approximately 90 seconds to read all 47. The tournament arena was entirely silent for those 90 seconds. He said, the technique's current activation draws on this historical contribution as its substrate. At the word substrate, the Clearstone sect's 3 representatives in the administrative gallery began moving simultaneously. All 3 stood. 2 of them were already walking toward the judging panel station. He noted, that was the fastest response he had ever seen from an administrative gallery. Faster than the response to his first-round ruling objection. Faster, probably, than it would have been if the announcement hadn't included names. Names were different from descriptions. A description of cost was information about a system. A name was information about a specific practitioner who had been part of the system. His opponent, a senior Clearstone disciple whose own cost notation read clean, and who was using a technique whose cost he had not paid and probably had not known the full details of, was standing across the arena with an expression he recognized. The specific face of someone who has just received information in public that they had received in private, where the public reception was categorically different from anything they had processed in the private context. The match was still technically active. The Jade Assessor breakthrough had arrived during the announcement. He felt it come in, the new stage settling into his cultivation base with the specific quality of a lens snapping to focus. He could now read the hidden costs in bloodline techniques and inherited arts. He had needed it for exactly this technique. He focused on the current match and registered the moment the Clearstone representatives reached the judging panel. Their objection was being filed while the match was ongoing. The judges had authority to pause, but had not paused yet. His opponent was still standing. The Clearstone disciple looked at him, and then, visibly, made a decision. The match was what was in front of them, and the rest was someone else's problem to handle. They activated the technique. Chapter 48. The Clearstone disciple was a significantly more capable fighter than his first-round opponent. The founding patriarch's technique, built on 300 practitioners' years, had cultivation substrate that produced power output at a level his basic cultivation energy could not compete with, regardless of the cost announcement interval tactic that had worked in the first round. The Clearstone disciple was also technically accomplished. The technique's forms were precise, the deployment fast, and the recovery intervals shorter than the Ironbark battle formation had produced. He fought for 8 minutes. He used the only tools available to him: movement, timing, the cost readings precision about interval windows, and the basic energy strikes that were the only technique he could deploy with clean conscience. He found 3 openings in 8 minutes and struck twice cleanly. The third attempt was intercepted. The match ended by point total. The Clearstone disciple had 4 decisive hits. He had 2. He had lost in the second round. This was the correct outcome. He had known going in that he could not win through combat against an opponent using a powerful technique when his available methods were limited to clean cost resources. What he had done in the second round was not combat. It was documentation. The 47 names were now on the tournament's official record, which was a public administrative document that persisted after the event. He filed this away and walked off the arena floor. The Clearstone representatives had achieved a procedural pause after the match ended. The objection to the second-round announcement had been formally received and was under the same judging review as the first-round ruling. He was notified that the review would consider whether including practitioner names in cost announcements constituted defamation. He thought about this for a day and wrote a formal response. The practitioners named were historical, identified by established historical research methodology, and the association of their names with cost contribution to the technique was not defamatory because it did not claim wrongdoing on their part. They had been subjected to a cost extraction without their consent. They were harm recipients, not harm perpetrators. Naming them in that context was the opposite of defamatory. The review ruling, 3 days later. The announcement was technically permissible under the same framework as the first-round ruling. Naming historical practitioners as cost payers was factual information about a technique, not defamation. The Clearstone sect's senior leadership, when they received this ruling, stopped pursuing the tournament objection. He noted, they had decided the cost of continued visible objection was higher than the cost of the ruling standing. In the observer's gallery, the practitioner he had noticed without an organizational marker was still present. Chapter 49. He didn't know who the independent practitioner in the gallery was until the third day of the tournament's second round, when Zhao Meihua, who had traveled to the regional city and was managing her father's ongoing acquisition audit correspondence from a location where she had faster access to administrative channels, came to find him with a specific expression. She said, "Do you know who Patriarch Gu Tianwei is?" "By reputation. He's here." She said it without drama, but the specific quality of her tone told him she was managing a response to something she hadn't anticipated. Not for the tournament. His schedule has him in the regional city for sect representative meetings, but the timeline puts him in the city starting 4 days before the tournament began. He has been attending the tournament as an observer. She paused. The independent practitioner in the gallery with no organizational marker. That's his representative, not him. Gu Tianwei is in the administrative observers section, in the back row, where a gallery observer's attention would not naturally land. He thought about the back row of the administrative observers section and recalibrated his reading. He had been reading the gallery systematically since the first round. He had read the back row as containing administrative officials with standard organizational markers. He had missed one. He focused his ability toward the administrative observers section and found a practitioner of significant cultivation stage, personal cost notation entirely clean, with an organizational marker that was structured differently from any he had seen. Not the administrative marks he was used to reading, but something with a larger scope. The marker of someone whose institutional position was above the sect level. He had read it as a standard senior administrative practitioner. He had not read it as specifically that practitioner. Patriarch Gu Tianwei, he said. His reputation, she said carefully, is as the most powerful independent cultivation patriarch on the continent. His empire covers 12 territories, multiple sect relationships, and approximately 1/3 of the premium cultivation resource market in this region. A pause. My father's sect does business with 2 of his allied sections. I've been aware of his existence since I was 12. His cost notation reads clean. She looked at him. His personal practice is clean? Yes. He had reread the back row now. Everything I can access at this stage. No hidden extractions, no contested accounts, acknowledged costs throughout. He paused. What his empire's foundation costs are at historical depth, I can't read at silver auditor stage. But his recent practice is clean. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. That's either good or very bad. It's complicated. He thought about the specific complexity of a practitioner who had built enormous institutional power while personally maintaining clean practice. The people who operated within systems rather than being the systems. Elder Cho. Elder Long. Multiple practitioners whose personal notations read correctly while they managed structures that did not. His representative will approach you, she said. They've been watching since the first round ruling. She paused. I wanted you to know the scope of what's watching before they did. He said, what do you think the approach will be? She said, the same as all the others. An offer that costs you your independence. She looked at him steadily. How it's different from the others depends on what he's calculated about your response to the previous offers. He thought about Su Baosher's offer, Yan Jiqing's representative's offer, and what Su Baosher had said at the basin about a practitioner who could read cost structures being worth more than when Xiuqin had understood yet. Each offer had been more sophisticated than the last. He'll have read what I've done, he said. Yes. She said. He'll know the previous offers failed. A different kind of offer requires a different calculation about what you value. A pause. What do you value? He thought about the documentation, the distributed channels, the 47 names on the tournament record, the 7 basin workers who had chosen suppression, the erased cost label on the enforcement formation. Accuracy, he said. The record being accurate. The cost notation being true. She nodded once. Then a sufficiently sophisticated offer will be framed in terms of accuracy. She picked up her correspondence folder. I wanted you to be prepared for that. Chapter 50 Patriarch Gu Tianwei's representative approached him on the tournament's 4th day. He had been watching for the approach and still found it executed better than he expected. Not a message, not a formal request, but a casual encounter in the regional city's public cultivation library, where he had gone to read formation documentation that was available here and not at the basin. The representative appeared at the adjacent reading table and looked up at him as if the encounter were coincidental and said, I heard the second round announcement. The historical names were well researched. He looked at the representative, a practitioner in his 40s with the specific, careful bearing of someone who had been managing significant institutional relationships for a long time. His cost notation read, no personal hidden costs, the specific marker of an organizational relationship that was binding and compensated and acknowledged. Thank you, he said. Scholar Liuyin's work, the representative said. It was not a question. The historical research on the founding patriarch's technique practitioners has been tracked through the regional scholar network. 16 years of records, and now a specific application. A pause. Patriarch Gu Tianwei would like to meet. He is in the city for sect representative meetings. If your schedule allows, he has time tomorrow afternoon. He considered. He had been expecting this approach and had spent 3 days deciding on his response. What does he want to discuss? He asked. Direct. He had found that directness saved more time than framing. The representative looked at him with the specific respect of someone who had been dealing with practitioners who did not ask direct questions and found the directness a calibration rather than an affront. He would like to understand your methodology and what you found. He would like to present you with information he has been collecting for 3 years about a specific practitioner operating in this region who may be connected to the cost erasure event you encountered at the Ash Basin. A pause. He believes you have aligned interests on that question. He kept his face steady. The cost erasure. The enforcement formation with no cost label. He had been documenting that as an unresolved account since the 44th day at the basin. Tell Patriarch Gu that I'll meet him tomorrow afternoon, he said. The representative stood. Before leaving, he said, he wanted me to tell you. He has read the medical board documentation you filed through the basin's records channel. He found the filing methodology interesting. A pause. He said, I know this kind of work. A practitioner who develops a distributed documentation strategy is a different kind of interlocutor than one who relies on a single channel. He watched the representative leave and wrote in his documentation book, Patriarch Gu Tianwei, clean personal notation, has been tracking the cost eraser for 3 years. Meeting tomorrow. This approach is more sophisticated than the previous ones because it offers information rather than offering opportunity. Pay attention to what the information costs. He closed the book and went back to reading the formation documentation. Chapter 51 Patriarch Gu Tianwei had reserved a private meeting room at the regional city's Cultivation Administration building, a neutral facility that neither of them controlled, which he noted as deliberate. The Patriarch was in his late 60s, cultivated beyond the standard aging effects, carrying the specific physical solidity of someone who had been powerful for long enough that power had stopped being something he performed and had become something he simply was. He read him thoroughly, from the moment the Patriarch stood to greet him. Personal cost notation, entirely clean. Not the careful cleanliness of someone managing their costs with specific attention, but the settled cleanliness of someone for whom acknowledged cost practice had been the baseline for so long it was no longer an active decision. The costs in his personal cultivation history were acknowledged, sourced from his own resources, and adequately compensated to the practitioners he had worked with. Every one of them. His empire's costs were somewhere else. He could feel the historical depth behind what he could read at Silver Auditor, layers he couldn't access yet, pointing in directions he couldn't fully trace. But what he could read of the Patriarch's personal practice was without flag. Outer Disciple 1, the Patriarch said, and the specific way he said the title, acknowledging the stage without the faint condescension that most senior practitioners inserted, was information. I appreciate your directness in accepting the meeting. You offered information about the cost erasure, he said. That was the relevant part. The Patriarch smiled, briefly. Yes. He sat. I have been tracking evidence of cost label manipulation for approximately 3 years. The specific mechanism, the ability to remove cost notation from formations and resources rather than obscure it, appears to be connected to a single practitioner. I don't know the practitioner's identity. I know what they've done. The enforcement formation at the Ash Basin. One example. I have 17 others, across different territories, over the past 3 years. All with the same characteristic. Cost notation absent rather than obscured, and absent in a way that my analysts, who have access to considerably more formation engineering resources than you do, cannot explain through standard formation analysis. He watched the Patriarch speak and read the cost notation on his words. Not literally, he couldn't read speech, but the intent behind the meeting was visible in what the Patriarch had offered to lead with. He had offered information first. He had not offered the information as a prelude to an exchange. He had offered it plainly. Your empire's historical costs, he said. The Patriarch didn't look away. I know them. At a general level, I don't have your precision, but I've known the outline for decades. And you've continued building on the foundation. Yes. No defense in it. I have thought carefully about that choice for 30 years. The practitioners who paid those costs are dead. The infrastructure that was built on their costs supports millions of practitioners who had no part in the original payment and who depend on the infrastructure for their cultivation. Dismantling it would cause immediate, predictable harm to people who are currently alive and who did not make the choices that built the system. He paused. I don't think that makes the choice morally clean. I think it makes it a cost calculation where I chose the option with the lower present harm. He held this for a moment. Do you expect me to agree with that calculation? No. The Patriarch looked at him with the specific attention of someone who had been thinking about a conversation for a long time and was now having it. I expect you to tell me whether you've developed a framework for the difference between a cost being paid right now from a living source and a cost that was paid in the past and cannot be retrieved. He sat with the question. He did not have a clean answer. Chapter 52, he had not been in a meeting where the most important thing said was a question that he couldn't answer. He had been in meetings where he'd had uncomfortable information. He'd been in meetings where he had to explain his ability to practitioners who didn't believe it. He had not been in a meeting where a practitioner identified, precisely, the gap in his own framework. The cost reads, I treat them the same, he said. It was accurate, and he knew it was insufficient. Patriarch Gu Tianwei nodded. He didn't look satisfied. He looked like someone who had suspected this and confirmed it, which was different from being pleased about it. Every previous practitioner with your ability has encountered this problem, in my research. The documentation that exists in historical records on cost-reading practitioners, I've been collecting it for reasons that predate this conversation, shows a consistent pattern. At the Pearl Reckoner stage, when practitioners can read the historical costs of institutions, they encounter costs so enormous and so entrenched that they cannot distinguish between ongoing harm and historical completion. The failure mode is an inability to act. You've been researching previous practitioners with my ability. I have. He said it plainly. The ability I've encountered in historical records is called Jiamu, price reading. 7 documented practitioners in the past 4 centuries. All of them reached a stage equivalent to what I believe is 2 to 3 stages above your current level. None of them continued functioning after reaching it. He paused. I don't know why. The historical records describe cost arrest, a state where no action was acceptable because every action drew on systems with historical injustice at some depth. He thought about the previous bearer, the sealed document, the unreadable cost label on his own cultivation base. The formation shop practitioner's words, what your kind did for us. You know about the previous bearers, he said. I know they existed. I know approximately when and where. The Patriarch folded his hands on the table. I don't know about a direct lineage, if that's what you're asking. The ability appears to be rare and non-transferable. He decided not to mention the sealed document. Not yet. The framework question: historical cost versus ongoing cost. He thought aloud, which was something he rarely did in conversations, but which this conversation seemed to warrant. I can see that there is a difference. A practitioner who is being drained right now can stop the drain. A practitioner who was drained 100 years ago cannot have their years returned. Those are different situations requiring different responses. Yes. What I don't have is a systematic framework for where the line falls. When does a historical cost become irrelevant to present action? Never, if you believe all costs must be addressed. Always, if you believe you can only address what is in front of you. He looked at the patriarch. You've been living with this question for 30 years. What did you decide? The patriarch said, I decided that the ongoing harm from present-day operation, the current extraction mechanisms, the active cost hiding, was a higher priority than the historical harm from past injustice, because present harm could be reduced and historical harm could not. I also decided that historical harm required documentation and acknowledgement even if it couldn't be remedied, because the record mattered independent of whether action was possible. And you've documented it. In my private archive. He held Wenxiuqian's gaze. Not publicly. I have documented what I know of my empire's historical foundation costs, in full, in a private archive that I have not been willing to make public, because making it public would produce exactly the instability I was trying to avoid. He said, that's a calculation. It is. The patriarch didn't move. You're going to tell me the calculation is self-serving, because the instability would harm my empire specifically. Yes. Yes, the patriarch said. It is. I am a beneficiary of the historical costs, and I chose a response to knowing about them that preserves my position while I manage the ongoing operation. That is the truth of my 30 years. He paused. It is also true that I have not added to the historical costs through my own action, and that the infrastructure in question supports people who had no part in creating it. He looked at his hands. I have been asking myself for 30 years whether those things are sufficient justification. I have not arrived at a clean answer. I imagine you know what that feels like. He sat with this for a long moment. The information about the cost erasure practitioner, he said. What do you want in exchange for it? The patriarch said, nothing. He said it clearly. The cost erasure practitioner is a threat to me regardless of whether I give you the information or not. The practitioner has been erasing cost labels from formations and territories that include mine, not targeting me specifically, but erasing costs indiscriminately. If the cost label on a formation in my territory is erased, I can no longer verify its history through any method available to me. A practitioner who can restore cost visibility is useful to me, independent of alignment. He paused. I am telling you the information because it is in my interest to do so. I am not hiding that it is in my interest. He said, what is the information? The patriarch told him. Chapter 53. He spent the full day after the meeting thinking about what he had heard and what he had said. The cost erasure information was specific. Patriarch Gu had identified 17 formations with absent cost labels across 3 years, in 8 territories. The geographic pattern clustered around specific administrative nodes, places where formation oversight records were maintained, where cost labels on significant formations would be of the most value to remove. The erasure had been systematic rather than opportunistic. The erased labels included formations associated with Yan Jiqing's administrative division in 4 instances. This connected the cost eraser, as he was beginning to think of them, to the same organizational structure he had been documenting at the basin. This was important. He wrote it down. But what he kept returning to, when the documentation writing was put aside, was the patriarch's question. He had been treating all hidden costs as equally significant. He had been treating the founding patriarch's stolen lifespan from 100 years ago as requiring the same response as the Ash Basin workers' active drain. He had been treating Gu Tianwei's historical cost empire as equivalent to Su Baoshir's present-day pill production mechanism. He had been applying a single standard to situations that the patriarch had argued, with evidence and actual experience, were meaningfully different. He had not been wrong to identify both categories as problems. He had been, possibly, wrong to respond to them identically. Treating historical injustice the same as ongoing harm meant he could not act effectively on either. Historical injustice was too large to address directly, and the weight of it contaminated every resource available to him, which was how previous bearers had arrived at cost arrest. He wrote, the framework I have been using is insufficient. It does not account for the difference between what can be stopped and what can only be documented. It does not account for the difference between what requires immediate intervention and what requires acknowledgement over time. He wrote, this is not the same as saying historical costs are irrelevant. The record matters. The names matter. What is demanded of me in response is different. He looked at what he had written. He thought about the ash basin workers, whose drain was active and ongoing and could be stopped if someone with authority received the correct information through the correct channel. He thought about the founding patriarch's 300 practitioners, whose years were spent 100 years ago and were not coming back. He had one complete day to sit with this before the tournament's next round was scheduled, and the observation gallery would fill again, and Sue Boucher's supply chain would still be operating, and the cost erasers pattern would still need documenting. He used the day. He came out the other end with something that was not a complete framework and was more than he had before. He went back to work. Chapter 54 Sue Boucher's pill supply was in the tournament city. He hadn't been looking for it specifically. He had been attending the tournament's ongoing rounds as an observer after his second-round exit, reading cost structures on the techniques being used, and adding to his documentation of techniques whose costs were publicly visible in tournament contexts. But the cost notation he had been developing familiarity with for Sue Boucher's pill production mechanism was distinctive, and he read it on 2 tournament participants in the third round who were using the specific kind of extended-range formation technique that benefited most from premium pill enhancement. He read the participants' cultivation bases during the match and identified the pills they had recently consumed carried the same source notation as the Sue Boucher samples from the sect lecture. Different practitioners listed as the cost source, different territories, different names in the notation. Same mechanism. He approached Bao Changfeng after the round. Bao Changfeng had arrived at the tournament city as an official representative of the Iron Justice section, not specifically for the tournament, but because the regional administrative meetings that Patriarch Gu Tianwei was attending required Iron Justice representation for several of the matters under discussion. The elder was in a better position than he had been at the main sect, without the specific procedural constraints that Clearstone's administrative structure had used to manage his investigation. He described what he had read. The elder listened, made 2 specific notation queries, and said, "I cannot act on this report directly. My current representation is for the administrative meetings. I don't have tournament-specific jurisdiction. And there is an additional complication. The Clearstone sect's investigation has been publicly disclosed as under procedural review, which means my active involvement in a related investigation could be characterized as circumventing the review." A pause. But I can make an introduction. The introduction was to Iron Judge Sima Hao, who had jurisdiction over regional cultivation commerce violations and whose presence at the tournament was his own professional mandate. He met Sima Hao in a corridor adjacent to the judging hall. The Iron Judge was a broad-shouldered practitioner in his 50s with the particular straightness of someone who had been making formal determinations for a long time and had developed the posture of someone who took that seriously. His cost notation read, "Clean," with the specific organizational mark of a practitioner whose institutional function was accountability rather than power. He described what he had read on the 2 tournament participants. He described the Sue Boucher sample readings from the sect lecture, the cost notation pattern, the supply chain connection he had documented at the basin. Sima Hao listened to all of it without speaking. When he finished, the Iron Judge said, "Your testimony is verbal. You can describe what you read in the cost notation, but you cannot produce the notation directly for review." "That's correct. The evidence pattern you're describing, hidden costs in pill production, sourced from practitioners in specific territories, is consistent with the condensation through sacrifice method, which was banned under a formal authority ruling 100 years ago." He paused. "The ban's documentation records the investigation that preceded it. I've reviewed those records. The original evidence basis included verbal testimony from a practitioner who could read cost notation, whose testimony the court found compelling, but which it could not formally accept without corroborating material evidence." He looked at Wen Xiuqian steadily. The case closed because the corroborating evidence was insufficient. The ban was implemented through a separate finding. He noted, Sima Hao had been researching the 100-year-old case. The Iron Judge was not encountering this problem for the first time. "What would constitute sufficient corroborating evidence?" he asked. Sima Hao said, "Documentation of the pattern in a format that practitioners without your ability can evaluate independently. Not a description of what you read. A documentation methodology that allows the pattern to be identified from observable data." He thought about Zhao Meihua and Mei Suying's output tracking methodology. He thought about 3 weeks of development at the basin, a preliminary methodology that could be described to practitioners who had the analytical background to apply it. "Give me 3 days," he said. Chapter 55, he spent 3 days building the documentation protocol with Zhao Meihua, who had arrived at the tournament city from the regional administrative network she had been managing. The protocol was the output tracking methodology formalized, a step-by-step procedure for measuring a pill's cultivation energy output against its stated material inputs, calibrated to detect the specific kind of surplus that a hidden practitioner cost contribution would produce. Xiao Meihua had been developing this methodology informally for years. Making it formal required specifying the measurement tools, the acceptable variation parameters, the threshold at which an anomaly became significant, and the documentation format that an administrative review would require. She was better at the formalization than he was. He provided the cross-reference against his cost readings, describing, for each step of the protocol, what he saw in the notation when the protocol was applied to a known contaminated sample versus a known clean sample. And she translated that into observable indicators that a practitioner without his ability could detect. 3 days was not enough to make the protocol complete. It was enough to make it demonstrable. He submitted it to Sima Hao on the 3rd day, along with 12 documented pill observations from tournament participants using Su Baosher's supply chain. Each observation written in the protocol's format, with his cost reading described and the output anomaly cross-referenced. Sima Hao reviewed it for 6 hours. He came back and said, "The pattern is consistent across all 12 observations. The output anomaly measurement in your protocol produces results that, if replicated by independent practitioners, would meet the evidence threshold for formal investigation." He paused. "I'll have 3 of my analysts apply the protocol to the tournament's remaining pill supply market. If the results are consistent with your documentation, I can open a formal investigation with material evidence rather than verbal testimony alone." He said, "The investigation will reach Su Baosher's name. That is the appropriate outcome if the evidence warrants it." Sima Hao looked at him with the specific directness of someone stating the limits of their position accurately. "I'm not promising an outcome. I'm promising a genuine investigation. That's all I'm asking for." He left the Iron Judge's office and went to find Xiao Meihua, who was in the administrative correspondence room managing the acquisition audit documentation. He sat down and told her that the protocol was accepted and the investigation was likely to open. She said, "Good." He said, "3 days." She said, "I know. It was faster than I thought." She didn't look up from the correspondence she was organizing. The formalization helped. It needed to be systematic to be useful to someone without the cost reading. Yes. He thought about Bao Chongfeng's introduction, which had made Sima Hao possible, which had made the protocol submission possible, which had made the investigation possible. Different practitioners at different positions in the system are useful in different ways. She set the correspondence down and looked at him. "You're learning to work with people." He said, "I've been working with people since the outer courtyard." "You've been working with people who agreed with you since the outer courtyard." She said it without sharpness, the precise observation of someone who had been noticing something for a long time and had decided the moment to mention it had arrived. "Gu Tianwei doesn't agree with your framework, but he provided information you needed. Sima Hao doesn't have your ability, but he has jurisdiction you needed. Bao Chongfeng could not continue the investigation, but he provided access you needed." She paused. "The people who are useful to you are not only the ones who share your conclusions." He sat with this. "You're right," he said. She went back to the correspondence. "I know," she said. Chapter 56. Sima Hao's 3 analysts applied the documentation protocol to the tournament's pill supply market on the 4th day. He had been asked not to be present during the analysis, a reasonable precaution, because a practitioner who had submitted the protocol being present during the protocol's application by independent reviewers would create an appearance issue for the formal record. He spent the day reviewing Patriarch Gu's cost erasure case files, which the Patriarch had arranged to have transmitted to the regional administrative building in a sealed documentation format, and thinking about the geographic pattern. The analysts finished in the afternoon. Sima Hao sent for him. The results were specific. Of 14 pill products available through the tournament's licensed vendor market, 6 showed output anomalies at the threshold the protocol defined as significant. 3 of those 6 showed anomalies at a level Xiao Meihua's methodology classified as extreme, far beyond what material variation or measurement error could account for. Sima Hao laid the results on the table and said, 3 extreme anomalies and 3 significant ones. All 6 from the same supply chain. A vendor registered as a distribution intermediary for 3 different alchemy workshops in the southern region. He looked at the documentation. The vendor's intermediary registration traces back, at the 3rd degree of connection, to a workshop that has been in Su Baosher's professional network for 8 years. His supply chain has distribution intermediaries, as would be expected for a practitioner of his output volume. Sima Hao was precise. The intermediary structure makes direct connection to Su Baosher more complex to establish formally. But the anomaly pattern in 6 products from the same supply chain is sufficient to open investigation into the supply chain itself, which will require the intermediary to disclose its upstream sources. You're opening the investigation. I'm filing the formal investigation request today. He looked at the protocol documentation. This methodology, the output tracking protocol, I want it included in the investigation's formal evidence record as the identification method. It will need to be verified by additional practitioners with appropriate analytical training before it can stand as independent evidence. But as the identification trigger, the documentation standard holds. He thought about what it would mean to have the protocol in the formal evidence record, a methodology for identifying hidden costs in pill production, applicable by practitioners without his ability, in a formal administrative document that was part of an open investigation. Yes, he said. Include it. Sima Hao looked at him. There's a historical dimension to this that you may or may not be aware of. I'll make sure you are. He produced a separate folder from the stack on his desk. 100 years ago, the same pill production method was banned under a ruling by the Regional Cultivation Authority. The investigation that preceded the ban developed from a verbal witness account. A practitioner who could read cost notation, whose testimony described costs in pill production that exactly matched what your documentation protocol identifies. The investigation went forward, the ban was implemented, and the practitioner disappeared from public record. I know about that case, he said. Scholar Lewin has been researching it. Then Lewin has access to materials I do not. Sima Hao's voice was even. What I have is the official investigation record, which is formally sealed. The practitioner's testimony is in the sealed record. I have read the sealed record as part of my review of the current investigation's precedents. He paused. The testimony reads as if the practitioner was using the same ability you describe. The notation language is identical. He held this. The sealed document at the ash basin. The formation shop practitioner. I'm beginning to understand the connections. What's in the sealed document? I can't read the formation seal yet. My current stage doesn't access it. He thought. But the timing matches. Chapter 57 Lewin had found the ban case files. Not the official sealed record that required Sima Hao's clearance. What Lewin had was a different kind of documentation. The working papers of a legal practitioner who had been involved in the original ban proceedings, preserved in a private family archive that Lewin had been tracking through his historical research network for 8 months. The working papers were not the official record. They were notes, correspondence, preliminary drafts, and one transcript of testimony that the legal practitioner had copied by hand during a session. The testimony was from a practitioner who was listed in the working papers only as the anonymous witness. He sat with Lewin and read the transcript. The witness's testimony described pill production costs in precise detail, cost amounts, source practitioners, consent notation, the specific mechanism of the condensation through sacrifice method, in a notation system that matched what he read in his own ability. The phrasing was different in some places, an older usage, but the structure was recognizable. The witness had been reading cost labels the same way he did and describing what they read in the same ordered format. The testimony had the quality of accuracy. He read it and recognized it the way you recognized a tool designed for the same purpose as one you used yourself. There have been others, Lewin said. I know. He had known since the formation shop practitioner. He had known in the abstract since reading the unresolved cost label on his own cultivation base. But reading the testimony made it concrete in a different way. A person, 100 years ago, in a formal legal proceeding, reading the cost notation he was looking at right now. The anonymous witness is listed in the official case record as testimony that influenced the investigation's direction but was not formally accepted as evidence, Lewin said. The standard reading of the case is that the witness came forward voluntarily, testified, and left when the case closed. He paused. The working papers tell a different story. The anonymous witness was told, privately, by the legal practitioner whose notes I found, that the testimony was going to be classified as inadmissible, that the court had received pressure to discount the verbal notation reading account, but that the investigation would continue using other evidence. The witness was told this would protect them, and they disappeared after the case closed. Not immediately. There's a last record of the witness in the working papers 2 months after the ban ruling. The legal practitioner received a brief note saying, Lewin found the entry. He read, the work was worth what it cost. The next one will start from better ground. He read the sentence and held it. The next one will start from better ground. The cost on his own cultivation base, previous Jiamu bearer, voluntary. An enormous cost, paid before his birth. He said, the anonymous witness paid the cost. Lewin looked at him carefully. What cost? I can't read it yet. The notation is in a form I can't fully decode at my current stage. He picked up his documentation book. He wrote the sentence exactly. The next one will start from better ground. He wrote, match against sealed document when formation reading becomes accessible. He wrote, the cost label on my own cultivation base. He wrote, "These are the same." He did not know how to say what he understood, because what he understood was not a fact that could be stated plainly yet. It was a direction, a connection between things that would not fully resolve until a later stage. "I need to read the sealed document," he said. Luin said, "What stage does the seal require?" "I don't know. I haven't been able to access it." He thought about the progression: blank ledger, penny appraiser, coin weigher, silver auditor, jade assessor, gold arbiter. He was currently a jade assessor. He thought about the original cost label on his cultivation base, written in notation he couldn't read. He thought about when that notation might become readable. He thought, the document will be readable when the time for it is right. He filed this away and went back to the tournament. Chapter 58. He found the sealed document in Mei Suing's keeping. She had maintained it at the basin while he attended the tournament, and it had traveled with her when she came to the regional city for the investigation's early stages. He held it and tried to read it, at Jade Assessor stage, with the new precision of the breakthrough. The outer seal, still present, still formatted in the complex formation notation that required a stage he hadn't reached yet. At Jade Assessor, he could access the bloodline technique and inherited art notations, but the document seal wasn't a bloodline technique. It was a specifically constructed formation seal of unusual design. But something had changed. At Jade Assessor stage, with the new capability settled, he could read further into the document's outer surface than before. Not the content. The content was still behind the inner seal. But the formation structure of the outer seal itself was now legible in its mechanics, if not its content. And the formation structure was familiar. The outer seal's construction notation matched the period of the band case proceedings. He could see this from the specific formation design conventions that Luin had been able to date in the historical archive materials. This seal was constructed 100 years ago, during or shortly after the period the working papers documented. The outer seal's construction also carried a cost label that he could now read: practitioner time, acknowledged, voluntary, described as the final act of the current Jiamu bearer, completed at personal cost, intended to be opened by the next bearer upon reaching the appropriate stage. The final act. He had been reading the cost label as the sealed document was created by the previous bearer. He had not, until this reading, understood that creating the seal had been described as a final act. The previous bearer had created this document, sealed it in a formation that required a specific stage to access, distributed it through practitioners who owed them their livelihood, and had it waiting for him. After which, the working papers described the witness disappearing from the record. The Cultivation Authority's registration listed Su Mingyi as status: ongoing, location, undisclosed. He did not know what had happened. He knew the document would tell him, when he could read it. He knew the formation shop practitioner had called it the final act. He knew the cost label on his own cultivation base said, previous Jiamu bearer, voluntary. He put the document away and went to watch the tournament's championship round. Chapter 59. The tournament's championship round was held in the main arena with full gallery attendance. 500 practitioners in the observation sections, the administrative gallery full. The judging panel expanded for the final match. He sat in the observers section with Zhao Meihua and watched. He had been reading cost structures in the tournament's matches all week. He had built a specific documentation of techniques used across all participating sects, organized by cost type, which he intended to add to Liuin's historical records as a current period sample. The champion, a practitioner from a large northeastern sect he hadn't encountered before, had been advancing through the bracket using a combination of techniques whose costs were all within the range he could accept as clean or at least cleanly documented. He had been reading the champion for 3 days and found nothing objectionable. In the championship match, he watched more carefully. The match was against a practitioner from the Ironbark sect, different opponent from his own first-round match, but the same tradition, the same willing own lifespan principle. The Ironbark practitioner fought at full expenditure, as Ironbark practitioners did, burning lifespan cleanly and deliberately in exchange for precision. The champion won in the 9th exchange. A clean win, a decisive hit, the judging panel's boundary system responding immediately. And then he read the champion's primary technique's cost label, in the moment of peak deployment, when the technique was at full extension, and found a partial absence. Not the same as the enforcement formation at the basin. Not a complete absence where notation should be. A partial absence. The cost label was present, readable, but 3 of its columns were blank. Not empty in the way of notation not yet written. Empty in the way of notation removed. 3 columns where the cost source, the consent notation, and the compensation record should have been stripped clean. He sat with this for a moment. The technique's output columns were intact. He could read what the technique did. He could read the cost amount. He could not read where the cost came from, whether it was given willingly, or what compensation had been offered. Someone had removed specifically those 3 columns and left the rest intact. This was more sophisticated than the basin's enforcement formation. The basin's erasure had removed the entire cost label, crude, complete, leaving nothing. This erasure had removed specific fields within the label, leaving enough to appear valid at a distance while rendering the most important accountability information inaccessible. He described this to Zhao Meihua in a low voice, without taking his eyes off the champion. She listened and said, "Could it be a reading error? Your ability misidentifying the notation form?" No. He had considered this. The remaining notation's structural relationship to the absent columns is readable. The absent columns were there. They've been removed. She was quiet. A practitioner who can selectively remove specific notation fields rather than an entire label. Yes. He thought about what that required technically. More control than the basin's erasure. Either more skill or more stage. When the championship ended and the formal gallery dispersed, he went to find Sima Hao. The Iron Judge was filing the formal investigation announcement, the pill vendor investigation, triggered by the protocol application, and had stepped into the corridor outside the judging hall. When he described the partial erasure in the champion's technique, Sima Hao's response was the particular stillness of someone who has been waiting for a specific piece of information to arrive. Sima Hao said, "I've been looking for evidence of the cost eraser for 2 years." He said, "The cost eraser. A practitioner who can remove cost notation. I've had 17 cases in 2 years where the pattern appears in contested formation documentation. Always partial, always specific fields." He looked at Wen Xiuqian. "Your reading is the first direct evidence from someone who read a cost label at the moment of removal. Every other case was read after the fact. The label at the basin was complete removal. This one is selective. 2 different applications of the same ability." Sima Hao made a notation. "Or 2 different stages of the same practitioner's capability." He said, "Is the champion available for a formal interview?" "He will be," Sima Hao said, "after the celebration ceremony tonight." They agreed to meet the following morning. Chapter 60. The celebration ceremony was held in the tournament's main social hall, a large room that the regional city maintained for exactly these events, with formation lighting and a cost notation that was clean throughout, standard maintained facility. He was not attending. He was in the administrative building's research room, reviewing Patriarch Gu's cost erasure case files, when the message came from Sima Hao at the 9th evening bell. The message was terse. "Come to the hall. Emergency." He found Sima Hao and 3 authority practitioners at the hall's east entrance. Inside, the celebration had been suspended, practitioners standing in clusters, the formation lighting still at celebration warmth. The hall's cheerful atmosphere contradicted by the specific quality of frozen attention that a significant unexpected event produced. 3 practitioners were on the floor. He read them from the doorway. The practitioners, all tournament participants, all present for the celebration, had no cost labels. Not partial erasure. Not selective field removal. Complete removal. The entire cost registration of their cultivation bases was gone. He focused his ability at full extension and found nothing where notation should be, the same way he had found nothing at the Ash Basin's enforcement formation. But the enforcement formation had erased a single formation structure's cost. This erasure had been applied to living practitioners' entire cultivation bases. He walked to the nearest of the 3 and read as precisely as the Jade Assessor stage allowed. The practitioner's cultivation was still functioning, energy circulating, advancement mechanisms active. But the cost registration was gone, which meant the cultivation base was drawing on resources without registering the cost of what it was drawing on. Without registration, there was no mechanism to prevent overconsumption. The cultivation base would draw until it reached a failure point, the same way a mechanism without a governor would run until it burned itself out. "Medical emergency," he said to the practitioners standing nearby. "Their cultivation bases are consuming without limit. If this is not addressed, their lifespan will burn through in." He calculated from what he could read. Hours to days. Not longer. Sima Hao had already been moving toward the door. 3 authority practitioners were with him, one of them clearly a formation specialist based on the structure of their cultivation base. He said to Sima Hao, "The cost eraser did this." Sima Hao said, "I know." The champion was targeted. He was the one with the partial erasure in his technique. These 3 were in contact with him tonight. A pause. "The champion is missing." He looked at the 3 practitioners on the floor. He looked at the cost label absence, the complete, clean absence, the specific shape of deliberate removal. He said, "The cost eraser doesn't know how to reverse this." Sima Hao stopped. "How do you know that?" The enforcement formation at the basin had the same pattern. The 3 workers who triggered it had their cost registration removed. The cost eraser told me. He stopped. He hadn't said told me because he hadn't met the cost eraser. He had met the evidence of what the cost eraser had done. I don't know that. He said it immediately. That was an assumption. We're correct, Sima said. If the cost eraser wanted to use this as a weapon, they would have targeted specific practitioners who knew about the cost reading investigation. These 3 appear to be practitioners who were simply present when the champion was targeted. He looked at the 3 practitioners on the floor. Collateral. The investigation announcement had been filed. Su Baosher had left the tournament city within 2 hours of the announcement. A security formation at the city's eastern exit had logged his departure time. 3 of the other practitioners with connections to his supply chain had also left within 4 hours, the administrative exit records showed. The investigation would continue. The cost eraser was in the tournament city and had escalated from selective notation removal to complete registration erasure on living practitioners. He looked at the 3 practitioners on the floor and thought about the specific difference between a cost that could be addressed and a cost that could only be documented. This was a cost that needed to be addressed immediately. He said, the previous sealed document describes a restoration method. I know because Sima referenced a case from 100 years ago. But there's a practitioner currently alive who has been using the ability for 100 years and who developed a solution to this problem. He thought about Su Mingyi, status, ongoing, location, undisclosed. I need to find Su Mingyi. Chapter 61, Mei Suiying worked through the night. He stayed with her in the tournament city's medical station. A proper facility, not the basin's converted storage room, with multiple examination tables and a formation array designed specifically for cultivation-based stabilization. The 3 practitioners with erased cost registration were on the first 3 tables. Their cultivation bases were visible in the notation like clocks running without governors. The energy circulation continuing, drawing on resources, the cost registration that should flag overconsumption simply absent. The first practitioner, a young woman, early 20s, first tournament appearance, had already burned through approximately a year of projected lifespan in the 6 hours since the erasure. Mei Suiying's medical intervention created a formation suppressor around the practitioner's cultivation base, the same approach that had worked for the basin workers who voluntarily suppressed. If the base couldn't circulate, it couldn't draw. The suppressor worked. The overconsumption stopped. For the first practitioner, she moved to the second, applied the same approach, and found that this practitioner's cultivation base was circulating at a higher rate, the overconsumption more advanced. The suppressor took 3 attempts to seat correctly. The cultivation base kept disengaging from the first 2 placements, the way a wound keeps bleeding if the pressure isn't positioned correctly. The 3rd attempt held. He watched her work and read the cost notation on everything she used, every formation tool, every medical resource, every stabilization array. All clean. Mei Suiying, doing emergency cultivation medicine in the middle of the night, in a facility she hadn't worked in before, was still maintaining her clean source practice as a matter of course. He had noticed this for months now, and it still struck him each time. The way her commitment to cost clarity wasn't a special effort, but a settled habit. The 3rd practitioner was the most advanced case. By the time Mei Suiying reached the 3rd table, his cultivation base had been running unchecked for approximately 8 hours and had consumed several years of projected lifespan. The specific amount he could read at his current stage was imprecise. The Jade Assessor's ability let him see that the consumption was significant, not calculated exactly. Mei Suiying's formation approach for the 3rd case required a full reconstruction of the suppressor's anchoring formation, which took 40 minutes. At the end of that 40 minutes, the 3rd practitioner's overconsumption stopped. None of the 3 could have their cost registration restored. He had checked this during the night, while Mei Suiying was working. The erasure was complete, the same way the basin's enforcement formation had been complete, with no remaining notation structure to rebuild from. Restoration, if it was possible, would require something different from the suppressor approach, a method for creating new cost registration from the base structure, not restoring the old one. He had said Su Mingyi's name to Sima. He had said it based on a connection he had drawn from the sealed document's existence and the formation shop practitioner's words and the cultivation authority's registration record. The previous bearer, who had lived for 100 years, who had encountered the cost erasure problem, who had apparently developed a method that he had sealed in the document. He needed to find Su Mingyi, and he needed the sealed document to be readable when he did. He wrote this in his documentation book, while Mei Suiying checked the 3 practitioners' suppressor formations for the 2nd time and made notes in her medical record. Outside the medical station's window, the tournament city's lights were dimming toward early morning. The celebration hall across the square visible, but quiet now. The discovery of the 3 practitioners having ended the ceremony. He wrote, The cost eraser escalated. This was not collateral. He read the three practitioners' cost notations and found the specific targeting signature, deliberate, precise, focused on these three individuals rather than on everyone present in the hall. Collateral was what it looked like, because the champion was missing and the three practitioners were visible. But the three practitioners had specific connections to the tournament's investigation proceedings. One of them was the formation analyst from SEMA House review team. One was a practitioner who had provided supplementary testimony in the pill vendor investigation. The third was a junior practitioner from the Ironbark sect who had provided witness confirmation for the first-round ruling on cost announcement. These were not random celebration attendees. These were practitioners who had supported the documentation effort. He wrote this and sat with it for a long time. Then he went to tell SEMA how. Chapter 62 The Gold Arbiter breakthrough arrived 3 days after the Celebration Hall incident, in a way that felt earned by the weight of what had been building. He had been at the tournament city for nearly 3 weeks, managing the investigation's early stages, maintaining the documentation work at the basin through Mei Suing's correspondence, searching through Patriarch Gu's cost erasure case files for the geographic pattern that might indicate where the cost eraser was operating from. 3 weeks of sustained attention to the hardest problems he had encountered so far. The breakthrough came in the morning, during his daily cultivation practice using the common breath restoration method. He felt the focal shift, the notation around him sharpening into a new configuration, and sat with it for a full hour before testing it. Gold Arbiter stage. Oath costs and relationship debts, now readable. He focused this new capability on the 3 practitioners who were still in the medical station under Mei Suing's care, their cultivation bases suppressed to prevent overconsumption. He had read them as thoroughly as Jade Assessor stage allowed and had found, consistently, the complete absence of cost registration. Gold Arbiter gave him a different angle, not the cost registration, but the relationship structure underlying the cultivation base. All 3 practitioners had the same marker. Not an oath marker, not a formal sworn covenant of the kind that cultivation practitioners used for binding agreements. Something different, a debt notation, structured differently from the cost payment record he was used to reading, where cost notations recorded what had been paid and who paid it. This marker recorded what was owed and who held the claim. It pointed forward rather than backward. He read it carefully. The 3 practitioners owed something, not something they had consciously agreed to owe, not something they had signed. The debt marker was present in a layer of their cultivation structure that wasn't ordinarily accessible to their own awareness. Someone had inserted this claim into their cultivation bases without their knowledge, and the claim specified, a future portion of their advancement potential belonged to whoever held the corresponding receipt. The entity holding the receipt was identified in the notation by the specific organizational marker that Lewin had described when he identified the Sovereign's Rest faction, the cultivation organization that claimed to be devoted to practitioner rights protection. He read the marker 3 times to be certain. He was certain. The cost eraser's target had been these 3 practitioners because the cost eraser, or someone connected to the cost eraser, had inserted advancement potential claims into their cultivation bases before tonight as a preparation. The cost registration erasure had been a secondary act, perhaps to prevent anyone from reading the claim that was already there. He had been assuming the erasure was the primary act, an attack on the practitioners directly. He was now reading evidence that the erasure was cover for something that had already been done, a prior insertion of an unacknowledged claim on future advancement. He went to find Zhao Meihua. Chapter 63 Zhao Meihua had been tracking the Sovereign's Rest faction through her father's administrative correspondence network. She had mentioned it once, 2 weeks earlier, as a background element in the acquisition audit's broader context. He had noted it and filed it as relevant without understanding yet how relevant. He brought her the Gold Arbiter reading, with the specific notation of the debt marker and the organizational identifier. She looked at it. Sovereign's Rest, she said. She said it with the specific flatness she used for conclusions she had arrived at before and was being confirmed. Lewin has been tracking them for 2 years as an unexplained financial mystery. She looked at the notation. Their stated operation is practitioner rights advocacy. Their actual resource base is significantly larger than their membership fees and donation model could support. They're the source of the unacknowledged advancement claims in these 3 practitioners. If your Gold Arbiter reading is correct, it is. He said it plainly. He had read it 3 times. She accepted this without further qualification. The Sovereign's Rest faction is nominally independent of any sect. They operate as a regional body with offices in 4 cities. They have an advisory relationship with the Regional Cultivation Authority that gives them observer status at certain authority proceedings. She paused. That observer status would give them access to information about which practitioners had been involved in the investigation proceedings. which explains how they identified these three as targets. It explains how they identified them. She opened her correspondence folder. It doesn't explain the cost eraser's relationship to the faction. The cost erasure ability is personal. It requires a practitioner with that specific capability. Sovereign's Rest is an organization. The practitioner with the erasure ability is operating within or above the organization. He thought about this. The champion, the one who's missing. He was in the hall. He was the one with the partial erasure in his technique. He had been thinking about this since the night of the incident. He was not a random target. His technique had already had specific notation fields removed. He was a practitioner the cost eraser had worked on before, specifically, selectively. A practitioner whose debt marker, if you read him at Gold Arbiter, would show the Sovereign's Rest claim. Possibly. He focused. The champion was not in the medical station. He was not in the tournament city. The security formations had no record of his departure, which meant he had left through an unofficial route. He was not readable at his current range. I need to find him. Sima Hao has already filed a location inquiry through the authorities' practitioner tracking system, Zhao Meihua said. She had been managing communications between Sima Hao and the authorities' administrative office for 2 days. The inquiry requires the champion's registered sect to respond within 10 days. 10 days is a long time. Yes. She looked at her correspondence. I've also asked my father to make an informal inquiry through his allied sect network, not administrative, social. If the champion went somewhere connected to an allied sect, my father's network will hear about it before 10 days. She paused. 3 to 5 days for that. He looked at the notation from the three practitioners and thought about the debt marker's forward-pointing structure. The claims on future advancement. What happens to those claims if the practitioners whose advancement is claimed cannot advance? The suppression prevents overconsumption. It also prevents advancement. She considered this. If the claim is on future advancement and the advancement stops, the claim becomes dormant. But not void. Not void. She looked at him. The claim would still exist when the suppression is lifted. He wrote in his documentation book, Sovereign's Rest faction holds advance claims on the three practitioners' future advancement. These claims were inserted without the practitioner's awareness or consent. The cost registration erasure may have been intended to prevent anyone from reading the prior insertion. Find the legal standing of these claims. Find Su Mingyi. Find the champion. He looked at what he had written and felt the specific weight of having too many unresolved threads at once. The normal state of his work, but heavier than usual with the three practitioners in suppression and the cost eraser's escalation and the sealed document still unreadable. He went back to the documentation. Chapter 64 Patriarch Gu Tianwei's second meeting request arrived on the 5th day, through his representative with more urgency than the first. He accepted it quickly. The first meeting had been useful in a way he hadn't fully anticipated. Gu Tianwei's information about the cost erasure pattern had given him the geographic context to understand that the Ash Basin's enforcement formation was not an isolated case. He expected the second meeting to be a response to the Celebration Hall incident, which had been publicly reported as a medical emergency without specifying the cause, but which practitioners with access to the investigation's proceedings would understand was connected to the cost eraser's escalation. Patriarch Gu met him in the same regional administration building as before, the same private room, the same unhurried physicality, though this time the patients had an edge that the first meeting hadn't shown. Three practitioners with erased cost registration, the Patriarch said, without preliminary. One investigation support witness from my own administration's network is among them. He was still, his hands still, but the stillness was the kind that came from effort rather than ease. The cost eraser has directly targeted practitioners connected to an active investigation. Yes. This is different from what I've been tracking. He spread the case files he had brought. When Shochin had seen these materials before, the 17-case geographic pattern. The erasures I documented were all on formations in administrative contexts, resource management systems, territory management records. Not on practitioners directly. He looked at the case files. Erasing a formation's cost label removes information. Erasing a practitioner's cost registration removes their capacity to be accountable to the cost system at all. The effect on the practitioner is also physically harmful, when Shochin said. The cultivation base continues drawing on resources without limit. Without Mei Suiying's suppression approach, the three practitioners would have burned through their projected lifespan in days. The Patriarch was quiet for a moment. You found a stabilization method. A suppression method. It prevents the overconsumption but also prevents advancement. It is not restoration. Can cost registration be restored? He said what he had been saying for 5 days. I believe so. The sealed document may describe a method. The previous bearer, Su Mingyi, encountered this problem 100 years ago and developed a solution that is described in the sealed document. I cannot read the document yet. Patriarch Gu looked at him steadily. I know who Su Mingyi is. He said it with the specific quality of someone stating a fact they had been holding back. He is in the Cultivation Authority's registration as status, ongoing. I have been looking for him for 3 years because the cost eraser's emergence and his continued registration are temporally connected. The cost eraser appeared at the same time that a century's worth of practitioner cost reading work went quiet in the registration records. He paused. I have not found him. He's been hiding. For 100 years, apparently. The Patriarch's expression was the specific quality of someone sitting with a very long-term reality. The Cultivation Authority's registration says ongoing. If it were ended by another practitioner, it would flag differently. He's alive and in hiding. He thought about. The next one will start from better ground. The formation shop practitioners who had passed the sealed document for generations. The specific precision of someone who had been building a handoff for a very long time. He'll be findable, he said. He left a trail for the next bearer. You believe that? He sealed a document with a formation that requires a specific stage to access and distributed it through practitioners who would forward it when the right person arrived. He registered with the authority in a way that maintains the ongoing status without location disclosure. He looked at the Patriarch. He's been waiting, not hiding. The Patriarch considered this. If that's true, if Su Mingyi has been managing a century-long handoff of this ability, then the cost eraser's emergence specifically at the point when you activated the ability is not coincidental. No, he had been thinking about this. The cost erasure ability and the cost reading ability are connected. Fei Longji, the cost eraser's name, from what I've pieced together through Patriarch Gu's case files and the Sovereign's Rest investigation. I don't have confirmation of identity yet, but the connection between the ability's origin and the ability's opposite is. He stopped. He was moving faster than his evidence supported. The Patriarch looked at him with the attention of someone who had registered the name and filed it. He said, I'm making inferences. Let me confirm before I present them as conclusions. Reasonable, the Patriarch said. What I can confirm, the cost eraser has been operating for approximately 30 years. The emergence of the ability corresponds to a period approximately 30 years ago when the cost reading practitioner registered as Su Mingyi went further into hiding, reduced the trace in the registration record. As if something changed at that point. 30 years ago. Something that happened 30 years ago. He filed this and focused on the meeting's present purpose. What are you asking me to do differently? I'm not asking you to do anything differently. The Patriarch said it plainly. I'm asking you to understand the scope you're operating in. The cost eraser is not connected only to the Sovereign's Rest faction's resource acquisition interests. The ability itself is connected to your ability in a way neither of us fully understands yet. He paused. Whatever the connection is, the cost eraser knows you exist now. The celebration hall targeting was a message. I know. What will you do? He said, find Su Mingyi. Read the sealed document. Understand the connection. He paused. Then addressed the 3 practitioners whose cost registration has been erased because they are the most immediate problem that requires the restoration method. The Patriarch nodded. I'll continue sharing the cost erasure geographic data as my investigation develops. He stood. There is one additional thing. The previous practitioners who had your ability, the ones who went into cost arrest at the Pearl Reckoner stage. I've been researching this. The pattern suggests the cost arrest was connected to the arrival of the cost eraser in each period. He said it carefully. Each time a cost reading practitioner reached a sufficient stage, something happened that corresponded to their eventual paralysis. I don't know if the cost eraser was responsible or adjacent. He sat with this long after the Patriarch had left. Chapter 65, he told the group. Mei Suing, Luyin, Zhao Meihua, Tang Weilong, who had returned from the basin for the investigation's active phase, about everything from both meetings with Patriarch Gu Tianwei. He told them about the cost-reading practitioners across history and their pattern of entering cost arrest at the equivalent of the Pearl Reckoner stage. He told them about Su Mingyi's 30-year increased concealment corresponding to the cost eraser's emergence. He told them about the Sovereign's Rest faction's advancement claims in the 3 practitioners' cultivation bases. He told them plainly, the way he told them everything, what he read, what the pattern showed, what his inferences were, and where the inferences outran his evidence. Luyin was the first to respond with analysis rather than reaction. 30 years ago, specifically, in my historical records, 30 years ago corresponds to a period of significant consolidation in the regional cultivation resource market. Several smaller extraction operations were absorbed into larger administrative structures. The hidden tithe mechanism became more centralized in that period. He looked at his records. The Sovereign's Rest faction was established 28 years ago. He noted this. The faction was established shortly after the cost eraser emerged, and shortly after Su Mingyi went further into hiding. Yes. Luin looked at his notes. The Sovereign's Rest faction's founding documentation, which I have copies of, because they submitted public registration with the regional authority, lists their mission as practitioner rights advocacy, with a specific emphasis on cost transparency and fair cultivation resource distribution. He waited. Their mission statement, Luin said, explicitly references the cultivation world's cost transparency problem as the issue they were organized to address. He set the document down. A faction that positioned itself as the solution to the cost transparency problem, founded at the same time as a practitioner with the ability to erase cost labels emerged, and which, according to your Gold Arbiter reading, has been inserting unacknowledged advancement claims into practitioners' cultivation bases. Zhao Meihua said. They named themselves the solution and operated as the opposite. That's one reading, Tang Weilong said. He had been listening without speaking, which was his mode when he was working through something. Another reading is that the faction was genuinely founded to address cost transparency, and the cost eraser's connection to them is something that developed later. The founding mission and the current operation don't have to be the same thing. He looked at Tang Weilong. You're right. The founding documentation doesn't tell me what happened between founding and now. What does tell you is the current state, Tang Weilong said. What you've read in the Three Practitioners is current. What Gu Tianwei has tracked in the geographic pattern is current. Start from current and work backward. He paused. You told me to look at the ash basin workers and then work backward to understand the system. The same approach. He wrote this down. He had been working forward from the cost eraser's emergence 30 years ago toward the present, and Tang Weilong was suggesting the reverse. Both directions together would be more complete than either alone. The Sovereign's Rest faction's current operations, he said. Mei Suiying, you've been managing the medical correspondence for the Three Practitioners in the suppressor. Has anyone from the Sovereign's Rest faction attempted contact about them? No. She said it with the precision of someone who would have noted this if it had happened. I sent standard notification to the practitioner's registered sex as next of kin contacts. I did not send notification to Sovereign's Rest. They'll know regardless, Zhao Meihua said. Through the investigation proceedings, observer status. Which means they know the Three Practitioners are in suppression and that the Gold Arbiter stage has been achieved. He looked at what he had written. The cost eraser's approach so far has been to manage threats through erasure, making cost labels absent rather than confronting cost reading directly. The Celebration Hall escalation was the first time living practitioners were targeted. Because the formation level erasure wasn't sufficient, Tang Weilong said. The investigation's formal filing had already captured the anomaly data that the erasure was meant to prevent. Yes. He stood and moved to the window. The tournament city outside was returning to its normal activity. The Celebration Hall's incident 3 days past, and already becoming administrative rather than urgent. They're changing approach because the old approach stopped working when the documentation became distributed. The multi-channel strategy, Zhao Meihua suggested. The medical board record. The investigation formal filing. He turned back. They erased the enforcement formation's cost label at the basin to prevent me from reading it. The investigation's formal filing already had the output anomaly documentation. The erasure of the formation label was too late. So they escalated to directly targeting practitioners, Mei Suiying said. To practitioners whose involvement in the documentation could be erased along with their cost registration. He thought about the specific three. The formation analyst. The investigation testimony practitioner. The first-round ruling witness. If those three cannot cultivate, cannot advance, cannot function in the cultivation world, their contributions to the documentation record lose the backing of active practitioners. He paused. It's a different kind of suppression than what was done to the investigation documents. It's suppression of the documentation's human foundation. Zhao Meihua looked at him. Which means the documentation foundation needs to be broader than three practitioners. Yes. He sat back down. Faster than the cost eraser can target people. He looked at his documentation book. The Sovereign's Rest faction has observer status at the authority proceedings. They know who is involved. I need to understand how the cost erasure ability works, not to counter it directly, which I can't do, but to understand its range and limits. If I understand what it requires, I can understand where it cannot reach. And for that, Luin said, you need Su Mingyi. Yes. He closed the documentation book. I need Su Mingyi, and I know how to start finding him. Chapter 66. The message arrived at the administrative building's correspondence desk on the 7th day after the Celebration Hall incident. It was addressed simply to Wen Xiuqian, cost reader. No organizational marker, no sect identification, no return routing. The message formation itself was self-contained. He read the cost notation on the message formation as he picked it up at the desk. Practitioner time, acknowledged, no organizational affiliation, production notation that indicated a practitioner working entirely independently of any institutional structure. The message read, "Your ability has value. My ability is the complement of yours. Come speak. No cost, I am told." The location was a specific address in the regional city's artisan quarter, a formation workshop, publicly registered, with a standard business record. He read the cost notation on the message one more time after the initial reading, examining it from every angle his gold arbiter stage allowed. The visible costs were as stated: practitioner time, acknowledged, no hidden extractions in the message formation itself. The caveat he had noted internally: the cost eraser's ability erased cost notation from things in its range. If the message formation's cost label had been manipulated, he would be reading the same absence he had encountered at the basin and in the champion's technique. The message's cost label was intact and readable. "I am told," he parsed this phrase. The message claimed no cost, but said, "I am told," rather than "there is," a specific uncertainty, the phrasing of someone who knew that from their own perspective costs were invisible. A practitioner who could not see their own costs could not guarantee the meeting had none. He brought the message to the group. Zhao Meihua said, "You're considering going?" "Yes." The cost eraser just directly harmed 3 practitioners who were supporting the documentation work. "Yes." He held her gaze, and has offered a meeting rather than a second escalation. The meeting offer, after the escalation, is information. He paused. If the cost eraser wanted to target me directly, a practitioner at Gold Arbiter stage, with Jade Assessor on the way to the higher stages, the option has existed for longer than this meeting request. The meeting offer suggests there's something the cost eraser wants from the conversation rather than from removing me. She was quiet for a moment. Or it is the most efficient way to close the distance. Yes. He had thought about that. I'll go with protective precautions and with a full description of the meeting conditions sent to Sima Hao and Patriarch Gu before I leave. He looked at the message. And I'll read the cost notation on everything in the room from the moment I arrive, continuously. If the cost eraser attempts formation manipulation at close range, the cost notation on whatever they manipulate will shift in a way I'll detect before the manipulation is complete. Tang Weilong said, "I'll be outside." He had not asked. He looked at Tang Weilong. "You'll be outside the building." "I'll be outside the building," Tang Weilong said, with the compressed directness that meant, "This is not negotiable. You may proceed with your plans." He sent the notifications and went to the formation workshop. Chapter 67. The formation workshop was a real business. He could read this from the cost notations on the materials in the window display. Genuine formation components, clean sourcing, standard small workshop practice. The business had been operating for 6 years under a practitioner license registered to a name he didn't recognize, but which his Gold Arbiter stage could identify as a legally valid registration. Inside the workshop, a practitioner he had not seen before was sitting at the work table. Fei Longji was not what he expected. He had built a mental model of the cost eraser from the evidence. A practitioner who had been operating for 30 years, who had developed a sophisticated ability to selectively manipulate cost notation, who was connected to a faction with significant cultivation world reach. He had expected something older, or more obviously powerful, or more deliberately imposing. Fei Longji was 40 years old, medium height, the kind of build that came from moderate cultivation without intensive combat training, carrying himself with the slightly careful quality of someone who was always aware of their own edges. He looked up when Xiaochen entered, and his expression was the specific cautious interest of someone who had been waiting for this meeting and was less certain than their message implied. He read Fei Longji the moment he saw him, from across the room. There was nothing to read. Not the way the enforcement formation's cost label had been absent. A clean, deliberate nothing. Fei Longji's personal cost notation was simply not there. Every cultivated object, every technique, every resource he had ever used, the notation that should map his entire cultivation history was gone. His cultivation base was present and functioning, the energy circulation clearly active, the advancement structure visible. But the record of what anything had cost him was absent. He walked to the chair across the work table and sat down. "You cannot read me," Fei Longji said. It was not a question. "No, I know. I can tell when practitioners with reading capability look at me. There's a specific quality to the attention." He paused. "I can tell what you don't find." He said it without satisfaction. "The ability removes cost labels from my own cultivation history as thoroughly as from anything else. I have been operating for 18 years, and I have no record of what my advancement has cost." He held this. You don't know. I don't know. Fei Longji looked at his hands. I know the capability exists and I know I've been using it. I know the output. I can see what formations I've modified, what resources I've adjusted, because the absence is legible to me. But the cost of the capability itself, the cost of my own advancement since the ability transformed my practice, nothing. You said 18 years. I acquired the cost erasure ability 18 years ago. He paused. Before that, I had a different ability. A simpler version, limited to reading, not erasing. I gave it up in exchange for the erasing capability. He held Wen Xiochen's gaze. I know what you're going to ask. You had the cost reading ability. A lower stage than yours. I believed it for 15 years. He said it precisely. The 3 practitioners in the medical station. I did not intend to erase their cost registration permanently. The method I used at close range has a specific duration. I intended it to last 2 weeks, during which the investigation's most active phase would pass, and the 3 practitioners would recover without having contributed further to the formal documentation record. A pause. The close-range application at the scale of living practitioners' full registration, I had not done this before. The duration didn't hold the way it does for formation structures. The erasure propagated beyond the intended scope. They are in Mei Suiying's suppressor formations now, he said. The overconsumption has stopped. The registration has not been restored. I know. Fei Longji's voice had the specific quality of someone sitting with a result they cannot undo. I don't know how to restore a living practitioner's cost registration. I know how to erase. I don't know how to reverse a complete erasure, in a living practitioner, specifically. He looked at Wen Xiuqian. You said the sealed document describes a restoration method. I said I believe it does. I cannot read the document at my current stage. How long until you can? He thought about the stages remaining between Gold Arbiter and the point at which the document's formation seal might become readable. He didn't know what stage the document required. The outer formation structure was legible, but not the inner seal. I don't know. He held Fei Longji's gaze. What I do know is that the previous bearer developed a restoration method that works with the cost erasure ability, requiring both capabilities to operate together. The document describes a 2-practitioner approach. Fei Longji was very still. You and me, he said. If the document describes what I believe it does. A long silence. The formation workshop's ambient sounds were ordinary, the city outside, the light through the window, the small sounds of a room where someone had been working for hours before this conversation. Normal sounds around a conversation that was anything but. I give you the cost erasure ability's range and limits, Fei Longji said, in exchange for being included when the document becomes readable. He said it directly, not as a demand, as a calculation being laid out for evaluation. He read the offer's visible cost label, practitioner time and information, acknowledged, nothing hidden that he could read. The caveat that Fei Longji's ability made his own costs unreadable remained. Tell me the range and limits, he said. Not as an exchange, as information that affects the 3 practitioners in the medical station and everyone else with erased registration. Information that is relevant independent of any arrangement between us. Fei Longji looked at him. He said, You're not agreeing to include me. I'm not refusing to. I'm saying the information has value independent of what you get for providing it. A pause. Fei Longji said, You're reading my offer's cost. Yes. What does it read? He was quiet for a moment. He had read the offer. Practitioner time, acknowledged. No visible hidden costs. He paused. The caveat I cannot eliminate. Your own costs are invisible to me because of what your ability does. I cannot verify that the cost I read on your offer is complete. I know. Fei Longji looked at his teacup. I cannot verify it either. That is the permanent cost of the choice I made 18 years ago. He stood and went to a formation shelf, retrieved a document folder. He set it on the table. The range is approximately 40 meters at peak capability. The limits are, I cannot erase cost labels that have been anchored in multi-practitioner formations. The anchor structure requires a majority of the formation's participating practitioners to consent to the erasure, which I cannot compel. I also cannot erase cost labels that are being actively read by a Jade Assessor stage or above at the moment of attempted erasure. He paused. Your ability interferes with mine in proximity. He noted this. At what range? From what I observed at the tournament, approximately 20 meters. Within 20 meters of an active cost reader at sufficient stage, my erasure attempts fail on anything they are currently reading. He wrote this down. He would write the full description for Sima, Hao, and Patriarch Gu. The 30 practitioners with erased advancement claims in their cultivation bases, he said. The ones inserted by the Sovereign's Rest faction. Did you insert those? Fei Longji's expression shifted, the specific shift of someone being asked to confirm something they had been managing carefully. No. He said it with the flatness of certainty. The advancement claims are a different capability. Not erasure, insertion. I erase. Someone else is inserting. The Sovereign's Rest faction. I have a relationship with the faction. He said it carefully. It is not simple. I should explain it. Chapter 69. Fei Longji's relationship with the Sovereign's Rest faction was what he had been afraid it was, and also different from what he had assumed. He had assumed direct alignment. The cost eraser operating as the faction's tool, erasing cost labels in service of the faction's resource acquisition interest. The reality was more complicated and, in some ways, more troubling. Fei Longji had been the faction's primary founder. 28 years ago, he had established the Sovereign's Rest faction as a genuine cost transparency advocacy organization. He had been at coin weigher equivalent stage at that point, seeing enough of the cultivation world's cost structure to understand the problem, but not yet overwhelmed by it. The faction's stated mission, practitioner rights advocacy, cost transparency, fair resource distribution, had been what he believed. He had spent 4 years building it. 10 years after founding, he had found the cost erasure transformation method and made the choice. The faction I founded continues to operate, he said. The practitioners I recruited, many of them still operate with the original mission's genuine commitment. The faction has grown beyond what I built. It has attracted practitioners with different goals. He paused. The advancement claim insertion is not something I designed. It is something that someone within the faction developed after I ceased active involvement. He said it with the specific tone of someone owning a consequence they had not intended. I did not build a machine for harvesting practitioners' future advancement. I built an organization and did not maintain control of it. He held this. He had been reading cost notations long enough to recognize the pattern. A practitioner who built something with genuine intention, ceased active involvement, and did not track what the structure became. The faction's current operation was not Fei Longji's intended creation. It was what the structure became without him. This was not an exoneration. It was a different category of responsibility. The 3 practitioners in the medical station, he said. You said you intended the erasure to last 2 weeks. You intended to interfere with their documentation contributions temporarily. Yes. Even as a temporary intervention, you prevented 3 practitioners who had done nothing except support a legitimate investigation from functioning in their cultivation practice for 2 weeks. You chose that. Fei Longji was quiet. Yes. And you chose it in service of preventing documentation that your cost erasure ability had been trying to suppress. I chose it in service of the belief that cost visibility causes more harm than it prevents. He said it with the flatness of someone who had been holding a belief and was beginning to examine the structure. I have been operating for 18 years on the position that freedom from cost awareness is liberation. The celebration hall showed me something I hadn't calculated correctly. That the practitioners couldn't feel their cultivation consuming them. That the cost didn't stop existing because the visibility stopped. He looked at his hands. I knew this intellectually. I have been telling myself for 18 years that the costs don't stop, but the burden of knowing them does. The celebration hall showed me that the costs don't stop, but the burden of not knowing them is different from what I thought it was. He paused. A practitioner who cannot see their cost consuming them cannot protect themselves from it. He said, your ability doesn't liberate. It blindfolds. I know that now. He said it without defense. I said 18 years. I spent 15 believing. I have spent 3 knowing this and continuing anyway because the alternative, restoring the cost visibility to everything I've erased, admitting the extent of what I've done, facing the cost of 18 years of cost erasure. That cost is also not something I know how to see. Because your ability has erased your own cost labels. Yes. He paused. That is the most complete trap I could have built for myself. He sat with this for a moment. Tell me about the Sovereign's Rest faction's insertion capability. The practitioner who developed the advancement claims. Fei Longji said. Her name is Yumingshan. She joined the faction 12 years ago. She is not connected to the cost erasure ability. Her method is different, a formation-level technique that requires access to the practitioner's cultivation-based structure and uses it to create a binding notation layer. He paused. She believed she was building a sustainable funding mechanism for the faction's operations. The practitioners whose advancement potential was claimed could redeem the claims by contributing to the faction's advocacy work, a debt that converted to service rather than money. He paused. She did not disclose the claims to the practitioners. That was the part that became what I didn't intend. Yumingshan. He wrote the name. Chapter 70. Tang Weilong had not used the willing donor cultivation resources in 3 months. He had made this decision at the basin, as he had told Wen Qiuqian then, and had maintained it since. He was currently at an advancement rate that was, by any standard assessment, significantly below where he had been. The gap between his current rate and the rate he had maintained through Yin Jiqing's program was visible in every assessment he underwent. He was not complaining about this. He had been processing something else. On the 9th day after the Celebration Hall incident, when they were reviewing the documentation of Fei Longji's revelations and organizing the next steps for finding Su Mingyi, Tang Weilong said, "I want to ask you something." He looked up. Willing donors. People who sell their lifespan advance contribution to other practitioners, with full information, genuine consent, fair market compensation. Tang Weilong said it carefully. Your cost reading on this. What does it show? He thought about every willing donor cultivation resource he had read in the past months. The notation was consistent. Cost paid by the practitioner whose contribution it was, acknowledged, consenting, compensation recorded as agreed. No flags. No contested accounts. No uninformed consent. The notation of a transaction that was structurally legitimate in every way his ability could assess. Clean, he said. At every level I can read. The consent is genuine. The cost is acknowledged. The compensation is recorded. He paused. What's troubling you? I stopped using it, Tang Weilong said. And I understand why I stopped. The specific resources from Yin Jiqing's supply chain were sourced partly from the basin extraction, which was not clean. I understood that. But the principle of willing donation, a practitioner who sells their contribution voluntarily, knowing what they're selling, being paid what they agreed to be paid. I've been trying to find what's wrong with that, and I haven't found it. He had been thinking about the same problem since Tang Weilong first asked him, "Is that enough?" at the basin, and since Zhao Meihua had asked about the cost of his own method. You think you may have stopped for the wrong reason. I think I stopped because the specific source was contaminated, and then I generalized from the contaminated source to the category. Tang Weilong looked at him, which is not sound reasoning. He sat with this. He thought about his own framework, the one he had been building since the patriarch's question about historical versus ongoing costs. The difference between what could be addressed and what could only be documented, the difference between costs that were paid now and costs that were complete. He thought about whether willing consent lifespan contribution fit cleanly into any of those categories. It did not. The willing donor's consent was genuine. The compensation was fair. The cost was borne by the practitioner who chose to bear it. All of this was clean. And yet he felt what Tang Weilong was describing, a discomfort that didn't resolve when he looked directly at the cost notation. The notation read clean. The discomfort persisted. He said, I've been sitting with the same problem. A practitioner who sells their lifespan contribution because their economic circumstances leave them few other options. The consent is technically genuine. The alternatives they have are limited enough that the choice may be more constrained than the notation shows. Tang Weilong looked at him. The notation doesn't read coercion. No, because the coercion, if it is coercion, is structural rather than direct. It exists in the conditions that make the sale the best available option, not in the transaction itself. He paused. I don't have a notation for structural coercion. My ability reads individual costs. It doesn't read the conditions that shape the choices that led to the costs. So the notation says clean and your framework says uncertain. Yes. He looked at his documentation book. That's the edge of what I can read. I can tell you whether the consent was genuine and the compensation was fair and the acknowledgement was present. I cannot tell you whether the options available to the practitioner were fair, because the options are outside the transaction and outside what my notation reaches. Tang Weilong was quiet for a moment. I'm going to start using it again. Carefully sourced. Only practitioners who have multiple viable options, verified. He said it the way he said decided things. Not because I've resolved the structural question. Because I've established that the structural question is real and I'm going to track it over time rather than refusing the category entirely. He thought about this. He did not agree that Tang Weilong had fully resolved the question. He also recognized that Tang Weilong had developed his own framework for managing it, a framework that was thoughtful, monitored, and different from his own framework, and which Tang Weilong was entitled to. Track it carefully, he said. I know. Tang Weilong stood. You track everything carefully. I'm learning from you. He said it without irony, which was Tang Weilong's version of a significant compliment. What's next with the cost eraser? Finding Su Mingyi, he said, and understanding the Sovereign's Rest faction's insertion capability before they use it on more practitioners. How? Through the Cultivation Authority's registration trail. He opened his documentation book. Su Mingyi left a registration that says ongoing and location undisclosed. But registrations require periodic verification. The verification leaves a contact point. If I can find the contact point, Sima how, Tang Weilong said. The authority's registration database. Yes. He was already writing. I'll ask Sima how tomorrow morning. Chapter 71. Bao Changfeng came to the regional city in person. He arrived on the 12th day of Wen Shouchen's continued stay, which had extended well past the tournament's conclusion as the investigation's early stages kept everyone in the city. Bao Changfeng had asked for a meeting through the secure channel, the same medical correspondence routing he had used before, and the request had the specific quality of someone carrying unwelcome information that needed to be delivered directly. He met the elder in the same administrative building where he had been meeting everyone else in this city, in a small consultation room that looked out on the regional library's courtyard. Bao Changfeng sat down and put a formal document folder on the table between them. The founding patriarch's technique investigation, he said. He had been expecting this. It's been ruled inadmissible. The case was reviewed during the procedural hold, and the ruling was issued 5 days ago. Bao Changfeng's voice was steady, the steadiness of someone who had spent a career delivering rulings they disagreed with without allowing that disagreement to compromise the delivery. The grounds for inadmissibility are narrow and specific, and I want you to understand them precisely before I tell you what I think of them. He waited. The founding patriarch died 400 years ago, Bao Changfeng said. The practitioners whose lifespan was transferred died 400 years ago. The Cultivation Authority's jurisdiction over cultivation violations does not have a formal statute of limitations. No one ever needed to create one, because no one ever attempted to file a case this old. The reviewing authority ruled that in the absence of an explicit statute of limitations, jurisdiction over historical violations defaults to the framework that existed at the time of the violation. He paused. 400 years ago, the current authority's framework did not exist. The authority that existed at that time did not have provisions for the specific kind of cost extraction the founding patriarch used. Therefore, there was no violation of any existing law at the time of the act. He took a slow breath. So the acts were wrong, and there is no legal framework for addressing them. Correct. Bao Changfeng did not look away. The ruling is legally defensible. The founding patriarch operated in a period where the relevant prohibitions did not exist in their current form. The violations, as defined by current law, occurred before current law applied. He set his hands flat on the table. I believe this ruling is a failure of the legal system to address a genuine harm. The legal system's failure does not make the harm smaller. What does it mean for the investigation? The founding patriarch's technique is closed as a formal investigation basis. What remains open? The investigation into current period cost manipulation, the Ash Basin contracts, the Yan Jiqing administrative structure, the Su Baosher supply chain, the Sovereign's Rest faction's advancement claims. Those are current period violations covered by existing law. He paused. The founding patriarch's technique will remain in the public documentation record. Your filing is still in the public record. The names are still documented. The historical cost is still on record. It cannot be used as legal grounds for present-day liability. It can be used as historical documentation. He thought about this carefully. He had spent months understanding the difference between costs that could be addressed and costs that could only be documented. The founding patriarch's technique had always been, at some level, a cost that could only be documented. The practitioners who paid it were dead. The years could not be returned. The act was 4 centuries past. He had known this and had pursued the investigation anyway because the record mattered. The ruling had not changed what was true. It had only confirmed what had always been true about what was actionable. The ruling is correct on the legal question, he said. Bao Changfeng looked at him. I thought you would disagree. I disagree with the outcome's sufficiency. I don't disagree with the legal reasoning. He looked at the document folder. The legal system cannot address what happened 400 years ago. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. The record is the record regardless of whether the legal system acts on it. Bao Changfeng was quiet for a moment. You're not angry. I've been learning, he said, to distinguish between what I feel about a cost and what I can do about it. He picked up the document folder. Tell me what the investigation into current period violations needs next. Chapter 72 Patriarch Gu Tianwei's formal offer arrived 3 days after Bao Changfeng's visit. It was presented through the formal correspondence channel, not a message through the representative, not a casual conversation, but a properly formatted institutional document with the Patriarch's full administrative seal and the legal formation encoding that made it a binding record from the moment it was received. The offer had 4 components. First, formal testimony at the Regional Cultivation Authority's next quarterly review, stating that Patriarch Gu Tianwei's empire's foundation costs were historical in nature, completed 400 years ago, and not actionable under current jurisdiction, specifically, that Gu Tianwei's current operations did not perpetuate or extend those costs. This was technically accurate, as best Wen Shouchen could read at his current stage. The historical costs were historical. The current operations were, at the personal level he could verify, clean. Second, a formal institutional position as the first registered cost assessment practitioner in the Regional Cultivation Authority's practitioner classification system. A new classification that would be created for this offer, giving his cost-reading documentation formal evidentiary standing in legal proceedings without requiring him to justify the abilities mechanism each time. Third, full institutional protection under the authority's practitioner protection framework. Protection from transfer orders, audit threats, administrative management, and direct physical threat for as long as he maintained the registered classification. Fourth, access to the full historical records of the cultivation world's cost structure, maintained in the authority's sealed archive, the same archive where Wei Songbai's 300-year-old documentation had been sealed. His registered status would grant access. He read the offer's cost notation. The offer was structurally genuine. The patriarch's authority to make these commitments was real, the institutional standing was real, the protection framework was real, the archive access was real. The notation on the document's seal read as legitimately bound. If he accepted, the commitments were legally enforceable against the patriarch's resources. The cost label on the offer itself, his future testimony stating that historical costs in Gu Tianwei's empire were not ongoing, which would create a formal public record of a senior cost-reading practitioner's assessment that the empire was currently legitimate in its operation. This testimony would be true at the level of what he could read. It would also be used in every future legal or political challenge to Gu Tianwei's empire as the definitive cost-reading assessment. When Xiaochen, the certified cost assessment practitioner, testified that Gu Tianwei's current operations were clean, he held the document for a full day. He thought about the archive access, the sealed documentation of Wei Songbai's work, 300 years of suppressed cost records, the full historical depth of what had been documented and hidden. That was real, and it was something he wanted. He thought about the institutional protection, the freedom from transfer orders and audit threats and administrative management that had made his outer courtyard work so difficult. He thought about the testimony and what it would mean for the legal framework going forward and whose interests it served beyond the narrow technical truth it stated. Chapter 73, he declined the offer the following morning. He wrote his response in the same formal document format, properly sealed, properly addressed, a binding record of refusal that entered the administrative correspondence archive the moment it was sent. He declined all 4 components as a package, not individually, because the components were structured to be valuable enough in combination that declining individually would be a process of bargaining rather than a decision. Patriarch Gu Tianwei received the refusal within the day. His representative sent a follow-up request, not a second offer, simply a request for the reasoning. He wrote the reasoning. He could testify accurately that Gu Tianwei's current operation, at the level he could verify, was clean. That testimony would be true. The use of that testimony to establish Gu Tianwei's empire as having no ongoing cost obligation for historical practices, that use would be accurate as far as legal jurisdiction was concerned. The founding patriarch's technique ruling had already established that historical costs were not legally actionable. What the testimony could not do, what no testimony could do, was establish that the historical costs were irrelevant to the moral weight the empire currently carried. Legal immunity was not the same as the cost being resolved. The cost was on the record. It remained on the record regardless of the legal system's ability to address it. His testimony, registered as the official cost assessment practitioner's finding, would be used in ways that conflated legal inactionability with moral completion. He could not provide a testimony that would be used that way, even if the testimony itself was technically accurate. He also could not accept the institutional protection without acknowledging what the protection cost. It cost his independence from the institutional framework that the protection was part of. A registered practitioner under the authority's protection operated within the authority's jurisdiction. His documentation work had survived as long as it had because it operated across multiple channels that the management structure could not simultaneously suppress. A single registered institutional position was a single institutional channel. The archive access was the hardest part to decline. The sealed records of Wei Songbai's work, for centuries of suppressed documentation. He wanted that. He had wanted it since Luin first described it. He declined it. The cost was clear, and he could not accept it. He wrote in his documentation book, "I declined the archive access because I could not accept the testimony cost that came with it." The archive remained sealed. The sealed records remain suppressed. Both things are true. I chose not to provide testimony that would be used to close questions that I do not believe are closed. He sat with this for a while. He thought about the practitioners in the sealed archives documentation. Wei Songbai, 300 years ago, who had documented 11 extraction territories and whose work had been suppressed. The previous bearer, Su Mingyi, who had documented the condensation through sacrifice cases and whose anonymous testimony had enabled a ban even without formal evidentiary acceptance. Both of them had worked without institutional protection. Both of them had worked without archive access. Both of them had produced documentation that persisted despite suppression, that showed up in Liuyan's private research and in the working papers of a legal practitioner's private family archive. The record persisted without institutional support. That was, so far, the most reliable pattern he had found. He sent the formal refusal and went back to the investigation. Chapter 74. Fei Longji came to the administrative building on the 14th day. He had not been invited. He came without announcement, sent a note to the correspondence desk saying he was in the building's entrance hall, and waited. When Xianxia came down, and they sat in the building's public reading room, which was not private, but which was functional for the kind of conversation they had been having. Gu Tianwei's offer, Fei Longji said. He said it without explanation for how he knew, which suggested either observer access or the fact that formal institutional correspondence of that kind generated administrative records that certain practitioners could access. I declined it, when Xianxia said. I know. Fei Longji looked at him with the specific consideration of someone who had been thinking about another practitioner's decisions. You declined the testimony, the institutional position, and the archive access. He paused. The archive access. Yes. I would have taken the archive access. He said it plainly. Not the testimony, but the access. He looked at the reading room's shelves. What I would not have taken is the testimony. And without the testimony, the access was not available. Yes. A silence. Then Fei Longji said, I want to tell you something I've been working out since our first meeting. He waited. The cultivation world's oldest and most powerful institutions are all built on historical costs that are not legally actionable and are not going to be resolved, Fei Longji said. This is true. The founding patriarch's technique ruling confirmed a legal principle that was always true. Historical violations from before the current legal framework's existence cannot be addressed by the current legal framework. He paused. The Hidden Tide's 400-year operation, most of its historical instances, are in the same category. The condensation through sacrifice cases from 100 years ago. Some of those practitioners are still alive, but the cost-paying practitioners are mostly dead. I know all of this, he said. I know you know it. Fei Longji continued. What I'm saying is, the cultivation world you are trying to document and address is a world built on costs that cannot be resolved. A practitioner who refuses to engage with anything built on historical injustice cannot function in this world. A practitioner who refuses to advance using any resource with a historical cost connection, at sufficient depth, that is every resource that exists. I haven't refused all resources, he said. The common breath restoration method. Wei Fenglan's work, 200 years ago. I've found clean resources. At low stage, Fei Longji said. At higher stages, the resources required to advance are more powerful. The more powerful resources have longer histories. At sufficient depth, the histories contain what you've been documenting. He held Xianxia's gaze. I reached this point 18 years ago. I found 3 paths. Accept the institutions as they are. Use what is available without looking at the cost. Advance, function, contribute to the world's operation. Erase the cost visibility, which is what I did. Or find a path that does not require either acceptance or erasure. He paused. I thought about the third path for 4 years before I gave up on it, and chose the erasure. I believe the third path did not exist. You're telling me this because you believe I will go into cost arrest. I'm telling you this because you are further along than I was when I made my choice. He said it quietly. And because the third path, if it exists, requires something I did not have and do not know if you have. What? Fei Longji looked at him. A framework for which costs are acceptable to build on and which are not. A systematic way of distinguishing between the historical costs that are complete and the ongoing costs that are not, and then choosing to act on the ongoing ones while acknowledging the historical ones without being paralyzed by them. He was quiet for a long time. He said, I haven't finished looking. Fei Longji looked at him. He said, I know. He said it with something that was not quite relief and was not quite hope, but was the specific quality of someone who has been looking at a result they couldn't change and has just seen evidence that the result might not be universal. I know you haven't finished. Chapter 75. The second meeting with Fei Longji was the one where the full origin came out. He had asked, at the first meeting, about the cost erasure ability's source, how it had been acquired, what its mechanism was. Fei Longji had said he found a transformation method in old formation archives. He had not said more. On the third meeting, 2 days after the conversation in the reading room, when Xianxia asked directly, Tell me about the transformation method. They were at the formation workshop again. Fei Longji had been there both times they'd met. which told him the workshop was a stable location rather than a rotating arrangement. He read the workshop's formation structures each time. Clean, unchanged, the same small business operation it had appeared to be. Fei Longji said, the transformation method is technically a cultivation technique. It operates on the cost-reading ability itself, turning the ability's orientation inward rather than outward. A cost-reading ability that reads costs in external objects. A cost erasure ability that removes cost notation from external objects. The transformation reverses the orientation. He paused. At the cost of the reading ability. The transformation is permanent. You cannot transform back. Where did you find this technique? In an archive in the Northern Territories. A practitioner's private collection, accessible to scholars. The technique was documented without explanation of what it did, described only as a cultivation-based orientation method for practitioners with unusual abilities. I recognized what it was because I had the ability it described. Was the technique's cost label clean? Fei Longji looked at him. I read it before I used it. Yes, it was clean, documented costs, acknowledged, self-imposed by the creator. No hidden extractions. He paused. I was at CoinWare equivalent at the time. I could read the technique's cost notation clearly. He paused again. The cost of the transformation, as the technique described, the practitioner's cost-reading ability, permanently surrendered. The notation was specific about the permanence. You read what you were giving up. Yes. He said it with the specific flatness of someone confirming a decision they have had to confirm many times, internally, and have stopped finding surprising about themselves. I knew what I was giving up. I chose it anyway. He looked at the work table. The weight of seeing costs everywhere, every technique, every resource, every practitioner interaction. The weight had become something I could not carry and continue functioning. I chose to put it down and gained the ability to erase. I expected to gain freedom from the weight. What I gained was a different ability that I then used in service of a principle I had formed while I still had the weight, that other practitioners should also be free from it. He paused. The principle was wrong. I understand that now. He looked at Fei Longji and thought about the 30-year timeline. The cost eraser's emergence corresponding to a period when the cost-reading practitioner in the registration had gone into deeper hiding. He thought about the practitioner who had been moving through the cultivation world for 18 years erasing cost labels from formations and resources, believing he was liberating practitioners from the weight of cost visibility. He said, the transformation technique. It exists in a northern archive. Is it still accessible? As far as I know. Fei Longji looked at him with a specific quality. You're asking because if the transformation can be performed, and if there was a cost-reading practitioner 30 years ago who chose it, that means there may be documentation of the original practitioner before the transformation. He held Fei Longji's gaze. And because I need to understand the mechanism of the erasure ability in order to understand whether the restoration method in the sealed document is possible at my current stage. He paused. I'm not going to use the transformation technique. I know you're not. Fei Longji said it with the certainty of someone who had read the other practitioner correctly. You're building the third path. You're not putting the ability down. He paused. I'm going to help you. Whatever the sealed document requires, if there is a restoration method that needs both of us, I'll be available. He looked at Fei Longji. He thought about all the reasons not to trust the cost eraser. He thought about the Celebration Hall practitioners and the Basin Enforcement Formation and the Sovereign's Rest faction's advancement claims. He also thought about a practitioner who had chosen the wrong path 18 years ago, who had spent 3 years knowing it was wrong and continuing anyway, who had come to the meeting and told him the truth about his ability and his origin without any of the deflection or framing that practitioners who were managing exposure used. Tell me everything you know about the restoration method's mechanism, he said. From whatever you can remember about cost reading at the stage where the restoration would operate. Fei Longji began talking. He wrote everything down. Chapter 76, he spent the evening after the meeting with Fei Longji reorganizing the documentation. Not because the documentation needed reorganizing, it was well organized, as it always was, but because he needed to process what he had learned by doing something structured with his hands and his notation system. He read through the existing files, updated the connections between them, and added the new information from Fei Longji in the correct categories. The threat model was different from what he had been building. He had been building a model of the cost eraser as an adversary, a practitioner operating against the documentation work, against the investigation, against the cost transparency that the investigation was working toward. The Celebration Hall incident had confirmed the adversarial dimension. 3 practitioners had been harmed, directly, in apparent response to the investigation's progress. But Fei Longji had also told him, twice, in 2 meetings, that the Celebration Hall had been a mistake, an application of the erasure method at a scale and in a context that produced unintended results. In Fei Longji's visit to the formation workshop, the meeting, the disclosure of his origin and mechanism and the faction structure. These were not the actions of a practitioner who wanted to eliminate the cost-reading threat. They were the actions of a practitioner who had made a choice 18 years ago that he now understood was wrong, who was trying to find a path back that didn't require admitting the full scope of the wrong publicly, and who had decided that the cost-reading practitioner currently active was the most likely entity capable of helping him find that path. The threat from the cost eraser was real. The adversarial structure was real. The celebration hall, the formation erasures, the Sovereign's Rest faction's expansion of the insertion capability beyond what Fei Longji had intended. Those were real harms that required real response. And Fei Longji was also, simultaneously, someone who had given up his ability to read costs because the weight had been too heavy, who had spent 18 years unable to see what his choices cost, and who was now asking, through the awkward circling of the formation workshop meetings, for help that he couldn't fully articulate because he couldn't see his own costs clearly enough to describe what he needed. He wrote in his documentation book, the threat model is not adversarial in the simple sense. Fei Longji is not trying to destroy cost reading. He is trying to offer an escape from it, and simultaneously trying to find a way back to it. Both things are true simultaneously. He added, the sealed documents restoration method requires 2 practitioners. The previous bearer designed a method that needs cost reading and cost erasing capability together. Su Mingyi and Fei Longji's predecessor, presumably, would have been the 2. Now it is me and Fei Longji, if the document confirms what I think it does. Fei Longji knows this. He came to the formation workshop to establish that he would be present when the document became readable. This was not an adversarial arrangement. It was a complicated one. He wrote, find Su Mingyi, read the document, understand what it says, then decide what the arrangement with Fei Longji actually requires. Chapter 77. On the 16th day, Zhao Meihua asked him a question he was not ready for. They had been working in the administrative building's correspondence room. She managing the acquisition audit's ongoing documentation. He reviewing the Sovereign's Rest faction's formal registration records that Luin had obtained through the historical archive network. Ordinary work, the kind that had become the daily structure of the investigation's slow progress. She set her correspondence down, in the way she did when she had finished something and was making space for something else, and said, you look at everything for its cost. He looked up. Every technique, she said. Every resource. Every arrangement you enter into. Every offer you receive. The cost notation, the source notation, the consent notation. She held his gaze steadily. You have been doing this for how long now? About a year. And in that year, you have looked at the cost of almost everything around you. She was quiet for a moment. Have you looked at the cost of your own method? Of the specific way you engage with the world through the lens of cost and accountability? What that has cost you? He opened his mouth to say something and found he didn't have an answer that was ready. She said, I'll wait. She went back to her correspondence. He looked at his documentation book and found that he could not return to the Sovereign's Rest faction registration records. He sat with her question instead, the same way he sat with cost labels when he first encountered a notation he couldn't read, not forcing the reading, letting the capability find what it could find. The question stayed with him. He did not have an answer at the end of the day. He went to his quarters and thought about it, and it stayed with him through the evening and into the morning, and when he sat down at the documentation table the next day and tried to work, it was still there, occupying the space behind his attention the way an unresolved cost label occupied the space behind a readable notation. On the 3rd day, he wrote. Chapter 78. He wrote the list in his documentation book, under a heading he hadn't used before, personal cost of method. What his method had cost him. Advancement rate, consistently below standard, for a year and counting. He estimated the gap between his current stage and where he would have been using the cultivation world's standard resources at approximately 4 to 6 stages, though the estimate was imprecise because he didn't know what his natural advancement rate would have been without the ability. Tang Weilong's trust? Repeatedly. He had told Tang Weilong uncomfortable truths on the first day they met, and had continued to do so in ways that had created strain even as they worked toward the same goal. The ability to use most of the cultivation world's resources, which meant the ability to deploy most of the cultivation world's techniques in a combat context, the ability to advance at the rate that institutional cultivation support would provide, the ability to accept offers that would have given him access to information he needed, the ability to function without constant moral calculation. He could not look at a resource without reading it, could not begin to use anything without working through the cost notation, could not simply take what was available and use it the way every other practitioner around him did. The inner court position at the Clearstone sect, the institutional standing he would have had by now if he had consumed the amber pill and continued through the standard intersect track. He looked at this list. He wrote on a second page what his method had produced. The documentation of the ash basin extraction mechanism, the medical board record, the investigation that had caught Sue Boucher's supply chain, the 7 basin workers who had chosen suppression after receiving cost information, the 47 names on the tournament's public record, the protocol that Zhao Meihua and Mei Suiying had developed together, which was now in a formal investigation record as an identification tool, the partial restoration of Fei Longji's cost visibility, which would come, though he hadn't done that yet. It was in the future from this point, but it was visible to him as a direction. The connection to Su Mingyi, the previous bearer, whose existence and whose sealed document he would not have found without the year of work that the method had produced. He looked at both lists. He could not determine which one was larger. The cost list was personal, his stage, his standing, his relationships, his comfort. The production list was distributed, affecting practitioners he had never met, in the medical board records and the investigation proceedings and the public documentation archive and the 7 workers at the basin. The 2 lists were not commensurable in a way his notation system could evaluate, because his notation system read individual costs and individual payments and could not aggregate them across different kinds of value. He wrote below both lists, "I cannot determine which is larger. The method is expensive. The method is producing things that would not exist without it. Both are true and I cannot calculate a net result." He brought the pages to Zhao Meihua. She read them. She said, "You've been working on this for 3 days." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "I didn't ask for a calculation. I asked if you'd looked." She set the pages down. "You've looked." She held his gaze. "That's the answer. The looking is what the question was asking for." He took the pages back. He sat with what she had said. He understood that she was right. The question hadn't been, "Is it worth it?" The question had been, "Have you seen it?" And the seeing, the 3 days of sitting with the cost of his own method, the writing of both lists, the acknowledgement that the cost was real and the production was real, and he couldn't add them together. That was what the question had been asking for. He said, "Thank you." She said, "You're welcome." She went back to her correspondence. Chapter 79. The containment began on the 18th day. Not dramatically, not through physical confrontation or direct administrative action. Through the specific accumulated pressure of a large institutional structure that had decided a particular practitioner was a problem to be managed rather than a threat to be eliminated. The first indication, Liu Yin's Northern Archive access was restricted. He had been corresponding with a practitioner at the archive who had been providing copies of the historical formation records, the same kind of access that had produced the working papers from the 100-year-old case. The correspondence stopped, not through a formal notification but through the specific silence of a channel that had been functional and was suddenly not responding. 3 days later, the Heritage Protection Order arrived. It was filed with the Regional Cultivation Authority under the Heritage Preservation Framework, a legitimate administrative mechanism used to protect culturally significant historical materials from being removed from their original institutional context. The order specified Liu Yin's research materials, specifically the copies of formation archive documents and historical sect records that he had been maintaining as part of his independent research, were subject to a review process that would require their temporary deposit with the authority's Heritage Preservation Office during the review period. The review period was specified as 90 days. Liu Yin read the order and said, with his specific dry flatness, "Someone knows exactly which documents are most relevant to the current investigation and has found a legal mechanism to temporarily remove them from my access. Can you contest it? On what grounds? The Heritage Protection Framework is legitimate. The documents in question are genuinely historical. The review is within the framework's mandated parameters." He looked at the order. "I can contest the timing as suspicious. Suspicious timing is not grounds for contest under the Heritage Framework." He wrote, "Gu Tianwei's containment management has shifted from procedural delay to resource access restriction. Different mechanism, same effect as the investigation's procedural hold at the Clearstone sect." The second containment action came 4 days after the Heritage Order. A formal administrative communication to Sima Hao from the Regional Cultivation Authority's senior administration, noting that the investigation into Sue Boucher's supply chain had been flagged for procedural review before advancing to the formal finding stage. The review would require the investigation's methodology to be certified by an independent examination board, a standard procedure, technically, for investigations using novel evidentiary methodologies. The output tracking protocol was a novel evidentiary methodology. The independent examination board would need to be assembled from practitioners with appropriate analytical credentials. The assembly process took time. The examination process took time. The finding stage was suspended during the examination. Sima Hao sent him a brief note. The investigation is not closed. It is delayed. He did not add assessment because he was an institutional practitioner who did not add assessment to factual communications. The assessment was implicit. He mapped the containment. Liu Yin's historical materials, temporarily inaccessible. The investigation's formal finding, suspended pending methodology review. His own documentation work, still accessible. No one had targeted him directly yet. But the institutional connections that had been making the documentation work effective, Sima Hao's jurisdiction, Liu Yin's research access, the multi-channel strategy, were being systematically reduced. He thought about what remained. Zhao Meihua's father's acquisition audit, which was independent of both the authorities and the Clearstone sect's administrative reach. Mei Suying's medical board record, filed through the Basin's medical station. The 47 names on the tournament record, which was a public record. His own documentation, which he maintained in his personal files and which had been distributed to Sima Hao, Patriarch Gu, Bao Changfeng, and Zhao Meihua's father as working copies before the containment began. Distributed copies were harder to retrieve than originals. He began identifying the next channels. Chapter 80 Bao Changfeng's final communication arrived on the 22nd day. It was sent through the medical correspondence channel, the last route that had not been compromised. It was longer than his previous messages, which was itself information. When a practitioner who communicated in brief, precise bursts wrote a long message, it was because they were saying something that required more words than the previous communications had needed. The message began with a formal status report. The case materials that Bao Changfeng had assembled for the Ash Basin cost structure investigation had been classified as sensitive jurisdiction documents, requiring a senior authority review before they could be released to the investigation's formal file. The sensitive jurisdiction classification was a standard administrative mechanism used for cases that involved multiple sects in contested territory. The Ash Basin's location in the Clearstone sect's administrative territory, combined with the Jade Mountain sect's acquisition audit interest, met the technical criteria for the classification. The message continued. The witnesses Bao Changfeng had developed for the current period violations investigation, practitioners from the basin who had agreed to provide testimony about the extraction mechanism, about the lifespan drain, about the specific medical evidence, had been reassigned. 3 of them had received posting changes within a week of each other, to different regions, all individually explainable through standard administrative procedures. The message concluded. I have been trying to understand what has happened to this case, and I believe I understand it now. The management I am experiencing is not the management of a specific investigation into a specific set of violations. It is the management of the institutional threat that your documentation represents to a system that has been operating for 400 years. I am a senior practitioner with decades of service in the Iron Justice section, and the tools being used against my case are tools that my own institutional position is not equipped to counter, because they are the tools of the institution itself. I cannot continue from here. The witnesses have been moved. The case materials have been classified. The investigation as I built it has been identified and disassembled through administrative procedure rather than direct confrontation. What I built was not strong enough to survive this. I want you to know that what you found is accurate. The documentation is correct. The historical costs are real. The ongoing costs are real. These facts do not become less true because the institutional process has been blocked. The facts belong to the record regardless of whether the institution can act on them. Find a path that does not require the institution to act on what you found. I do not know what that path is. I believe you are more likely to find it than I am. I am sorry that I cannot continue. He read the message twice. He wrote in his documentation book, Bao Changfeng, institutional actor who acted with full integrity and full commitment to what the institution was supposed to do. The institution's management is calibrated specifically to the constraints of practitioners who operate within the institution's own framework. Bao Changfeng could not operate outside those constraints. That is what the management relied on. He sat with this for a long time. Then Fei Longji appeared at the administrative building's entrance, which he read from the cost notation at the door, the specific absence pattern of someone whose costs were unreadable in proximity. He went down. Fei Longji was in the entrance hall, not agitated, but with a quality he hadn't carried in either previous meeting, something that was close to uncertainty, the expression of someone who had encountered information they didn't have a framework for. He said, "The Sovereign's Rest Faction's formation anchors. I went to read one today, a formation in the regional city's administrative district, one that I had modified 6 months ago. I was going to do a maintenance check." He paused. The cost label was back. He said, "What?" "The formation's cost label. I erased it 6 months ago. Today I went to check it, and the cost label has reappeared." He looked at Wen Shouchen with the particular focus of someone reporting a physical observation rather than an interpretation. "Not exactly the same as the original. The notation has some gaps where I removed specific fields. But the general label structure is back. Something regenerated it." "How?" "I don't know the mechanism." Fei Longji was very still. "I have been operating for 18 years. I have checked maintained formations before. The labels do not regenerate. Once erased, the notation is gone unless a practitioner with cost registration authority reinstates it formally through the authority's certification process." He paused. The formation has not been through any authority certification process. He understood what Fei Longji was telling him. "My ability is affecting the erasure," he said. Not a question, a statement of what the evidence indicated. "In proximity," Fei Longji said. "The formation is in a building I've been near frequently because of our meetings. Within, I think within the range we discussed. 20 meters. He held Wen Shouchen's gaze. "Your reading ability, at the stage you've reached, is overriding my erasure in proximity. The cost notation I removed is regenerating because you've been reading everything in range, and the reading is restoring the notation structure." He thought about this. He thought about the previous bearer, who had encountered the same problem, erased cost labels, and had developed a restoration method that required both abilities working together. He thought, the reading ability does not just read. At sufficient stage, it restores. He said, "I need to find Su Mingyi. Now, before the sealed document, I need to speak with him." Fei Longji said, "Tell me what you need, and I'll help you find the trail." Chapter 81. The Pearl Reckoner breakthrough arrived 12 days after the conversation in the entrance hall, when he was reading the cost notation on a formation in the regional city's administrative district. One of the formations that Fei Longji had indicated was part of the sovereign's Rest faction's infrastructure network. He had been reading formations in this district systematically, mapping which ones had the faction's organizational marker in their construction notation, when the focal shift happened. He felt it the way he had felt previous stage transitions, the lens settling into a new configuration, the notation around him sharpening. But this one was different in scale. Every previous stage had been like adding a new category of readable notation to an existing field. Coin Weigher had added complex technique costs. Silver Auditor had added lifespan costs. Jade Assessor had added bloodline costs. Gold Arbiter had added oath costs and relationship debts. Pearl Reckoner added the historical costs of events and institutions. It was not a category. It was a dimension. He was standing in the administrative district's west courtyard when the stage arrived, and the courtyard was surrounded by buildings, and the buildings were institutional formations that had been in use for decades, and the institutional formations had cost histories that went back decades, and the cost histories of institutional formations accumulated over decades were not simple annotations. They were archives. He stood in the administrative district's west courtyard, and the cost notation became something he had not been prepared for. Institutional histories arriving simultaneously from every structure in his reading range, every formation in every building within 40 meters, each one's full historical cost structure visible and readable, and all of them present at once. He sat down on the courtyard stones because standing required attention he could not spare. He sat on the cold stone. It was a cold afternoon, autumn deepening toward winter, with his hands pressed flat against the paving and his attention completely overwhelmed by the simultaneous presence of 200 years of institutional cost history from the surrounding buildings. He did not have the framework yet to select what he was reading. Everything was arriving at once. He sat there for approximately 40 minutes before anyone found him. He knew this later, from what Fei Longji told him. In those 40 minutes, he experienced the simultaneous cost histories of the administrative district's west courtyard and the formations surrounding it, all of which were clean by modern standards, and none of which were clean by the standards of the Pearl Reckoner's historical depth, and all of which were present in his awareness at the same time, which was the specific condition that had destroyed previous cost-reading practitioners. He did not go into cost arrest. He sat on the cold stone and did not move and held on to the reading the same way he would hold on to an active technique, with sustained, specific attention, and waited for the stage to settle. Fei Longji found him because Fei Longji had been in the administrative district mapping the faction's formations and had rounded a corner and found a practitioner sitting motionless on the courtyard stones in the cold with an expression that he recognized from 18 years ago as the specific expression of someone whose cost-reading ability had just become too large to manage. He read Fei Longji's cost notation as the practitioner approached, still the blank absence, still the unreadable record of an ability that erased itself, and used the familiar absence as an anchoring point. a known shape in the overwhelming amount of historical notation arriving from the surrounding buildings. He held the absence and used it to organize the rest. Fei Longji sat down across from him on the courtyard stones without speaking. He had understood, apparently, that speaking would be additional information in a context where information was already too much. After 20 minutes of sitting with the absence as anchor, the historical cost notation from the surrounding buildings began to organize itself into something more manageable, not less present, but less simultaneously demanding. He could choose which building to read. He could let the others recede. He breathed. Pearl Reckoner, he said eventually. Fei Longji said, "How long did it take to arrive after I told you about the formation label regenerating?" 12 days. I went from coin weigher equivalent to Pearl Reckoner equivalent in 8 days, Fei Longji said. He said it without pride, a historical data point. The faster the advance, the worse the arrival. I was not functional for 4 weeks. What did you do? I was alone. He said it plainly. I had not told anyone what I could do. I was not in a city. I was in a practitioner's independent retreat facility in the Eastern Territories, and I spent 4 weeks alternating between reading everything within range and being unable to function and trying to find a framework for managing it. He paused. I did not find one. I chose the erasure instead. He sat with this. I'm not going to choose the erasure. I know. Fei Longji stood from the courtyard stones and offered a hand up, which was unexpected and ordinary, and he accepted. Come inside. We need to find Mei Suiying. Chapter 82 Pearl Reckoner stage did not become manageable quickly. The 3 weeks that followed were the most difficult period of sustained cognitive effort he had experienced since the ability first appeared at the infirmary. Mei Suiying's medical support was not direct cultivation-based assistance. She could not see what he was experiencing in the notation dimension, but she could read the physical effects, elevated stress formation patterns, disrupted cultivation circulation, the specific physical toll of extended extreme attention that manifested as fatigue and headaches and occasional nausea when the historical cost reading became too dense. She developed a physical support protocol, specific cultivation formation tools that created a stable external anchor, not reading his cultivation in the way a formation could interfere with it, but providing a stable sensory reference point that he could hold on to when the historical notation became overwhelming. Similar to the anchor he had found in Fei Longji's cost label absence, but stable and available rather than dependent on another practitioner's proximity. The physical support made 3 weeks tolerable. Without it, he thought the containment of the stage might have taken 6 weeks or longer, during which the investigation would have continued losing ground to the institutional management. What he was learning to manage was not the volume of the historical notation. The Pearl Reckoner stage gave him access to institutional cost histories going back centuries, and the volume of that history was not something that became smaller. What he was learning to manage was the selectivity, choosing which institution's history to read, and when, and for how long, rather than receiving all of them simultaneously. The method he developed was the same one he had been using for individual objects since Penny Appraiser stage, directed attention rather than passive reception. He had been receiving cost notation passively for a year, and directing it was a skill he had developed. Pearl Reckoner required applying that skill to a vastly larger and deeper field of information. He called it a cost-focused protocol, the same term he would use when he explained it to others later. At its core, one institution, one historical period, one specific cost category at a time. Everything else held at the edge of awareness rather than excluded. When he finished reading one, he moved to the next, never letting all of them speak simultaneously, never closing any of them out entirely. It was exhausting. It worked. By the end of the 3rd week, he could walk through the regional city's administrative district without being overwhelmed. By the end of the 3rd week, he could read institutional cost histories on request, with preparation, with specific parameters, and stop reading when he needed to stop. He could not undo the Pearl Reckoner stage. He could not make the historical notation smaller. He had built a framework for carrying it without being carried by it. Zhao Meihua managed his correspondence for 3 weeks, not once commenting on the additional workload. Tang Weilong arrived at the administrative building on the 5th day and established himself, without announcement, as the person who controlled who had access to the correspondence room, where when Xiaoqin was doing his daily containment work. He turned away 3 administrative inquiries that would have required extended cognitive response during the most difficult period. He noted both of these when he was functional enough to observe them. Chapter 83 Fei Longji worked with him on the cost-focus protocol during the 2nd week. This required Fei Longji to describe, from memory, the experience of Pearl Reckoner equivalent stage before the transformation, what it had felt like, how the historical notation had arrived, what he had tried that had not worked, and what had come close to working before he abandoned the search for a framework and chose the erasure instead. It was, as far as Wen Xiuqian could tell, the most sustained engagement Fei Longji had had with his own cost reading history in 18 years. The erasure ability's effect on Fei Longji's own cost records meant he couldn't verify what he was remembering. He had no notation access to his own past states. He was reconstructing from memory rather than from record. Memory was imprecise. He was honest about this. The main difficulty at that stage, Fei Longji said, on the third day of their protocol development work, was the temporal depth. Individual objects have costs that point back to specific events, who paid, when, what the payment was. Institutions have costs that point back to chains of events across decades or centuries, each one leading to another, the whole history arriving when you read the institution. He paused. The temporal depth meant I couldn't find an anchor in the notation itself. Everything I tried to anchor to led deeper into history. The external anchor helps, he said. He had been using Mei Suiying's physical support formation for 10 days. Something that has no cost notation, an absence I can hold when the history becomes too dense. Fei Longji looked at him with the specific expression he made when he understood something he hadn't expected to understand. You're using my cost label absence as an anchor. When you're in range. He paused. The physical support formation is a substitute. Less precise, but stable. Fei Longji was quiet for a moment. He said, I can serve as a more precise anchor if I'm present when you need it. The absence I carry is consistent. It doesn't shift with the reading the way other anchors might. He had been thinking about this since the courtyard. Yes, but it requires you to be present, which is not always possible. I know. Fei Longji looked at the documentation on the table. The protocol development we're doing is about building a framework that doesn't require my presence. I understand that. He paused. I also recognize that the protocol's development has required me to think about my own Pearl Reckoner period in detail for the first time in 18 years, and that the thinking has been, he stopped. He said, it has been what I should have done before I chose the erasure. He looked at Fei Longji. The cost-focused protocol, Fei Longji said. If I had developed it instead of looking for an escape, I don't know if it would have worked. I was at coin-weigher equivalent. The scale might have been different. But I didn't try. He said it without self-pity, with the specific flatness of someone stating a fact they had finally accepted. I think I should have tried. He said, you can help me build it now. That's worth something. Is it enough? Fei Longji asked. It was the same question Tang Weilong had asked at the basin. Is that enough? He gave the same answer. I don't know. He picked up his documentation book. Let me tell you what the protocol needs to do in the specific case of reading institutional formations, and you tell me what you tried that didn't work. Fei Longji told him. He wrote it down. They built the protocol over the course of the week. Fei Longji's failed attempts and Wen Xiuqian's successful ones combined into something that neither of them could have developed alone. He thought, this is what the two abilities look like when they work together rather than against each other. Chapter 84. By the third week, the cost-focused protocol was functional, and he was reading again. The first institutional cost history he read, systematically, with the protocol's full methodology applied, was the Regional Cultivation Authority itself. He spent 4 days on it. He read it in sections, 1 decade at a time, 1 administrative function at a time, and pieced together the institutional cost history the way he would piece together a complex formation structure's construction record. The authority had been founded 280 years ago. Its founding costs were, by the standard he had been developing for the historical versus ongoing distinction, historical and not legally actionable. Several founding practitioners, named in the formation cost notation of the authority's oldest anchoring formations, had paid lifespan costs during the founding period that were not disclosed in the founding documentation. The authority's institutional cost history after the founding period was more complicated. It showed, clearly, the period 300 years ago when Wei Songbai's hidden tithe documentation had been received and suppressed. He could read the specific cost notation on the suppression action itself. The formation modifications that had reclassified the documentation were built at a specific date, using practitioner labor that was acknowledged and compensated, but whose purpose was recorded in the formation's construction notation as reclassification in support of administrative stability. Administrative stability. He wrote that phrase down. He could also read, for the first time at this depth, the cost notation on the cultivation world's suppression of the cost-reading practitioner's work specifically, not just Wei Songbai's documentation, but the previous bearers whose work had been managed away, disappeared. Each of them appeared in the authority's institutional cost history as a moment where the institution had paid a specific administrative cost to preserve its own operation. The cost had been paid each time from the same source. the institution's ability to act on its own stated mandate of protecting practitioner rights. The authority had paid for its stability with its integrity, repeatedly, over 280 years. The integrity cost was in the cost notation on every suppression action. The payments were all there, all recorded, all readable. He spent an additional day reading this, and then did not read it again. He did not need to read it again. He had it. Chapter 85, he read Patriarch Gu Tianwei's Empire on the 25th day. This was the reading that would have been most useful earliest, and that he had not had the stage for until now. He set aside a full week for it, using the cost-focus protocol at full discipline, one territory at a time, one administrative period at a time, one cost category at a time. The historical cost structure of Gu Tianwei's empire was enormous and specific. He had known, from what the Patriarch had told him and from Liu Yin's records, that the empire was built on historical costs that were not legally actionable. Historical injustices in the strict sense, costs paid by practitioners who were dead, during administrative periods that predated the current legal framework. He had known this in the abstract. Reading it at Pearl Reckoner depth made it specific. The specific practitioners, the specific territories, the specific decades. The ways in which the historical cost structure had been maintained across generations, not through active extraction after the founding period, but through the institutional logic of building on what had been built, which required no new extractions because the structure was self-sustaining. The empire's current operation was clean at the personal and institutional level of the current period. It rested on a foundation that was not. He read all of this. He documented it. And then he read something he had not expected. The Patriarch's personal cost notation, which he had read multiple times before at lower stages, finding it clean, appeared different at Pearl Reckoner depth. Not in the personal costs, which were still acknowledged and compensated, and without hidden extractions. Different in the decision costs. Gold Arbiter stage gave access to oath costs and relationship debts. Pearl Reckoner gave access to historical costs of events, including the historical cost of decisions made by specific practitioners over extended periods. Patriarch Gu Tianwei had made a specific decision approximately 30 years ago. He had read a summary of his empire's historical cost structure, not at the depth Wen Xiuqian could read now, but sufficient to understand that the empire's foundation was built on historical injustice. He had understood this. He had considered, for a period the Pearl Reckoner could read as approximately 2 years of sustained active consideration, whether to dismantle the structure, reform it, or continue. He had chosen to continue. The cost notation on that choice. The choice was made with full awareness that the historical cost existed, not full awareness of its depth. Gu Tianwei could not see what Wen Xiuqian could read, but awareness sufficient to understand that the empire's foundation was built on what he knew was wrong. He had chosen to continue building on it anyway. The Patriarch had told him this. He had told him he had known for decades. He had been honest about it in a way that had made Wen Xiuqian assess him more generously than he might have otherwise. The Pearl Reckoner's reading confirmed. He had told the truth. He had known. He had chosen. He sat with this distinction. The difference between the previous bearers whose cost arrest came from being overwhelmed by the scale of what they read, and the difference between that, and having a framework for distinguishing between what required action and what required only acknowledgement. He had told himself that Gu Tianwei was a practitioner who had benefited from historical injustice rather than perpetrated it. The Pearl Reckoner's reading showed that the line was not that clean. Gu Tianwei had benefited from historical injustice and had made a conscious choice to continue, with awareness. That was a different category from passive benefiting. He wrote it down. He added it to the documentation. He noted that his original characterization, beneficiary of historical injustice, not perpetrator, had been accurate at the stage where he made it and was now more complicated. He thought about the framework he had been building for a year, the distinctions between historical cost and ongoing cost and uncertain cost. He thought about how the Pearl Reckoner had just shown him that these categories were not as clean as they had seemed, that a practitioner could be simultaneously historical and ongoing in the same decision. He thought, the framework needs refinement. He went to Zhao Meihua and said, I need to show you what I read about Gu Tianwei. She put down her correspondence and looked at him. She said, Tell me. Chapter 86, he showed Zhao Meihua the documentation over the course of an afternoon. Not just the Pearl Reckoner reading of Gu Tianwei's empire. That was the most recent development, but it needed context to be understood. He showed her the full picture, the historical cost structure of the empire's foundation, the specific decision Gu Tianwei had made 30 years ago with awareness, the distinction between passive benefiting from historical injustice and active conscious continuation of a structure built on it. She listened to all of it with the focused attention she gave complex information, writing nothing, watching him directly, occasionally asking a clarifying question about the notation or the period or the specific mechanism. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "My father's empire has similar costs." He had been thinking about this since the reading. "Yes, I haven't read it at Pearl Reckoner depth. I don't have access to Jade Mountain's formation archives. But the historical depth that was visible at Gold Arbiter pointed in the same direction as Gu Tianwei's at the same equivalent depth. 4 generations," she said. "That's the depth I've always assumed, based on what I've pieced together from the output anomaly tracking and from things my father has said over the years." She looked at the documentation. "He's been aware of some version of this for at least a decade. Has he told you that directly?" "No." She said it without bitterness, a factual statement. "He's managed the acquisition process and the transparency commitments and the forward-facing changes I suggested through the Ash Basin audit. He has done all of that in a way that suggests he understands the weight of what's there without having specifically said so." She looked at her hands on the table. "I've been allowing that ambiguity because pushing past it would require a conversation I wasn't sure I wanted to have." He waited. "If Gu Tianwei made a conscious decision to continue 30 years ago," she said, "then the question I need to ask my father is whether he has made the same decision, and when, and with what understanding of what it meant." "That's a difficult conversation." "Yes." She looked at him. "The difference between a passive beneficiary and a conscious continuer is what determines what's required as a response. A passive beneficiary who didn't understand the historical cost structure, their obligation is acknowledgement when they learn. A practitioner who understood and chose to continue, their obligation includes the choice to have made differently from this point forward." She paused. "I need to know which category my father is in." He said, "Whatever you find, the documentation record will be the same. The Pearl Reckoner reading will show what the reading shows." "I know." She gathered her correspondence. "I'm not asking you not to document it. I'm telling you I'm going to have a conversation." She looked at him directly. "What do we do with the reading of Gu Tianwei?" "Keep it in the documentation," he said. "It refines the category I had been using for him. The record is more accurate now." What becomes possible with a more accurate record? Different options for what a genuine remediation looks like versus what a management of exposure looks like. He looked at the documentation. The distinction between Gu Tianwei's conscious continuation and a passive beneficiary situation is a distinction that changes what the appropriate forward action is. If he's been consciously continuing, the appropriate action is more than acknowledgement. He paused. "I don't know yet what the specific appropriate action is. The record existing is the first step." She said, "I'll tell you what I find with my father." She stood. "And when Xiochin, the Pearl Reckoner reading, what was it like?" He thought about the courtyard, the cold stone, the 40 minutes before Fei Longji found him. He thought about 3 weeks of building the cost-focused protocol with the most difficult reading in his experience as background. "Heavy," he said. "It was very heavy. And then it was something I could carry." She looked at him with an expression that was careful and warm and contained something he recognized, after a year of working beside her, as the specific quality of someone who wanted to say more than they had decided to say. She said, "Good," and went to have the conversation with her father. Chapter 87. Sima Hao's investigation result arrived 10 days before the Pearl Reckoner stage's 3rd week mark. The Methodology Review Board had completed its work. The output tracking protocol had been certified as a valid evidentiary identification method, subject to specific limitations regarding the scope of claims it could support. The certification had taken 6 weeks rather than the standard 3, which both he and Sima Hao understood was the result of institutional pressure rather than procedural complexity. With the certification in hand, the investigation's formal finding stage had proceeded. The finding was issued under Sima Hao's seal and the Regional Cultivation Authority's enforcement framework. He read the finding document. He read it twice. Su Baosher had been found guilty of documentation fraud related to pill composition claims. The finding specified the pills in question had been misrepresented in their composition documentation, claiming material cost-based production methods for products whose actual production method could not be fully verified by available evidence. The finding did not specify the production method consumed practitioners' lifespan without their consent. It did not specify this because the evidentiary basis for the specific mechanism, his cost reading, was admissible as an identification trigger but not as direct evidence of specific claims about consciousness or intent. The output tracking protocol showed the anomaly. The anomaly was consistent with the condensation through sacrifice method. The finding could not establish the specific method as fact without additional evidence that the investigation had not produced within its timeline. The penalty, a financial payment to the Regional Cultivation Authority's Practitioner Welfare Fund, at a scale that was substantial, but that Su Baosher's commercial standing could absorb, without significant disruption. A 6-month suspension of public practice in the regional jurisdictions covered by the authority. He read the cost notation on the settlement. The settlement had been negotiated. The finding would have been more significant without the negotiation, and the negotiation had cost something. He could read what it cost. A specific commitment by Sue Boucher's legal practitioners that their client would cooperate with the authority's subsequent supply chain review, which would examine the upstream sources of the production mechanism. That cooperation had been purchased with the reduced penalty. Justice had been partial. The mechanism that produced the partial justice had been paid for with a downstream commitment that was, actually, the thing most likely to expose the supply chain's full structure. He wrote in his documentation book, the settlement produced a reduced penalty but created a cooperation agreement that opens the supply chain to review. The cooperation agreement may be more valuable than the penalty. The negotiation purchased a path forward at the cost of immediate accountability. Whether that was correct depends on what the supply chain review produces. He held this for a while. He thought about his framework for distinguishing between costs that could be addressed and costs that required only acknowledgement. The settlement's cost was the reduced, immediate accountability. The settlement's benefit was the potential for larger future accountability through the cooperation agreement. Neither was clearly larger. He could not call this a failure. He could not call it a success. It was a transaction with costs and benefits on both sides and an uncertain net result. He was getting more comfortable with uncertain net results. He was not sure this was progress or erosion of standards. He wrote both possibilities down. Chapter 88. Tang Weilong came to find him on the 21st day, which was the last day before the Pearl Reckoner Stage's 4th week, when the cost-focus protocol had settled to the point where he could work at full concentration again without the constant management demand. Tang Weilong had the expression he made when he had been thinking about something for a long time and had decided to say it now. He sat down across from Wen Xiaochen in the correspondence room and said, "The willing donor advancement. I said I was going to restart using it, carefully sourced. I started 3 weeks ago. I know." He had been reading Tang Weilong's cultivation-based cost notation during their working sessions, a habit he maintained with everyone he worked with closely. And, "The cost notation reads clean," he said. "The source is verified, the consent is genuine, the compensation is recorded." He paused. "The practitioner you've been working with, I've read them 3 times. They have options, genuinely available ones. The choice to donate advancement contribution isn't the only viable option for them." Tang Weilong nodded. "That's what I verified before I started. That was the condition I set for myself." He looked at the table. And yet, he agreed. "I keep coming back to the structural question." Tang Weilong said it with the compressed precision he used for things he had been circling for a long time. The cultivation world has a specific economic structure where advancement contribution becomes a commodity that some practitioners can afford to buy and others sell. The fact that the transaction is clean at the individual level doesn't address the question of why the market exists. What conditions make selling advancement contribution a genuinely appealing option rather than an economic pressure? The conditions that make it appealing are also the conditions that created the Ash Basin workers' situation. He had been thinking about this since Tang Weilong asked the question months ago. The economic structure that makes advancement contribution sellable is the same structure that makes the basin's extraction mechanism sustainable. Different ends of the same system, which means clean individual transactions can exist within a structurally coercive system. Yes, he had written about this in his documentation book. The cost notation I read is about individual transactions. I can verify individual consent and individual acknowledgement and individual compensation. I cannot read the cost notation of a system. I don't have notation for systemic coercion. Tang Weilong was quiet for a moment. Then, is there a way to develop notation for it? He thought about this. He had been thinking about it. The Pearl Reckoner stage reads historical costs of institutions. If the institutional history shows that the market for advancement contribution developed specifically at a time when other advancement options were being constrained, if the market emerged because the alternative options were being deliberately limited, that's visible in the institutional history. You can read that. I can read the institutional history that might show it. I haven't specifically looked for the pattern in the regional cultivation economy's history yet. He picked up his documentation book. But you're right that it's the next question. He paused. You've resolved the individual transaction question for now. The systemic question is still open. I know it's open. Tang Weilong looked at him directly. I'm asking if I should keep using the willing donor system while the systemic question is open, or wait until I understand the system. He thought about this carefully. He thought about his own practice, using resources only when the individual cost notation was clean, even knowing that the system producing the resources carried historical costs. He had been operating this way for a year. He had been unable to find a threshold where the individual cost cleanness was insufficient justification for individual use. I don't know, he said. I've been making individual level cost decisions in a system whose total cost I cannot fully read. That may be the only option available to any practitioner. He paused. What I can tell you is, the systemic question being open doesn't mean the individual transaction is wrong. It means the individual transaction is insufficient as the complete answer. Tang Weilong said. That's the most honest answer you've given me. He said, it's the only honest answer I have. Chapter 89, the partial cost label regeneration in Fei Longji had been building for weeks. He had noticed it in the first week of their protocol development work. Small, barely legible, fragments of cost notation appearing at the outer edges of Fei Longji's cost label absence in the moments when they were working together closely and he was actively reading at Pearl Reckoner depth. The fragments were not connected, not organized into the full notation structure of a complete cost label. They were isolated characters from what should have been larger entries. By the fourth week, the fragments had become more coherent. He said nothing about this until the fragments resolved into something he could read with confidence. Until the Pearl Reckoner's depth gave him enough to work with that he could describe what he was seeing accurately rather than speculatively. On the 28th day, he told Fei Longji. They were in the correspondence room in the evening. The city outside was in the specific quiet of late autumn, the formation lamp's amber light consistent with the season. Fei Longji had been reviewing the Sovereign's Rest faction's formation network documentation. He had been providing information about which formations he had modified and their locations, which was building into a complete map of the faction's infrastructure. He said, your cost labels are partially regenerating in my presence. Fei Longji set down his documentation. He looked at Wen Xiuqian with an expression that was very still. How much? Fragments. Not complete entries. Individual characters from what should be larger notations. At this stage of regeneration, I can read partial cost amounts, but not full source records. I can read indication of specific cost categories, but not the complete notation for those categories. He paused. The regeneration is consistent. It has been growing over the weeks we've been working together. Fei Longji was quiet for a long time. He said, what do you read? In the fragments. He read carefully, directing the Pearl Reckoner's precision at the partial notation around Fei Longji's cultivation base, the fragments that the restoration field was building into something, slowly, from the reading ability's proximity effect. Lifespan costs, he said. Significant ones. I can read the category. Your cultivation advancement over 18 years has drawn on lifespan at a rate I cannot calculate precisely from the fragments, but the indication is significant. Not taken from others. He was clear about this. From yourself. Your own advancement cost, paid from your own projected years, at a rate consistent with a practitioner who has been advancing through a high-cost method. He paused. The cost erasure ability is more expensive, to you personally, than you could have known when you chose it. Fei Longji looked at his hands. He did not speak immediately. I did not know, he said finally. You couldn't have known. The ability erases its own tracks. The cost of using it was also erased. He watched Fei Longji's face. The fragments I can read now. This is the first time the notation has been present in any form since you underwent the transformation. For 18 years I didn't know what it cost me. No. Fei Longji set his hands flat on the table. He said, how much? I can't calculate it precisely. The fragments are too incomplete for an exact reading. He held Fei Longji's gaze. The indication is enough that the word significant is accurate. More than a decade of projected lifespan, probably. Possibly considerably more. The room was very quiet. The formation lamps made their amber light against the walls. Fei Longji said, I chose the erasure because I could not carry the weight of what I was reading. I thought that was the cost of the reading ability, the psychological weight of seeing costs everywhere. He said it carefully, each word placed precisely. I did not know that the solution I chose to that weight was consuming my own future at a rate I could not see. The self-erasure hid the cost of the self-erasure. He had been thinking about this since the fragments first appeared. It is probably the most complete trap a practitioner could build for themselves accidentally. Yes. Fei Longji looked at the documentation on the table. He looked at the work they had been doing together. He said, is there a way to understand the full cost? Not from the fragments, from something more complete. The fragments are building toward completeness. The proximity regeneration is slow and gradual. At the rate it has been developing over 4 weeks. A fuller picture may be available in months rather than weeks. He paused. The sealed documents restoration method, if it works the way I believe it does, would accelerate the regeneration significantly. But I still cannot read the sealed document. Fei Longji nodded. Then we continue. He said, Yes. Chapter 90, he asked Fei Longji directly, the following morning. Can the erasure be reversed? They had spent the previous evening not discussing the immediate future, the way both of them managed difficult information by letting it settle before engaging it. Now it was morning, and they were at the formation workshop's small table with tea that was ordinary and warm and cost nothing except the practitioner's time making it. Fei Longji said, the transformation technique I used, the orientation reversal that changed reading into erasing. I know its description from the archive documentation. I read it before I used it. The documentation did not describe a reversal. He paused. But the documentation also did not describe the proximity regeneration effect your reading ability is producing. The documentation was incomplete. Incomplete or selective. The documentation was from an old archive, written by someone who knew the ability's mechanics from the reading side, who described the transformation from cost reading to cost erasing as a one-way change. He thought, if the archive documentation was written by a cost-reading practitioner describing what they observed in the ability's mechanics, they might not have included the reversal possibility if they had not encountered the specific condition that produces it. The proximity of a Pearl Reckoner stage cost-reading practitioner, which would have been rare, Fei Longji said. The previous bearers all went into cost arrest before or at Pearl Reckoner stage. A Jiamu bearer who survived past that stage and remained functional. That may be the condition the archive documentation never encountered. He thought about Su Mingyi, who had lived for 100 years. The previous bearer survived past that stage. Su Mingyi would have been the first documented instance, if my reading of the timing is correct. Fei Longji looked at him, which means Su Mingyi may have developed the reversal method not theoretically, but through direct contact with the same proximity regeneration effect, and documented it in the sealed document. Yes. Fei Longji set his cup down. Can the erasure be reversed? I believe the answer is yes, based on what is happening already with the proximity regeneration. Whether the reversal can be completed without the sealed documents method is less certain. The regeneration is gradual and partial. A complete reversal might require an active intervention rather than passive proximity. He paused. What would that intervention require from you? He had been thinking about this since the fragments first appeared. At Pearl Reckoner stage, my reading ability passively regenerates cost labels and proximity. At Diamond Judge or above, I might be able to actively direct the restoration, not just let the regeneration happen gradually, but specifically rebuild the erased notation through active engagement with the erasure. He paused. I don't know this. It's inference from the mechanism as I understand it. Would the sealed document tell you? I believe so. The sealed document is described as containing a restoration method that requires both the reading and erasing abilities. If the method is an active intervention, directed restoration combined with the erasing abilities access to the erased notation structure, that would require both of us, exactly as described. He held Fei Longji's gaze. The document cannot be read until I reach the stage that opens the formation seal. I don't know when that will be. What do we do until then? He thought about what was available. The proximity regeneration was continuing, building the fragments into something more complete. The investigation's supply chain review, triggered by Su Baosher's cooperation agreement, was ongoing. The acquisition audit was maintaining pressure on the Ash Basin's cost structure. The Sovereign's Rest faction's infrastructure was being mapped. We continue everything, he said. The regeneration builds in the background while everything else continues. When the stage arrives, we'll have more information than we have now. He picked up his tea. And we find Su Mingyi. Because whatever the document says, speaking with someone who has lived 100 years with what I've been carrying for 1 year will tell me things the document can't. Fei Longji said, I'll help you find him. He said, I know. He drank the ordinary tea and thought about the next stage, which was coming, which would bring a new category of what was readable, and which he would need a framework for managing before it arrived. He had a year's worth of framework practice. He was ready to build more. Chapter 91 Lewin arrived on the 32nd day with 3 leather folders and an expression that meant he had been working on something he was not sure he should finish. He set the folders on the table in the correspondence room and sat down across from Wen Xiuqian. He did not open them immediately. He arranged them in a specific order, the oldest first, then middle, then most recent, and then he put his hands flat on the table. I've been researching the previous bearers, he said. Since you told me about the Pearl Reckoner stage, I wanted to understand what I was looking at. He looked at the folders. I should tell you that I found 7 complete cases and fragments of 2 more. I should also tell you that the findings are not comfortable. The correspondence room's morning light came through the shuttered window in narrow horizontal lines. It was early, when Xiuqian had been working since before the formation lamps were lit. and the natural light was still thin and cold. "Tell me," he said. Lewin opened the first folder. The documentation went back 380 years. The earliest case was a practitioner named by Junhua, registered with the Cultivation Authority under a small, independent practice in the Eastern Territories, who had reached a stage described in the records as transcendent cost perception. The terms varied across the centuries, but Lewin had cross-referenced the descriptions with Wenshouchen's own reported capabilities and matched them to stages. Bai Junhua had reached something equivalent to Pearl Reckoner. The Cultivation Authority's records showed him as active at this stage for 3 weeks. Then he was not active. The records documented the outcome as practitioner incapacitation, unspecified cause. They were all careful about the language, Lewin said. The authorities' records use incapacitation rather than madness. Disappearance for the two who could not be located afterward. One is documented as voluntary withdrawal from cultivation practice, but the records surrounding that entry show 3 practitioners testifying that he had been unable to move from his meditation chamber for 4 months, which is not what withdrawal usually looks like. 7 cases. 7 complete. 2 fragmentary. The documentation was incomplete, 1 destroyed in a sect archive fire. The complete 7 all show the same pattern. Lewin turned to the second folder, which held his analytical notes. He had written in the careful, compressed script he used for conclusions he wanted to be precise about. They all reached Pearl Reckoner equivalent. They were all functional at that stage for between 2 weeks and 3 months. They all ceased to be functional. Wenshouchen read the folders carefully. The cost notation on the records was faint at this remove. The Cultivation Authority's historical archive carried its own institutional cost history, and the specific documents inside it had been handled by enough practitioners over enough years that the individual notation of each record had blurred slightly, the way old brushwork blurs at the edges. But what he could read was consistent with what Lewin was telling him. Each practitioner had arrived at a stage where the cost labels became too large to manage and had not managed them. The outcomes varied in appearance, but were the same in structure. The practitioner stopped acting. "There's a term in one of the older records," Lewin said. He turned to a specific page in the third folder, a reproduction of a document from a private archive, one of the smaller sects that had maintained more detailed notes about their individual practitioners than the regional authority did. Cost arrest. It was used by a medical examiner 200 years ago to describe what he observed in the third case. He wrote, "The practitioner's ability had reached a scale where the cost information overwhelmed the practitioner's capacity for action. Every available path had a cost label too large to proceed against. The practitioner could not identify any action whose total cost was acceptable." Cost arrest. He wrote the term in his documentation book. He read the medical examiner's original text. The document was old enough to carry significant institutional history, but the personal notation on the examiner's handwriting was visible. Someone who had been troubled by what he was documenting, who had written the phrase cost arrest, the way people write terms for things that need names before they can be understood. He couldn't find a way to act, Wenshouchen said. None of them could. At Pearl Reckoner scale, the historical costs of the institutions surrounding them were large enough that every available path drew on resources or systems with unacceptable cost histories. The costs were everywhere. There was no clean action available. Lewin looked at him directly. "You have been functioning at Pearl Reckoner stage for 32 days. He was aware of this. He had known, in the abstract, that previous bearers had not survived this stage while functional. The documentation made the abstract specific. 7 practitioners, for centuries, all of them stopped by the same mechanism. What was the difference, he asked. Not a rhetorical question. A genuine one. I don't know, Lewin said. The records don't show the internal difference. They show the external outcome. He looked at his notes. The one variable I can identify is that the 3 who lasted longest, 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 10 weeks, all had external relationships that maintained their functioning past the initial arrival period. The practitioners who lasted shortest were alone when the stage arrived. He thought about the cold courtyard stones and Fei Longji sitting across from him in silence. He thought about Zhao Meihua's correspondence and Tang Weilong at the door. The records don't describe what any of them were thinking, Lewin continued. I can document that you were functioning. I cannot document what you were doing differently. He paused. But I can document that all 7 who failed were eventually stopped by the question of what cost is acceptable, not by the reading itself, by the inability to find an answer. He sat with this. He looked at Liuin's careful documentation and at the 7 cases arranged in chronological order in the folder and at the medical examiner's term for what happened when a cost-reading practitioner could not find the answer. Cost arrest. The ability continuing to read while the practitioner ceased to act. Thank you, he said. He meant it precisely. Luin gathered the folders. He said, with the careful neutrality he used when he wanted to say something he was not sure was welcome. You are the only one who has survived this stage to continue functioning. I thought you should know what you survived. He knew. He had suspected. He had not known the specific number. 7 practitioners, for centuries. He wrote in his documentation book. Asterisk, the question that destroyed them was not, what is the cost? It was, what cost is acceptable? I have been reading costs for a year and 3 months. I have been avoiding the second question. I cannot avoid it anymore. Asterisk chapter 92, he sat with the question for 3 days before he began to understand why it was the wrong shape. The cost arrest the medical examiner had documented. The paralysis that took each previous bearer as the Pearl Reckoner stage expanded their reading past a manageable threshold was not a response to too much information. It was a response to a specific question asked without adequate framework. The practitioners had arrived at Pearl Reckoner, begun reading institutional cost histories, and found themselves asking, given all of this, what can I do? What action is clean enough to be acceptable? The question was not wrong, but it had only one answer, asked that way, nothing. At sufficient historical depth, every institution, every technique, every resource chain in the cultivation world carried costs that some practitioner, somewhere, had paid without full knowledge or consent. The question, what is acceptable, asked against the background of total cost history, was like asking what number is greater than infinity. The framework could not produce an answer that would allow action to continue. He wrote this in his documentation book on the morning of the first day, and then stopped writing and stared at the wall for a long time. The wall was plain plaster, the type used in administrative buildings throughout the regional city. He had been reading the plaster's cost history since the Pearl Reckoner stage arrived. The building had been constructed 140 years ago using stone quarried from a site where practitioners had worked under a lifespan contribution contract that was structurally coercive, not because anyone had forced them at blade point, but because their other options had been deliberately narrowed. He could not walk through the building without reading this. He had learned to let it recede to the edge of his awareness rather than the center. But receding was not answering. He had been managing the cost history the way you manage a headache, not resolving it, but making it bearable enough to function despite it. The previous bearers had tried to resolve it. They had tried to find an answer to the question of what was acceptable and had found that no answer existed at the scale they were reading. He had been lucky, in a specific way. He had arrived at Pearl Reckoner stage with enough developed framework for managing individual cost labels that he had applied the framework to institutional cost histories before asking the larger question. But the larger question was still there. What cost is acceptable? He wrote in his documentation book, the question has a false presupposition. It asks for a binary. Acceptable, not acceptable. The cost world is not binary. There is a difference between a cost that is being paid now by an identifiable person in a way that can be changed and a cost that was paid in the past, completely, by people who are dead in a way that cannot be retrieved. Treating these as equivalent produces the same response to both, paralysis. He stopped. He read what he had written. He had written this before, in different forms. He had written about the distinction between historical cost and ongoing cost since Gu Tianwei had asked him whether he had a framework for the difference. He had written that he did not have a clean answer. He had been writing around the framework for months without assembling it into something he could use as a tool rather than a description of the problem. The reason was that assembling the framework required committing to it, deciding that some costs required active response and others did not, which meant deciding that some historical injustice was complete and could not be further addressed. That felt, every time he came close to it, like abandonment. Like saying the cost did not matter because it was old enough. He sat with this for the rest of the first day and into the second. On the second day, Fei Longji came to find him. He did not come to discuss the framework. He came because the supply chain review, triggered by Su Baosher's cooperation agreement, had produced a preliminary finding: 3 upstream sources for the condensation through sacrifice methods practitioner contribution, all of them operating through front organizations that Su Baosher had apparently not known about entirely. The investigation was larger than anyone had mapped. They worked through the supply chain documentation for 2 hours. When Xiaochen read cost labels on the submitted evidence, Fei Longji cross-referenced them against the Sovereign's Rest faction's financial records, which he had maintained access to as the faction's original founder. The work was specific and required specific attention. When they finished, Fei Longji looked at him and said, "You've been sitting with something for 2 days." "Yes." The paralysis question. He looked at Fei Longji. The cost labels around the older practitioner continued their slow regeneration, more coherent now than 3 weeks ago, the fragments building toward something. Luin brought me documentation on the previous bearers, all 7 who reached Pearl Reckoner equivalent. They all stopped functioning. I know about cost arrest. Fei Longji said it flatly. I chose the erasure over it. I did not choose between cost arrest and functioning. I chose between cost arrest and blindness. He paused. The choice looked different at the time. What made you decide the question was unanswerable? Fei Longji was quiet for a moment. He had the specific stillness he showed when he was remembering something he had spent 18 years not remembering. I read an institution, he said. The Cultivation Authority's oldest formation network. The foundation costs went back 200 years. I read the full history, and then I tried to find one action, any action, that didn't draw on that history somewhere in its chain. I couldn't find one. He looked at his hands. I asked the wrong question. I asked, given all of this, what is acceptable? And the answer was nothing. Yes. When Xiaochen picked up his documentation book, I think the question has to be different. Not what is acceptable, but what is required, and by whom, for what, and now or later or never. Fei Longji looked at him. It was the look he gave when he was waiting for the rest of something. I've been treating all costs as equivalent, when Xiaochen said. An ongoing hidden extraction and a 400-year-old historical injustice. Both deserve acknowledgement. Only one requires intervention now. He paused. I'm going to build a framework for the difference. Not a comfortable one. One that allows action to continue. Fei Longji said. That sounds like what I should have built. He said. I know. He opened his documentation book to a clean page. I'm going to need 2 weeks. Chapter 93. The framework took 14 days to build and felt, at every point during those 14 days, insufficient. He worked in the correspondence room in the mornings and in the formation workshop in the evenings, using the change of location as a way to shift the quality of his attention. Close reading in the morning when the light was clear and the building's institutional cost history had settled to background. Broader thinking in the evening when the formation workshop's tools gave him something physical to handle while his mind worked through structure. Mei Suiying checked on him every 2 days. Tang Weilong appeared on the 4th day, assessed the situation, and left without speaking, which was his way of indicating he thought the work should not be interrupted. The framework had 3 categories. That was the first thing he established, and it was the hardest to establish because it required committing to the idea that not all costs required the same response. The first category, costs that could be addressed. These were ongoing costs, costs being paid now by identifiable practitioners through mechanisms that could be changed. The ash basin's lifespan extraction. The mechanism was still active, the harm was ongoing. The practitioners currently working there were still being drained. Su Baosher's pill production. Active until the investigation's action. The 3 Celebration Hall practitioners whose cost registration had been permanently erased. Immediate medical harm requiring restoration. These costs required active intervention. They were happening now. They could be stopped. The second category, costs that could be acknowledged but not remedied. These were historical costs, complete transactions in which practitioners who had paid the price were dead and could not be compensated. The founding patriarch's technique built on 300 practitioners' unwilling lifespan contributions, complete. Those practitioners were 400 years dead. The cost was real, was readable, was part of the foundation of every technique built on the patriarch's method. But the payment was finished. There was no one to repay it to, no one to stop from collecting it further, no mechanism through which the historical wrong could be righted at the level of the practitioners who had suffered it. Historical costs did not disappear when they could not be remedied. They remained in the notation. They remained as context for how the present had been built. They required acknowledgement, accurate documentation, honest accounting, refusal to pretend they did not exist, and they required that present practitioners choose not to continue building new costs on top of them. But they could not be made into actionable demands for immediate intervention. The demand was unanswerable, and unanswerable demands were how the previous bearers had ended up in cost arrest. The third category was the one he was least certain about, uncertain costs. These were costs of future actions before they were taken, and costs of present situations where the moral status was genuinely unclear. Tang Weilong's willing donor cultivation system. The consent was genuine, the compensation was fair, and the structural coercion behind the consent was real, but not produced by any identifiable actor making a specific choice to coerce. Zhao Meihua's advancement costs. Paid by someone who was not her, but under circumstances he had not yet fully mapped. His own ongoing decisions about which resources to use and which to avoid. Each choice had a cost label that the Diamond Judge stage would eventually make visible, but at Pearl Reckoner, he could only read the historical cost, not the future cost. Uncertain costs required ongoing attention, not resolution, attention, watching the situation develop, documenting what became clearer, revisiting the judgment as information arrived. They could not be assigned to either of the other categories prematurely. He wrote this framework into his documentation book over the 14 days, testing each iteration against the specific cases he had documented over the past year. Every case had to fit somewhere. If a case didn't fit, the framework was wrong. There were 3 cases he struggled with. The first, Gu Tianwei's conscious choice 30 years ago to continue building on historical injustice with awareness. Historical cost, but not entirely, because the choice to continue was made in the present period and was ongoing. Gu Tianwei had not committed the original injustice. He had chosen to continue benefiting from it with awareness. The framework required a hybrid entry. The original injustice was historical and unremedied, but the ongoing conscious continuation was a present-tense choice that required acknowledgement and change going forward. The second, Fei Longji's erasure of cost labels for practitioners who were subsequently exploited. Historical cost, but also ongoing harm, because the practitioners whose labels had been erased were still in unregistered states, still vulnerable. The categorization depended on what stage the harm was at when he was reading it. The third, his own method's costs, which Xiao Meihua had asked about, and which he had written 2 lists about in the 3 days after she asked. The costs to himself, Tang Weilong's trust repeatedly asked for and repeatedly given reluctantly. His own inability to advance at the rate a combat practitioner would need to protect people he cared about. The constant moral calculation that was never finished. Were these costs that required intervention? They were costs he was choosing to pay. The framework said uncertain costs required ongoing attention. He wrote this entry in the book and left it open. On the 14th day, he looked at what he had produced. The framework was not comfortable. It was not the thing that would satisfy the question, is this right? It was the thing that would allow him to continue asking that question without being stopped by it. He thought, this is what the previous bearers needed. Not more data. They had data. A way to hold the data without being immobilized by what it showed. He thought, this may be the most important thing I have built. More important than any specific piece of documentation. He closed the book. He went to find Xiao Meihua. Chapter 94, he spent the first hour applying the framework to the cases she already knew. Xiao Meihua listened the way she listened to complex technical information, with the full attention that meant she was building a working model of the structure as he described it, not waiting for a summary, but processing as it arrived. She had brought her own documentation to the meeting, which she had not looked at since they sat down. The tea between them had gone cold. The ash basin workers, he said. First category. The extraction mechanism is still active. The harm is ongoing. This is a cost that can be addressed, and has been, partially, through the acquisition audit and the investigation supply chain review. The address is incomplete. The mechanism requires continued intervention. He paused. Sue Bauscher's network, same category. The investigation has produced partial accountability. Partial is not complete. The cost continues to be paid by practitioners who are using his network's products without awareness. The intervention continues. The founding patriarch's technique, Xiao Meihua said. She had understood the framework quickly enough to offer the next example herself. Second category. Historical, unremedied, acknowledged. The practitioners who paid the cost are dead. The cost is in the notation of every technique descended from the patriarch's method. It cannot be undone. It should be documented, and has been. It should not be erased from the record, and it should inform the decisions of practitioners who choose whether to continue building on that foundation. He looked at the documentation between them. The tournament disclosure. The historical record now includes the cost information because I read it publicly. The cost itself is unchanged. The visibility of the cost is changed. Gu Tianwei's empire. He had expected this. Hybrid. The original injustice is historical. Second category, unremedied, requires acknowledgement. The conscious choice to continue, made 30 years ago with awareness, is an ongoing present-tense decision. It shares characteristics of the first category in that the continuation can be changed going forward. The appropriate response is acknowledgement of the historical and change in the present, not remediation of the past. He paused. There is no mechanism to compensate the original practitioners. There is a mechanism to prevent new practitioners from being disadvantaged by the empire's resource systems going forward. Xiao Meihua was quiet for a moment. He could see her working through the implications. The celebration hall practitioners, she said. First category. The harm is immediate and ongoing. Their cost registration is erased. They are vulnerable to exploitation in ways they cannot feel. The harm continues. This requires active restoration. The restoration project addresses this. Tang Weilong's willing donor system. Third category. The consent is genuine. The structural coercion behind the consent is real but diffuse. No specific actor made a deliberate decision to create the conditions that make selling lifespan appealing. The cost is uncertain, requires ongoing attention rather than fixed judgment. He paused. Tang Weilong has reached his own conclusion independent of the framework. He is stopping. That is his decision, and it is coherent with the framework's uncertain cost designation. Uncertain costs do not require specific action, but they do not prohibit individual practitioners from choosing more conservative responses to that uncertainty. She picked up her correspondence, looked at it, set it down again. She said, "Your own method. The cost Zhao Meihua asked you about." He looked at her. She had referred to herself in the third person, which meant she was creating distance between the question and herself, which meant she was not sure she had the right to ask it. Third category, he said. Uncertain. I am paying costs I chose to pay, for reasons I continue to choose. The costs are ongoing and not remedied. The framework says uncertain costs require ongoing attention rather than resolution. He paused. I am attending to them. She accepted this. She said, the framework allows you to function. Yes. Does it feel right? He had been waiting for this question since he began the 14 days. He had been asking it himself, at the end of each day's work, and writing down what he found. What he had found was not comfortable. It feels less wrong than cost arrest. He said it precisely. I cannot find a framework that feels right in the sense of having resolved the question. I can find a framework that allows me to act without pretending the question is resolved. That may be all that is available. She was quiet for a long moment. The formation lamps had come on while they were talking. The afternoon light had shifted to early evening without either of them noticing, and the amber light in the correspondence room was the same as it had been on the evenings before any of this began, before the Pearl Reckoner stage, and before Liu Yin's documentation, and before the sealed document, and the 40 minutes on the courtyard stones. It was just light. She said, my father's empire. Under your framework, what category are those costs? Chapter 95. He answered her question carefully, because it was the kind of question that required precision rather than comfort. Hybrid, he said. The same structure as Gu Tianwei's empire, but at a different scale and with different specifics. He picked up his documentation book and found the entry he had made when reading the institutional histories. The historical depth, 4 generations, as you've estimated, places the original costs in the second category. The practitioners who paid them are dead. The mechanisms that extracted from them have changed forms, but the specific harm cannot be retrieved or compensated. He paused. The ongoing component is the continuation of benefit from those historical costs. The empire's current resource base, its market position, its institutional relationships, all of which exist because of what was built on the historical foundation. And the ongoing component, which category? It depends on what is known and what choice is made when it is known. He looked at her directly. A practitioner who benefits from historical injustice without awareness carries a different obligation than one who benefits with awareness. When your father learns, or has learned, the full structure of the historical cost, the obligation becomes, acknowledge it accurately, document it, and change the forward-facing practices to prevent new practitioners from being disadvantaged by systems that exist because of the historical harm. He paused. Not remediate the past, that's not possible, but refuse to build new costs on top of it. You said, when your father learns. She said it without inflection. You already read something at Pearl Reckoner depth about how much he knows. He had. The depth I was reading was Gu Tianwei's empire, not your father's. I do not have access to Jade Mountain's formation archives at Pearl Reckoner depth. What I read in the regional histories was consistent with a practitioner who has been managing the situation rather than confronting it, but I cannot tell you whether that management came from awareness or from institutional habit. She was quiet. Outside, the regional city had settled into the specific evening quiet of late autumn. The formation lamps on the district's main corridor lit in sequence, the sound of the markets finishing for the day. He had been reading the ambient cost history of this building for 32 days, and it no longer required active attention to manage. It had become background the way familiar sounds become background. The conversation I told you I was going to have, Zhao Meihua said finally. With my father. About which category he is in. She looked at the table. Your framework changes what the conversation is about. How so? Before the framework, the conversation was about whether he knew. She picked up her correspondence. She had been turning it over in her hands without reading it for the past 10 minutes. After the framework, the conversation is about what he does with what he knows. Knowing is just the precondition. The framework describes the obligation that follows from knowing. She paused. Which is a harder conversation? He said, yes. And the obligation, under your framework, for a practitioner who knows the historical cost structure of their empire's foundation and has been managing rather than confronting, the obligation is acknowledgement and forward-facing change. not remediation. Yes, remediation of 4-generation-old costs is not within the available options. But acknowledgement, accurate documentation, honest accounting to the practitioners who are currently in relationships with the Empire's systems, and change in the forward-facing acquisition and resource practices, those are available. He paused. Refusing to know is not an option available to someone who has been managing the knowledge. Refusing to continue managing it as a substitute for acknowledging it is what the framework describes as required. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression she made when she had made a decision and was looking at the full shape of what it would cost. I will take this to my father, she said. The framework, and the specific obligation it describes. She stood and gathered her correspondence. Not because it is comfortable, because you have shown me that the cost of not knowing is not actually less than the cost of knowing. He said, the cost of not knowing is deferred to someone else. Yes. She paused at the door. The framework, is it finished? Or will you continue refining it? He thought about the 14 days and the 3 cases that had required hybrid designations and the third category's deliberately open-ended structure for uncertain costs. He thought about the fact that the Diamond Judge stage was coming, which would add the dimension of future costs to what he could read, and that the framework would need to account for future costs as a category that was neither historical nor ongoing, but anticipatory. It is sufficient, he said. It will need refinement as the ability develops. She said, then it is what it needs to be. She went to have the conversation with her father. He sat alone in the correspondence room with the framework in his documentation book and the formation lamps making their amber light against the walls and the institutional cost history of the building receding to its familiar background position. He opened the book to a clean page. He wrote, the framework is not finished. It will not be finished. It is a tool for continuing to ask the question, not for stopping the question from being asked. He thought, this is what the previous bearers needed. He thought, I built it because I had time to build it, and I had time because Fei Longji sat across from me on cold courtyard stones, and because Zhao Meihua managed my correspondence for 3 weeks, and because Tang Weilong stood at the door. He wrote that down too. The cost of building the framework, support that had not been asked for and had been given anyway. He could not calculate whether the framework was worth what it had cost the people who made it possible. He wrote, uncertain cost, third category, requires ongoing attention. He closed the documentation book. Outside, the city's evening formation lamps were fully lit. The district's cost history settled into its familiar presence at the edge of his awareness, not demanding, not silent, simply there. The way the weight of accurate information is simply there once you have learned to carry it. He picked up his pen. He began the documentation for the Diamond Judge stage's arrival, which he did not know when would come, but for which he now had a framework to prepare. Chapter 96, Zhao Meihua's letter arrived 6 days after she left for her father's sect. It was not the kind of letter he had expected. He had expected a careful account of a careful conversation. Zhao Meihua did not do things imprecisely, but what arrived was 2 pages rather than 10, and the handwriting was faster than her usual script, which meant she had written it while the conversation was still settled in her chest rather than after she had processed it into measured language. She wrote, the conversation was not the one I prepared for. My father knew more than I had assumed he knew. Not at your depth. He cannot read what you read, but the pattern of what he has been doing for the past decade, the acquisitions he declined, and the ones he structured with specific cost transparency conditions, and the practitioners he refused to certify when their advancement source was unclear, these form a picture that is coherent. He has been acting on an understanding he could not name. I named it for him. He read this twice. She wrote, he sat with your framework for a long time. He asked me to repeat the 3 categories twice. The second time, when I reached the second category, historical costs, unremedied, requiring acknowledgement, he was quiet for a longer time than I have seen him be quiet in many years. Then he said, I have been managing acknowledgement as something that happens internally rather than externally. I understood the cost was there. I did not understand that understanding it privately was not the same as acknowledging it. He had been at his workroom table when the letter arrived, and he was still sitting at it now, in the late afternoon light that came through the formation lamp grid on the building's east wall. The letter was in his hands. The cost label on the letter itself was, effort paid by a practitioner who had gone to have a hard conversation and returned having had it. She wrote, he has agreed to implement forward-facing cost transparency requirements in new resource acquisitions from this month forward. Not remediation. He understands the framework's distinction between historical and ongoing. The historical costs of the Empire's 4th-generation foundation remain what they are. What he is changing is what we build on going forward. He has also agreed to the documentation. A formal cost record for the Empire's foundation, written by my office, reviewed by an outside auditor, held in the Cultivation Authority's public archive. Asterisk asterisk, this is not everything. I know it is not everything, but it is the first step that was not taken by any of the previous 4 generations. Asterisk, he wrote back immediately. He wrote, asterisk, 1 more than 0. You were right when I said it, and I mean it now. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, the documentation. I can assist with the cost notation format if it would be useful. The historical institutional cost history requires specific notation conventions at the depth your father's archive will need to engage with. I have been developing the format since the Pearl Reckoner stage arrived. I would like to help make the record as accurate as it can be. Asterisk, he thought about what he was offering. He was offering the most significant technical contribution he had made to any institutional documentation project. The Pearl Reckoner stage's full capacity applied to a structured historical record that would become public. That was not a small offer. It was also exactly the right thing. He sent the letter through Mei Suying's medical correspondence network, which was still the most reliable channel he had. 2 days later, he received a reply. It was from Patriarch Zhao directly, rather than from Zhao Meihua, which was unexpected. The Patriarch wrote in a formal script that nonetheless carried something in its weight that was not formal. Asterisk, my daughter has described your framework and your offer. I accept the offer. The record should be as accurate as possible. There is no honor in a partial accounting. Asterisk, he read the cost label on the Patriarch's letter. It cost something to write. Not a comfortable cost. Not a cost that had been easy to choose. But it had been chosen. The choice was visible. He wrote the acceptance in his documentation book. First external institutional acknowledgement. Jade Mountain Sect. Patriarch Zhao. 1 generation of 4-generation historical cost acknowledged publicly. Forward-facing practices changed. He drew a line under the entry. He began the next entry. Framework application. Case 7. Ongoing. The work was not finished. 1 step did not make it finished. But 1 step made the next step possible in a way that no steps had not. He thought, this is what the framework produces. Not resolution. Forward motion. Chapter 97. Fei Longji came to him on the 44th day with the expression he wore when he had made a decision that had cost him something to reach. He was standing at the door of the formation workshop, which was where Wen Xiuqian spent his evenings because the workshop's formation tools gave his hands something to do while his mind worked through problems. The sealed document was on the work table, which was where it always was. The old practitioner's final record, still sealed, still carrying the formation notation. He could read the surface of but not the interior. Fei Longji said, I have decided to attempt the reversal. He set down the formation tool he had been working with. Tell me how you arrived at this. Fei Longji came into the workshop and sat on the workbench's edge, which was not a place designed for sitting, but which he used because he did not take chairs he was not offered. He had grown, over 44 days of working together, into someone who fit in the workshop spaces without being asked to. Zhao Meihua came back from her father's sect with the news about the documentation agreement. Fei Longji said, I read the documentation agreement's cost label. The Patriarch agreed at a real cost to him, and the cost is visible in the notation even though he doesn't know I can read it. The cost of the first external acknowledgement. He paused, and I thought about the celebration hall practitioners, the 47, and about the fact that I cannot help restore them because my erasure ability still outweighs my reading ability. I can feel the imbalance. Since the proximity regeneration started, I can feel the shape of what is there and what is not, and what is there is mostly still absence. He watched Fei Longji speak. The fragments around the older practitioner's cultivation base had continued building. Not complete, not anywhere near complete, but coherent enough now that he could read the rough shape of the cost categories without reading the full notation. Significant lifespan costs, accumulated over 30 years of erasure that erased itself. The proximity regeneration was not accelerating, but it was consistent. The reversal will cost you the erasure ability permanently, he said. What returns is cost reading at 30 years greater depth than when you transformed. The depth will be immediate. The management framework will not be. He paused. You know what Pearl Reckoner stage felt like. This will be that. At whatever stage 30 years of cultivation has brought you to, arriving all at once. I know. Fei Longji looked at his hands. They were steady. I chose the erasure because I could not carry the weight. I know that now. I understand why I chose it in a way I did not understand for 18 years, because I had erased my own memory of why the weight was too heavy. The proximity regeneration had not just restored cost fragments. It had restored, gradually, some of the experiential memory that the erasure had buried alongside the notation. He had told Wen Xiuqian this 2 weeks ago. But I have watched you carry the weight at Pearl Reckoner stage without choosing the escape. I have watched you build the framework. He looked up. If I had built the framework 30 years ago, I would not have needed the escape. I know that now. I cannot guarantee the reversal will be survivable, he said directly. The mechanism I understand from the proximity regeneration is that the erasure ability maintains itself through active resistance to incoming cost notation. Reversing it means removing that resistance at once. You will receive whatever the cost reading ability carries at your current cultivation level, which is deep, without the graduated arrival I had at the Pearl Reckoner stage, and without the 3 weeks of managed protocol development. You will be there, Fei Longji said. It was not a question. I will be there. Mei Suing will be there. Zhao Meihua will manage the location. Fei Longji was quiet for a moment. He looked at the sealed document on the work table. He always noticed the sealed document, even when he did not say so. If the reversal works, I can help with the restoration project. Not just as a location anchor. Actually helping, seeing the erasure mechanism in the structures we're trying to restore, which neither of us can do fully right now. Yes, that is a reason that is not about me. He said it plainly. I wanted to be honest about the fact that I have both kinds of reasons. He said, I know. The reasons can coexist. Fei Longji stood from the workbench edge. He said, when? He thought about what the reversal would require, the specific conditions, the formation anchors Mei Suing would need to prepare, the secure location that Zhao Meihua would need to arrange. 5 days, he said, to prepare what we need. Fei Longji nodded. He looked at the sealed document one more time. He said, what do you think is in it? He had been reading the surface notation of the sealed document for months. A restoration method for erased cost registration, written by a practitioner who could not implement it alone and needed someone who could both read and erase. He paused. We could not open it until both abilities were present in a functional form. Fei Longji said, then we should open it soon. He said, yes, soon. Chapter 98. The reversal took 3 days and was not clean. The first day was preparation. Mei Suing laid out the formation supports in the workshop, stable external anchors, the same type she had developed for his Pearl Reckoner arrival, tuned for a different receiving configuration. She worked methodically, checking each formation stone's cost label before placing it, which was something she had learned to do from watching him. The formations were clean. The cost of their construction was paid from her own cultivation attention, acknowledged, and minimal. Zhao Meihua arrived in the evening of the first day and assessed the location. The workshop backed against the administrative building's interior courtyard, which had no external access points that she had not mapped and controlled. She did not say she had done this. She said, the window on the east wall should be shuttered for the second day. The morning light will be useful. The afternoon light is too variable. He looked at her and understood that she had spent the afternoon walking the building's perimeter and had determined that the afternoon light from the east window came through at an angle that would complicate the formation support's calibration. She had done this because she knew it needed to be done, not because anyone had asked her to. Fei Longji spent the first day writing. He was writing in his own documentation book, which was newer than Wen Xiuqin's, having been started when the proximity regeneration began returning things he had forgotten, and he did not show what he wrote. He was writing to the practitioners he had erased. Not letters that would be sent, records of what he had done and why, and what he understood now that he had not understood then. He had told Wen Xiuqin this was what he was doing. He had not asked whether it was the right thing. He was doing it because it was the thing he needed to do before the reversal, regardless of whether anyone else thought it was necessary. The second day was the reversal itself. Fei Longji sat in the center of the workshop's formation support grid. The stones were cold. The workshop's interior did not warm easily, and the autumn had deepened to the point where breath clouded at the tips if you exhaled slowly, and the coldness was grounding. He had said he wanted to be cold. He had said that when he transformed the first time, 30 years ago, it had been summer and warm, and the warmth had made everything feel more overwhelming. Cold was better. When Xiuqin sat across from him and read, the erasure ability structure was visible to him at Pearl Reckoner depth. Not all of it, not the full 30 years of accumulated mechanism, but enough to see where the resistance was strongest and where it was thinnest. The proximity regeneration had been working from the outside in, building cost fragments at the edges where the erasure's resistance was weakest. The reversal required working from the inside out, finding the primary mechanism that maintained the resistance and allowing it to dissolve. He could not do this actively. He was a reader, not an intervener. What he could do was read the cost notation with maximum precision and allow the reading ability's restoration effect to concentrate at the mechanism's core rather than spreading across the surface. It was the difference between ambient warmth and a focused point of heat, not action, but directed attention. Ready, he said. Fei Longji closed his eyes. He said, yes. The first hour was quiet. Mei Suing monitored Fei Longji's physical formation patterns from the workshop's edge, noting the cultivation circulation changes as they happened. Zhao Meihua sat outside the workshop with the door open and a clear line of sight to the building's entrance. Nothing moved. The formation stones held their positions. The cold in the workshop settled. In the second hour, the resistance broke. He saw it in the cost notation, a specific pattern in the erasure ability's core that had been maintaining the inward-facing resistance, dissolving at the point where his reading was most concentrated. The dissolution was not gradual. It was like watching a formation seal fail, not slowly but all at once, the maintained structure collapsing inward. Fei Longji made a sound he would later describe as the sound of someone discovering they had been holding their breath for 30 years. Then the cost notation arrived. He could read it happening from the outside. The cost reading ability, restored to Fei Longji's cultivation level at the point of transformation, plus 30 years of advancement, arriving in its full scope at once. He had prepared for this. He directed his own reading ability toward the arrival as an anchor, not to stop it, but to give it something to organize around, the way his own Pearl Reckoner arrival had organized around the absence at Fei Longji's center. The reversal took 4 hours. When it was finished, Fei Longji was on the cold stone floor of the workshop with his hands pressed flat to the ground, his breath coming in controlled intervals, his eyes open and seeing something that was not the workshop's walls. Stay with the floor, Wen Qiuqian said. The cold. The stone. Hold one thing. Fei Longji's hands pressed harder against the stone. He said, very quietly, I see it. All of it. One thing at a time. One institution, one period. Let the rest recede. The next 3 hours were management. He had been through this. He sat beside Fei Longji on the cold workshop floor and did not speak when speaking would have been additional information and spoke when specific direction was useful. Mei Suing monitored. The formation stones held. By the end of the third day, Fei Longji could stand. His erasure ability was not gone. Wen Qiuqian could read its residue, significantly weakened, a much smaller mechanism than it had been. The cost reading ability was approximately 40% of what it should have been at full restoration. The remainder still suppressed by 30 years of accumulated erasure that had not fully dissolved. But 40% was coherent. 40% was something he could work with. Fei Longji stood in the workshop doorway, his hand against the frame, looking at the administrative district's courtyard outside. The formation lamps were lit. The cold air smelled of late autumn, dry leaves, stone, wood fire from the neighboring building. He said, the courtyard has 17 years of history that I can read in the foundation stones. Wen Qiuqian said, yes. It is not nothing to me. He said it with the specific precision of someone describing something that matters and doing not to make it larger than it is. The 17 years. The practitioners who worked here. The ordinary cost of ordinary work in an ordinary building. He paused. 17 years of cost history. I had forgotten that ordinary things have cost. Not injustice, just cost. Just the fact of things having been made by people who use time. He said nothing. Fei Longji turned from the doorway. He said, I am ready to work on the restoration project. Chapter 99. 3 days after the reversal, Fei Longji sat with his documentation book in the evening and read 30 years of his own work. Wen Qiuqian was present because the cost reading ability's partial restoration still worked better in proximity. The anchor effect was still useful, but he did not read along. He sat on the other side of the work table and worked on the documentation framework's 4th category editions, giving Fei Longji the specific kind of quiet company that was present without demanding engagement. The reading took 6 hours. At the end of the 6 hours, Fei Longji closed his documentation book. He had been writing as he read, recording what he found in the same notation Wen Qiuqian had taught him when they began developing the cost-focus protocol together. The notation was imperfect. 40% restoration produced imprecise notation, but it was readable and it was accurate at the level it could reach. He said, the celebration hall practitioners were not isolated cases. Wen Qiuqian looked up. I erased cost registration for practitioners who were subsequently in proximity to Su Baosher's distribution network. He said it in the flat, specific tone he used for facts he had determined rather than opinions he was offering. Practitioners who cannot feel their cultivation consuming them are vulnerable to lifespan drain in ways that cost-aware practitioners can detect and avoid. I erased their awareness. Su Baosher's pills used that absence. He set his hand flat on the table. I did not intend this. The result is not changed by the intent. How many? Beyond the 47 in the Celebration Hall's event and its documented aftermath, I can identify 14 additional cases from the past 3 years where my erasure work and Su Baosher's network distribution intersected geographically and temporally in ways that are consistent with the exploitation pattern. Not proven, I cannot read Sue Boucher's records directly, but the coincidence is too specific to be coincidence. He wrote this in his documentation book. 14 additional cases. He would need to bring this to Sima Hao's investigation, which was ongoing. The supply chain review was still active, and 14 additional suspected exploitation cases connected to cost registration erasure would change the scope and the severity. You could not have known, he said. I know I could not have known. Fei Longji looked at his documentation. I am not asking you to assign responsibility. I am telling you what the reading shows because you need the information and because I need to say it clearly. He paused. The liberation method I believed in, the practice of erasing cost visibility to free practitioners from the weight of historical injustice, did not liberate the practitioners whose cost registration I erased. It removed their ability to protect themselves. My belief in the method was genuinely held. The practitioners whose registration I erased are still vulnerable. He thought about the framework's 3 categories. Ongoing cost, actionable, requiring active intervention. The exploitation of practitioners with erased registration was ongoing. It continued for as long as those practitioners remained in unregistered states. The restoration project was already the response. The additional cases extended the scope of the project's necessary reach. The 14 additional cases, he said. I will need descriptions of what you can read about their registration state. Enough to identify them for Sima Hao's investigation and to assess whether they're accessible for restoration. Fei Longji had anticipated this. He had written the 14 entries in his documentation book already. He passed it across the table. He read the entries. The notation was imprecise in places. 40% was 40%, but the information was sufficient. He could read the underlying cost structure from the descriptions and make the identifications that Sima Hao would need. He wrote to Sima Hao that evening. He wrote, the supply chain review has additional scope. Enclosed are 14 entries consistent with the exploitation pattern. The source of the entries is a practitioner with partial cost visibility who has recently undergone reversal of a cost erasure ability. I will explain the mechanism in person. He expected Sima Hao to have questions about Fei Longji. The investigation had been looking for the cost eraser for 2 years. The question of what Fei Longji's legal standing would be complicated. Founder of a faction that had developed harmful capabilities, but also the person who had voluntarily reversed his own erasure ability and was now contributing to the investigation's expansion. He wrote, the practitioner in question has provided information that will assist the investigation at significant personal cost. I ask you to account for this in your assessment of the situation. I am not asking you to determine the outcome. That is your jurisdiction. I am providing context that is accurate and that I believe is relevant. He sent the letter. He did not know what Sima Hao would do. He thought, this is what the framework says about uncertain costs. Ongoing attention, not resolution. Watching what develops. Chapter 100. The sealed document opened on the 49th day. He had not planned for it. He had been working at the formation workshop in the late evening. Fei Longji across the table from him doing the focused reading practice that was the specific form of management work appropriate to his level of restoration when the sealed document's formation notation changed. He noticed it the way you notice when a sound stops, not the change itself, which was small and occurred in the peripheral range of his reading attention, but the absence of something that had been constant. The formation seal's resistance had been a consistent background presence in the workshop since the document arrived months ago. He had read it every time he looked at the document and found it unchanged. Now it was different. He looked at the document directly. Fei Longji noticed the shift in his attention. He set down his documentation. He said, what is it? The formation seal. He stood and walked to the work table where the document lay. The formation notation on the document's outer seal was visible in a way it had not been before, not fully readable, not dissolved, but partially open, as if the seal had been waiting for a specific condition and the condition had been met. Fei Longji came to stand beside him. He looked at the document for a moment. He said, the seal requires both abilities to open. He read the seal's structure. Fei Longji was right. The formation was built around a specific resonance that required 2 practitioners with complementary abilities, one reading and one erasing, working in proximity. The proximity regeneration had been building toward this for 7 weeks. Fei Longji's reversal had stabilized his partial restoration at a level that, combined with Wen Qiuqian's Pearl Reckoner reading, met the seal's requirement. The practitioner who made this needed help she didn't have, he said. He was reading the seal's history now, the formation notation that recorded the seal's construction. A practitioner working alone, 100 years ago, who had developed a method that required a companion ability she could not find. She had sealed the document and set the requirement. It would open only when the 2 abilities were present together. She had waited 100 years. The document had waited. Fei Longji said, open it. He placed his hand on the document. The formation seal's response was immediate. The resonance of his reading ability at Pearl Reckoner depth, meeting the partial restoration of Fei Longji's cost reading and the residue of his erasing ability, was exactly the condition the seal required. He felt the formation dissolve under his hand, not dramatically, not with any visible effect, but in the specific way formations dissolve when they have completed their purpose and release without resistance. The document opened. He read it carefully. He read it twice. He read specific sections a third time to ensure the notation was correct. The document was signed at the end by a name he had been looking for since Chapter 58, Su Mingyi, the practitioner who had survived 100 years where 7 others had not, who had found the same exploitation problem in his own time and had developed, alone, the technical solution to a problem that required 2 practitioners to implement. The document described a method for restoring erased cost registration. Complete restoration, not the partial effects of proximity regeneration. The method required the reading ability to identify and anchor the cost notation's original structure, which left traces even after erasure, the same way a formation's modification history is visible in the surviving notation, and the erasing ability to trace the specific mechanism of the original erasure and reverse it precisely, rather than broadly. Together, they could restore complete cost registration to practitioners whose labels had been erased. All 47, possibly all 14 additional cases, depending on the extent of the erasure in each case. He looked up at Fei Longji. Fei Longji was reading the document over his shoulder. He was quiet for a long time. He said, "She waited 100 years for someone to open this." "Yes." "And she knew no one would open it until the 2 abilities were present together." He paused. "She had the reading ability. She was looking for the complement. She never found it. She sealed it so it would wait until the complement existed." He looked at the document, at the careful, precise notation of someone who had been meticulous about accuracy and had spent considerable time thinking about how to preserve what she knew for whoever would eventually need it. She could not implement the method alone. She could document it completely enough that whoever opened the seal could implement it together. He thought about the formation shop practitioner who had pressed the document into his hands while dying. 100 years of passing the document from practitioner to practitioner, none of them knowing what was inside, only knowing it needed to reach the right person. The cost notation on that act of trust, not monetary, not cultivation resources, simply the belief that the right person would come. He wrote in his documentation book, Su Mingyi's restoration method. Available. Requires both practitioners. 47 cases confirmed. 14 additional cases under investigation. The method was developed for the 47. It will reach further. He set the pen down. He looked at the document, and at Fei Longji, and at the formation workshop with its cold stone floor, and its formation stones still in their positions from the reversal 3 days ago. The amber light from the formation lamps was steady and ordinary. Outside, the regional city had settled into its deep autumn quiet. He said, "We have work to do." Fei Longji said, "Yes." He picked up his pen. He began the notation for the restoration method's implementation documentation. There were 47 practitioners who could not feel what was being taken from them. There was a method that had been waiting 100 years to be used. The work, as it always had, continued. Chapter 101. The document was 6 pages long, which was not enough to contain the weight of what it described. He spent the first morning reading it with the disciplined attention he used for formation notation, 1 section at a time, each mechanism understood completely before moving to the next, the whole structure assembled in his mind, like a complex formation before the first stone was placed. Fei Longji read alongside him, working at the pace that 40% restoration could sustain, which was slower and imprecise in the higher registers, but sufficient for the core mechanics. Su Mingyi had been precise. She had written for someone she would never meet, which meant she could not assume anything beyond what was written. The notation was complete in every place where ambiguity might exist. Where she was uncertain about a specific mechanism, she had noted the uncertainty explicitly and described what she had observed rather than what she had concluded. The document was the work of someone who had been alone with a technical problem for long enough to understand every way it could be misread. The core method, cost registration, was not erased when the cost eraser ability operated. It was concealed. The registration's notation was moved to a location in the practitioner's cultivation formation that was accessible to the erasing ability, but that the reading ability, without the erasing ability's guidance, could not locate. The original notation still existed. It was simply hidden in a way that required knowledge of the specific hiding mechanism to find. The restoration method worked in 2 steps. First, the reading ability identified the traces of the concealment operation, not the hidden notation itself, but the evidence that the notation had been moved. Every concealment operation left a specific pattern in the cultivation formation that was visible to a sufficiently deep reading. At Pearl Reckoner depth, he had been reading these traces without understanding what they were. The traces were what he had been calling fragments when he described Fei Longji's partial regeneration. Second, the erasing ability, turned inward and directed by the reader's identification of the traces, followed the concealment's path back to the hidden notation and moved it back to its original position. The operation required both practitioners working simultaneously, one holding the trace in focus, one following the path to the concealed notation. Neither could do both actions at once. She needed a companion she never found, Fei Longji said. He had read the document's conclusion, the section where Su Mingyi described why she was sealing the method rather than publishing it. She found one practitioner in her lifetime who had the erasing ability. They disagreed on whether restoration was appropriate. The other practitioner believed erasure was more merciful than forcing practitioners to live with cost awareness they had chosen to avoid. She could not convince him. She sealed it and waited for the next pair. Which is us. He said it without ceremony. He picked up his notation pen and wrote the first working entry in his documentation book, the specific formation pattern that indicated concealed cost registration, translated from Su Mingyi's notation format into the notation he had been developing over his own practice year. We should begin with the 3 Celebration Hall practitioners whose condition is documented and monitored. If the method works on a case where we know the specific erasure history, we will know whether the translation from Su Mingyi's notation to mine is accurate. This was the right decision. He agreed with it. He also recognized that beginning with the 3 known cases would require using the erased cost restoration method before he could verify every component of the translation, because verification required testing. His ethics framework said this cost, the risk of partial implementation, fell in the first category, actionable, ongoing, requiring active intervention even with incomplete certainty. He could not wait for perfect translation certainty while the 3 practitioners continued in unregistered states. He thought, the framework is working. That is what it means for a framework to work, not that it eliminates difficulty, but that it provides a basis for proceeding despite difficulty. He said, we begin tomorrow. I'll spend today completing the notation translation. You spend today on recovery, the reading practice, the formation management. We need your 40% at full capacity when we start. Fei Longji looked at him with the expression he made when he was going to say something he had not said before. He said, you are different than I expected a cost reading practitioner to be. In what way? More willing to proceed with incomplete information. More willing to act in the space between certainty and inaction. He paused. I thought cost reading practitioners were paralyzed by what they read. The historical records described paralysis. The medical examiner's documentation described cost arrest. He said, I almost was. I came closer than I have told anyone except you. He picked up his documentation book. The framework is the difference. Not certainty, just a basis for moving. Fei Longji nodded. He went to do his recovery practice. Wen Xiaoqian worked on the notation translation until the formation lamps needed to be relit. Chapter 102 The first test of the restoration method took 4 hours and did not fully work. Of the 3 Celebration Hall practitioners, 2 had complete restoration. The concealed cost registration was located. The traces were exactly where Su Mingyi's notation predicted, and Fei Longji's erasing ability, directed by his identification, followed the concealment path successfully. Both practitioners woke from the suppressed state into awareness of their own cultivation base for the first time since the Celebration Hall event, which had been nearly 2 months. The first practitioner's reaction was immediate and physical. She sat up from the recovery formation and put her hands against her face and said nothing for a long moment, then said, I can feel it. I can feel what my cultivation is doing. Her voice had the specific quality of someone who had been cold for a long time and had just entered warmth, not the warmth itself, but the awareness of what cold had been. The second practitioner was quieter. He sat with his restored registration for a long time before speaking. He said, is this what you experience? All the time. He was asking Wen Xiaoqian. Not exactly this, he said. This is registration, the awareness that your cultivation has costs. What I experience is the specific notation of what those costs are and were and who paid them. Those are different. He paused. What you're feeling is the baseline, the starting point. The practitioner thought about this. He said, I didn't know it was missing until it came back. Mei Suing was monitoring both recoveries through her physical formation support. She noted the cultivation circulation changes. Both practitioners showed stable patterns, the unregistered resource drain stopping as soon as the registration was restored. The physical monitoring was the most concrete evidence that the restoration had worked. The third practitioner's case was different. He identified the concealment traces in the third practitioner's cultivation formation. They were present, which meant the notation had been concealed rather than destroyed. But when Fei Longji directed the erasing ability along the concealment path, the path led somewhere different. The concealed notation had been reinforced. A second erasure operation had been performed after the first, taking the already concealed notation and moving it again to a location further from the original position. The trail was there, but it forked. He said, "Stop." Fei Longji withdrew. The third practitioner remained in the suppressed state, unchanged. He and Fei Longji looked at the formation notation in the third practitioner's cultivation base. The double concealment was visible once he was looking for it. The specific pattern of the second operation overlaid on the first, creating a more complex trail. Su Mingyi's document had noted this possibility. In cases where the erasure was reinforced by subsequent operations, the restoration path will be longer and may require intermediate anchoring. He read the intermediate anchoring technique's description from the document. It was possible but required more precision than a single operation. He would need to hold two specific trace locations simultaneously while Fei Longji navigated between them. The single restoration was already at the edge of my current precision level, Fei Longji said. His voice was even, not a complaint, an assessment. The double navigation may be beyond what I can sustain at 40%. He thought about this. The third practitioner had been in the unregistered state for 2 months. The harm was ongoing. Every day the unregistered state continued was a day of additional vulnerability. His framework said this was a first-category cost requiring active intervention. It also said that an intervention that failed to complete correctly could cause additional harm by disrupting the existing concealment structure without restoring the original registration. He said, "We wait. The remaining restoration project, the 47 cases, will develop Fei Longji's facility with the method. The third case requires double navigation. We come back to it when the practice has improved the precision." The third practitioner's family representative, who was present in the recovery room, said, "How long?" He gave the honest answer, "I don't know exactly. We will return to this case before the project's completion. The notation is intact. The registration exists. It is concealed. It can be restored. The question is timing and precision, not possibility." The family representative nodded slowly. He had the expression of someone receiving news that was not the news they wanted, but that they could work with. 2 restorations out of 3 was not complete success. It was progress, which was a different thing. He wrote in his documentation book, Su Mingyi's method confirmed functional. 2 complete restorations. 1 deferred pending precision development. Method translation accurate. Proceed to the remaining 44 cases. Chapter 103. The Diamond Judge stage arrived on a morning in late winter, 41 days after the document opened. He was in the middle of the 17th restoration, a practitioner from the Eastern delegation whose concealment traces had been at an unusual depth, requiring him to read through 3 layers of formation notation to find the trail. He was focused, directing the Pearl Reckoner's precision at the 3rd layer's specific pattern when the focal shift arrived. He had felt the earlier stage transitions as a lens settling into a new configuration. This one was different. The lens did not settle. It opened. It opened outward, into a direction that had not previously existed in his reading range. The practitioner whose restoration he was midway through was sitting across from him with her eyes closed, and Fei Longji's directing focus active on the concealment path's middle point. He could not stop the restoration mid-operation. He held the trace anchor in position through the stage transition with the specific determination of someone who has learned that what arrives can be managed after it is survived. He completed the restoration. The practitioner's cost registration returned. She opened her eyes and blinked slowly, adjusting to the restored awareness of her own cultivation base. He set down his documentation book and looked at the room. Every object in the room now had 2 labels. The first label was the historical cost notation he had been reading for over a year. Who had paid for this to exist? When? How? With what awareness? The second label was new. It was positioned at a slightly different angle to his reading attention than the historical label, the way a reflection is positioned differently from the object it reflects. The new label was not about the past. It was about the future. He looked at the formation stones arrayed on the workbench. The historical label showed him that the stones had been quarried and shaped by practitioners working under standard acknowledged labor contracts. Clean cost, well compensated. The new label showed him something he had not seen before. The cost of the stone's future use, projected forward through several possible paths. If used for the restoration project, a certain cost. If dissolved and their formation energy repurposed, a different cost. If stored and passed to another practitioner in 2 years, a third. He picked up his documentation book. The historical label showed him the book's cost, the paper, the binding, the ink, all acknowledged and compensated. The new label showed him the cost of writing in it today, and the cost of not writing in it, and the cost of writing specific things versus specific other things. He set the book down very carefully. Fei Longji, who had been monitoring the 17th practitioner's post-restoration state, looked at him. He recognized the expression. He had made it himself 30 years ago and had spent 18 years not being able to remember what it felt like. He said, "New capability. Diamond Judge stage." He looked at his own hands. His hands had a historical cost label, the months of work they had done, the years of cultivation practice, the specific decisions made and not made, and now also a forward label showing the cost of the decisions they would make today, which was visible but which shifted each time he considered a specific decision. The label was dynamic in a way historical labels were never dynamic. Historical labels were fixed, the cost had been paid, and did not change with observation. Future cost labels moved when you looked at them because looking at them changed the probability of the path that produced them. This was immediately disorienting. He said, "The future cost labels shift when you attend to them." Fei Longji said, "Because observing a decision changes the likelihood of making it." Yes. He thought about the framework. The future cost category, the one he had written about needing to develop as the Diamond Judge stage arrived, was not analogous to the historical or ongoing categories. Historical costs were fixed because they had happened. Ongoing costs were actionable because they were present. Future costs were neither fixed nor present. They were conditional. They described costs that would occur if paths were followed and would not occur if paths were not followed, but the act of reading them changed the probability of following the paths. He wrote in his documentation book, Diamond Judge Stage. Future cost labels. Dynamic, conditional, path-dependent. Reading them changes the calculation they're describing. The framework needs a fourth category. He would build the fourth category. He had learned how to build categories. He had also, in 30 seconds of reading future cost labels, seen something that made the framework's third category urgent. The cost of the restoration project, applied to him personally, measured across the 8 months of sustained focus the project would require. The label was clear and not small. He looked at it and did not stop reading it. Chapter 10 for the cost of completing the restoration project read as follows. He read it once while the label was fresh and the Diamond Judge capability was still settling into the lens configuration he would learn to manage. He read it with the same precision he applied to any cost notation he intended to document and act on. The restoration project required, at Pearl Reckoner depth, operating in combination with Fei Longji's partial restoration of the erasing ability, a specific quality of focused attention that he had named deep reading to distinguish it from the ambient reading that happened passively throughout his days. Deep reading at Pearl Reckoner depth, sustained daily for the duration of the project, would deplete the specific concentration his ability's highest functions required in a way that was not permanent but was significant. For approximately 8 months after the project's completion, his ability to read at Pearl Reckoner depth would be reduced to what he estimated as 60% of current capacity. He would still be functional. He would still be useful. He would simply be less than he was now, for 8 months at the end of the project. The cost of not completing the restoration project. The 47 practitioners in unregistered states remained vulnerable. The 14 additional cases under investigation, which had now expanded to 22 as SEMA House supply chain review progressed, remained vulnerable. Each day the unregistered states continued was a day during which Sue Boucher's network, even under investigation, could exploit the absence in ways that practitioners without cost registration could not feel. The investigation was ongoing but had not been resolved. The network was disrupted but not dismantled. He looked at the 2 cost labels for a long time. He thought about the 7 previous bearers and the cost arrest that had taken each of them. He thought about the question that had destroyed them. What cost is acceptable? He had built a framework for answering that question without being paralyzed by it. The framework said, first category costs, ongoing and addressable, require active intervention even when the intervention has personal costs. The restoration project was a first category intervention. The personal cost of completing it was a third category item, uncertain, requiring ongoing attention, not a reason to stop. He picked up his documentation book. He wrote, "The cost of the restoration project to me personally is significant and temporary. The cost of the project to the practitioners in unregistered states is ongoing until intervention. The intervention is the appropriate action. The personal cost is accepted." He thought about his framework's description of the fatal flaw, the ethics paralysis that could let preventable damage occur because he would not touch resources built on unjust sacrifice. The restoration project had no such problem. The method was Su Mingyi's, built on voluntary effort and careful documentation, the cleanest possible cost for the work. There was nothing here to refuse on moral grounds. He thought, this is a case where the flaw does not apply. He wanted to be honest about when the flaw applied and when it did not. He said to Fei Longji, who was working on the 18th restoration preparation at the workbench, the restoration project will reduce my reading capacity for 8 months after completion. Fei Longji looked at him. I know, he said. I could read the probability at 40% when we started. I was going to tell you, but I wanted to wait until you could read it yourself. He looked at Fei Longji, and I think you already knew the cost before you could see it. Fei Longji held his gaze. You have been doing the project for 17 cases without reading the cost label. You knew from the beginning that it would be expensive. This was accurate. He had known. In the approximating way you know a cost when you cannot read its precise notation. From the physical fatigue after each deep reading session, from the specific quality of depletion that accumulated across the days, from the knowledge of what he was asking of his ability. He had known and had proceeded because the framework said to proceed. Yes, he said. Fei Longji returned to the workbench. He said, without looking up, the method for the double navigation third case. I have been working on the precision. I believe I can sustain the double navigation in 3 more weeks of practice. We can return to that case before the project's midpoint. He said, good. He opened his documentation book. He began the 18th restoration's preparation notation. There were 30 cases remaining after this one. 30 cases, and then 8 months of 60% capacity, and then the return to full reading at the other side. The framework said, proceed. He proceeded. Chapter 105 Gu Tianwei's containment management changed character after the Diamond Judge stage. He had not publicized the stage's arrival. He had continued the restoration project's daily work and the framework documentation and the correspondence with Zhao Meihua, who was managing the Jade Mountain Sect's cost transparency implementation from her father's hall, and with Sima Hao, who was communicating regularly about the supply chain review's expanding scope. He had not announced to anyone outside his immediate working group that he could now read the future cost labels of decisions. Gu Tianwei's representatives found out anyway. He was not surprised by this. The practitioner who had maintained one of the cultivation world's most powerful institutional empires for 60 years did not do so without good intelligence about practitioners who were relevant to his interests. The representative who arrived was different from the ones who had come before. Not Gu Tianwei's standard political intermediary, a cultivation practitioner whose ability was specifically described, in the representative's own opening of the conversation, as outcome modeling for complex decision scenarios. A practitioner who could show when Shouchen the future costs of specific actions. The representative's name was Elder Peng Chaoran. He was 60 years old, polite, and his cost label read, genuine capability in the area he described, working for Gu Tianwei because the alignment was mutual and long-standing, with a specific instruction for this visit that he had accepted without enthusiasm. He said, I would like your assessment of a regional infrastructure project. The project was presented in documentation, detailed, professionally prepared, with full cost accounting in the standard notation that practitioners below Gold Arbiter could read. A water management formation network for 3 valley communities in the region's western territory. The formation would redirect a river tributary, which would flood 2 smaller communities to enable larger agricultural formations for the 3 valley communities. The net benefit, by the project's own accounting, a larger population would prosper at the cost of a smaller population's relocation. He read the documentation. He then read the project's future cost label. The future cost label was complex in a way that standard documentation could not capture. It showed 3 probability branches. In the first, the relocation was managed successfully and the larger valley communities' agricultural formations functioned as projected. In the second, the relocation failed. The smaller communities lacked resources to establish themselves elsewhere and became dependent on cultivator-operated labor arrangements with historically coercive structures. In the third, the relocation succeeded, but the river redirection created downstream ecological costs that the formation's projections had not accounted for, which materialized within 20 years. He read all 3 branches. He sat with them. Elder Peng Chaoran sat across from him and waited with the patience of someone who had done this kind of waiting before. He said, the project's documentation presents branch 1 as the probable outcome. The documentation's cost accounting is internally accurate for branch 1. Yes. The documentation does not address branches 2 or 3. The documentation addresses the most likely projected outcome. He set the project documentation on the table. He said, the cost label I read shows branch 2 at 40% probability and branch 3 at 30% probability. The documentation represents branch 1 as 70% probable. Those are not the same calculation. Elder Pengchaoren was quiet for a moment. Then he said, the diamond judge capability reads future costs as probabilities. Yes. And you can read that the probabilities in the project's documentation are incorrect. I can read that the probabilities in the project's documentation do not match what I read in the forward cost label. He said this with precision because precision was required here. I am not the authoritative measure. I can read cost labels. I cannot read the future with certainty. What I can say is, the cost label shows significant probability weight on outcomes the documentation does not present. Pengchaoren looked at him directly. He said, if you endorse this project, Patriarch Gu Tianwei will use your endorsement as documentation that a diamond judge cost reading practitioner assessed the project's costs as acceptable. That endorsement has significant value for the project's political approval. He said, I know. And if you decline to endorse, then you return to Patriarch Gu Tianwei and tell him that the cost reading practitioner read the forward label and found probability weight on outcomes the documentation did not present, and that I am not able to give an endorsement that would require me to represent the documentation as complete. He paused. The costs the documentation represents as unlikely are within the range I would assign to first category costs, ongoing and addressable. If those branches materialize, the communities in branches 2 and 3 will require intervention that the project's current planning does not account for. Elder Pengchaoren gathered the documentation. He was neither angry nor surprised. He said, Patriarch Gu will hear this accurately. I know he will. He read Pengchaoren's cost label. The representative was being honest. The instruction had been to bring the project for assessment, not to secure a favorable result through misrepresentation. The representative was doing exactly what he had been asked to do. I also want to say, the project itself may be valuable. The communities in the valley need the agricultural formation. The relocation harm is real, but it can be mitigated if the planning accounts for branches 2 and 3 rather than assuming branch 1. He paused. If Patriarch Gu is willing to revise the planning to include mitigation for the probable alternative outcomes, the revised project would read differently. Pengchaoren looked at him. He had not expected this addendum. He said, you're offering to assess a revised version. I'm offering to assess what exists. If a revised version is brought to me, I will assess it with the same attention. He looked at the project documentation. The problem is not the project's goal. The problem is the documentation's representation of probability. Fix the representation and add the mitigation planning. Then bring it back. Pengchaoren left with the documentation. He did not know whether Gu Tianwei would bring a revised version or would conclude that this approach to containment was not producing the endorsements he wanted and would try something different. He wrote in his documentation book, the Diamond Judge Capability's first significant test, future cost labels on a political decision. The flaw, ethics paralysis, did not apply here because the path forward existed and I described it. The capability is not a reason to be more paralyzed. It is a reason to be more precise. He underlined the last sentence. He would need to remember it. Chapter 106, Zhao Meihua left for her father's sect on a Tuesday in early winter, when the frost had reached the administrative district's courtyard stones and the formation lamps ran warmer than usual because the cold made their light look thin. She came to tell him she was leaving rather than sending a note, which was the first indication that the situation at Jade Mountain Sect was more complicated than her previous letters had described. Her cost label for the past 2 weeks had been carrying something he had not specifically asked about, a category of ongoing sustained effort that was not the work they were doing together. He had noticed it and had not asked, because asking too early was its own kind of intrusion. She said, the internal resistance at my father's sect is organized. There are 3 elder practitioners who have cultivated their positions over decades specifically around the cost-opaque resource sourcing. Forward-facing transparency requirements threaten those positions directly. She was standing rather than sitting. She always stood when she had a decision made that she was explaining rather than consulting on. My father can handle administrative resistance. He is having difficulty with the specific claim that I have been manipulated by a low-ranking practitioner with an unusual ability into recommending policy that harms the sect's institutional interests. He understood what she was saying. The argument was not about the transparency framework. It was about her judgment and the source of that judgment. About him. I am aware, he said, that the documentation of your cultivation base's cost history, the advancement cost paid by someone who was not you, has been used by the resistance as evidence that I have personal leverage over your recommendation. The claim reads, I told you uncomfortable information about yourself in order to make you emotionally indebted to the person who told you. She looked at him steadily. Yes. The cost label on that claim is, it is false. and the practitioners making it know it is false, and they are making it anyway because it is useful. He paused. I can document the cost of the claim itself if it would be useful. It would not be useful in the immediate political context, she said. The practitioners making the claim are operating within a jurisdiction where cost-reading documentation is not accepted as standard evidence. What would be useful is my presence, which can navigate the institutional politics in ways your documentation cannot. She picked up her correspondence portfolio. I'll write from there. I need your thinking to be available when I'm working through specific questions. I'll write every 2 days, he said. She paused. He had answered before she asked, which meant he had been thinking about the correspondence before she raised it. Not because he anticipated need, but because he had already been thinking about the specific quality of working with her at a distance and how to maintain it. She said, 2 days is often enough. She left. He watched the frost in the courtyard and thought about what was useful at a distance and what was not. The correspondence that followed over the next 6 weeks was different from any he had maintained. He wrote to Bao Changfeng about legal strategy. He wrote to Sima Hao about evidentiary specifics. He wrote to Luin about historical documentation questions. Those were functional correspondences, problem to solution, question to answer. With Xiao Meihua, he wrote about what he was reading. Not in the sense of reporting data, in the sense of thinking out loud to someone whose thinking he had come to trust at a level that was not equivalent to any other relationship he maintained. He wrote, I read the forward cost label on the restoration project's completion today. The label describes 8 months of reduced capacity. I have been aware of this for several weeks. I have also been aware that the awareness changes nothing about the decision to continue, which I wrote in my documentation book 3 days after the Diamond Judge stage arrived. I am writing to you about it not because I need to decide, but because the awareness of a significant personal cost is a different kind of presence when it is only your own awareness. I want you to know about it. She wrote back. Thank you for telling me. The decision is the right one. I say this not as reassurance, but as the result of applying your own framework to the situation, which I have been practicing since you taught it to me. First category cost, ongoing, requires intervention. The personal cost to you is third category, uncertain, requires ongoing attention. The framework's priorities are clear. She paused in the letter. He could tell because the handwriting shifted slightly, the way it did when she set the pen down and picked it up again. I would like to know how you manage the ongoing attention part. You described the third category as requiring attention rather than resolution. What does the attention look like for you, day to day? He thought about this for a full day before writing the answer. The answer was honest and specific and longer than his usual correspondence, and he sent it without editing it down. The correspondence continued. It was the most accurate record he had ever produced of what he was thinking, because he was writing to someone who understood the framework and would hold him to its precision. Chapter 107. Tang Weilong came to the formation workshop on a morning when the winter had settled to its coldest point, the kind of cold where the air hurt to breathe too quickly, where the stone floor held the temperature from the night before through noon without warming. He sat across from Wen Shouchen at the work table. He had tea he had made himself, which was what he did when he had something to say and wanted his hands to have been useful before he said it. He said, I have stopped the willing donor system. Wen Shouchen set down the restoration notation he had been preparing. He said, when? 3 weeks ago. I completed the arrangement that was in progress. I had already made the commitments, and then I did not begin a new one. He held the teacup with both hands, the warmth against his palms. I told you I would think about it. I thought about it. What decided it? Tang Weilong was quiet for a moment. He said, I have been working with you for almost 2 years. I have watched you read cost labels on everything, every resource, every technique, every arrangement. And I have watched you build the framework for how to respond to what you read. I do not have your ability. I cannot see cost labels. He looked at the tea. But I have learned, from watching you work, that the labels are there whether I can read them or not. The question is whether I try to read them anyway. He waited. I thought about the donors, Tang Weilong said. Not the specific practitioners I had arrangements with. They were willing, genuinely willing. I know that. I thought about why they were willing. I thought about the economic conditions that made selling lifespan advancement contribution an appealing option rather than an emergency option. I thought about what those conditions said about the system I was participating in. He looked up. I don't have your notation for systemic coercion, but I could see the shape of it when I looked long enough. Yes. And I decided that I can advance more slowly. He set down the tea. I can advance at the rate my own clean resources allow, which is not the rate I had been managing, and that is acceptable. He paused. I want you to know that this was not because of anything you said. I know. You have been careful not to tell me what to decide. You told me the framework. I applied it. He said this with the precision of someone who needed it to be clear that the decision was his, not a response to pressure. The cost reads differently when you choose to look at it yourself, even without the ability. He said, I have been thinking about this since you first told me about the willing donor system 2 years ago. Whether the framework was teachable, whether someone without the Jiamu ability could learn to do what I do, slowly and imprecisely, by choosing to ask the questions I ask before using any resource. He looked at Tang Weilong. You have just demonstrated that it is teachable. Tang Weilong looked at him with the specific expression he used when he was deciding whether something was a compliment and concluding that it was, but that it would be awkward to say so directly. He said, I advance more slowly now. That is a real cost. Yes. I don't regret it. I know. They were quiet for a moment. The cold outside pressed against the workshop's walls, and the formation stones on the work table cast their faint light against the wood grain, and the restoration notation was half finished in Wen Xiochen's documentation book, where he had set it down when Tang Weilong arrived. Tang Weilong said, The restoration project, do you need another hand? I don't have the ability to read or erase, but you've been using Zhao Meihua to manage location security. I can do that. He said, Yes. Come tomorrow morning. We have 12 cases remaining. Chapter 108. Luin found Su Mingyi through the band case files, which was the last place anyone had looked because the band case files were 100 years old and the identity of the anonymous witness had been sealed by the court's protective order. The protective order had an expiration term, 150 years, after which the court sealing authority would dissolve. 150 years had not yet passed. But Luin had found a different path, not the witness's identity as the court knew it, but the practitioner's subsequent registration history with the Cultivation Authority, which was a separate record system maintained independently of the court's files. He came to the formation workshop in the afternoon with his research portfolio and a specific expression of controlled excitement, the one he used when something had resolved correctly after a long period of not resolving correctly. He set the portfolio on the work table and opened it to a specific page. He said, The formation shop practitioner who gave you the document. I have been researching his lineage, the chain of practitioners who passed the document from Su Mingyi's time to yours. He pointed to a series of entries. The formation shop practitioner's family has operated the same small workshop in the regional city for 6 generations. They are not cultivation practitioners in the formal sense. They are formation artisans, working with practical rather than cultivation formation work. I know this, he said. He had known it since the formation shop practitioner died. The cost label on the workshop had been clear. 6 generations of acknowledged, compensated labor. Clean. What I found that you don't know, Luin said, is why they kept the document for 6 generations. He turned to another page. The formation shop's oldest surviving business records, held in the city's commercial archive, which maintains practitioner business documentation as a matter of commercial law. Reference. In the generation 100 years ago, a significant debt forgiveness from a practitioner described in the records as the one who came before the sealing. He looked up. A practitioner who exposed a practice that was consuming the workshop's workers' lifespan without their knowledge, who then secured the discharge of the workers' cultivation contracts and ensured they could continue their trade without the extraction mechanism. He read the record. The cost label on the paper itself was old enough to have blurred at the edges, but the formation notation within the commercial document was still legible at pearl reckoner depth. A practitioner who had walked into this specific workshop 100 years ago and told the workers what was happening to them, who had then used whatever influence they had to get the contracts discharged. The same pattern as Su Baosher's victims, Luin said. The extraction mechanism active on workers who didn't know. The practitioner who could read the extraction. The intervention. Yes. He looked at the document in his hands, the sealed document, now open, sitting in the workshop where it had spent months as a sealed mystery. Su Mingyi had been doing, 100 years ago, what he was doing now. She had been doing it before the ban case. She had been doing it before the investigation and before the sealing and before whatever had happened to her afterward. She is documented in the ban case as a witness, Luin said. He was building to the main finding now. He had organized the approach the same way he organized historical arguments, with the context before the conclusion. Anonymous, by court order. But I cross-referenced the ban case's timeline with the Cultivation Authority's practitioner registration records for the same period. He turned to the final page in the portfolio. There is one entry, registered under a practitioner designation that matches the description in the case files, cost reading ability at confirmed stage, working independently in the regional jurisdiction. The registration name, he said. Luin pointed to the entry. Su Mingyi. He paused. And below the registration name, the current status field. He tapped the specific line. The status field was last updated 80 years ago when the standard registration format was revised. It reads, status, ongoing. Location, undisclosed. He looked at the entry for a long time. The formation lamp on the workbench made its steady light against the portfolio's open pages. Outside the workshop, the winter city was quiet in the specific way of early afternoon. The market's not yet at full activity. The administrative district settled into its midday rhythm. Status, ongoing. She is still alive, he said. Possibly. Lewin said it with the precise qualifier he used when he wanted to be honest about the limits of his evidence. The status field has not been updated in 80 years. But cost-reading practitioners, based on what you have described about your own advancement, drawing only on clean resources, do not age at standard rates. Clean resources are more efficient per unit than contaminated ones. The biological progression slows when the practitioner is not drawing on hidden-cost cultivation materials. I know this from my own reading, he said. I advance more slowly than practitioners at equivalent stages who use standard resources. But my cultivation base shows correspondingly lower resource depletion. The efficiency differential compounds over time. Over 100 years of compounding, Lewin said. A practitioner who had been reading costs since before the ban case would be old, but not impossibly old by the standards of long cultivation practitioners. He closed the portfolio. I cannot confirm she is alive. I can tell you the evidence is consistent with survival. He said, I need to write a letter. Chapter 109. He wrote the letter slowly, which was unusual. He wrote quickly as a general rule, because slow writing was a way of avoiding what needed to be said. He wrote slowly because he was trying to be accurate about something he had never tried to be accurate about before. He had written letters to Sima how that required legal precision. He had written letters to Zhao Meihua that required framework precision. He had written to Bao Changfeng with strategic precision and to Lewin with historical precision. He did not know what kind of precision this letter required. He wrote, to Su Mingyi, forwarded through the Cultivation Authority's Practitioner Registration Archive. He stopped. He crossed out the formal header. He wrote, I am writing to a practitioner I have never met, whose document I have spent 6 months trying to read, and whose identity I found 3 days ago through a historical research record. I don't know if this letter will reach you. I don't know if you are alive. The registration status says ongoing, which is either accurate or a record that has not been updated in 80 years. My name is Wen Xiaochen. I am the current bearer of the Jiamu ability. I have been operating with it for 2 years. I reached Pearl Reckoner stage this winter. I am now at Diamond Judge stage. He stopped again. He read what he had written. He thought about what he was trying to say. He wrote, you paid a cost for me. I don't know if you knew you were paying it for me specifically. The ability passes to whoever bears it next, which could have been anyone. But it passed to me. And the cost you paid was visible in the notation on my own cultivation base from the beginning, from the day the ability first arrived at the infirmary where I woke up. I could see a cost label on my own base that I could not read. Something unreadable, from the beginning, in the notation. I read it 3 days ago at Diamond Judge depth. He wrote the rest of the letter in the specific concentrated attention he gave to final documentation, work that would be permanent and that needed to be complete. He described the sealed document and the restoration project and the 47 practitioners. He described Fei Longji's reversal and Zhao Meihua's father's transparency framework and Tang Weilong's decision. He described Liu Yin's work in the archives and the ban case files and the formation shop practitioner's lineage. He described what he had done with the ability for 2 years and what it had cost him and what he believed it had produced. He ended with, the cost label I could not read for 2 years said, the ability to feel joy without qualification, permanently transferred from the previous Jiamu bearer, voluntary. You paid with your ability to experience uncomplicated happiness. You paid it before you could know who would receive it. I have not found a category in my framework for this cost. It is not historical, not ongoing, not uncertain. It is complete and permanent and was paid without any expectation of acknowledgement. The framework says costs that have been paid completely and cannot be remediated require acknowledgement. This is me acknowledging it. I don't know if that is adequate. I don't know if you are alive to receive it. I wanted you to know what it started. He signed it. Wen Xiaochen, bearer of the Jiamu ability, currently at Diamond Judge stage, working in the regional city. He folded the letter and addressed it to the Cultivation Authority's registration archive for forwarding. He walked to the archive in the late afternoon when the winter light was lowest and the frost on the pavement made his footsteps sound different than usual. A slight crunch, a slight resistance, ordinary cold winter afternoon, the kind of afternoon that cost nothing except a practitioner's time walking through it. He submitted the letter. He walked back. He did not know whether it would reach her. He had done what the framework said to do with a cost that required acknowledgement. He had acknowledged it. Chapter 110. He had been reading his own cultivation base at Pearl Reckoner depth for months without finding what the Diamond Judge stage showed him. The cost label he could not read since the infirmary, since the first day of the ability. It had been there from the beginning, in the notation on his own base, positioned at the level of the ability's origin rather than at the level of any specific decision or resource or technique. It was the cost of the ability itself, or rather, the cost that came with the ability rather than from its use. He had read it at every stage. At Penny Appraiser depth, it was present but illegible, a structure in the notation that he recognized as a cost label and could not interpret. At Coin Weigher, Silver Auditor, Jade Assessor, Gold Arbiter, Pearl Reckoner. Each stage added depth, and the label remained present and unreadable. The way of formation's deepest inscription is not visible until you have the specific tool the inscription requires. The Diamond Judge stage gave him the tool. He read his own base in the morning of the 53rd day after the stage's arrival. He had been reading it regularly since the stage arrived, reading his own future cost labels along with everything else, seeing the conditional paths of his decisions, trying to develop the management framework for the fourth category that the Diamond Judge's capability required. The label had resolved gradually rather than all at once. The way of formation inscription becomes readable when the reading tool's calibration improves incrementally. On the 53rd morning, he read it. The cost read, asterisk ability to feel joy without qualification, permanently transferred from the previous Jia Mu bearer, voluntary. Source, Su Mingyi. Date, 102 years before current reading. Consent, fully informed. Compensation, none requested. Notes, the cost was transferred so that the next bearer would begin with clean capacity for the full range of what the ability requires of its bearer. Asterisk, he sat with this for a long time. He thought about what it meant to be unable to feel joy without qualification. He thought about it carefully, because the notation was precise and he wanted to understand what the notation described. Joy without qualification, the uncomplicated kind, the kind that did not arrive already weighted with cost awareness. The kind where you could receive something good without reading the cost label on the goodness before letting it land. Su Mingyi had paid with that. Permanently. 102 years ago, before she knew who would carry the ability next, she had paid the cost of every moment of uncomplicated happiness she would have experienced for the rest of her life, so that whoever came after her would begin the ability with clean capacity, with the ability to feel things completely, without the specific distance that comes from reading the price of everything before you let yourself feel it. He did not know what to do with this. He had sent the letter 4 days ago. He did not know if she had received it. He did not know if she was alive. He thought about the 2 years of the ability and what the notation had described. He thought about the morning at the infirmary and the senior disciple whose cost label he had first read. He thought about the cold courtyard stones and 40 minutes of overwhelming history. He thought about Zhao Meihua asking whether the framework felt right, and his answer, it feels less wrong than cost arrest, and the specific quality of that moment, which had not been without cost, but which had also not been nothing. He thought, I have been operating with clean capacity for 2 years, and I did not know it because it was already present when the ability arrived. The gift was made before I arrived to receive it. He wrote in his documentation book the full cost notation for what he had read. He wrote it exactly as the label described: source, date, consent, compensation, mechanism. He documented it with the same precision he would give to any other cost record. Then he wrote below the notation, in his own words, asterisk, I do not have a notation for gratitude as a cost category. It does not fit the framework's existing 3 categories. It is not ongoing, historical, or uncertain. It is present and complete and not actionable. The framework does not tell me what to do with it. Asterisk, I think the framework is not the only tool. He looked at what he had written. He looked at the formation lamp making its steady amber light against the wall. He thought about the letter he had sent and about Liuyin's archive entry and about status. Ongoing, location, undisclosed. He wrote, find her. He closed the documentation book. He went to find Liuyin. Chapter 111. Liuyin's reaction to the request was not surprise. It was the specific recalibration of someone who has been looking at a research problem from one angle and has just been handed a different angle that shows the same thing more clearly. He said, you want to find her? Not just confirm she is alive. Yes, when Xiaochen said. He was standing in the archive room's doorway, which was where he had found Liuyin in the late afternoon, working by the window light, because the formation lamps in the archive room ran warmer than optimal for paper preservation. The letter I sent through the authorities' registration archive, that is the official channel, and official channels for a practitioner who has been listing her location as undisclosed for 80 years are not likely to be the actual path. Lewin set down the document he had been annotating. He said, "She is alive. I believe she is alive. The registration field says ongoing, and the registration office told me, when I inquired about the update history, that the field is only marked ongoing for practitioners who have confirmed their status within the past 30 years. They confirmed it 30 years ago." He paused. "They would not tell me more than that." "She knows where she is," Wen Xiaochen said. "She chose the undisclosed designation. She had reasons for those reasons that are readable in the context of her history. A practitioner who was a key witness in a significant case, who disappeared afterward, who has been maintaining her registration status while declining to disclose her location. The reasons are visible even if the location is not." "Safety," Lewin said. He said it the way he said historical conclusions he was confident in. The ban case produced significant institutional pressure. She exposed a practice that had powerful commercial interests behind it. The practitioners who operated the condensation through sacrifice method supply chain were not small actors. No. And 100 years later, Su Baosher was operating a practice with the same mechanism. He looked at the archive around him, shelves of historical records, formation-sealed boxes, the accumulated documentation of the cultivation world's past. The practice she stopped did not stay stopped. The practice came back, which means the interests that protected it came back. He looked at Lewin. If she has been alive for 100 years in the cultivation world and has maintained safety, she has done it by being very difficult to find. The letter through the official channel may reach her through whatever intermediary manages her registration contact. Or it may not. Either way, I should not wait to see if the official channel works before beginning to look through the other channel. The formation shop lineage, Lewin said. He had already been thinking about this. When Xiaochen could see it in the way his hands had moved to the specific folder in his research portfolio that contained the lineage documentation. The formation artisan family passed the document for 6 generations. They were not the only connection. The ban case's anonymous witness had other relationships in the city. The records show at least 2 additional practitioners who cooperated with the investigation and were also listed with protective status after the case closed. Their lineages. I have the names. I haven't traced the lineages yet. He opened the folder. "Give me 3 days." He said, "Take 4. I want it to be accurate." He returned to the formation workshop and looked at the restoration notation and thought about Su Mingyi, who had been carrying the specific absence of uncomplicated joy for 100 years and had not told anyone about it because there had been no one to tell. He had sent the letter. He was looking for her through the channels he could reach. The rest was waiting. He was not comfortable with waiting. But his framework said this was the appropriate response to uncertain costs. Ongoing attention, not forced resolution. He picked up the restoration notation and returned to the work. 8 cases remaining after the morning's session. 8 cases, and then the 3rd celebration hall practitioner whose double concealment he had deferred for precision development, and then the 14 additional cases from SEMA, House Supply Chain Review. The work was not finished. It would not be finished by waiting. Chapter 112. The Jurisdiction Challenge arrived in the 8th week of winter, delivered through the Regional Cultivation Authority's legal service channel rather than by personal representative, which meant Gu Tianwei had decided that this was better framed as an institutional matter than a personal one. He read the challenge document. He read it twice. He read specific sections a 3rd time. The challenge was elegant in the way that legal arguments built on genuine regulatory gaps are elegant. It required no misrepresentation because the gap it identified was real. Cost reading as a systematic practice. Not addressed in the cultivation world's regulatory framework because no one had anticipated it as a practice rather than an individual practitioner's unusual ability. Influence over cultivation commerce. Defined in the regulatory framework as any action that affects practitioners' decisions about resource acquisition. Requiring licensing. Yes, if the influence was systematic rather than incidental. He had been providing systematic cost information to practitioners for 2 years. He had affected decisions about resource acquisition. This was not disputed. The challenge's argument, without a recognized institutional framework and licensing, his systematic practice constituted unlicensed influence. The remedy requested, cease systematic cost reading practice until licensing was obtained, or obtain licensing under the framework Gu Tianwei's legal practitioners were proposing. He set the document down and thought about the cost label on the challenge itself. The challenge was not genuine in the sense of believing its own claim was the most important thing. It was genuine in the sense that the regulatory gap was real and that the legal argument was sound. The purpose behind the argument was different from the argument itself. The licensing framework Gu Tianwei's practitioners were proposing included specific scope limitations on what types of cost could be publicly reported. The scope limitations would not affect small-scale individual cost readings. They would prevent systematic public documentation of institutional costs at the patriarch level. The challenge was a box. The box was legally constructed and structurally sound. The box would fit him exactly. He wrote to Sima Hao. He described the challenge in full and noted, the challenge's legal argument is sound. The regulatory gap it identifies is real. I need to understand what the jurisdiction review process looks like and what my options are within it. Sima Hao's response arrived the next morning, which meant he had been thinking about this possibility for some time. He wrote, the challenge has been assigned to my review, which I recognize as either good fortune or not, depending on how you look at it. I have 2 months to complete the evaluation. During that period, your practice is not required to cease. The challenge requests cessation, but cessation is not mandatory during review unless the evaluating authority orders it, which I am not going to do. The challenge's legal argument has one significant weakness. The definition of influence over cultivation commerce requires financial benefit to the influencer. You have not received financial benefit from your cost-reading practice. I intend to evaluate this weakness thoroughly. The challenge's strength is that the regulatory gap is real and will eventually require addressing regardless of how this specific case resolves. Someone will need to define the framework for cost-reading practice. If Gu Tianwei's proposed framework defines it first, that framework will be the default. He read this and understood what Sima Hao was not saying directly. The challenge would be dismissed, but the dismissal would establish a category that could then be regulated by whoever built the framework first. He wrote back, I understand. I am going to build the framework before Gu Tianwei's practitioners do. I will send you what I develop. Chapter 113 Sima Hao's evaluation completed in 6 weeks rather than the allowed 2 months. The finding. The jurisdiction challenge was dismissed on the grounds that the regulatory definition of influence over cultivation commerce required financial benefit to the influencer as an element of the offense. When Xiaochen had not received financial benefit from his cost-reading practice, the challenge failed on this element. The finding also included a note that was not part of the formal dismissal. The regulatory gap identified by the challenge was real, the note said, and the Regional Cultivation Authority's Policy Office was being asked to begin the process of developing a framework for cost-reading practice. The framework development process would take at least 2 years. During that period, existing practice would continue under the absence of prohibition standard. He read the dismissal's cost label. The dismissal was correct on its legal merits and had been decided on those merits. Sima Hao's evaluation had been honest. The legal weakness the evaluator had identified was the legal weakness he had described in his letter. The cost of the dismissal. It had placed his practice in a defined legal category for the first time. The category could now be regulated. The regulatory process would take 2 years, and during those 2 years, the framework would be developed by whoever engaged most actively with the policy process. He had told Sima how he was going to build the framework first. He meant this. He spent 3 days writing the framework document, not his cost notation documentation framework, but a regulatory framework for cost-reading practice. He wrote it the way he wrote everything. Precisely, with explicit acknowledgement of what it could do and what it could not, with specific scope definitions that distinguished between individual cost readings, no regulatory concern, systematic documentation without institutional relationship, what he had been doing, no regulatory concern given the absence of financial benefit, and systematic documentation with institutional relationship, appropriate for oversight, appropriate for transparency, requirements of its own. The scope definitions drew a specific line. The framework applied to practitioners operating within institutional relationships, not to independent practitioners whose cost documentation did not carry institutional authority. He was an independent practitioner. The framework he was writing did not regulate him. It regulated the category of practice that would exist when institutions tried to incorporate cost reading into their formal structures. The framework document was submitted to the Cultivation Authority's Policy Office 1 week after the dismissal. He sent a copy to Sima Hao and a copy to Gu Tianwei's legal practitioners, with a note. The framework for cost-reading practice regulatory development is enclosed. I have built it to address the regulatory gap your challenge correctly identified. I would prefer that the framework be developed by someone who understands the practice from the inside. He did not hear from Gu Tianwei's legal practitioners directly. He heard from Elder Peng Chaoren, who was apparently being used as the communication channel for matters that Gu Tianwei wanted handled at a level below formal legal representation. Peng Chaoren arrived without appointment and sat down across from him in the correspondence room with the expression of someone delivering a message he had read and considered carefully before agreeing to carry. He said, "Patriarch Gu read your framework document. I expected he would. He has no objection to the framework's regulatory definitions." Peng Chaoren's voice was careful. He has one specific question. The framework's exemption for independent practitioners. Does it extend to practitioners whose documentation is used by institutional actors without formal relationship? He had anticipated this question. The exemption is based on the practitioner's standing, not the use made of their documentation. An independent practitioner's documentation that is later cited by an institutional actor does not retroactively create an institutional relationship. He paused. This was deliberate. The cost-reading practitioner should not be held responsible for what institutions do with information that is accurately produced and publicly documented. Peng Chaoren was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Patriarch Gu believes this creates a structural issue." Patriarch Gu is correct. The structural issue is inherent in accurate information that cannot be controlled once public. I am aware of it. I considered it when writing the framework and left it as written. He looked at Peng Chaoren directly. The structural issue is not a flaw in the framework. It is the framework working as intended. Peng Chaoren studied him. He said, "I will tell him that." He said, "Please do." Chapter 114. He read the future cost of accepting Gu Tianwei's regulatory framework, the version the Patriarch's practitioners had proposed, which was still on the Cultivation Authority's policy docket as a competing submission on the evening after Peng Chaoren's visit. The Diamond Judge Capabilities future cost labels were dynamic, as they always were, shifting as he attended to specific decision branches. He had learned to read them the way he read uncertain costs, with attention rather than certainty, acknowledging that the label described probability rather than inevitability. The cost of accepting Gu Tianwei's framework, operational continuation, institutional protection from further legal challenges, the ability to continue the restoration project, and the ongoing documentation work without the threat of license suspension. His practice would be formally recognized and would carry institutional standing that independent practice did not. The cost notation included, at the formation level of the framework document's regulatory definitions, a specific clause. The clause was written in legal formation notation that required gold arbiter stage to read clearly, which meant practitioners below that stage could not see it without assistance. The clause created a covenant. Practitioners operating under the framework's licensing were required to submit all institutional cost documentation to the authority's review board before publication. The review board's mandate included evaluation of whether publication was in the cultivation world's administrative stability interest. Administrative stability. He had seen those words before, in the cost notation on the Cultivation Authority's suppression action 300 years ago, when Wei Songbai's documentation had been reclassified. Administrative stability was the phrase that meant the institution will decide what information is appropriate to be known. He read the covenant's future cost label, the probability branch that activated under the covenant. In approximately 60% of cases where he produced documentation of institutional costs at the Patriarch level, Gu Tianwei's level, the documentation would be held pending review, which would find it contrary to administrative stability, which would prevent publication. He would be able to read. He would not be able to report. He wrote in his documentation book, the regulatory framework being proposed by Gu Tianwei's practitioners is an elegant trap. The trap is legally constructed around a genuine regulatory gap. The trap offers real protection in exchange for the specific capability that makes the protection worth wanting. He had read the future cost of accepting. The framework he had submitted to the policy office was the alternative: independent practice, no institutional protection, escalating pressure as a result, as he had read in the forward label that described the months ahead. Gu Tianwei had more resources than he did. The pressure was real. He thought about the 7 previous bearers and the cost arrest that had taken each of them. He thought about the question they could not answer. What cost is acceptable? He had built a framework for answering that question. The framework said, costs that are ongoing and addressable require active intervention. The covenant's limitation on publication was an ongoing cost that would continue for as long as he operated under it. The appropriate intervention was refusal. He wrote, the framework works even when the answer is uncomfortable. The answer is, refuse the regulatory framework that limits publication. Accept the escalating pressure. Continue operating as an independent practitioner. The forward cost label shows this is difficult. The forward cost label also shows what the alternative produces. He underlined, refuse the trap. He slept without deciding whether the underlined entry felt like resolution. It felt like accuracy, which was not the same thing, but was what he had. Chapter 115. Zhao Meihua returned from Jade Mountain sect on a morning when the winter had finally broken enough to soften the frost in the courtyards. Not warm yet, but the cold had lost its hardest edge, and the formation lamps in the administrative district ran at their standard calibration again rather than the elevated setting the coldest weeks required. He was in the middle of a restoration session. The 38th case, a practitioner from one of the downstream supply chain locations that Sima Hao's expanded investigation had identified, when Fei Longji said, without looking up from his directing focus, Zhao Meihua is outside. He could not stop a restoration mid-operation. He held the trace anchor for the remaining 12 minutes until the case was complete, then released the focus with the deliberate care that prevented the cultivation-based disruption that an abrupt release could cause. The 38th practitioner's cost registration returned. She blinked and looked at her hands and said nothing for a long moment. The specific quiet of someone re-encountering something they had not known was missing. He stepped out of the workshop. Zhao Meihua was standing in the administrative courtyard. She had her correspondence portfolio and the expression she made when she had been working hard for a long time and had just arrived at a place where she did not have to work hard for at least a few hours. My father's sect, she said. The transparency framework is operational. He looked at her. She was thinner than when she had left. 6 weeks of managing political resistance was visible in the specific way sustained effort that is not physical manifests in how someone stands. She was standing the way she always stood, which was well, but the cost of the standing was readable. He said, "Tell me what happened." They walked the courtyard perimeter while she described it. The 3 elder practitioners who had organized the internal resistance had filed a formal complaint against Patriarch Zhao's authority to implement the transparency requirements without a full elder council vote. The complaint was technically valid. The Patriarch's unilateral authority had limits, and had required a 3-week delay while the elder council convened and voted. The vote was 7-3 in favor, she said. The 3 practitioners who had organized the resistance voted against. The other 7 understood what I had presented. The framework, the distinction between historical and ongoing costs, the specific obligation of a practitioner who has been managing awareness rather than acknowledging it. She paused. My father's presentation to the council was the most direct I have seen him be in a formal council setting. He told them what he knew and when he had known it, and what he had done with the knowing, and what he was committing to change. And the 3 who voted against. They are still in the sect. 2 of them have significant personal resource holdings that the transparency requirements will affect, not immediately, but over time as new acquisitions are evaluated under the new framework. They understand this. They will manage it. She stopped walking. They cannot undo the vote. They voted, they lost, they remain bound by the council's decision. He said, 1 sect. 7-3. The transparency framework operational. She said, 1 more than 0. It was what he had written to her in the first letter after she left. She was returning it to him as a statement of fact rather than reassurance. He said, the regulatory challenge. Gu Tianwei filed a jurisdiction challenge against my practice. Sima Hao dismissed it on the financial benefit element. I built a competing regulatory framework and submitted it to the policy office before Gu Tianwei's framework could become the default. She said, I heard. Sima Hao wrote to my father as part of the investigation's institutional notification process. She looked at him. The future cost label. Have you read it? Yes. And refuse the regulatory trap. Accept the escalating pressure. Continue independent practice. He met her gaze. The pressure is real. Gu Tianwei has more resources than I do. The forward label shows this will be difficult. She was quiet for a moment. The courtyard's early spring cold, softer than winter, but still cold against the exposed skin of her hands where they held the correspondence portfolio, settled around them. The formation lamps in the district's corridor had come on with the afternoon light. She said, you will not be doing it alone. He said, I know. She said, good. She shifted the correspondence portfolio to her other arm. I'm going to write to my father about the regulatory framework you developed. I want his policy office's input submitted in support. Jade Mountain Sect's institutional standing gives the submission more weight than an independent practitioner's submission. He said, that would be useful. She said, yes. She walked toward the administrative building's entrance. Come tell me about the restoration project. I was away for 6 weeks. I need to know what 38 cases looks like. He followed her inside, out of the early spring cold, and told her. Chapter 116, the restoration project completed on the 81st day. The final session took most of an afternoon. The last case was not one of the straightforward ones. It was a practitioner from the 22 additional cases that Sima Hao's expanded supply chain review had identified, a formation artisan in the city's western district who had undergone erasure through contact with one of the sovereign's rest faction's peripheral members rather than through direct operation by Fei Longji. The peripheral contact had used a weaker and less precise version of the erasing ability, which had produced a concealment that was partial rather than complete. Visible traces in the wrong places, the concealment path forking at 2 points rather than 1. He held both trace locations simultaneously while Fei Longji navigated between them. This was the double navigation technique that Fei Longji had said 3 weeks ago he would be ready to attempt. He had been practicing for exactly 3 weeks. He navigated it. The formation artisan's cost registration returned fully. He sat in the workshop afterward with the project's documentation book open on the work table in front of him. 43 complete restorations. 4 partial. 3 of the partial cases were the reinforced erasures, where double concealment had required intermediate anchoring. 1 was a case where the erasure had been so old and so deeply embedded that the concealment path had partially merged with the formation structure around it, making full extraction impossible without risking damage to the cultivation base itself. He had noted this case's limitation accurately and had done what the method allowed. Fei Longji sat across from him, hands flat on the work table, looking at nothing in particular. After a while, he said, "I keep reading the practitioners we restored. Not all of them. Some have moved on, and I would have to seek them out specifically. But the ones who are still in the city, the ones I can read in ambient range when I am working in this district." He paused. Their cost registration is present. They are using it. They make different decisions about resources than they made before. Yes, when Xiaochen said. He had been reading this too. Small differences, mostly. A practitioner who now reads the formation notation on their cultivation resources before using them rather than afterward. A practitioner who chose a slower advancement path rather than a faster one when they understood the cost difference. Fei Longji looked at his hands. I erased that awareness for them. I erased it because I believed the awareness was a burden that prevented advancement. I was wrong about what the awareness does. He waited. Fei Longji said, "The liberation is not in not seeing. I thought the weight of cost awareness was the thing preventing practitioners from living fully in the cultivation world. I thought if I could remove the weight, they could advance without the paralysis." He was quiet for a moment. But the awareness is not the weight. The weight is having no framework for what to do with the awareness. I could have given them a framework. Instead, I gave them blindness and called it liberation. He said, "The framework can still be given." I know. Fei Longji looked at him. I have been thinking about how. Not as a formal teaching. I do not have the standing for formal teaching, and I am not sure I should. But the practitioners I restored, some of them have asked questions about how to read what they are now feeling, about how to use cost registration as information rather than being overwhelmed by it. He paused. I have been answering the questions. Good. You taught me the framework while we were building it. I'm teaching what you taught me to practitioners who are ready to receive it because they just had the registration returned. He said it without pride, as a fact. It is slower than I believed was possible with the erasure method. It is more real. He thought about the 7 previous cost-reading practitioners who had not survived the Pearl Reckoner stage. He thought about the framework he had built across 2 weeks and applied across 8 months. He thought about what Su Mingyi had paid so that the ability would begin with clean capacity in its next bearer. Clean capacity for what? The ability to see costs clearly. The ability to feel them clearly. The ability to build a framework for carrying both. He said, "You had it backwards for 30 years, and then you corrected it. The correcting is visible in the work we did." Fei Longji said, "Yes." He stood from the workbench. He said, "The 3rd celebration hall practitioner. The double concealment case I deferred. Can we attempt it now? My precision after the 81 cases is different than it was at the beginning." He looked at his documentation book. He had the 3rd case's trace notation documented. He had been tracking Fei Longji's precision development across the project. The trajectory was clear. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "Sleep first." Fei Longji said, "Yes." He went. He closed the project documentation book and sat with the amber light of the formation lamps and the quiet that followed the completion of something that had required sustained attention for a long time. The quiet had its own quality, not absence, but the specific texture of a weight that has been put down. Chapter 117, he read the regulatory framework again on the 3rd day after the project's completion. Not his framework, Gu Tianwei's proposed framework, the competing submission that was still on the Cultivation Authority's policy docket. He had read it before, at Gold Arbiter depth, when the challenge was first filed. He had found the administrative stability clause that would allow the review board to prevent publication on institutional interest grounds. He had written in his documentation book, "Refuse the trap." What he had not fully read was the trap-specific scope. At Diamond Judge depth, Reading the formation notation that constituted the framework document's regulatory structure, the covenant embedded 3 layers into the legal formation notation, visible at gold arbiter and readable at that stage in its broad form, but requiring Diamond Judge's future cost reading to see the full scope. He found that the covenant's scope was not the general administrative stability formulation he had noted before. It was more specific. The covenant distinguished between 3 categories of cost disclosure. The first category, individual practitioner cost readings, which were exempted from review board oversight entirely. The second category, institutional cost documentation for institutions below patriarch level standing, which required notification to the review board but not prior approval. The third category, cost documentation for primary cultivation empires as defined in the regulatory body's Tier 1 institutional classification, which was a defined legal category that contained exactly 8 institutions in the current regional framework, one of which was Gu Tianwei's empire, and which required full review board approval before publication. He read the future cost label on a hypothetical. What happens when he produces Pearl Reckoner depth cost documentation of a Tier 1 institution under the covenant's framework? The label was not ambiguous. In 85% of probability branches, the review board's approval process for Tier 1 institutional documentation extended beyond 6 months. In 70% of those branches, the documentation was eventually found contrary to administrative stability. In the remaining 30%, it was approved for publication in a modified form that the review board's standard modification process would produce, which he could read from the process documentation. Modifications that removed specific cost amounts, anonymized practitioners who were still living, and reframed historical costs as resolved legacy matters. He had read this before, in broad strokes. He had written, "Refuse the trap." What he had not read was that the trap was not broadly designed. It was specifically designed. Tier 1 institutional classification, precisely calibrated to include the 8 most powerful empires in the region. The covenant was a ring around the places he was most needed. He spent a day with this reading before writing it in his documentation book, because he wanted the writing to be precise rather than reactive. He wrote, "The covenant's scope limitation is not a general administrative stability provision. It is a specific exemption for the 8 largest institutional empires in the region, including Gu Tianwei's. At Diamond Judge depth, the future cost label on operating under this covenant shows that Pearl Reckoner documentation of Tier 1 institutions would be functionally prevented in 7 of 10 probability branches. The regulatory framework being proposed is not a framework for cost reading practice. It is a framework for cost reading practice that does not reach the places where cost reading is most consequential." He underlined the final sentence. He wrote, "The framework is a box with the lid specifically fitted to cover the ash basin equivalents that have not been found yet." He sent a copy of this notation to Sima Hao, to Zhao Meihua, and to Luyin, who was on the Policy Office's Documentation Review Committee as an external historical consultant. He sent it without a recommendation. He sent it as information. Zhao Meihua's response arrived the following morning. She wrote, "I have sent this to my father. He is withdrawing Jade Mountain Sect's neutral observer status on the regulatory framework submission and filing an objection letter with the Policy Office. The objection will be on institutional standing grounds, not cost reading expertise, which we don't have, but on the grounds that the framework's Tier 1 classification would affect the regulatory environment for acquisition due diligence, which is within our institutional scope of interest." He read this letter and experienced something he recognized, after a moment's consideration, as the specific quality of gratitude that did not require qualification. He did not read the cost label on the experience. He simply noted it. Chapter 118. He filed the public disclosure on a morning in early spring when the regional city's administrative district had its first genuinely warm day. Warm enough that the courtyard stones held heat rather than cold. Warm enough that the formation lamps in the archive rooms were turned to their minimum calibration. He had been preparing the disclosure for 3 weeks. He had prepared it carefully. Full historical cost documentation for the Clearstone sect's founding patriarch's primary combat method, formatted for the public cultivation record system rather than for institutional documentation. The public record system used simpler notation than the formation archive documentation, accessible to practitioners at silver auditor stage rather than gold arbiter, which was the threshold at which standard institutional documentation became readable. He had spent 3 weeks translating the Pearl Reckoner depth reading into notation accessible at silver auditor level. The translation required simplification but not misrepresentation. He had documented what could be documented at that depth and noted what required deeper reading than the accessible notation could carry. The document was accurate and accessible. He walked to the Cultivation Authority's public record submission office and submitted it. The clerk at the submission desk was a young practitioner who processed public record submissions routinely and who, when she saw the document's title and attached cost notation, looked at him with the expression of someone who understood that this was unusual without being certain how unusual. She processed the submission. He received the confirmation notice. The document was now in the public cultivation record. Anyone with access to the public record system and silver auditor stage or above could read it. It could not be reclassified. The public record system's documentation was not subject to institutional reclassification once submitted. This was its purpose. It could be challenged, rebutted, supplemented with additional documentation, or ignored. It could not be made private again. The Clearstone sect's founding patriarch's primary combat method, cost notation, included practitioners who had paid the cost, identified by name where Liuyen's research had made identification possible. Mechanisms of the cost transfer, described in accessible notation. Historical period, documented. Current institutional status, noted. The technique remained in active use in the Clearstone sect's curriculum. He walked back to the formation workshop. Fei Longji was waiting. They had the third Celebration Hall practitioner's double concealment restoration scheduled for this morning, which was the case he had deferred until Fei Longji's precision developed sufficiently. He had arrived at the workshop to find Fei Longji reviewing the trace notation they had developed for the case, which was what Fei Longji did when he was preparing for a technically difficult operation. He said, "It's done." Fei Longji said, "How does it feel?" He thought about this. He had expected some version of the relief that followed the completion of something long planned. What he found instead was the specific calm of accurate work, not resolution, which required a conclusion, but completion, which required only that what could be done had been done. He said, "It feels like the record exists," which is what it should feel like. Fei Longji looked at him. He said, "The Clearstone sect will respond." "Yes." Gu Tianwei will respond. "Yes." And the document is in the public record. The responses will be in the public record if they are filed through standard channels. The responses can be read and assessed and responded to in turn. He picked up the restoration case's trace notation. "The institutional path is not available to me. The documentation suppression I read in the authority's own institutional history and the regulatory framework being proposed both show that clearly. The public record path is not as fast. It is also not trapped." Fei Longji nodded. He said, "Ready for the third case?" He said, "Yes." They began. Chapter 119. The responses arrived over the following 2 weeks. The Clearstone sect's formal response was filed through their legal practitioners and challenged the public disclosure on 3 grounds. Historical inaccuracy, which required them to specify the claimed inaccuracies, of which they identified 2 that were notation precision issues rather than substantive errors. Improper format for historical documentation, which Sima Hao's office evaluated and dismissed. The public record system's documentation standards did not require the same format as institutional archival documentation, and violation of the dignity of deceased practitioners, which was a real legal concept, but applied to documentation that exposed living practitioners' private information, not to historical cost documentation of practices conducted by practitioners who had been dead for 400 years. All 3 challenges were dismissed within 1 week. The Clearstone sect's response had accomplished something it had not intended. It was itself now in the public record. The challenge and its dismissal were documented alongside the original disclosure. Any practitioner who read the disclosure would also read that the sect had attempted to remove it and had failed. The broader responses were more varied and more interesting. He had anticipated 3 categories of response, based on the Diamond Judge's forward cost labels. Practitioners who were shocked. The historical cost documentation was new information to them, and the shock was genuine. Practitioners who dismissed it. The technique was 400 years old. The practitioners who paid the cost were dead. The information was not relevant to current practice. And practitioners who had been quietly suspicious of their sect's resources and now had a tool for asking questions they had not previously been able to ask. The third category was the smallest and the most important. He received 7 letters in the first week from practitioners he had never met, at various stages from coin weigher to pearl reckoner equivalent, who had been working with their sect's cultivation resources and had noticed anomalies they could not explain, cost structures that were unclear, advancement patterns that did not match the stated resource inputs, specific techniques that felt expensive in a way they could not articulate. They were writing to ask whether the cost notation format in the public disclosure was available for their own self-assessment work. He wrote back to each of them. He described the notation format and the framework he had developed. He described what could be read at their stages and what required deeper reading. He described the cost-focused protocol for practitioners who found the reading overwhelming. He did not promise them what he had been able to do. He offered them what was available at their stages and noted honestly what was not. He wrote in his documentation book, the public disclosure has not changed the cultivation world's cost structures. It has changed the availability of a tool for cost discourse. The tool existed before. I have been using it for 2 years. Making it accessible through the public record system makes it available to practitioners who do not have direct contact with my practice. The 7 letters this week are the beginning of what the framework can produce when it travels further than I can travel in person. He thought. This is slower than the institutional path. The institutional path would have placed cost reading at the center of formal resource verification, which would have made it systematic and fast and reached every practitioner who engaged with institutional resources. He thought. The institutional path is also not available. He wrote, this is slower. It is not trapped. 7 letters in 1 week. The framework is moving. Chapter 120 Gu Tianwei's final request arrived without advance notice on a Tuesday in mid-spring, when the regional city's formation district had its courtyard trees in early bloom, and the light through the administrative building's east windows arrived at the particular angle that made everything look slightly warmer than it was. The message was brief. I would like to speak with you privately, not through representatives. I will come to your location. When is convenient? He read the cost label on the message. The message had been written by Gu Tianwei personally rather than dictated to a scribe. The handwriting was in an older practitioner's deliberate script, the kind developed over decades of formal correspondence, and the cost of writing it was legible as something between 12 and 15 minutes of sustained effort from someone who did not typically write their own correspondence. He wrote back, tomorrow morning. The formation workshop at the administrative building. Gu Tianwei arrived the next morning with no attendance. This was notable. When Xiaochen had never seen the patriarch anywhere without at least one representative present. He came alone, which meant either that the conversation was something he did not want witnessed or that he was making a specific statement about the register in which he intended to have it. He sat across from Wen Xiaochen at the work table. The workshop was ordinary, formation stones, documentation books, the tools of the restoration project still arranged from the final session 3 weeks ago. He looked at the room without commenting on it. He said, I have read your public disclosure. I expected you would. I read the Clearstone sex challenge and its dismissal. He was quiet for a moment. I read the 7 letters that practitioners sent you in the first week, which were submitted to the public record by their authors before they were sent to you. They wanted their questions to be on record. He looked at the work table. Your responses were also submitted to the public record. I submit everything through public channels when it is possible to do so, without harming the person I'm writing to. Gu Tianwei was quiet again. He was a practitioner who was comfortable with silence. 60 years of institutional leadership produced a specific relationship with silence, the ability to hold it without filling it with speech that was not yet ready. He said, finally, I have read your documentation of my empire's historical cost structure. The full disclosure you produced after the Pearl Reckoner stage arrived. Yes. You showed it to Zhao Meihua before it entered the record. She asked to see it. She was preparing to speak with her father. I know. He set his hands on the table. He was 65 years old and had maintained the largest cultivation empire in the region for over 30 years, and the cost of 30 years of that work was visible in the notation around him in a way that lower stage readings had not shown. Pearl Reckoner Depth saw the cost of institutional decisions over time. The cost of choosing to continue 30 years ago, with awareness, was specific in the notation. The cost of every decision made since, which included the regulatory challenge and the containment management and Peng Charon's visits, was also specific. He had been reading Gu Tianwei's cost notation since the meeting in this office's equivalent room 18 months ago. At the current depth, he read what he could not have read at Gold Arbiter. A practitioner who had been carrying the weight of knowing for 30 years and had managed the weight through the specific mechanism of containing what was known rather than acknowledging what was known. The management had cost him something. The cost was in the notation. Gu Tianwei said, I knew. He said, I know you knew. I told you that at our first meeting. I told you I had known for decades. He looked at him directly. I told you the truth about knowing. I did not tell you the truth about what I had done with the knowing. You chose to continue. Yes. He was quiet. At the time of the choice, I believe the calculation was correct. The harm of dismantling the structure exceeded the harm of maintaining it. The practitioners who depend on the empire's resource systems, the cultivation infrastructure that exists because of the empire's operation, Dismantling it to address historical costs that are complete would cause ongoing harm to practitioners who were not responsible for the historical injustice. He paused. That calculation is the same calculation I have been making for 30 years. Your framework for the difference between historical cost and ongoing cost. My version of it, yes. He looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had been watching someone else's work for a long time and had arrived at a specific conclusion about it. Your framework is more precise than mine. Mine was built to justify a decision I had already made. Yours was built to decide. He was quiet. The public disclosure, the 7 letters, the regulatory framework you submitted before mine could define the field. He set both hands flat on the table. What would it take? He read the cost label on the question. The question was not a tactic. He had been reading Gu Tianwei's cost notation long enough to distinguish the notation of a practitioner who was deploying a negotiating position from the notation of a practitioner who was asking a genuine question. The question's cost label read, effort, sustained, against resistance that was the practitioner's own resistance, paid from something he recognized as the specific weight of carrying knowledge for 30 years and finding that continuing to carry it had become more expensive than the alternative. The man across from him was actually asking what it would take to change. He sat with this for a moment. He thought about the framework's 3 categories and which one this fell into. He thought about the forward cost labels that showed 3 probability branches from this moment, each of which was distinct and none of which was inevitable. He said, the same thing I offered Zhao Meihua's father. The same thing that produced one sect, 7-3. The same thing that produced the public record's growing documentation and the 7 letters from practitioners who had been waiting for permission to ask questions. Gu Tianwei said, tell me. He said, a process, not a demand list. Demands can be met and then regretted. A joint documentation process. Your archivists, your records, your institutional history, documented by both of us, with results published regardless of what they show. He looked at the patriarch. The historical cost is what it is. The publication will not change what happened. It will change whether it is part of the cultivation world's accurate record going forward. He paused. You have been managing the knowledge. This is what acknowledgement looks like. Gu Tianwei said, I will consider it. He read the cost label on this response. The consideration was genuine. The consideration would produce a decision. The decision was not predetermined. It was being made, right now, in the weight of what it would cost. He said, I know. He picked up his documentation book. When you have considered, I am here. Gu Tianwei stood. He looked at the formation workshop one more time, the ordinary room, the tools, the documentation. He said, you did not accept any of the offers I made you. No. And you are still here. Yes. He said, I'll be in contact. He left. He sat alone in the formation workshop and wrote in his documentation book, Gu Tianwei. Final private meeting. The question was genuine. The framework reached someone I did not expect it to reach, in a form I did not expect. He wrote, uncertain cost, 3rd category, requires ongoing attention. He closed the book. Outside, the spring courtyard was warm, and the cultivation world was not fixed, and the documentation was still incomplete, and the work, as it always had been, and as it would continue to be, was ongoing. Chapter 121. Gu Tianwei took 9 days to consider. On the 10th day, he sent a message through Peng Choran, still the communication channel, though the content of this message was different in register from any previous communication. The message said, I have considered. I agree to the joint documentation process, subject to the following conditions. The process will begin with a scope definition meeting between you, 2 archivists from my office, and 2 practitioners of your choosing. The scope will define which periods and which resource systems will be documented first. The publication timeline will be agreed jointly. I am not asking for veto over what is published. I am asking for enough lead time to prepare the affected institutions before publication. He read the message twice. He read the cost label on it. The conditions were reasonable and were not traps. The scope definition meeting was practical. The documentation would take years, and agreeing on priorities was not evasion of accountability. The publication timeline request was the same consideration he had given Zhao Meihua when presenting the documentation of her father's empire. The harm of unprepared disclosure was not the same as the harm of concealment. Gu Tianwei was asking for the same thing he had offered. He wrote back, I accept the conditions. My practitioners are Zhao Meihua, who has been managing documentation processes for this work since the Ash Basin investigation, and Scholar Luin, who has the historical research background required for institutional cost documentation of your empire's depth. The scope definition meeting can be scheduled at your convenience. The scope definition meeting took 3 sessions. He had expected it to be difficult. A negotiation with an institution that had spent 30 years managing the knowledge of its own cost history might produce scope definitions designed to minimize what was documented first. What he found instead was a patriarch's archivist who had been waiting, apparently, for permission to be honest. The two archivists Gu Tianwei sent were senior practitioners who had been maintaining the empire's records for decades and who understood, at the level of people who handle documentation every day, that accurate records are more valuable to an institution's long-term standing than managed records. The first archivist said, at the beginning of the first session, "We have cost records going back 6 generations. The documentation at full depth is more complete than you may expect. We have always known what was there. We have been waiting for authorization to say so." He read the archivist's cost label. The statement was entirely accurate. He said, "Authorization granted." The scope definition that emerged from the 3 sessions was substantial. Beginning with the empire's founding 3 generations ago and moving forward, 1 administrative period at a time, with the first publication scheduled for 6 months after the documentation of the founding period was complete. The first publication would be the largest single institutional cost disclosure in the cultivation world's recorded history. He wrote in his documentation book, "The joint process begins." Gu Tianwei agreed to the process. The conditions were fair, and I accepted them. The framework reached the largest institutional cost structure I have encountered. The work continues. He thought, 1 more than 0. And then larger. Chapter 122. The letter from Su Mingyi arrived while he was in the second scope definition session with Gu Tianwei's archivists. He did not know it had arrived until he returned to the formation workshop that evening and found it on the work table, where Luyin had placed it after picking up the day's correspondence from the Cultivation Authority's registration archive forwarding desk. Luyin had left a note. This came through the official channel. The return address is a forwarding designation that goes through 3 archive systems before reaching a final location. She is careful. He sat down at the work table and looked at the letter for a moment before opening it. The letter was 3 pages, written in a practitioner's hand that showed 90 or more years of practice. The kind of handwriting that had simplified itself down to its most essential elements. Every stroke the shortest path between starting point and end point. The way very old practitioners wrote, when their time had become precise, because they had spent enough of it to understand what it cost. She had written, "I received your letter with more relief than I expected, which surprised me. I have been waiting for 100 years to know whether what I paid was worth it. I did not know I was waiting until the waiting was over." He stopped reading. He read the sentence again. She had been waiting 100 years. Not hoping, not expecting. Waiting, in the specific sense that someone waits when they believe the thing they are waiting for is real, but do not know when it will arrive. She had paid the cost before the next bearer existed. She had sealed the document before anyone could open it. She had maintained her registration status as ongoing while declining to disclose her location. All of that was the activity of waiting. He continued reading. You described what you have done with the ability over 2 years. It is more than I did in my first 2 years, which tells me something about the difference between having a framework and not having one. I developed the containment methodology late. Too late for the Pearl Reckoner stage to be survivable at the level the cost arrest required. The 7 practitioners I knew, or knew of, who did not survive, I knew their failure was not inevitable before I understood why. The document took me 4 years to write after I understood that the restoration method was complete, but that I could not implement it alone. I was looking for the complement. I did not find one. I sealed the document and sent it into the chain that had kept my other materials safe, and I waited. You have described Fei Longji. You have described the reversal and the project, the 47 practitioners and the 14 and the 22 additional. The double concealment case you completed after the 3 weeks of precision development. She paused in the letter. There was a small gap in the ink, the kind that happens when you put the brush down and pick it up again. I would like to meet. There are things I can tell you that documentation cannot carry. There are things I want to hear from you that the letter did not contain, not because you withheld them, but because some information requires the actual presence of 2 people who have carried the same ability. I am in the northern cultivation territories. The specific location is enclosed in the formation sealed addendum at the end of this letter, which is readable at Diamond Judge stage. I read your letter's notation carefully. You are at Diamond Judge. Open the addendum. He turned to the addendum. He placed his hand on the formation seal and felt it dissolve. A much simpler seal than the one on the full restoration document, designed to be opened easily by the right practitioner rather than to wait indefinitely. The addendum opened. The location was a small independent practice in the Northern Territories interior. a practitioner's retreat in the mountains that formation working practitioners used for extended solitary work. 3 days travel from the regional city. He set the letter down and wrote in his documentation book, * she is alive. She wants to meet. The location is specific and real. 3 days travel. * he went to find Zhao Meihua, who would need to know that the joint documentation process's next scope definition session would need to be rescheduled. Chapter 123. The northern cultivation territories in late spring were cold at altitude even when the valley cities had their full warmth. The independent practice where Su Mingyi had been working for, she had told him in a second letter, once the meeting was arranged, the past 40 years was at the edge of the mountain formation zone, where the cultivation atmosphere shifted from the dense practitioner-saturated formations of the lowlands to the spare, clean formations that existed in high places where few practitioners had worked for long enough to leave significant cost histories. The mountain's institutional cost history was thin and old. He could breathe there in the specific way you breathe when you are not managing a constant ambient presence of readable notation. She met them at the practice's entrance. Su Mingyi was an old woman. This was the first fact he encountered, before any reading, before any notation. She was physically old, her hair fully white and pulled back in the simple style of practitioners who have stopped paying attention to appearances, her face carrying the specific particular quality of someone who has lived long enough that what remains is distilled rather than diminished. She was small. She looked at him with eyes that had the specific quality he recognized from reading very old cost labels, the quality of something that has seen enough to have become selective about what it attends to. She said, "You got further than I did." She said it the way you say a fact that you have confirmed from a distance and are now confirming in person. He said, "I had your document. And Fei Longji. You also had framework that I did not build in time." She looked at him steadily. "I can read you at silver auditor equivalent, which is where my restored ability settled after 100 years of suppressed use. I have not been practicing openly. You carry your cultivation costs cleanly. The Pearl Reckoner stage's weight is present and managed." She stepped back from the entrance. "Come inside. All of you." Zhao Meihua had accompanied him, as she had said she would. Luin had come because Su Mingyi's historical knowledge was something he had been researching from a distance for a year, and he was not willing to miss the primary source. Mei Suing had come because she came wherever there was a medical monitoring requirement, and the meeting of 2 cost-reading practitioners, one of whom had been carrying the ability for 100 years, qualified. The practice's interior was simple and specific, a documentation room with shelves of records and a notation system he did not immediately recognize, her own system, developed over 100 years. A formation workshop smaller than his. A correspondence corner with materials that showed long use. Everything in the room had a clean cost label, the kind that accumulates over time when a practitioner is careful and self-sustaining and draws only on what they need. She served tea that she had made herself, which cost nothing except the time and attention of someone who had been making tea for 100 years and who did it precisely. She said, "Tell me about the Diamond Judge stage. What it added?" He told her. He described the forward cost labels, the dynamic, conditional nature of reading costs that had not yet been paid. He described the difficulty of managing labels that shifted with observation. He described the 4th category he had been developing for future costs. She listened with the specific quality of attention he had seen in no other practitioner. The attention of someone who has been waiting to hear something and is now hearing it and is being careful not to interrupt. When he finished, she said, "I reached Gold Arbiter equivalent. I did not reach Diamond Judge. The Pearl Reckoner stage was where I stopped, not because I was paralyzed, I survived that, but because the cost arrest came differently for me than for the others. It came not as paralysis, but as despair. I could carry the weight. I could not find the forward path." "The framework," he said. "Yes, I had a version of it. Incomplete." She looked at her tea. "I had distinguished between historical and ongoing costs. I had not distinguished between ongoing costs that were addressable and ongoing costs that required only acknowledgement. I had not built the uncertain cost category. I was applying the same response to everything, and the response was exhausting me." She paused. "And then the suppression attempt after the ban case, and the decision to maintain safety through invisibility, and 40 years of working quietly in the mountains." She looked at him. "Was it enough?" He said, "The document was in the chain for 100 years. The Formation Shop family kept it for 6 generations. I could not have completed the restoration project without it. The 47 practitioners and the additional cases, those restorations required the method you developed." He held her gaze. "It was not nothing." She said, "No." She was quiet for a moment. "But was it enough?" He thought about the framework's 3rd category, uncertain costs, requiring ongoing attention rather than resolution. He said, "I don't have a notation for that answer." He paused. I have a notation for what it produced. I have been documenting what the ability does since the beginning. The record exists. The record shows what the document made possible. He set down his tea. I think you are asking whether the cost of 100 years of waiting alone in the mountains was proportional to what it produced. I don't know. I cannot calculate the proportionality of 100 years against what the document allowed us to do. The numbers are not the same kind of number. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has been given an answer they did not expect, and which is more useful than the answer they were looking for. She said, no, they are not. Chapter 120. For they talked for 3 days. On the first day, he told her everything from the infirmary to the scope definition meeting. She listened with the documentation habit that he recognized from his own practice, organizing what she was hearing into categories as it arrived, occasionally asking a specific question about mechanism or timing. On the second day, she told him about the 7 practitioners. He had known their names from Liuyen's research. He had known the dates and the documented outcomes: cost arrest, paralysis, disappearance, madness. What he had not known was what they were actually like. The first was named Hao Wenlin, she said. He was 23 when the ability arrived and 61 when it destroyed him. 38 years of reading costs, and the reading never became too heavy until the Pearl Reckoner stage arrived, and he could read institutional histories, and then it was too heavy all at once. She said it plainly. He was meticulous. He documented everything. He had no framework for prioritization. He believed every cost he read was equally urgent, which meant when the Pearl Reckoner gave him thousands of equally urgent costs, his attention could not distribute across them. He tried to respond to everything simultaneously and could do nothing. The paralysis was not incapacity, he said. It was distributed attention. Yes, he could have moved. Physically, he could walk. He simply could not identify which action to take first, because every action had a cost that was as urgent as every other cost. He spent 4 months unable to choose before the cost arrest became permanent. She looked at her hands. I knew him for 2 years before he reached the Pearl Reckoner stage. I tried to help him build a prioritization method. We did not finish it before the stage arrived. He thought about his own 14 days building the framework. He thought about the 14 days being only possible because Zhao Meihua managed his correspondence, and Tang Weilong controlled access, and Mei Suing provided physical support, and Fei Longji sat across from him in the formation workshop, describing what had failed. The others, he said. She described them. Some had tried erasure, the same path Fei Longji had taken, several of them, which told him the archive with the transformation technique was older than Fei Longji believed or existed in multiple copies. Some had tried institutional alignment, accepting positions within the cultivation world's formal structures that came with protection and came with the specific limitation on what could be reported. 2 of the ones who had survived the longest had accepted the limitation and continued reading for years within the boundaries, until the Pearl Reckoner stage showed them what the boundaries excluded and they could no longer maintain the alignment. He said, they all faced the same question at the Pearl Reckoner stage. What cost is acceptable? Yes. She looked at him. I faced it too. My answer was not paralysis. My answer was despair, which looks different from the outside but is the same from the inside. I could identify the prioritization that the others could not. I could act. I just could not find meaning in the action. Everything I did produced partial results. Partial justice. Partial acknowledgement. Partial restoration. She said it without bitterness, accurately. Partial felt like failure for a long time. He thought about the Su Baosher settlement that had been partial justice purchased at a cost that would create future injustice downstream. He thought about writing in his documentation book, I cannot call this a success. I cannot call it a failure. It is a transaction with costs and benefits on both sides. He said, partial is the available result. I know that now. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has been told something they already know by someone who means it differently than they did when they told themselves the same thing. Knowing it did not help me feel it. The despair was not about not knowing the answer. It was about what it felt like to do the work and receive partial results forever. She paused. Does it feel different to you? He thought about this honestly. He thought about the 7 letters from practitioners who had been waiting for permission to ask questions. He thought about the 3rd Celebration Hall practitioner's complete restoration after 3 weeks of precision development. He thought about Zhao Meihua walking the courtyard perimeter to assess the afternoon light for Fei Longji's reversal. He said, I am not sure it feels different to me than it did to you, but I have not been doing it alone. He looked at her. I think that is the variable you couldn't isolate because you couldn't find it. The partial results are still partial. The partial results feel different when they are witnessed. She was quiet for a long time. She said, I chose to stay invisible because it was safe. It was also lonely. She said it as a fact she had finished examining. I have been examining whether the safety was worth the loneliness for 40 years, and I have not reached a conclusion. He said, third category. Uncertain. Requires ongoing attention. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, you built that framework. Yes. Show me the full structure, she said. I have been working with an incomplete version for 100 years. I want to see what finished looks like. Chapter 125, he showed her the framework on the third day, which they had kept for the things that required preparation. He had brought his documentation book, the current volume, the fourth since the ability had first arrived, the notation dense and specific in the way that 2 years of daily practice had made it. He walked her through the 3 categories and their definitions, and the hybrid cases, and the 4th category he was developing for Diamond Judge's forward cost labels. She asked specific questions about the boundary cases, the hybrid designations that required both historical and ongoing classification, and he gave her the precise answers he had developed and the honest notation of where the framework remained insufficient. She listened with the quality of attention that came from someone who had been thinking about the same problem from the outside for a long time and was now being given the inside view. When he finished, she said, the 4th category. The future cost labels. You said they are dynamic and conditional, that they shift with observation. Yes. They shift because observation changes the probability of the path they're describing. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. She said, at Silver Auditor equivalent, I cannot read forward cost labels. I lost access to the Pearl Reckoner depth 20 years ago when my suppressed ability finally settled at a lower level. The 100 years of maintenance under invisibility took something. She said this without complaint, as a specific fact about her specific situation. But I can understand the mechanism from your description. And the mechanism tells me something about the framework's 4th category that you may not have considered. He waited. Future costs shift with observation, she said, which means the act of reading them is itself a cost-generating action. Every time you read a forward cost label, you change the probability distribution of the future paths, which changes the cost labels for those paths. She looked at him. The Diamond Judge capability is not a neutral diagnostic tool. It is an intervention. Reading the future cost of a decision changes the probability of making that decision. He had known this, abstractly. He had written about the dynamic quality of forward cost labels. He had not fully articulated what Su Mingi had just said. That reading was itself action, in the Diamond Judge stage in a way it had not been at earlier stages. He picked up his documentation book. He wrote, *, the 4th category's fundamental mechanism is different from the first 3 categories. Reading historical costs does not change them. They are fixed. Reading ongoing costs does not change them. They are present regardless of observation. Reading future costs changes them by the act of reading. The Diamond Judge capability is interventional, not purely diagnostic. The framework requires a note. At Diamond Judge depth, the reading itself must be accounted for as a cost. * He read what he had written. He sat with it. She said, you are at Diamond Judge stage. What is the next stage going to be? He knew the answer. The ability's stage progression had been consistent enough that he had been able to anticipate each stage's arrival before it came. Heaven's accountant, he said. The cosmic costs of the cultivation world's power structure. Not individual institutions, but the framework itself, as a system. The aggregate of what the framework has consumed to exist in its current form. She was very still. He read her cost notation. The practitioner who had survived 100 years through careful self-sustaining practice, whose cost labels were clean in the way that 100 years of careful choices produced. She said, I suspected. From what I could read at Pearl Reckoner before the stage settled, I could see the edges of a cost structure that was larger than any individual institution. I could not read the full structure. I suspected it was there. It is there. And it is, she stopped. She chose her words carefully. It is not small. No. He thought about the edges of what he had read at Diamond Judge depth, the indication of what the Heaven's Accountant stage would show him fully. It is not small. And it is distributed across every practitioner in the cultivation world in amounts small enough that no individual practitioner can feel their portion. He paused. Everyone is paying, and no one knows. She looked at him for a long time. The late spring light through the practice's north-facing windows was the cool, clear light of high altitude, the kind that showed things with precision rather than warmth. The formation lamps were unnecessary in the afternoon here. The natural light was sufficient and cost nothing except the presence of a clear day. She said, the ability reads everything. It does not prioritize for you. The practitioner has to build the prioritization. She paused. I got close to the framework. I built a partial version. But I did not build it fast enough before the Pearl Reckoner stage arrived, and I was overwhelmed before I had the complete structure. She looked at him with the directness of someone who has spent 100 years being honest with herself and is extending that honesty outward. You are at Diamond Judge stage. You have the framework. The Heaven's Accountant stage will arrive, and when it arrives, the framework will have to carry something it has not carried before. She paused. Will it hold? He thought about the 14 days and the cost-focused protocol and the restoration project, and Zhao Meihua asking whether the framework felt right. He thought about the specific answer he had given. It feels less wrong than cost arrest. He said, I don't know. I will build what I need before the stage arrives. He looked at her. That's what I have done at each stage. She said, yes. She looked at his documentation book, which was open on the table between them. I would like to help you build it, if you will allow it. He said, I was hoping you would say that. She picked up her tea. Outside the practice's north-facing windows, the high-altitude spring was cold and clear, the mountains' cost history spare and clean around them, the formation lamps dim in the sufficient afternoon light. Two cost-reading practitioners, 102 years of experience and 2 years of experience, sitting across from each other with the framework open between them, building the preparation for what was coming next. The work was not finished. The work would not be finished. It continued. Chapter 126. The Heaven's Accountant stage arrived on the second morning after he returned from the Northern Territories. He had returned with Su Mingyi's agreement to continue the framework development work through correspondence. She had declined to relocate from the practice, which he understood, but had agreed to exchange documentation weekly and to be available for specific consultation through the formation correspondence channel they had established. The channel was clean, no institutional routing, no archive intermediary, a direct practitioner-to-practitioner communication that left no accessible record in systems that could be monitored. He was in the formation workshop, reviewing the first scope documentation from Gu Tianwei's archivists, a preliminary inventory of the Empire's founding period records, spanning the first 2 generations of institutional cost history, when the focal shift arrived. He had been anticipating it. At Diamond Judge depth, he had been reading the traces of the Heaven's Accountant stage's approach for 3 weeks. The way the cost notation around him had been developing a background register that he could feel, but not read. The way the framework categories had started to produce a kind of cognitive pressure, as if they were about to be asked to carry something they had not been built to carry yet. He had been building additional capacity into the framework in response to what Su Mingyi had told him about the framework needing to hold what was coming. The preparation had helped. It had not been sufficient. The lens opened. The opening was not gradual. It arrived the way Pearl Reckoner had arrived, all at once, except Pearl Reckoner had expanded his reading into institutional histories, and this expansion was not into institutional histories. It was into something that had no institutional frame. The cost notation he encountered was not the cost history of a building, or an empire, or a technique. It was the cost structure of the cultivation framework itself, the system through which every practitioner in the cultivation world advanced, practiced, and drew on resources. Not any specific institution. The system that all institutions participated in. He read it for approximately 1 second. Then he stopped. The stopping was deliberate, the same deliberate holding that had gotten him through the first 40 minutes on the courtyard stones at Pearl Reckoner. He had built the stopping into his containment methodology after Pearl Reckoner, a specific formation support that created a bounded reading field rather than an unbounded one, which he activated now with the same precision he would activate any formation. The formation support held. He sat in the formation workshop with his hands against the work table and the bounded reading field containing the Heaven's Accountant capability within manageable parameters and the cost notation of the cultivation framework's systemic structure held at the edge of the bounded field, present but not arriving. He breathed. He thought, 1 section at a time. The same method as Pearl Reckoner. 1 period, 1 mechanism, 1 cost category. The total is not the entry point. He sat there for 2 hours. At the end of the 2 hours, he was still functional. His containment methodology had held against something vastly larger than Pearl Reckoner's institutional histories. The scale of the framework's systemic cost was not comparable to anything he had read before, and it had held because he had built the additional capacity Su Mingyi's observation had prompted him to build. He wrote in his documentation book, Heaven's Accountant Stage. The reading capability is bounded and active. The systematic framework cost is present and readable at controlled scale. Containment is holding. Begin protocol development. 3 weeks, same method as Pearl Reckoner, 1 section at a time. He picked up his pen. He began the protocol. Chapter 127. The 3 weeks that followed were the most difficult work of his cultivation practice. Pearl Reckoner had been difficult because the institutional histories were large and numerous and arrived simultaneously. Heaven's Accountant was difficult because the thing it was reading was not a collection of individual cost histories, but a single unified cost structure that operated at every level of the cultivation world simultaneously. Reading one section meant reading a component of a system whose other components were still present at the edge of his bounded field, not demanding, but not ignorable. He managed it with the same methodology, applied with greater rigor. The containment formation support that Mei Suiying had helped him develop for Pearl Reckoner was recalibrated by both of them over the first week. She adjusted the formation stone's placement based on the different type of cognitive load the Heaven's Accountant stage produced. The Pearl Reckoner load was broad and historical. The Heaven's Accountant load was systemic and present. It was a cost structure that was actively operating in the current moment, drawing distributed small costs from practitioners across the entire cultivation world in real time. By the end of the third week, he could read sections of it accurately and stop reading when the section was complete. What the sections showed him. The cultivation framework, the system through which practitioners advanced, through which resources circulated, through which techniques were developed and transmitted and used, was maintained at a cost that no individual practitioner could read, because no individual practitioner's reading ability was scoped to see the system itself. Individual cost-reading practitioners could read individual costs. He could read individual costs at Pearl Reckoner depth and institutional costs at the same depth. The Heaven's Accountant stage gave him access to the aggregate. What the system cost when all the small distributed costs were summed. The number was approximately 40,000 practitioner lifetimes per generation. Not concentrated in any specific extraction mechanism. Not taken by any identifiable actor. Distributed across every practitioner in the cultivation world in amounts small enough that no individual practitioner could detect their own contribution, fractions of a year, distributed across decades, taken through the normal operation of the cultivation framework's resource circulation systems. The framework maintained itself through a continuous levy that was too small to feel and too distributed to notice. Everyone was paying. No one knew. He sat with this for a day before writing it down. Writing it meant committing to having read it accurately, which meant committing to the framework's obligation. Accurately documented costs required acknowledgement. The cost of the cultivation framework's self-maintenance was a cost that had never been documented. He was the first practitioner with reading ability at the scope required to document it. He wrote it down. He wrote, Heaven's Accountant stage reading of the cultivation framework's systemic cost structure. First documentation. The framework is maintained at a cost of approximately 40,000 practitioner lifetimes per generation, distributed in sub-threshold amounts across all active practitioners. The cost is not extracted by a specific actor. It is a structural feature of the framework's operation. The cost is currently invisible to all practitioners below Heaven's Accountant equivalent stage, which has not previously been survived. He looked at what he had written. He thought about the 7 previous bearers and the cost arrest that had taken each of them. He thought about Su Mingyi's despair. He thought about the framework he had built across 14 days and applied across more than a year. He thought about the 4th category he had been developing for Diamond Judge's forward cost labels and the observation Su Mingyi had made about reading being itself intervention. He wrote, the framework needs a 5th category. The systematic cost. Costs that are not historical and not ongoing in the sense of being addressable and not uncertain in the sense of individual decision. Costs that are structural, built into the framework itself, maintained continuously by the framework's operation. These require a different response than any of the first 4 categories. They cannot be addressed by individual action, cannot be remedied by acknowledgement alone, and cannot be attended to through ongoing individual attention. They require systemic change. I do not know yet what systemic change looks like. I know the documentation of the systemic cost is the first step. Chapter 128, he told Su Mingyi through the correspondence channel the day after he finished the first complete documentation. Her response arrived the following morning, faster than their standard weekly cadence, which meant she had been waiting for this specific information. She wrote, I suspected. At Pearl Reckoner depth, I could read the edges, a cost structure that was present everywhere I looked, but that didn't resolve into the notation form I could read at that depth. I suspected it was there. I did not know the scale, He had included the scale in the documentation he sent her. 40,000 practitioner lifetimes per generation, distributed sub-threshold across all practitioners. She wrote, when I read that number, I sat with it for several hours before continuing. I want to be honest about the fact that the number is large enough that my first response was not documentation focus. It was the specific variety of despair I described to you when we were speaking about the 7 practitioners. He read this and wrote back immediately. I know. I sat with it for a full day before writing it down. The despair is not wrong as a response. It is accurate. The number is the number. The framework says, accurate responses to accurate readings, applied in the order the framework requires. The systemic cost category is fifth. The first four remain operative. Asterisk, he paused in his writing. Asterisk, the systemic cost being large does not make the individual costs smaller. The ash basin workers' drain is still first category and actionable. Sue Boucher's settled accountability is still documented. The 47 restorations are still complete. The systemic cost doesn't erase those. Asterisk, her response to this was one line. Asterisk, thank you. I needed to hear it in those terms. Asterisk, he went to Sue Mingy's practice in the Northern Territories 3 weeks later, the first of what would become monthly visits. She had agreed to the visits because she said the framework work required actual presence rather than correspondence. The things that could be said in the same room were different from the things that could be said across a letter. He arrived on a morning when the mountain had its early summer clarity, the specific light of high altitude on a clear day, the formation lamps unnecessary, the cost history of the mountain sparse and clean. She was in her documentation room when he arrived, reviewing 100 years of her own recorded practice with the specific attention of someone who is trying to understand something they have been doing for a long time by looking at it from a new angle. She looked up. She said, "The framework itself is the largest cost-hiding mechanism in existence." He sat down. He said, "Yes. Every other cost-hiding we have documented, Sue Boucher's pill production, the ash basin extraction, the Clearstone sex founding patriarch technique, Gu Tianwei's empire's foundation, all of them are small compared to this." She said it without bitterness, with the tone she used for facts she had arrived at through careful examination. The practitioners who developed the framework did not build the systematic cost into it deliberately. They built a framework for cultivation advancement, and the framework required maintenance costs to operate, and they distributed those costs through the most efficient mechanism available, subthreshold extraction from all participants. She paused. They did not ask for consent. They may not have known the mechanism was present. The mechanism is in the framework's formation notation, he said. At Heaven's account depth. It is visible in the notation. Whether the founding practitioners could read at that depth, I don't know. The formation notation's age suggests the mechanism was built in rather than added later, which suggests it was intentional at the architectural level even if the specific cost was not calculated. Intentional, but not disclosed. Yes. She looked at the 100 years of her own documentation. She said, "What do you do with this?" He had been thinking about this since the day he finished the first complete documentation. He had been thinking about it from inside the framework and from the fourth category and from the fifth category he had drafted and from the note about systemic costs requiring systemic change. He said, "I have no idea yet." He said it without apology. The documentation is the first step. The documentation exists. The step after documentation is, I don't know. The first four categories all had precedent in the cultivation world. Acknowledgement of historical costs, remediation of ongoing costs, attention to uncertain costs. The systemic cost category has no precedent because no one has read the system at this depth before. She was quiet for a long time. She said, "Then we document it as completely as possible and trust that someone will know what to do with complete documentation." He said, "Yes." He thought about the formation shop practitioner pressing the sealed document into his hands. 100 years of not knowing what it contained, trusting that the right person would come. That is what we do. Chapter 129, Gu Tianwei's formal agreement to the joint documentation process arrived while he was in the Northern Territories for his second monthly visit. Zhao Meihua forwarded it through the correspondence channel. She had been managing the joint process's administrative logistics from the regional city during his absence, which was the kind of role she had grown into over 2 years of working with him, and which she managed with the same competent precision she applied to everything. The agreement document specified the joint documentation process would begin with the empire's founding 3 generations ago, covering the specific resource systems and administrative mechanisms that had been built on the historical cost structure. The scope was exactly what had been defined in the definition sessions. The publication timeline was set at 8 months after the first documentation phase's completion, enough lead time for the institutions that would be affected to make the specific changes they could make before the publication. Not remediation of the past. Change going forward. He read the agreement's cost label. The cost of signing it, for Gu Tianwei, who had been managing the knowledge for 30 years, was specific and significant. He had paid it. The agreement was signed. When he returned to the regional city, Zhao Meihua was waiting in the formation workshop with the agreement documentation arranged on the work table and a specific expression that meant she had been thinking about something for several days and was ready to say it now. She said, "He is trying to survive what is coming by being ahead of it." He said, "Yes. The public disclosure, the 7 letters, the framework you submitted to the policy office. He can read the trajectory. An empire that is ahead of the disclosure is in a different position than one that is caught by it. She looked at the agreement. The motivation is not pure. No. And, he said, the motivation being impure does not make the action useless. The agreement is the agreement. The documentation will be the documentation. What he does with it, whether he uses it to build genuine forward-facing accountability or uses it to construct a narrative of self-redemption that protects the empire's core interests, that will be visible in the notation as the process develops. He looked at the agreement. I can read the difference. The process will tell me which it is. He picked up his documentation book. If the process becomes the second thing, I will document that. She said, yes, you will. She picked up her own documentation. The scope definition sessions produced this. She indicated the stack of archivist materials. I have been reviewing them. The founding period records are extensive and specific. Gu Tianwei's archivists have been maintaining complete cost records internally since the beginning. They have everything. I know. He had read it in the archivist's cost notation. Practitioners who had been waiting for authorization to be honest. The empire's internal record is accurate. The public record has been empty. The joint process changes what is accessible. She said, one more than zero. He said, and then larger. She looked at him with the specific expression she used when she had said the thing she was building toward. She said, Su Mingyi, the monthly visits, are they producing what you expected? He thought about the 3 weeks of documentation work in the Northern Territories, the framework revision that was underway for the 5th category, Su Mingyi's 100 years of observation that he could not have reached from inside his own 2 years of practice. He said, more than I expected, and different from what I expected. He paused. She is building a parallel documentation of what the Heavens Accountant reading shows across the 100 years she has been observing the cultivation framework's operation without being able to name what she was observing. The parallel documentation combined with my current reading is producing a historical record of the systemic cost that I cannot build from the current reading alone. She has been watching what you can now name. Yes. He set down his pen. That is what it means for 2 cost-reading practitioners to work together. The document waited 100 years for the combination. I think the work itself has been waiting for the combination too. She said, that seems right. She returned to the scope documentation. Let's get started on the first phase. Chapter 130. Fei Longji came to him the week after the joint process's first documentation session. He had been reading Gu Tianwei's empire's founding period records for 3 days, working with the 2 archivists who were producing the primary documentation, adding the Pearl Reckoner depth reading to what the archivists could see at their own stages, building the layered record that the process required. The work was the most sustained institutional cost documentation he had produced. The records were extensive and the archivists were, as he had read in their cost notation, genuinely committed to accuracy rather than to a managed version of it. He was tired in the specific way that Pearl Reckoner depth work over sustained days produced, not depleted, but the particular fatigue of having given significant focused attention to a difficult task for a long time. Fei Longji arrived in the formation workshop in the evening. He sat at the workbench edge, his usual place, and looked at the documentation spread across the work table and said nothing for a moment. He said, the Heavens Accountant stage, the systemic cost, the 40,000 practitioner lifetimes per generation. He had told Fei Longji about it the week the containment protocol was established, which was the same week he had told Su Mingyi. The people who were doing the work with him needed to know what the work had found. Yes, I have been thinking about it for 3 weeks. Fei Longji said it with the compressed precision he used for things he had been circling for a long time. The systemic cost is invisible to ordinary practitioners because the mechanism distributes it below the threshold of individual detection. The framework extracts small amounts continuously, and the continuous small amounts are not readable without a specific scope. Yes, my erasure ability, in its weakened current state, can target specific cost registration in specific practitioners. That is what the restoration project used. He looked at his hands. But the erasure ability, before the reversal, could also target formation-level notation, not individual practitioners, but the formation structures through which the cultivation framework operates. The Sovereign's Rest Factions Formation Network. The enforcement formation in the Ash Basin contract. Large structural formations. He was listening carefully now. The erasure ability, applied to the framework's distribution mechanism, not to practitioners' cost registration, but to the mechanism itself, might make the subthreshold costs detectable. Fei Longji looked at him directly. Not by reversing the mechanism, by making the mechanism visible. The way you make a hidden formation visible by erasing the formation notation that was concealing it. Not removing the formation, but removing the concealment. He understood what Fei Longji was describing. He said, You are proposing to use the erasing ability to erase the framework's concealment of its own cost. I am proposing to try. He was quiet for a moment. The ability, at its current level, is not strong enough to do this alone. I don't know if it would be strong enough combined with your reading ability as anchor. I don't know if the scale is achievable. He looked at his hands again. I made the wrong choice 30 years ago. I chose erasure as liberation and produced blindness. I would like to make the right choice now. He paused. I'm not asking you to tell me this is possible. I'm asking you to tell me if it's worth attempting. He thought about the framework and its categories. The systemic cost was the fifth category, requiring systemic change that he did not know how to produce. He thought about Su Mingyi's observation that reading was itself intervention at the diamond judge stage, that at sufficient scope, the reading ability could change what it read. He thought about what the erasing ability, turned toward the framework rather than individual practitioners, might reveal. He thought about Fei Longji's 30 years of wrong choices and the correction that had been partial and was ongoing. He said, "It is worth attempting. I don't know if it will work. I know that if it doesn't work, we will document why it didn't work and the documentation will be available to whoever comes after us." He looked at Fei Longji. "And I know that if it does work, if the framework's concealment mechanism can be made visible to ordinary practitioners, then the 40,000 practitioner lifetimes per generation that no one can currently feel will become something that every practitioner who can read a cost label can find." Fei Longji said, "Which would change the framework." "Yes, not fix it. Make it visible, which is the step before any change is possible." He picked up his documentation book. "You said you made the wrong choice 30 years ago. What you chose, the erasure, the liberation you believed in, that was the wrong application of the right ability. You have spent 2 years finding a different application." He held Fei Longji's gaze. "This is it." Fei Longji was quiet for a long moment. He said, "Then we should develop the technical approach." He said, "Yes." He opened his documentation book to a clean page. "Tell me what you know about the ability's structural formation targeting. We build from there." Fei Longji sat forward on the workbench edge. He began describing the mechanism. When Xiaochen wrote it down, they worked until the formation lamps needed to be relit, and then continued in the lamplight, the city outside settling into its spring night quiet, the documentation building toward the next thing that needed to be built. Chapter 131. The technical project took 6 months to produce something testable. He had known it would take at least that long. The goal was specific, but the path to it was not. Create a formation that allowed practitioners at Silver Auditor stage or above to read a simplified version of cost labels on standard cultivation resources, without the Jiamu ability. A cost-reading apprenticeship tool. Something that could be built, distributed, and used by ordinary practitioners without any of the specific conditions that produce the true cost vision. Fei Longji's structural erasure insight was the first component. The erasing ability, applied to formation structures that concealed cost notation rather than to practitioners' personal registration, produced a revealing effect rather than a hiding effect. He had confirmed this in the first week of technical work. A small-scale test on a minor formation that had been used to obscure a resource's provenance in the cultivation marketplace, applying Fei Longji's ability at very low magnitude to the concealment formation. The cost notation that had been invisible at Silver Auditor depth became visible. Not fully visible. The notation remained simplified compared to what he could read at Pearl Reckoner depth, but present and interpretable. The second component came from Su Mingyi through the correspondence channel. She had been working with formation techniques for 100 years in the Northern Territories, developing methods for cost documentation that worked without institutional access to archive systems. She described a formation configuration that could act as a cost-reading amplifier, not producing the Jiamu ability, which was not something a formation could produce, but amplifying the traces of cost notation that existed in every resource and were in principle readable to any sufficiently developed practitioner. The traces were at the edge of Silver Auditor perception. The amplification formation brought them into readable range. Mei Suiying contributed the alchemical stabilization. The amplification formation required a specific combination of formation stones that, without stabilization, produced readings that were inconsistent and unreliable. She developed the stabilization treatment over 8 weeks, testing combinations with a methodical precision she applied to medical protocols. When she found the combination that worked, the readings became consistent enough to serve as reliable cost information. The fourth component was teaching. He had the tool, eventually, a formation that a Silver Auditor practitioner could construct with accessible materials, and that, once built, would show simplified cost labels on the resources the practitioner used. But a tool that produced information in a format that practitioners had no framework for reading was not useful. He wrote the accompanying documentation. What the simplified labels showed, what they could not show, how to interpret common label types, how to handle labels that indicated significant costs. He wrote it the way he had written the framework document, precisely, with explicit acknowledgement of limitations, with specific examples from cases he had documented over 2 years of practice. He wrote it for a practitioner who had never seen a cost label before and needed to understand what they were now seeing. The 6 months' work was completed on a morning in autumn, when the regional city's formation district had its distinctive late-season quality, clear and slightly cold, the kind of morning that made the formation lamp's light look amber rather than white. He looked at what they had produced and thought about the long path from the infirmary where the ability had first arrived to the work table where the formation instructions and the accompanying documentation were now arranged in final form. He said, "It's ready." Fei Longji said, "Yes." Mei Suing looked at the formation stone arrangement. She said, "The stabilization treatment has a shelf life of 18 months under standard storage conditions. After that, the formation stones need to be retreated. I've included that in the construction instructions." He said, "Good." He picked up the document. "Let's test it first." Chapter 132, he brought the formation to Tang Weilong on a Tuesday. Tang Weilong was in the regional city for the week. He had been working with a practitioner cooperative in the eastern jurisdiction that was attempting to implement cost disclosure practices for their shared resource pool, which was the kind of project that had emerged from the 7 letters and their successors. He came to the formation workshop in the afternoon when Wen Xiuqian sent a message saying the test tool was ready. He sat across from Wen Xiuqian and looked at the formation stone arrangement on the workbench. He said, "What does it do?" He explained. Tang Weilong listened with the focused attention he used for technical information he was going to need to use practically. When the explanation was complete, Tang Weilong said, "And it works." "We believe so. That's why we're testing." Tang Weilong looked at the formation. He said, "What do I do?" He walked him through the activation, the specific hand position, the cultivation energy input required, the direction of attention. Tang Weilong was a silver auditor stage equivalent, which was the target level for the tool. He activated the formation correctly on the second attempt. He looked at the resource Wen Xiuqian had placed in the formation's reading field, a standard cultivation pill from the regional marketplace, purchased from a vendor whose cost documentation he had already read at Pearl Reckoner depth. He knew what the pill's cost label showed. He did not tell Tang Weilong. Tang Weilong looked at the pill for a long moment. He said, "I see something." He said it carefully, the way a practitioner describes something they're not sure they're reading correctly. "There's notation. I don't know how to read it." He described how. He walked him through the simplified notation format, the same format in the accompanying documentation. Tang Weilong listened and looked back at the pill. After 20 minutes, Tang Weilong said, "Acknowledged cost. 1 practitioner, stated in the formula. No indicated hidden components." He looked at Wen Xiuqian. "Is that right?" "Yes." He watched Tang Weilong's face absorb this, not the confirmation, but what the confirmation meant. He could now read something that had been invisible to him for the previous 2 years. The simplified notation shows the presence or absence of hidden cost components in the general category of acknowledged costs. It doesn't show specific amounts or source identities, but it shows the difference between a resource whose costs are disclosed and one whose costs are partially concealed. Tang Weilong looked at the formation. He said, "I can tell if a resource is hiding something. At Silver Auditor depth, with this formation, yes. You can tell if there is concealment present. You cannot tell what is concealed. That requires higher stages." He paused. "But the presence of concealment is information." Zhao Meihua was present for her own test the following day. She was faster than Tang Weilong with the notation reading. She had been working with his cost documentation for 2 years and had developed pattern recognition for cost notation formats, even without the ability to read them directly. She could accurately interpret the simplified labels within 40 minutes. She set down the test resource and looked at the formation. She said, "It works." "Yes." "At what scale does it work?" She meant, how many practitioners could potentially use it? What were the material requirements? He described the material requirements. Standard formation stones, available at any formation supplies merchant. The stabilization treatment required Mei Suiying's specific alchemical knowledge, which he had documented completely. Any practitioner with the documentation and access to the materials could perform the treatment. She said, "And the instructions are complete." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "You're going to publish this?" "Yes." "Through the public record system?" "Yes." She looked at him. "Gu Tianwei will read the publication before it is submitted. You said you sent him a copy ahead of the founding patriarch disclosure. I'll send him the documentation before I submit it. The same courtesy I extended before." He picked up the formation instructions. The tool does not expose Gu Tianwei's empire specifically. It exposes concealment mechanisms generally. Any practitioner who builds this formation will be able to detect when a resource has hidden costs. They will not know the specific structure of those costs, which requires higher reading stages. But they will know the concealment is present, she said, which changes what practitioners ask when they use resources. Yes, she said, then publish it. Chapter 133. He sent the documentation to Gu Tianwei on a Wednesday, through Peng Chaoran, with a cover note. The enclosed documentation describes a cost-reading apprenticeship tool developed over the past 6 months. I am publishing it through the public cultivation record system on Friday. I am sending it to you in advance because the courtesy of advance notice is appropriate given the joint documentation process we are conducting together. The tool will not affect the joint process, which is documenting historical cost structures that the tool cannot read. The tool is intended for ordinary practitioners using standard cultivation resources. Peng Chaoran's acknowledgement arrived Thursday. He read it and returned to the documentation work on the joint process's second phase, which had produced a significant record of the empire's second-generation administrative period. On Friday morning, he walked to the public record submission office and submitted the formation instructions and the accompanying documentation. The clerk at the submission desk recognized him. He had submitted the Clearstone Sect's founding patriarch disclosure through this office 4 months ago. She processed the submission without comment. He received the confirmation notice. The tool was in the public record. The formation instructions, the stabilization treatment documentation, the accompanying notation guide, all of it. Anyone with access to the public record system and the required materials could now build a cost-reading formation. He returned to the formation workshop. He wrote the submission in his documentation book with the confirmation notice number and the submission date. He looked at what he had written. He thought about the first cost label he had ever read, the cultivation base of senior disciple Ho, with 40 years drawn from 3 unnamed servants. He thought about the interns at the documentation book's margin where he had recorded it, in the first days before he had developed consistent notation. He thought about the penny appraiser breakthrough and the coin weigher and the silver auditor and the jade assessor and the gold arbiter and the pearl reckoner and the diamond judge and now the heavens accountant. He thought about 2 years. The response from Gu Tianwei arrived at noon, through Peng Chaoran. Peng Chaoran's message relayed the patriarch's words. I have read the tool's documentation carefully. I read it this morning, before the submission, when I received your advance copy. I spent the morning with it. I have been managing an empire built on historical costs for 30 years. The tool you have published allows silver auditor practitioners to see whether a resource has hidden costs. It does not show the historical depth. It shows the present moment. The joint documentation process we have agreed to covers the historical depth. The tool covers the present moment. Together, they cover the span. I am ready to begin the joint process in full. Not incrementally. I am releasing full archive access, all periods, beginning with the founding generation. The archivists have been waiting for authorization. I am authorizing it. He read this message twice. He read the cost label on it. The message had been written in full knowledge that full archive access meant the documentation would show everything, including the periods where the conscious continuation of historical injustice was most visible, including the 30 years during which Gu Tianwei had made the specific choice that the Pearl Reckoner reading had revealed. The patriarch was opening the full record. He wrote in his documentation book, Gu Tianwei, full archive access authorized. The tool's publication changed the calculus. Once ordinary practitioners can see hidden costs in the present moment, managing the historical record becomes less viable as a long-term strategy. The joint process is now complete in scope, not partial. He thought, the motivation is not pure. The action is still useful. The documentation will be the documentation. Chapter 134. The joint documentation process at full scope was the most significant work of his cultivation career. He worked with Gu Tianwei's archivists 6 days a week for 7 months. Luin was present for every session, cross-referencing the empire's internal records against the historical documentation he had been building for 2 years. The sessions produced a record that neither practitioner could have built without the other. He provided the Pearl Reckoner depth reading that showed the cost structure at full historical depth. The archivist provided the internal records that documented the administrative decisions and resource flows, and Luin provided the historical context that showed how the specific decisions fit into the broader pattern of the cultivation world's institutional development. The work was not comfortable. He read things in the founding generation's records that were specific and named, and could not be generalized into anonymous historical harm. He read cost labels on specific decisions made by specific practitioners who had known better and had chosen otherwise. He read the accumulation of choices that had built an empire that was, currently, genuinely valuable to the practitioners who depended on it, and that was built on a foundation that had not been acceptable when it was laid. He documented all of it. He documented the unacceptable alongside the valuable. He documented the decisions alongside the outcomes. He wrote the record the way he had written every other record, as accurately as possible, with the full notation the stage allowed, with honest acknowledgement of what he could read and what remained beyond the scope of current reading. Gu Tianwei was not present for the documentation sessions. He had authorized full access and then withdrawn from the process, which was what a practitioner does when they have decided to allow examination without attempting to manage it. The archivist confirmed this to Wen Xiuqian directly. The patriarch had told them to cooperate fully and had not asked to review the documentation before it entered the record. He read the cost label on this decision. The cost of not managing the process was specific. Gu Tianwei was paying with the specific kind of vulnerability that comes from allowing examination without control. The cost was real. The decision to pay it was visible in the notation. Zhao Meihua reviewed each completed documentation phase before submission to the public record. She did not propose changes. The documentation was not hers to change, but she identified notation inconsistencies and unclear formulations that required clarification. The documentation produced by the joint process was more precise than anything he had produced alone, because someone who understood the framework but not the reading was asking the questions that someone who understood the reading but not the framework's communication to external audiences would miss. 7 months. The complete institutional cost history of the largest cultivation empire in the region, documented at Pearl Reckoner depth in the public record. The first public version was published when the documentation phase was complete. He submitted it the same way he had submitted everything else, through the public record office, on a morning in spring, with the confirmation notice filed in his documentation book. He wrote, "The joint process is complete. The documentation exists. The record is accurate. The work this was is finished." He added, "The work the record enables is beginning." Chapter 135. The true price sovereign stage arrived in the week after the joint documentation's publication. He had been expecting it. The Heavens Accountant stage had given him access to the cultivation framework's systemic cost structure, and the systemic cost structure pointed towards something beyond itself, a dimension of cost that the systemic reading kept indicating was present, but that remained at the edge of readability. The way the Pearl Reckoner stage's institutional histories had been present at the edge of Gold Arbiter reading without being fully accessible. The true price sovereign stage opened that dimension. He was in the Northern Territories for one of his monthly visits with Su Mingyi when the stage arrived. He was in her documentation room, working through the parallel historical documentation she had been developing from her 100 years of observation, when the lens opened into a new direction. This direction pointed upward. He had known, in the abstract, that the cultivation world's framework pointed toward an immortal cultivation realm, a stage of existence beyond mortal practitioner advancement that was the aspirational endpoint of every technique and resource system in the cultivation world. He had not previously been able to read the immortal realm's cost structures, because the immortal realm's notation existed above the scope of any stage he had previously reached. The true price sovereign stage reached it. He sat with what he was reading for a very long time. Su Mingyi watched him. She had seen this expression before, on herself, in mirrors, when the cost reading encountered something it had not been prepared for. She said nothing. She waited. When he finally spoke, he said, "The immortal realm's power structure is maintained through the same cost structure as the mortal cultivation framework." She said, "Tell me." "The same mechanism. The same subthreshold extraction distributed across all participants. The same 40,000 lifetimes per generation pattern, but at a mortal scale." He looked at the documentation on her table. The practitioners who reach the immortal realm bring the framework with them. The immortal realm's cost structure was not built independently. It was built by the first practitioners who reached immortal stage and who replicated the cultivation world's framework in the new realm because it was the framework they knew. "The injustice does not disappear when you reach the next realm," she said. She said it very quietly. "No." He looked at her. "The framework carries it upward." She was quiet for a long time. The Northern Territory's spring afternoon light came through the practice's windows at the specific angle it came at mid-afternoon, clear and precise, the high-altitude light that cost nothing. The formation lamps were unnecessary. Everything in the room had clean cost labels, the kind that accumulated over 100 years of careful practice. She said, "I suspected this too." At Pearl Reckoner depth, the systemic cost notation pointed upward, The same traces that pointed toward the heavens accountant stage's revelation, but one level higher. I could not read it. No. He picked up his documentation book. I can read it now, she said. And you are going to document it? Yes. She looked at him with the expression that was careful and direct and contained something he recognized as the specific quality of a practitioner who has been working alone for a very long time and has finally found someone to hand part of the weight to. She said, "This is harder to say than anything I have said in 100 years. He said, "I know, but you are going to say it anyway." He thought about the 7 previous bearers and the cost arrest and the framework he had built to survive what they had not. He thought about the partial results and the ongoing work and the uncertain costs that required ongoing attention. He thought about what was worth what it cost. He said, "I am going to document it as accurately as possible, and then I am going to say it as clearly as possible." He looked at her, not because the cultivation world is ready to hear it, because accuracy is not about being ready to receive it. Accurate documentation is what allows the next person who comes to this information to do something with it, whether that person exists now or in another 100 years. She said, "Yes." She picked up her documentation book. "Then let's build the notation for what you're reading. I have 100 years of observation that can serve as context. You have the direct reading. Together we make the record as complete as it can be." He said, "Yes." They worked through the afternoon and into the evening, the formation lamps eventually necessary when the mountain's long spring twilight finally ended. The true price sovereign notation was the most complex he had developed. The Immortal Realm's cost structures required extensions to his existing notation system, which Su Mingyi's historical documentation helped him build. They worked with the focused attention of practitioners who understood that the documentation was the first step and who had spent a long time waiting to take it. Outside the practice's windows, the northern mountains held their cold spring night. The cultivation world below was not aware that the reading had reached this far. The documentation was building toward the moment when it would say so. The work, as it had always been, continued. Chapter 136, Su Mingyi said, on the 3rd day of notation work, the cultivation world's practitioners believe the immortal realm is an escape from the framework's costs. He looked up from the notation he was developing for the immortal realm's subthreshold extraction mechanism, an extension of the heavens accountant notation that required new characters because the immortal scale operated through different formation structures than the mortal scale, though the underlying mechanism was identical. She said, "A practitioner who endures the cultivation framework's costs for decades or centuries, advancing through stages with the understanding that what lies at the end is different, cleaner, free from the institutional history and the hidden costs and the distributed extraction. The immortal realm is the reward that makes the framework's costs tolerable." She looked at the notation. It is not a different framework. It is the same framework, extended. Yes. Saying so publicly is different from documenting it. She said this with precision. The documentation is for the record. The public statement, if you choose to make one, will reach practitioners who have built their entire cultivation orientation around the belief that the immortal realm is the escape. She paused. Some of those practitioners are people whose faith in the cultivation path is the only stable thing in their practice. You will be telling them that the destination they have been working toward for decades does not exist in the form they believe it does. He sat with this. He had been sitting with it since the true price sovereign stage arrived, and he had begun reading the immortal realm's cost notation in Su Mingyi's documentation room. He had known, before he began documenting it, that the documentation would have consequences. He had read the forward cost labels, which showed the polarized response, the anger and the fear, and the practitioners who would use the information as a basis for asking questions they had been afraid to ask, and the practitioners who would be devastated. He said, "The practitioners who have been working toward immortal cultivation in ignorance of its cost structure are not better served by remaining in ignorance." "I know that." She said it directly. "I am not asking you not to say it. I am telling you what it will cost." She looked at him. "I have been working with the ability for 100 years, and I did not say this when I knew it. I chose safety over disclosure. I am being honest with you about what that choice felt like." He said, "What did it feel like?" She was quiet for a moment. The morning light in the practice's documentation room was clear and cold. Early autumn in the northern territories arrived faster than in the valleys below. The formation lamps were on at low calibration, not necessary but present. She said, "It felt like being right and saying nothing, which is a specific kind of wrong that is harder to identify than the usual varieties." She looked at her 100 years of documentation records. "I stayed silent because I believed the silence was protection. I protected myself. I did not protect the practitioners who were making cultivation decisions based on incorrect information about where the path leads." She paused. I have spent 40 years examining whether that choice was correct. I have not found a way to call it correct. He said, I am going to say it anyway. Not because I am certain the saying will produce the right result. The forward cost labels do not show a result I can describe as unambiguously right. I am going to say it because accuracy is the baseline commitment of the ability. If I read something and do not say it when the saying is possible and the information is relevant, I am choosing to be inaccurate. I cannot be inaccurate in the service of protecting practitioners from accurate information. He looked at her. That was the wrong I have been built not to do. Since the infirmary. Since the first day. She said, I know. She picked up her notation pen. Then let's finish the documentation. If you are going to say it as completely as possible. They worked through the morning and into the afternoon, the two of them building the immortal realm disclosures notation in the cold northern light. The cost structure of the cultivation world's highest aspiration taking shape in the specific notation that was designed to make the invisible legible. He wrote with the awareness of what the writing would produce when it was published. He wrote anyway. Chapter 137, The Immortal Realm Cost Disclosure, was the most carefully written document he had produced. He spent 2 weeks on the final version after returning from the Northern Territories. He wrote with full diamond judge precision, reading the forward cost labels of each specific formulation, choosing the language that was most accurate and most accessible, avoiding the language that was accurate but would be received as attack rather than as information. The distinction mattered. He was not attacking practitioners who aspired to immortal cultivation. He was providing information about the cost structure they were advancing toward, which was information they had a right to have, and that had been invisible because the capability to read it had not previously existed. He sent it to Su Mingyi before publication. She reviewed it with the specific critical attention of someone who had been thinking about this information for 100 years and could identify the places where the phrasing implied more certainty than the reading warranted, or less, or where the accessible notation obscured something that needed to be stated plainly. He revised. He sent the revised version to Zhao Meihua, whose review caught 3 places where the framing implied a judgment about practitioners who had advanced toward immortal cultivation rather than a description of the cost structure they would encounter. He revised again. He published it on a Tuesday, through the public record system, the same channel as everything else. The response arrived across 2 weeks in the specific shape the forward cost labels had shown. Practitioners who had been working toward immortal cultivation for decades sent messages that ranged from anger to grief, to the specific kind of disorientation that comes when the framework you have been operating within is shown to be different from what you believed it was. Some of the messages were about disbelief. The disclosure must be wrong. The notation must be misread. The previous cost-reading practitioner who produced the cultivation world's conventional understanding of immortal advancement was more reliable than a practitioner with 2 years of experience. He read the disbelief and responded to each message with the specific documentation that addressed the specific doubt. Some of the messages were about fear. If the immortal realm's framework was the same as the mortal framework, if the cost structures were replicated rather than resolved, then what was the cultivation path for? He read the fear and did not respond to it with reassurance, because reassurance would have required him to say something inaccurate. He responded with what was true. The documentation described what the immortal realm's cost structure was, not what the cultivation path was worth. Those were different questions. The second question was one each practitioner had to answer for themselves. Practitioners who benefited from the current framework, who had invested their cultivation careers in advancing toward an immortal realm that their institutional standing positioned them to reach, responded with denunciation. The disclosure was fabricated. The notation system was unreliable. The practitioner making the claim had a political agenda that was visible in his prior work. He read the denunciations and wrote responses that addressed the specific technical claims, where the notation could be verified against independent historical records, where Su Mingyi's parallel documentation provided corroboration, where the mechanism matched what other practitioners at Pearl Reckoner depth had observed without being able to name. He did not respond to the political agenda claim. The documentation was the documentation. He wrote in his documentation book, the response is polarized, as the forward cost labels showed. The information is now in the public record. It cannot be removed. The practitioners who need it to make informed cultivation decisions have access to it. The practitioners who do not want it to exist have documented their objections in the public record alongside the disclosure itself. The objections can be evaluated against the documentation by anyone who reads both. He thought about Su Mingyi staying silent for 40 years and the specific kind of wrong that silence had been. He thought about what he would have said to himself, at the beginning, if he could have read the forward cost label of the next 2 years' work. He thought, I would have said the same thing I have been saying since the infirmary. The cost reads what the cost reads. You document it accurately and proceed. He closed the documentation book. Chapter 138. Gu Tianwei sent the final documentation of his portion of the joint process in late autumn, 7 months after the full archive access had been authorized. The documentation arrived through Luyin, who had been coordinating the archivist's work with his schedule and who hand-delivered the final volume to the formation workshop with the expression of someone who had been reading the contents and was still absorbing what was there. He set it on the work table and looked at it. It was larger than he had expected. Gu Tianwei's archivist had produced complete internal cost records for 6 generations of the Empire's operation, further back than the 3 generations that had been defined as the initial scope, because the archivist had found that the founding generation's costs were not comprehensible without the records of the 2 generations that preceded it, records from before the Empire had taken its current institutional form. The historical depth was necessary for accuracy. He read it. He read it over 3 days, using the Pearl Reckoner depth to verify the archivist's notation against what he could read directly in the institutional cost history. The verification was not a check for dishonesty. It was a standard part of the documentation methodology. What he found was that the internal records were accurate. The archivist had been maintaining complete and accurate cost records for 6 generations. The records showed what the records showed. He wrote the joint process's final layer, the Pearl Reckoner depth reading annotations, layered onto the archivist's documentation, adding the cost notation that the archivist's own stages could not produce. The annotation layer was the component that only he could contribute. He wrote it with the same care he gave to everything, 1 section at a time, 1 period at a time, accurate rather than politic. When the full documentation was assembled, internal records, historical cross-reference, Pearl Reckoner depth annotation, he submitted it to the public record. The submission was the largest single documentation in the system's history. The confirmation notice noted this. He wrote to Gu Tianwei through Peng Chaoren. The joint process documentation has been submitted to the public record. The documentation is complete and accurate. I want to say, directly, that the documentation's accuracy reflects the quality of the archivist's internal records. They have been maintaining an honest record for 6 generations. The honesty of the internal record made the joint documentation possible. He read the cost label on Gu Tianwei's response, which arrived the following day. The response said, I know. They have been waiting for authorization to share what they knew. I gave the authorization late. The documentation is the documentation. He read the cost label carefully. The response was not comfortable. There was nothing in the notation that indicated comfort. The cost of the authorization was paid. The historical concealment was now public record. The cost of the concealment itself, maintained for 30 years, was also in the notation, not punitive, but present, the way all costs are present once they have been paid. He wrote in his documentation book, Gu Tianwei's cost label at the completion of the joint process reads, legitimate standing in the post-cost disclosure world, purchased at the cost of historical concealment exposure. The standing is earned. The exposure is accurate. He looked at the notation. He thought about the question he had been carrying since the Pearl Reckoner stage. What is the difference between a passive beneficiary of historical injustice and a conscious continuer? He had read, 18 months ago, that Gu Tianwei was in the second category. The joint documentation confirmed it. The joint documentation also showed that the same practitioner who had chosen to continue could choose, when the calculus changed, to acknowledge. The categories were not permanent. He could not find an objection to this. He wrote, I cannot find an objection. Chapter 139. Bao Changfeng returned from the remote jurisdiction assignment on a morning in early winter, 18 months after he had been reassigned. He came to the formation workshop directly from the correspondence building where he had collected his delayed correspondence, the full accumulation of what had been sent to him while he was assigned to an eastern territory that received cultivation authority mail once a fortnight. He came with 3 months of correspondence under one arm, and the specific expression of someone who has been away long enough that the world they return to is meaningfully different from the world they left. He sat across from Wen Shouchen at the work table. He set the correspondence on the table. He did not immediately speak. After a moment, he said, I read everything. Before I came here, I sat in the public record reading room for 4 hours this morning, and I read everything that has been submitted since I left. He looked at the work table, at the documentation books, at the formation workshop's familiar ordinary space. The joint process documentation, the founding patriarch's technique disclosure, the tool's formation instructions, the immortal realm cost disclosure. He paused. The Su Baosher supply chain review's final report, which was published last month and which includes the 14 additional cases and the cooperation of the practitioner who underwent the erasure reversal. Yes. You did this without institutional backing. He said it not as accusation, as a statement of fact that he was still absorbing. I was the last institutional practitioner who was actively working with your documentation. I was reassigned. You continued without me. He said, you gave me the framework for what institutional action could look like before the institutions were ready to act on what I was finding. The documentation protocol, submitting cost readings in written form with a witness present. The formal investigation filing. The understanding of what form evidence needed to take to reach institutional jurisdiction. He looked at Bao Changfeng directly. I could not have built what I built without having seen what institutional credibility looks like, even when the institution was not using it well. He paused. That was not nothing. Bao Changfeng looked at him for a long moment. He said, the reassignment was not an accident. I know that. They moved me to prevent me from continuing to work with your documentation. He said it without bitterness, a fact about what had happened. And the documentation continued anyway. Yes, because you built channels that did not depend on institutional support. He was quiet. The public record system, the medical correspondence network, the formation tools open publication, the correspondence with Su Mingyi through a direct channel. He picked up the correspondence he had brought with him. He had not opened most of it. He was looking at the mass of it rather than the specific contents. You built around the institution when the institution was used against you. He said, the institution's tools were useful when they worked. When they stopped working, other tools were available. He looked at Bao Changfeng. The investigation into Su Baosher's supply chain. The final report that included the 14 additional cases that used Sima Hao's institutional jurisdiction. I have not done this without any institutional support. I have not done it through the specific institutions that were being used as containment tools. Bao Changfeng said, Sima Hao has been the independent variable. He has done his job honestly. That made him useful. He paused. What happens now for you? Bao Changfeng looked at the public record documentation he had read that morning. He said, my reassignment period is complete. I return to my original jurisdiction. The case I was building before the reassignment. The witnesses have been moved, the documents reclassified. The institutional path I was using is closed. He looked at Wen Xiuqian. But the public record documentation exists. The joint process documentation exists. The founding patriarch technique disclosure exists. I can build on what is in the record. He paused. I don't know if that is the path I would have chosen before I was away for 18 months watching someone build without institutional support. He looked at his hands. It may be the more durable path. He said, it is slower. Yes. And not trapped. Bao Changfeng said, yes. He set down the accumulated correspondence. He said, where do we start? Chapter 140. Zhao Meihua asked him on the first day of the new year. They were in the workroom they had established, the independent practice that had developed naturally over 2 years, not the administrative building's formation workshop that had been the early base of operations, but a space they had arranged specifically for the ongoing work. The workroom had good light in the morning, the kind of light that came through the south-facing windows and was warm without being blinding. The formation lamps were off. The natural light was sufficient. She had been reviewing the Jade Mountain Sect's 6-month cost transparency report, the first systematic accounting of the forward-facing framework her father had implemented, documenting which new resource acquisitions had passed cost scrutiny and which had been declined based on hidden cost detection at silver auditor level using the published formation tool. The report was factual and specific. The declines were the more interesting entries. She set it down and looked at him. She said, what do you see now? He looked at her. He read her cost label. At true price sovereign depth, the reading of someone he had worked alongside for 2.5 years produced a notation that was complete rather than partial, not in the sense of being final, but in the sense of being accurate at every level it could be read. He read it the way he had been reading everything since the ability arrived, as fully as the stage allowed, with the precision the documentation required. Her cost label read, asterisk currently costs, nothing she has not chosen. Future cost, the specific risk of being close to someone who sees everything. Asterisk, he said, I see the price of everything. She looked at him and waited, which was the thing she did when she knew he was not finished. He said, as I always have. She waited. He thought about the infirmary and the first cost label and 2.5 years of building, the cost focus protocol and the framework and the restoration project and the joint documentation and the tool and the immortal realm disclosure and the 5 categories and the framework revision and the documentation that was still ongoing because it would always be ongoing because the work did not finish, which was not failure, which was the accurate description of what cost reading produced in a world where costs continued to be paid. He thought about the cost notation on Zhao Meihua's future label, which described a risk she had chosen to accept, which had cost her something every day she had chosen it, and which she had chosen without asking him to read it first. She had read it herself, with whatever reading ability she had, and had decided it was a cost she was willing to pay. He said, and in the middle of all the price labels, something I don't have a notation for. He looked at her, at the workroom, at the formation tool instructions displayed on the correspondence board where they were pinned next to the incoming letters from practitioners who had built the tool and were using it and were writing to describe what they were finding. Something that doesn't read as a cost. She said, what is it? He sat with the question. He looked at the formation tool's letters. Practitioners who had been using cost labels they had never been able to read before, finding that the labels were not only costs, but also information about what things were made of and who had cared enough about making them to pay what they required. Finding that cost notation was not only about what was wrong, but also about what was real. He looked at the documentation books on the work table, the current volume and the completed volumes arranged on the shelf, 2.5 years of reading accurately recorded. The record was what the ability had produced. The record was what the previous bearers had not been able to build. The record was what Su Mingyi had been trying to reach for 100 years and had given what she gave so that someone after her might be able to reach it. He looked at Zhao Meihua, who was sitting across from him in the morning light. In the workroom they had arranged for ongoing work, with the Jade Mountain Sex Transparency Report beside her and the cost label that read nothing she had not chosen. He said, I think it is what is worth what it costs. She said, that seems right. He picked up his pen. He opened the documentation book to a clean page. He wrote, True Price Sovereign Stage. The Immortal Realm's cost structure is documented. The Cultivation Framework's systemic cost is documented. The joint process documentation is in the public record. The tool is in use across 4 sects as of this month. The framework has 5 categories now. The Void Ledger stage is not yet reached. There are costs that have been erased from history at a level deeper than individual erasure. Costs built into the cultivation world's oldest foundations, visible only at the Void Ledger depth that is coming. The cultivation world is not fixed. It is more accurately documented than it was before, which is not the same as fixed, but is what can be done from this stage. The work continues. He set down the pen. He looked at the morning light coming through the south-facing windows, the specific warm light of the New Year's first clear day, ordinary and present, and not requiring any particular notation to be what it was. He picked up his pen again. He began the documentation for the Void Ledger stage's approach, which was coming, which would bring a new category of what was readable, and which he would need a framework for managing before it arrived. He had 2.5 years of framework practice. He had Su Mingyi's 100 years of observation. He had Fei Longji's structural erasure work and Zhao Meihua's parallel documentation and Tang Weilong's independently developed cost attention and Bao Changfeng's return and the letters from practitioners using the tool and the joint process's complete record and the morning light and the workroom that cost nothing except the ongoing choice to keep working in it. He was ready to build more.